Chapter 1. Descending the Mountain. In the early morning light, Jiang Yu awoke to find 9 somewhat yellowed marriage certificates laid out before him. A frail old man sat on the bamboo floor, the certificates arranged neatly beside him. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Jiang Yu inquired with suspicion, "Old man, what on earth are you up to so early in the day? My time is running short." The old man replied solemnly, "That's splendid news." Jiang Yu's spirits lifted instantly as he hastily stuffed his meager collection of clothes into a satchel. This was indeed a momentous occasion. The old man's impending demise signified that he would soon be free, soaring high like a bird in the vast sky. "You unfilial disciple." The old man's face flushed with indignation. "Don't worry, old man. Once you ascend, I shall construct a grand mausoleum for you. In every Qingming festival, I will dutifully burn money for you, ensuring you enjoy a carefree existence in the afterlife. You've lived a solitary life. Once you depart, you can indulge without the constraints of worldly morality, perhaps even find yourself 3 or 5 beautiful companions." "You rascal, are you mocking me? Clearly, you started it." Jiang Yu tossed aside his satchel. "Just look at your rosy complexion. Do you truly appear to be on the brink of death? You're a renowned healer, not a charlatan." This old man was the celebrated divine physician of Boki Mountain, and Jiang Yu was his disciple, having received the old man's true teachings at the tender age of 18, yet he remained largely unrecognized. Despite his youth, Jiang Yu possessed extraordinary talent and had already surpassed his mentor. "Ahem." The old physician coughed awkwardly. "One cannot speak so lightly. I am indeed aging, and even with longevity, I have but a few years left. Old man, you seem a bit off today. I wish to convey that you possess a wealth of youth. How can I confine you to this humble Boki Mountain? Are you truly sending me down a mountain? Are you certain you haven't taken the wrong medicine today? Rascal, let me finish." The old physician glared at Jiang Yu before continuing earnestly. "Boki Mountain is the sacred burial site of the great physician Bian Ke from the ancient times. Our lineage has inherited the most orthodox practices of Qi Huang medicine. However, over the course of millennia, Boki Mountain has steadily declined, and now only the 2 of us remain, on the verge of losing our heritage. Now, old man, while you may speak freely, it is ill-mannered to curse one's own fate. I am still young. Precisely because you are young, I sought several marriage certificates for you while I traveled the world healing the needy during your childhood. The revival of Boki Mountain depends on you. Rely on me. Here are 9 marriage certificates. Take them down the mountain and seek out these women, and then propagate our lineage." Old man, setting aside the legality of having 9 wives, just thinking about it makes my kidneys ache. "With our medical prowess, do you truly fear your body cannot endure?" "No, old man, you know I've already set my heart on someone. In any case, 2 paths lie before you. One is to take the marriage certificates down the mountain to expand our lineage, and the other is to remain forever on Boki Mountain, living a lonely life like mine." "You are truly ruthless, old man. Have you not always yearned to uncover the truth of your origins? If you consent to assist me in expanding the lineage of BQ Mountain, I shall divulge the information you seek." "My origins," Jiang Yu murmured, his expression turning grave. He had entered BQ Mountain at the tender age of 5, and over the years, he had inquired numerous times about his lineage, yet the old man had consistently remained silent. "I agree. Each marriage certificate exists in duplicate, one in my possession and one with the bride. Your lineage is concealed within the 9 marriage certificates held by the brides. When I arranged the betrothals, it was stipulated that as long as you present the marriage certificate, whether marrying or annulling, the brides would relinquish their copies to you." "You," Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, raising his thumb in acknowledgement. The old are indeed seasoned. This ploy by the old man was akin to removing the fuel from the fire, compelling Jiang Yu to visit each bride individually. Otherwise, upon descending the mountain, he would undoubtedly tear the 9 marriage certificates into shreds and cast them into the river. He shot the old man a glare, swiftly sweeping his hand across the floor in a blur of motion. He pocketed the 9 marriage certificates in an instant. "Every Qingming festival, I shall return to visit you." Like a gust of wind, he darted along the mountain path. Behind him, the old physician cursed, "You little rascal, I'm not dead yet." Jiang Yu descended the mountain. It was his first time venturing down alone in 18 years, liberated and unrestrained. To live in solitude until death. That was an impossibility Jiang Yu refused to lead a life as dreary as that of the old man. Thus, he sprinted down the mountain at a pace that could rival the swiftest of runners, fearing the old man might change his mind. If anyone had witnessed his speed, they would have marveled, for even the champions of long distance or sprinting races would pale in comparison. Over the years, he had studied not only the art of healing, but also ancient martial arts. As for the marriage certificates, once he reached the foot of the mountain, whether to marry or annul would be entirely his prerogative. The 9 brides, whom he had never met, were an enigma. Who knew what peculiarities they possessed? In comparison, Jiang Yu found his junior sister, Dodo, far more appealing. Yet 3 years prior, she had been taken away by her family, severing all ties, and the old man never revealed any information concerning her. In any case, Jiang Yu had resolved that upon descending the mountain, he would annul the 9 betrothals, reclaim the 9 marriage certificates, and then seek his true love. Marrying his junior sister would indeed allow him to expand his lineage. He glanced briefly at the 9 marriage certificates, each indicating the origin of the respective brides. Ah, the old man truly cast a wide net. The 9 brides were scattered across the entirety of the nation. Among them, 2 brides resided in Tianjin City, relatively close to BQ Mountain. Thus, Jiang Yu decided to venture there first. He selected the simplest attire from his belongings, presenting himself with an appearance that radiated an air of rusticity, despite his looks and demeanor. With idle time on his hands, he often indulged in novels according to the typical narrative. One such as he, brandishing a marriage certificate, would likely be met with disdain, and the annulment would be a foregone conclusion. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, although his speed was remarkable, the journey to Tianjin City was still 100 kilometers long, compelling him to reach the national road in search of a ride. Regrettably, after 2 hours of waiting, no one paid him any mind at this moment. The sun was at its zenith, and he, with a growling stomach, heard the protests from the Wuzong Temple. He made his way to a modest eatery in a nearby town, a common resting place for travelers on the national highway, where they could dine and relieve themselves. The restaurant, though small, was bustling with business, devoid of air conditioning and equipped only with 2 languid ceiling fans. He ordered a bowl of beef noodles and hastily devoured it, calling for the owner to settle his bill within 3 minutes. "Your total is 10 yuan, the proprietress said with a smile. Jiang Yu nodded, reciprocating the smile, but as he reached for his wallet, his expression froze. A grave realization struck him. He had forgotten to bring any money. In his haste, he neglected to ask the old man for cash. The old man, residing in Baichi Mountain, held the reins of their finances firmly in his grasp. What to do? It would be utterly humiliating to find himself arrested for dining and dashing right after descending the mountain. Jiang Yu glanced around, muttering to himself, wondering how no one had succumbed to heat stroke in such sweltering weather. If someone were to faint, he, the little divine doctor, could step in and earn himself a meal. Patrons flowed in and out of the eatery, eager to finish their meals and escape the oppressive heat. No money? The proprietress's smile faded, her expression growing stern. These days, it was rare to encounter someone attempting to dine and dash. A beautiful woman who had just entered cast a glance his way, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. He awkwardly chuckled, "I have money, but I'd like to eat a bit more before settling the bill." The proprietress, now scowling, walked away but kept a watchful eye on him as she busied herself. Jiang Yu rummaged through his pockets, finding them as empty as his conscience felt. After finishing his noodles, he began sipping the soup. 20 minutes elapsed, and the earlier arrived beauty and her companion prepared to settle their tab while he was still immersed in his broth. The proprietress hovered nearby, wary of his potential escape. It was evident to those around him that he was without funds, and several tables slowed their dining to witness the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Yu cast a furtive glance toward the kitchen, realizing that his only recourse was to wash dishes to pay off his meal. Finally, the proprietress could no longer contain her frustration. "Kid, stop pretending. If you think you can dine and dash here, you're mistaken. I will call the authorities." "Please, don't do that, proprietress," Jiang Yu exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I simply forgot my money in my haste. I never intended to dine and dash. How about this? Ill-washed dishes for a day to cover the cost of the noodles. My dishwashing staff is sufficient. People like you who try to dine and dash must face the consequences of the law." Her words left Jiang Yu speechless, his face resembling that of a bitter melon. Just then, the beautiful woman at the adjacent table called out, "I'll take care of the bill." The proprietress swiftly calculated the total. "Thank you for your patronage. That will be 87 yuan. The girl beside the beauty produced a 100 yuan note and handed it over, while the beauty added, "No need to give change, include his bowl of beef noodles in the total." With that, they departed without a backward glance. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief, secretly remarking, "It appears that being handsome truly has its advantages." Just as he indulged in his self-admiration, a fleeting glance caught his eye, revealing that the kind-hearted lady he had just encountered seemed to be under surveillance. As the saying goes, a small act of kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu sprang forward and leapt into the car of the woman who had just paid for him. Chapter 2. Extravagance. The beauty in the back seat and the girl in the driver's seat were momentarily stunned. "Country bumpkin, what are you doing? Get out immediately," the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury as if she could devour him whole. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu smiled as gently as a spring breeze. "I merely came to express my gratitude," he replied. As he was still uncertain about the stalking incident, he refrained from mentioning it. The beauty shifted closer to the window, her tense demeanor slightly easing. "Su Xin, it's fine," she signaled to the girl, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. She then turned to Jiang Yu, saying, "Everyone faces difficulties at times. A bowl of beef noodles costs little, so there's no need for thanks." Jiang Yu looked at her earnestly and said, "You are a good person, a truly beautiful good person." Su Xin urged, "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and get out. If we delay our business, we won't be able to compensate for your troubles." Jiang Yu inquired, "Are you in such a hurry to get to Tianjin City? Isn't it obvious? This road leads only to Tianjin City." "How fortuitous, for I am also bound for Tianjin City. Why not help a fellow traveler and give me a ride?" Su Xin furrowed her brow. "Country bumpkin, if you continue with your unreasonable demands, I will not hesitate to be impolite." Though she appeared delicate, her aura was quite formidable. Jiang Yu looked at the beauty with innocent eyes. "I know you are a good person. Please close the door." Aren't you seeking a ride?" Bang. Jiang Yu swiftly shut the car door. "Su Xin drive. You better behave yourself, country bumpkin." Su Xin threatened as she started the car and sped away. The beauty leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hand. Silent and contemplative, Su Xin frequently glanced at Jiang Yu in the rearview mirror, wary of any inappropriate gestures towards the beauty. 20 minutes later, a black SUV approached, suddenly swerving, and then, bang. Despite Su Xion's rapid braking, they still collided with the black SUV. "Are you blind? How do you drive?" Su Xion yelled angrily, preparing to step out and confront them. Jiang Yu immediately cautioned, "Don't get out. They don't come in peace." 4 young men emerged from the SUV, all clad in matching black suits. The beauty frowned slightly and whispered, "It's He Qingyuan's men." Su Xion's anger intensified. "He Qingyuan is certainly trying to thwart our contract. I will reason with them. Be careful." Su Xion exited the vehicle, clutching her phone tightly. Should they attempt to harm her, she would call for help without hesitation. The leading young man crossed his arms, his gaze roving over Su Xion. Although she appeared to be in her 20s and was somewhat short, her figure was proportionate and notably well-developed, even spectacular. The young man spoke in a cold tone. "The 2 beauties should rest here for a while. It's best not to resist, or else." The other 3 suddenly assumed martial arts stances. One mimicked the white crane spreads its wings, another the Wing Chun starting position, and the last the Tai Chi starting posture, their movements surprisingly standard, indicating they had trained for several years. Su Xion fumed. "If you continue to block our way, I will call the police." The leading youth nonchalantly remarked, "Let us report it and call the traffic police to handle the incident. After all, we have plenty of time." Su Xion fell silent, caught in a dilemma, unable to move forward or retreat. Reporting to the police would consume too much time, and as a mere girl, she was ill-equipped to confront 4 skilled fighters. The beauty in the car appeared visibly anxious, murmuring to herself, "Oh no. If I can't return in time to sign the contract, the company is finished. What to do? What to do?" Her frantic glances darted around until she suddenly noticed that Jiang Yu had vanished. In the next moment, a series of pained cries echoed, "Ouch! Ouch!" Jiang Yu stood before the car, clutching a pebble in his hand, looking disdainfully at the 4 young men sprawled on the ground, scoffing, "What a show. All flash and no substance." Su Xion was taken aback. Although any normal person would be incapacitated by a pebble of that size, Jiang Yu's speed was astonishing. She hadn't even noticed when he had appeared. The beauty in the car was the first to regain her composure, urgently calling out, "Su Xin, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Hurry." Su Xin shouted for Jiang Yu, then quickly jumped into the driver's seat. Glancing up, she saw Jiang Yu sitting upright in the rearview mirror. With a swift motion, she shifted into reverse and pressed the gas pedal. And by the time the four young men came to their senses, they had long vanished from sight. "Thank you," the beauty said, gazing at Jiang Yu with pure, untainted eyes. "You helped me, so naturally, I wish to assist you in return. This is what they call good deeds being rewarded. You came from the mountains to Tianyuan City to work, right? I noticed your skills. Coincidentally, Su Xin is looking to hire a bodyguard, if you don't mind." "No need. I am not going to work." "Then what are you going to Tianyuan City for?" "To break off an engagement." Su Xin rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, although you have some skills, is it necessary to act so pretentious? You, a country bumpkin, ought to consider yourself lucky if you can marry a city girl, yet here you are, talking about breaking off an engagement? Su Xin retorted. "They say people from the mountains are simple. How come when you open your mouth, the cows are flying in the sky? I truly am going to break off an engagement. I have two fiancés in Tianyuan City, one named Wen Fuyao and the other Haning. Do you know them?" The beauty's brow twitched slightly, her expression becoming peculiar as she inquired, "What is your name?" "Jiang Yu, and you?" A flicker of surprise crossed the beauty's eyes, and she stammered, I am Wen Yihuan. You share the surname Wen. Do you know my fiancé? How could that be possible?" Wen Yihuan felt a bit uneasy and immediately turned her head away. Su Xin, unable to contain herself, scoffed, "You really think highly of yourself, don't you? Do you have any idea who Haning is in Tianyuan City? A fiancé? You think you're worthy?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yu shrugged. He was merely stating the truth. If Su Xin didn't believe him, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Half an hour later, they arrived at Tianyuan City, where Su Xin halted at a fork in the road. "We need to hurry to sign the contract, so I'll drop you off here." "Thank you." Jiang Yu stepped out of the car, and after exchanging a few words with Su Xin, Wen Yihuan handed her 500 yuan along with a business card, which bore the title of secretary to the chairman of Yuyan Company. It was evident that Wen Yihuan was the chairman of Yuyan Company. In a gentle tone, Wen Yihuan expressed, "This money is a token of my gratitude to you. Should you encounter any difficulties in Tianyuan City, feel free to contact Su Xin." Jiang Yu accepted this without hesitation, fully aware that one cannot progress without funds. The marriage certificate merely indicated that his two fiancés resided in Tianyuan City, but it did not provide specific addresses. Locating them would require time, and he was in dire need of financial assistance. "Consider this alone. I shall repay you once my affairs are settled." Having received the money and the business card, Jiang Yu swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Su Xin turned to glance at Wen Yihuan in the back seat and playfully inquired, "Sister Huan, didn't you mention you have a fiancé too? Could you share his name?" Wen Yihuan gazed out of the car window, enveloped in silence. Chapter 3. The narrow-minded judgment of others. Tianyuan City is vast, adorned with towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic. In a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million, aimlessly searching for an individual proves to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the Han family enjoys considerable renown within Tianyuan City. The Han Group ranks among the top 10 enterprises in the city, and Han Ing, as the esteemed daughter of the Han family, is a household name. It did not take long for Jiang Yu to discover the residence of the Han family, located at Guanhu Residence. This estate is the most opulent villa district in Tianyuan City, developed from a mountain within the city, with villas overlooking the lake. Villas in Guanhu Residence are valued at over 100 million yuan, and the residents are either affluent or of noble birth. Thus, security measures are exceptionally stringent. At the entrance, Jiang Yu found himself thwarted. Despite his persistent entreaties, the security guard refused him entry. "Young man, I've seen many like you claiming to be friends of Miss Han. Every day, at least 3 or 5 such individuals appear, but none as absurd as you." The guard, a middle-aged man in his 40s, spoke with a degree of courtesy. "I assure you, I am not lying. Haning is truly my fiancée," Jiang Yu reiterated, exasperated. The guard cast a skeptical glance his way. "Enough of this. If you are fabricating a tale, at least make it credible. Who in Tianyuan City does not know of the relationship between the esteemed young Master Zhao of Dingxing Group and Miss Han? If you are indeed her fiancé, What place does young Master Zhao hold? Young Master Zhao? The one who foots the bill for the entire venue? Jiang Yu was taken aback. What? You don't even know young Master Zhao? The guard, observing Jiang Yu's humble appearance, patiently educated him. Young Master Zhao Shuo of Dingxing Group is a renowned second-generation wealthy heir in Tianjin City, known for his lavish spending and extensive social connections. Recently, rumors have circulated that the Han and Zhao families are preparing for an alliance, a formidable union indeed. While Zhao Shuo and Haning may not be a perfect match, they are certainly well-suited. In contrast, Jiang Yu, clad in simple attire worth no more than 100 yuan, aspired to ascend to the Han family's ranks. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. If the Han family was indeed planning a union, the dissolution of his engagement should proceed smoothly. However, the pressing question remained: how to gain entry. Please, could you allow me in? I assure you, I am no villain. If necessary, you may accompany me. That simply won't do. I cannot leave my post without permission. If my superiors find out, I shall be penalized. A thought struck Jiang Yu, and he promptly retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket, offering it with a grin, saying, "Brother, could you do me a favor?" Although 100 yuan was not a substantial amount, it constituted 1/5 of his current wealth. A mere 100 yuan. Is it enough to dismiss a beggar? Suddenly, a young man emerged from the guard booth, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu, and barked, "Country bumpkin, hurry up and scram. Do you not realize where you are? People like you do not belong here." Jiang Yu was taken aback. People like me? What is wrong with people like me? Am I deemed inferior? Since when did the gatekeeper develop an air of superiority? Such a narrow-minded view. The adage goes, respect begets respect. The middle-aged gentleman had treated him with courtesy, and Jiang Yu had responded amiably. However, with the arrival of the young guard, Jiang Yu's demeanor darkened. The young guard, emboldened, continued, "Oh, what is with that face? Trying to intimidate someone? I warn you, if you don't leave at once, don't blame me for being rude." Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. "Rude? I am curious to see how rude you can be." Seeing that Jiang Yu remained unfazed, the young guard rolled up his sleeves and pushed him, exclaiming, "Get lost. You worthless pauper." Jiang Yu, taking a step back, revealed a peculiar smile. "So you're wealthy, huh?" He suddenly staggered and fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Damn it, are you trying to scam me? You should inquire who Wang Yu is." Wang Yu, his face contorted with rage, showed no sign of remorse and raised his foot, ready to kick. Fortunately, the middle-aged gentleman intervened just in time. "Wang Yu, you cannot strike him again." Wang Yu spat in frustration. "Get lost immediately. You think you can extort me? Believe it or not, one call from me could leave you incapacitated for life." Jiang Yu paid him no heed, discreetly pressing several acupressure points on his body, before beginning to convulse and foam at the mouth. The middle-aged gentleman was rendered speechless. "Wang Yu, this might lead to death." Wang Yu panicked as well. "Surely not. I merely gave him a gentle shove. Who knew this country bumpkin was so fragile? Fine, let us call an ambulance." "Absolutely not. If he goes to the hospital, who knows how he might extort me? Your brother is the boss of T-Tray Street. Who would dare to extort you? Let us focus on saving him first. If he truly dies, money won't resolve the issue." At that moment, a black business vehicle approached and halted at the entrance, its windows slowly descending. "What is happening?" Inside sat a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit. As Wang Yu dragged Jiang Yu aside, he replied, "It's nothing, Mr. Han. Just a rogue claiming to be your daughter's fiancé. We wouldn't let him in, and now he is lying here trying to extort me. I can handle it, I can handle it." The man in the vehicle was none other than Han Tianming, chairman of the Han Group and father of Han Ying. "My daughter's fiancé?" Han Tianming murmured, furrowing his brow as his gaze shifted to Jiang Yu. Just moments before, Jiang Yu had been seizing and foaming at the mouth. Suddenly, he broke free from Wang Yu, performed a nimble flip, and strode directly towards Han Tianming. Wang Yu was first taken aback, then his face contorted with rage. "Damn it, are you toying with me?" he exclaimed. "Hello, Mr. Han. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Jiang Yu directly handed the marriage certificate to Han Tianming. At this moment, Wang Yu hurried over and seized Jiang Yu by the collar, shouting, "How dare you play games with me? Mr. Han, allow me to handle this matter. I will ensure he pays for this." Han Tianming inquired with suspicion, "Are you the apprentice of the esteemed Dr. Zhong?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Let us discuss this in the car." With that single phrase from Han Tianming, Wang Yu was left utterly dumbfounded. No way. Could this rustic actually be Han Ying's fiancé? Cold sweat dripped down his back. It appeared he had truly stepped on a landmine. Offending the Han family meant that even his ruffian brother would be powerless to protect him. Well, Are you still not planning to let go? Is Mr. Han's word not good enough for you? The corner of Wang Yu's mouth twitched, and he immediately released his grip. After Jiang Yu entered the vehicle, he remained bent over, bowing deeply and apologizing loudly. Inside the car, Jiang Yu conveyed his intentions to Han Tianming, but the latter remained noncommittal. Upon returning home, Han Tianming mentioned he needed to change his clothes and instructed Jiang Yu to wait in the living room. As the minutes turned into an hour, Jiang Yu's patience waned. He rose and addressed the housekeeper, saying, "Madam, please convey to Mr. Han that since Miss Han is already betrothed, I cannot disrupt their union. Therefore, I shall consider our engagement null and void." Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from upstairs, who said my Han Ing is already betrothed. Chapter 4. I simply wished to withdraw from the engagement. Descending the staircase was a woman of striking elegance, exuding a mature charm. Her captivating peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. "Who are you?" Jiang Yu appraised her, noting her resemblance to Han Tianming. "I am Han Xiong, Han Ying's aunt." With a languid grace, Han Xiong settled onto the sofa, gathering her hair. At 33, she possessed a youthful appearance, and every gesture radiated allure. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also a formidable businesswoman. The Han Group's current success owed much to her efforts. Beautiful women invariably captivate men's attention, and Jiang Yu was no exception. He mused that if Han Ying's aunt was so stunning, Han Ying herself must not be lacking in beauty. "Are you Han Ying's fiancé?" Han Xiong inquired, picking up the marriage certificate from the coffee table. Time flies. It seems like just yesterday, the esteemed doctor was bringing his apprentice here. And now you've grown so much. You recognize me? Jiang Yu asked. 15 years ago, the old doctor journeyed here and saved my father from the brink of death. I was present when the marriage contract was established. You must not remember me? Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Who could possibly recall her? I have traveled extensively with the old man to treat patients. I've encountered countless individuals. Besides, I was merely 3 years old at the time. How could I remember you? 15 years ago, Han Xiong was in her prime, one of the most beautiful women in Tianyin City, pursued by many suitors. Had Jiang Yu been 13 then, he surely would have remembered such a stunning beauty. He offered politely, "I seem to have a vague recollection. Since you are Han Ying's aunt." Han Xiong's expression darkened abruptly, interrupting Jiang Yu's words. "What? Do I appear old? On the contrary, you look quite youthful. Then why do you still call me aunt? What's wrong with that?" Jiang Yu shrugged. "If I were a stranger, I would certainly address you politely as sister. But you are Han Ying's aunt, so even if you appear young, it is not inappropriate for me to call you aunt. Remember, you have yet to step through the threshold of the Han family. You must call me sister. It is not too late to change your address once you are inside. It makes no difference to me." Jiang Yu had no intention of entering the Han family home, so the title was inconsequential. "I've said what I needed to say, and I've left the marriage certificate with you. Please return the one you hold. I have matters to attend to and shall not impose further. You are to be the future son-in-law of the Han family. How can you say you are imposing?" Jiang Yu was momentarily perplexed by Han Xiong's words. "Do not look at me with such incredulous eyes. The matter between our Han Ing and Zhao Shua is entirely fabricated. You are the legitimate son-in-law of the Han family. Aunt, are you jesting? Look at me. How could I possibly be worthy of the esteemed Han family's eldest daughter? Call me sister." "Sister, I am still busy with annulments at other places. I shall leave my marriage certificate as a token of sincerity, and I will collect the one you have next time. Farewell." Jiang Yu hastily fled the Han family villa, fearing that if he lingered any longer, the date for his marriage to Han Ing would be firmly established. Just as he departed, Han Tianming descended the stairs. "Han Xiong, you should refrain from interfering in Ing's affairs." Han Tianming's tone was somewhat frosty. The relationship between the siblings was far from harmonious. "Elder brother, our son-in-law arrives at our doorstep, yet you bring him here only to avoid him. Is that not excessive? I have my own plans. There is no need for you to concern yourself. I understand your intent. You fear he will make proclamations at the door, which is why you brought him home. Yet you dare not directly annul the marriage while our father is still alive. You wish to delay for a few days until father has passed, allowing you to completely disregard the engagement he established and permit Han Ing to wed into the Zhao family. And if that is the case, am I not entitled to decide my daughter's fate? Humph, ungrateful. The old physician indeed did our family a favor. Father hastily established this engagement without considering Ing's feelings. I, Han Tianming, am not ungrateful. I can offer him any amount he desires, but I will never allow Inger to marry him." "Huh. Your words are more melodious than a song. I might almost believe you are the world's greatest father. You can deceive outsiders with such talk. But have you ever considered Inger's feelings? Have you consulted her about marrying into the Zhao family? Zhao Shua and Inger are well matched. What objection could she possibly have? If she had none, would she have insisted on moving out a week ago? Han Xiong tucked away the marriage certificate, and Han Tianming strode forward, seizing her wrist. Give me the marriage certificate. What? Do you intend to burn it and pretend this engagement never existed? Elder brother, I shall not allow you to execute your clever schemes. She shook off Han Tianming's grasp and departed in a red Ferrari from the garage. Han Tianming made a phone call, instructing someone to follow Han Xiong. Jiang Yu did not anticipate that the annulment of the engagement would be so tumultuous, and he left in a fluster. Wang Yu at the gate watched Jiang Yu depart, bowing and scraping. Take care, brother. Do visit us often. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that Jiang Yu might hold him accountable later. Why are you being so polite to him, Yugo? A patrolling security guard remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at Jiang Yu. Move aside. That's the son-in-law of the Han family, someone I cannot afford to provoke. Yugo, you worry too much. I just saw him run away from the Han family in disgrace. The Han family is well respected in Tianjin City. How could they possibly marry their daughter to a country bumpkin? Are you certain? Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu straightened his posture, his expression darkening. Then this makes things easier. That bumpkin dared to toy with me before. Let us see if I don't deal with him. Hey, you go. If we manage to take care of that kid, it would also be a favor to the Han family. If we can align ourselves with them, we'll surely prosper. That makes sense. Keep an eye on this place. I'll go find my brother. No sooner had Wang Yu left than Han Xiong drove out in a Ferrari. Jiang Yu dashed down the mountain, but he could not outrun the car and was soon caught up by Han Xiong. Beep. Han Xiong honked the horn and lowered the window. Get in. Jiang Yu stood there, dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? I wouldn't want to trouble you. You are the future son-in-law of the Han family. What trouble could it possibly be? You've come all this way. I must extend my hospitality. Sis, I am here to annul the engagement. There is no need for such enthusiasm. Don't speak too soon. Our Inger is one of the most beautiful women in Tianjin City. I've left the marriage contract behind, so here. Han Xiong tossed the contract at Jiang Yu. No need to thank me. Jiang Yu managed a smile that was more painful than tears. I'm truly grateful. Thank you to everyone in the neighborhood. I just want to annul the engagement. Is that too difficult? Chapter 5. Farewell. It became evident that entangling with Han Xiong was not a wise decision. Jiang Yu insisted on walking down the mountain, while Han Xiong leisurely followed in her car. She had extensive connections and recognized several vehicles along the way. When others inquired about her actions, she unabashedly replied that she was escorting Han Ying's fiancé down the mountain. Eventually, Jiang Yu capitulated and climbed into Han Xiong's car. Is it really necessary for everyone to know? Han Xiong pressed the accelerator, speaking with a smug tone. It's only a matter of time. I've stated that I am here to annul the engagement. When you meet Inger, you will think differently. The crux of the matter is our disparity in status. I cannot reach that height. Do not belittle yourself. You are the sole disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong. I am quite poor. That is fine. Our Han family is wealthy. You can simply enjoy being a kept man. Are you joking? I do not intend to rely on others. I can fund your own clinic. I believe with your medical skills, self-sufficiency would not be an insurmountable task. Let us not discuss this. Jiang Yu crossed his arms and leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest. He truly could not comprehend Han Xiong's thought process. By all accounts, a penniless lad should be met with disdain upon presenting a marriage contract. Yet Han Xiong seemed excessively enthusiastic. Greetings, as the aunt of Han Ing. Is it truly necessary to push your niece into the depths of despair? After approximately 10 minutes, the vehicle's speed abruptly decreased. Jiang Yu opened his eyes to find Han Xiong's cheeks glistening with cold sweat, her complexion pale, as one hand gently caressed her lower abdomen. Observing her condition, he suggested, given your state, perhaps we should forego our meal, find a place to rest instead. As a skilled physician, Jiang Yu quickly discerned the cause of Han Xiong's discomfort, an all-too-common ailment of dysmenorrhea. It's all right. Please fetch me some ibuprofen, she requested weakly. He parked the car outside a pharmacy, leaning back in his seat, her expression one of considerable distress. Merely taking painkillers will not suffice. You ought to visit a hospital, he advised. I've consulted numerous hospitals, yet none have provided relief. This affliction recurs monthly. Please hurry and buy the medication, she urged. With no further words, Jiang Yu exited the vehicle and entered the pharmacy. 5 minutes later, he returned to the driver's seat. Where's the medicine? She inquired. Do not forget. I am also a doctor. I can assist in your treatment. With Jiang Yu's support, they made their way to a nearby hotel. Han Xiong's pallor deepened, contemplating the inappropriate nature of her being in a hotel with her niece's fiancé. Yet, her discomfort was overwhelming, and she yearned for a bed to lie upon. Jiang Yu helped her into the room where she lay on the bed, clutching her abdomen, her body curled in pain, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Jiang Yu, I still need you to procure some pain relief, she implored. I have already stated that I am a physician, and your dysmenorrhea appears to be a long-standing issue. You surely do not wish to endure such agony monthly, he replied, implying his capability to cure her ailment. Did you not profess your faith in my medical skills? He swiftly sanitized the silver needles he had purchased and added, You cannot wear your outer garment. Not wear it. Han Xiong felt quite conflicted. Do not overthink it. I intend to administer acupuncture. Have you ever witnessed acupuncture performed through clothing? To be honest, Han Xiong harbored doubts about Jiang Yu's expertise, attributing her skepticism to his youth. Had it been the venerable Dr. Zhong, she would have complied without hesitation. Do you truly wish to endure this pain indefinitely? Unable to bear it any longer, Han Xiong felt as though any movement of her abdomen was akin to being sliced by a knife. Very well, she acquiesced, her voice faint and lacking strength. With her consent, Jiang Yu, as a dedicated healer, cast aside distractions and commenced the acupuncture. As the first needle was inserted, Han Xiong bit her lip, the initial sting soon giving way to a soothing sensation that left her somewhat entranced. Traditional Chinese medicine often states that pain indicates a blockage, while smooth flow alleviates pain. Dysmenorrhea is generally caused by stagnation of qi and blood, leading to obstruction of menstrual flow. Your initial disregard allowed the condition to worsen. It requires gradual unblocking. As he spoke, several more needles were placed, and Han Xiong's pain visibly diminished. Can you truly eradicate my dysmenorrhea? She inquired hopefully. Indeed. Utilizing our unique Baikishan acupuncture techniques and Tue Na, I assure you of complete recovery within 7 treatments. What are you doing? Han Xiong suddenly gasped, feeling tangible contact on her abdomen. I mentioned that Tue Na is essential. Rest assured, given your status as my elder, I harbor no inappropriate thoughts. What do you mean? Is it that I do not captivate your interest? Jiang Yu's words left Han Xiong feeling quite dissatisfied. Although she was somewhat older, she remained one of the most sought-after women in Tianyin City. Of course not. Jiang Yu promptly shifted the topic. Sister, if I help you cure your ailment, will you do me a favor in return? Is it about the engagement with Haning? Indeed. Rest assured, even if you don't mention it, I will assist you with this matter. Consider it taken care of. It's a deal. Jiang Yu felt elated and worked even harder. His unique technique brought Han Xiong an unprecedented sense of comfort. The acupuncture and massage session lasted for 15 minutes, during which all of Han Xiong's pain dissipated, leaving her radiant, and even her eyes reflected a hint of lingering satisfaction. Sister, I must say, you ought to find a boyfriend. Jiang Yu tossed the silver needles into the trash as Han Xiong dressed, responding somewhat irritably. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu replied, sometimes. The harmony of yin and yang is quite important. Traditional Chinese medicine has a theory about it. Enough with the lecturing. Handle your own affairs first. She shot Jiang Yu a glare, to which he quickly agreed. All right, I'll take care of my matters first. I'll giving her a call. You two should meet and get acquainted today. Sister, I don't think that's necessary. Don't feel pressured. Haning isn't one to despise the poor. With my help, I assure you she'll come to like you. What? Jiang Yu was immediately displeased. Sister, it's rather unfair to go back on your word. Didn't you ask me for help? I asked you to help me annul the engagement, not to arrange a match between us. Annul the engagement? Absolutely not. Han Xiong's resolute stance left Jiang Yu exasperated. If we don't see eye to eye, the engagement must be annulled. I bid you farewell. If you dare to step out that door, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life in prison. Are you threatening me? Sorry, but I don't fall for that. Is that so? The hotel has surveillance. If I report that you drugged me with ulterior motives, do you think you'll come out unscathed? Would you stoop so low? Jiang Yu felt utterly stifled. Han Xiong had entered the room with his support. If they reviewed the footage, he would indeed find it hard to justify himself. Chapter 6. The decision-maker Jiang Yu never anticipated Han Xiong would resort to such methods to intimidate him. The beautiful vision he had upon descending the mountain seemed to evaporate like smoke. Elder sister, what is it about me that you find appealing? I can change. His tone was laced with a plea, which surprised Han Xiong. Our Inger has beauty, figure, and wealth. Countless young masters in Tianjin City are infatuated with her. Why must you annul the engagement? I have my reasons. I am not interested in hearing your reasons. The engagement is documented in 2 copies. It is utterly impossible for you to unilaterally break it. If word gets out, where would the Han family's dignity reside? This was precisely what troubled Jiang Yu. The engagement existed in duplicate. He could easily disregard the 9 copies of the engagement and approach Dodo directly. But what if one of the 9 fiancées came to stir up trouble? Given Dodo's temperament, he might never see her again. Aren't you worried that I am already married? Impossible. I am well aware of the character of the esteemed Dr. Zhong. As long as the engagement remains, you can never be wed. What a hassle. Jiang Yu secretly cursed the old man 800 times, for it was evident that he was digging a pit for him. To wed any of his 9 fiancées, he would have to traverse the nation to annul the other engagements. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, while Han Xiong appeared rather pleased. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon answering, her demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. All right, I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, she turned to Jiang Yu and said, I have a matter to attend to right away. You should stay at this hotel for the time being. Please give me your number. I don't have a phone. Shall I call the police then? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and reluctantly handed over his brick-like, generic mobile device. Han Xiong saved his number and waved her phone, saying, let us keep in touch. Don't worry about the costs of lodging and meals. Just make yourself comfortable. As she departed, Jiang Yu muttered softly, at least you still have a semblance of conscience. This arrangement elevated his regard for her slightly. The issue of the Han family's annulment would have to be set aside for now, since progress was sluggish. Jiang Yu decided to shift his focus and head to the Wen family to dissolve the engagement. Sigh, it seems I must find a temporary job. With the annulment not going smoothly, he was destined to linger in Tianjin City for an extended period. And the 500 yuan lent by Wen Yihuan wouldn't last long. After resting at the hotel for a night, he set out early the next day to inquire about the Wen family's address and simultaneously seek employment. The Wen family did not enjoy the same reputation in Tianjin City as the Han family did. After questioning a dozen passers-by, he had yet to find a clue. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered to the base of a tall building, and just as he intended to ask someone else, he looked up to find himself beneath the Yu Yen company. Suddenly recalling Wen Yihuan's earlier words, he quickly took out his phone to contact Su Xian. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Jiang Yu. We met yesterday. President Wen asked me to be his bodyguard, and after considering it overnight, I believe I should not disappoint his good intentions. Where are you? Su Xian's tone sounded a bit anxious. I'm right outside your company. Wait for me. I'll be right down. Within 5 minutes, Su Xian hurriedly appeared, carrying a suitcase, looking both rushed and anxious. Get in the car. Without further ado, she pulled him into a black sedan. What is going on? Jiang Yu was utterly perplexed. Didn't you want to be President Wen's bodyguard? We have an urgent matter and need your help. The driver turned his head, frowning, and said, Secretary Su, is this person reliable? The other party is from the Black Tiger Hall. Su Xian replied, taking him along is merely to bolster our presence. What is really happening? Jiang Yu pressed. President Wen has been cornered by the Black Tiger Hall. During the journey, Jiang Yu learned that Su Xian's company had a competitive relationship with someone named Hiqing Yuan, who employed despicable tactics. He had previously thwarted their contract by sending members of the Black Tiger Hall to confront President Wen, demanding 3 million yuan. That amounts to kidnapping. Report it to the police. It's not that simple. Su Xian responded. The Black Tiger Hall has managed to survive in Tianjin City and won't be easily caught off guard. I'll need to ascertain the specifics once we arrive. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a private club and headed straight to the top floor. Please remain silent for a moment. I will find a way to negotiate with Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu is the formidable figurehead of the Black Tiger Hall, known for his ruthless demeanor and notorious reputation within the underworld. Su Xian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Jiang Hu demanded 3 million. Yet she had only brought 1 million. As the elevator doors opened, they were met with the sight of 8 tattooed youths flanking the corridor, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. Su Xian swallowed nervously, feeling the tension rise within her. Quite an intimidating atmosphere. Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of mockery, striding forward towards the room ahead. Su Xian wiped the cold sweat from her brow and hurried to catch up with him, urgently reminding him, remember, do not speak carelessly. If you provoke Jiang Hu, 1 million will not suffice to resolve the matter. Inside the room, approximately 12 individuals were gathered, with one imposing figure at the forefront. Resembling a fierce tiger, a cigar clenched between his teeth, while his lackeys stood in formation behind him. This was none other than Jiang Yu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. Wen Yihuan sat beside Jiang Yu, unscathed and maintaining a semblance of composure, a red cloth draped over the coffee table before her, strewn with shards of porcelain. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's arrival, Wen Yihuan appeared surprised, not expecting him to accompany Su Xian. Have you brought the money? Jiang Yu's voice resonated deeply, imbued with authority. I have, Su Xian replied, patting her handbag. Jiang Yu chuckled, glancing at the visibly irate one. Ms. Wan, do not be upset. What you shattered was a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain piece that I procured at a high price from a friend. My demand of 3 million is not an ounce more than fair. Jiang Yu, do not assume I am oblivious to your tricks. Do you truly believe this pile of junk is worth 3 million? It is indeed worth that much. Jiang Yu interjected, stepping forward with an air of nonchalance. It appears to be a genuine Yuan dynasty blue and white with red glaze. Jiang Ji's asking price of 3 million is remarkably reasonable. Su Xian was momentarily rendered speechless, nearly bursting into expletives. Which side are you on, exactly? Chapter 7. Never touch money that does not belong to you. Jiang Yu successfully captured Jiang Yu's attention. Although he seemed to be defending Jiang Yu, the latter was not appreciative. Get lost. Do you have any right to speak here? Jiang Yu barked, his eyes glinting with malice. However, Jiang Yu appeared unfazed, picking up a piece of the porcelain shards and commenting to himself. This is the first time I have seen blue and white with red glaze in person. Oh, it even has inscriptions. He held up a fragment, reading aloud, made in the 13th year of the Republic. Jiang Yu, it seems you were clearly swindled by your friend. Did you not notice such an obvious inscription when you purchased it? What a pity. I was led to believe it was authentic Yuan dynasty blue and white with red glaze. Jiang Yu sighed, shaking his head. Su Xian continually shot him warning glances, whispering, Come over here, stop talking. They were acutely aware of Jiang Yu's cunning. Yet confronting the Black Tiger Hall was not a wise move. They could only resort to paying up to avert disaster. Su Xian was on the verge of tears, lamenting. I told you not to speak, and yet you not only spoke, but also exposed Jiang Yu's scheme right to his face. Are you courting death? She hurriedly added. Jiang Yu, please do not be angry. He is just a naive fellow from the mountains. Do not hold it against him. We will compensate for the damages. Indeed, compensation was warranted. Having broken someone else's belongings, they ought to make amends without trying to take advantage of Jiang Yu. As he spoke, he placed the 500 yuan that Wen Yihuan had previously lent him on the table. Brother Hu, this sum is sufficient to purchase 3 pieces of your porcelain. One of the younger men could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Damn it, even the porcelain from the Republic of China is worth more than that. Jiang Yu replied languidly. The inscription dates back to the 13th year of the Republic, but that does not necessarily mean it was crafted during that era. Did you not realize that the ceramic you purchased for a mere few dozen yuan? Brother, Su Xian rushed over and pulled Jiang Yu aside, pleading, You are my brother. Please, I beg you, do not say any more. Look at Brother Hu. He appears ready to devour someone. Jiang Yu's expression darkened ominously. If you dare utter another word, I shall ensure you can never speak again. As soon as the words left his mouth, one of the younger men produced a dagger, idly toying with it. Jiang Yu remained unfazed. Threatening me? I am least afraid of threats. The compensation is here. Take it if you desire. He then gestured subtly to President Wan, saying, President Wan, let us depart. Depart? Can we truly leave? Su Xian felt an urge to strangle Jiang Yu. The room, including the corridor, was occupied by 18 individuals. You think you can leave? Only if you wish to be carried out. She promptly placed a suitcase on the table, speaking in a low, conciliatory tone. Brother Hu, here is 1 million. Please accept it. My friend lacks discretion. Do not hold it against him. Nobody would turn down money, but 1 million. Was my explanation unclear? Or did President Wan miscommunicate? Jiang Yu replied, Our company is currently facing financial strain and truly cannot produce more funds. 1 million is acceptable, but you could negotiate among yourselves. Leaving 2 hands behind could equate to 2 million. Upon hearing this, the driver instinctively took a few steps back, drenched in cold sweat. Brother Hu, allow me to reconsider my options. I will give you another hour. Jiang Yu shook off the ash from his cigarette and signaled a younger man to retrieve the suitcase. Suddenly, a faint sound of something slicing through the air was followed by a blood-curdling scream. The young man's hand, upon touching the suitcase, was pierced by a branch from a potted plant, blood gushing forth. This shocking scene left everyone in stunned silence, and Su Xian found her legs weakening in fear. This act, executed by Jiang Yu, was tantamount to declaring war on Jiang Yu. Su Xian felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing she could slap herself for bringing this troublesome companion along. Now, having injured Jiang Yu's subordinate, would they not face insatiable demands? Moreover, it was clear they would not leave unscathed today. Jiang Yu's expression was icy, filled with menace. Yet, Jiang Yu's countenance was even colder. Mind your hands. Do not touch what does not belong to you. His tone was grim, sending chills down spines. So, you are the one in charge of the Black Tiger Hall. Jiang Yu, understand that the 500 yuan on the table is truly yours. With a chilling smirk, Jiang Yu extinguished his cigarette and slowly rose. In Tianyan City, it has been ages since anyone dared speak to me in such a manner. Approaching the bedside, he reignited a cigar and stated nonchalantly, remove his 2 arms. Damn it, I have tolerated you for far too long. The one playing with the dagger was the first to charge forward, fiercely launching a kick. Bang! However, with a mere knee strike, Jiang Yu incapacitated the young thug, who fell to the ground, his face contorted in pain. President One, clutching a briefcase, rushed forward and grasped Jiang Yu's arm, urging him to flee. Yet, at that moment, individuals in the corridor, alerted by the commotion, had already blocked the exit. Su Xian shouted in fury, accusing, "We are doomed because of your incompetence." Nevertheless, Jiang Yu, embodying the ferocity of a wild beast, barreled through the 2 men at the entrance, carving out a path for escape. Su Xian, momentarily taken aback, had no time to marvel at Jiang Yu's raw strength and sprinted out at breakneck speed. Upon reaching the staircase, Jiang Yu halted, asserting, "You all go ahead. I will handle the aftermath." He exuded an aura of formidable resolve. Unexpectedly, President Wen clung to his hand, imploring, "Stop trying to be a hero. There are over a dozen of them. We must flee." He was dragged down the stairs by one. "What is there to fear with just a dozen?" Jiang Yu retorted. Su Xian, exasperated, thought, has this country bumpkin never faced the harsh realities of society? As the thugs approached the staircase, Jiang Yu's voice echoed, "Do not pursue them. Boss, why not chase them? If we let them escape, won't our Black Tiger Hall become a laughingstock?" Jiang Yu inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "Can't you see? That kid is a trained fighter. You are no match for him. Are we just going to let this go?" Someone queried. "Find Iron Fist Wang Qi for me." "Boss, do we really need Qi to deal with that kid? Are you instructing me on how to conduct my business?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "No, I wouldn't dare. I will fetch Qi right away. What about that one woman? Do not worry. Once Wang Qi handles that kid, we will have our fun with her." Jiang Yu and his group dashed to the basement and hurriedly drove away. Once inside the vehicle, President Wen let out a long sigh of relief. Su Xian, however, was filled with dread. "It's over. We have irrevocably offended Black Tiger Hall. Our days of peace are over." Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. "What is there to fear from a mere thug?" Su Xian snapped back. "What do you know? This mess was all your fault." President Wen cast a disapproving glance at Su Xian. "Su Xian, he saved my life today. Mind your tone." President Wen, "You know well who Jiang Yu is. Do you think he will let this slide? I must immediately hire 2 bodyguards for you, providing round-the-clock protection. Just hiring me is sufficient." Jiang Yu interjected, his eyes lighting up. "I can offer a friendly price regarding the remuneration." Chapter 8. Answering the call, Jiang Yu's funds were entirely provided by Han Qiong. Yet he believed spending his own earnings would be far more liberating. Su Xian nearly kicked him out of the car. "A friendly price? If it weren't for you, would we be in this predicament?" "Bodyguards, indeed." Su Xian retorted, "You should worry about your own safety. Do you think Jiang Yu will let you off the hook?" At that moment, the driver spoke up, "Secretary Su, I noticed that this young man seems quite capable. That knife wielder, a fierce warrior under Jiang Yu, was also taken down by him with a single move, wasn't he?" At this moment, several individuals began to recall the details from earlier. A shard was carelessly thrown, piercing through a person's palm, and with a single strike, one man was brought to the ground. A forceful collision sent 2 burly men, weighing a combined total of 300 pounds, tumbling. Moreover, when Yihuan and Su Xian had been aware of Jiang Yu's capabilities since yesterday, when Yihuan nodded and remarked, "I appreciate your help in the coming days. How does a remuneration of 500 yuan sound? 500 a month?" Jiang Yu hesitated. Though he was willing to offer a friendly price, that amount seemed rather meager. When Yihuan chuckled lightly, "Am I really that stingy? I meant 500 a day. Deal." Jiang Yu decisively agreed without a moment's thought. "When Yihuan, perhaps you should reconsider," Su Xian advised. "Not just anyone can serve as a personal bodyguard. There is a distinction between a bodyguard and a personal bodyguard. Su Xian, do you not recall the day we returned to Tianyan City and were intercepted by He Qingyuan's men? I trust he possesses the ability to protect me. Su Xian was not questioning Jiang Yu's competence. She simply felt uneasy about him becoming her personal bodyguard. However, Wen Yihuan had made her decision, rendering Su Xian's objections somewhat feeble. The driver took them back to Wen Yihuan's residence, which, while not comparable to the luxurious Guanhujing, was still situated in an upscale community. For the next couple of days, you need not return to the office. I will send someone to investigate the movements of the Black Tiger Hall and see if negotiations are feasible, Wen Yihuan instructed. Su Xian escorted them to Wen Yihuan's doorstep and then whispered into Jiang Yu's ear, if you dare to have any inappropriate intentions towards Wen Yihuan, I will not spare you. Wen Yihuan's home consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, adorned in a warm and inviting manner. You can occupy the guest room for the next few days. Feel free to let me know if you need anything, she said. Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa and picked up an apple, taking a bite. Wen Yihuan, we have only just met. Are you truly comfortable with me staying in the same house? You have assisted me on 2 occasions. I trust your character, she replied sweetly. I have a good eye for people. She emerged from her bedroom with a change of clothes. I will take a shower now. Make yourself at home. Soon. The sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, yet the door was left ajar. Jiang Yu approached it, moving neither too fast nor too slow. Behind the door, Wen Yihuan stood quietly, not having removed a single article of clothing. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's footsteps, she felt a surge of nervousness. She was testing Jiang Yu. Despite professing her trust, one can never fully know another's heart. How bold of you to leave the bathroom door ajar. Jiang Yu mumbled as he closed the bathroom door and returned to the sofa to turn on the television. Behind the door, Wen Yihuan revealed a satisfied smile, filled with appreciation, before locking the door and beginning her shower. Suddenly, the phone rang, having been placed on the coffee table before her shower. The caller ID read, Dad. Wen Yihuan, your phone. Do not worry about it. I will answer shortly, she replied dismissively. Jiang Yu chose to ignore it, but the phone rang incessantly, prompting him to finally pick up. Yihuan, what is going on? Why are you only now answering? The voice on the other end, Wen Yihuan's father, sounded distinctly irritated. Jiang Yu explained, Uncle, please do not be upset. Your daughter is currently in the shower. In the shower? On the other end of the phone, a prolonged silence ensued. Uncle, are you listening? I said your daughter is taking a bath. I heard you. There's no need to repeat it. A roar erupted from the other end. Who are you, kid? What is your relationship with Yihuan? How far have you two progressed? This relentless barrage of questions left Jiang Yu bewildered. Was it really such a dramatic affair, just because your daughter was taking a bath? As Jiang Yu prepared to explain, Yihuan's father bellowed, I warn you, keep your distance from my daughter. She is already betrothed. Without another word, he hung up, leaving Jiang Yu no chance to clarify. Is he always this irritable? Jiang Yu set down the phone, murmuring to himself, not taking Yihuan's father's words to heart. Before long, Wen Yihuan emerged from the bathroom, clad in a pale purple nightgown that subtly accentuated her graceful curves. Her hair was damp, her complexion radiant, resembling a delicate lotus flower. As she dried her hair with a towel, she inquired, Who called just now? Your dad. I answered and told him you were bathing. Huh. Yihuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he say? I was met with an onslaught of his fury, asking how far things had gone between us. Why didn't you explain? I intended to, but your father hung up before I could. I didn't realize you were also engaged. That engagement was arranged by my grandfather long ago. It has nothing to do with me, and I will never acknowledge it. Her stance on her engagement was resolute and unwavering. However, my father is quite traditional and strict about this matter. He must be driving over right now, so you should hide. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed, accompanied by her father's furious voice. Yihuan, open the door, let me in immediately. Oh no, how did he arrive so quickly? What to do? She fretted, pacing back and forth. Aren't we innocent? Can't you just explain it to him? How would I explain? That you are my bodyguard? If he finds out about the Black Tiger Hall, he will be even more worried. Her father continued to pound on the door. Open up. If you don't let me in within a minute, you can forget I'm your father. Yihuan, do you hear me? Open the door now. You need to hide in my wardrobe. Yihuan urged Jiang Yu in a panic. Yihuan, have you grown wings? You dare to shut me out. Dad, I'm changing my clothes. I'll be right there. Just as she pushed Jiang Yu a couple of steps, the door swung open unexpectedly. 6 pairs of eyes met, and the room fell into a profound silence. Dressed only in her nightgown, when Yihuan's face flushed crimson. You all. Her father gritted through clenched teeth, a fiery rage evident in his eyes. Jiang Yu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he forced a smile towards Yihuan's father. Dad, please calm down. Things are not as you imagine. How can I remain calm? Father Wen thundered. Wen Yihuan, have you forgotten that you are bound by a marriage contract? Your actions are putting my honor at stake. Dad, please refrain from mentioning the marriage contract. Wen Yihuan retorted with newfound assertiveness. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Why should I wed someone I have never met and know nothing about? What do you know? Marriage is a matter of parental decree and matchmaking. Since the engagement has been established, it cannot be broken without just cause. Dad, what era are we living in? How can you still hold such antiquated views? Observing the exchange between the one father and daughter, Jiang Yu stroked his chin, pondering the existence of individuals as antiquated as the old man before him. Uncle, I believe that a person's lifelong affairs cannot be constrained by a mere contract. A relationship without emotional foundation is akin to a house without a foundation. Silence. The affairs of the Wen family are not for an outsider like you to critique. Father Wen interrupted, his demeanor rigid and his gaze sharp. Jiang Yu found himself momentarily speechless, lowering his head in resignation, becoming a quiet bystander. However, when Yihuan picked up Jiang Yu's thread, Dad, I agree with Jiang Yu. I cannot spend my life with someone devoid of affection. Yihuan, emotions can be cultivated. Besides, wait, what did you say his name was? Father Wen appeared somewhat taken aback. When Yihuan's eyes darted, and she promptly seized her father's arm, insisting, Dad, let us discuss this inside. She pulled him into her chamber, instructing Jiang Yu to remain in the living room and forbidding him from eavesdropping. Inside the chamber, Father Wen asked again, You said his name is Jiang Yu? When Yihuan nodded in affirmation, Is he the disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhong? I did not inquire, but when I first met him, he mentioned he came to Tianyin City to annul an engagement. Whose engagement? Mine and Han Ying's. That must be him. Father Wen appeared quite agitated. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? I almost made a grave misunderstanding. But if you two are already living together, why seek annulment? Dad, we are not living together. He is merely my bodyguard at present. Moreover, he is unaware that I am Wen Fuyo. Wen Yihuan's birth name was Wen Fuyo. At 18, she aspired to enter the entertainment industry, thus adopting his stage name. However, her journey in that realm proved challenging, and with her father's encouragement and assistance, she transitioned into business. During her acting career, she had cultivated some connections, making the name Wen Yihuan well known, and she continued to use it. The name Wen Fuyo, apart from her family, was largely unknown. Father Wen furrowed his brow. Why did you not inform him sooner? Wen Yihuan hurriedly replied, Dad, please do not mention this to him. What do you mean? What are you truly up to? Dad, I have only just met him. You wish for me to engage with him under my current identity? I must first ascertain what kind of person he is. I can agree to this. But as you just heard, the engagement involves more than just our Wen family. You are currently in a favorable position. So do not allow the Han family to seize the opportunity first. When Yihuan pouted, expressing her displeasure, What is it about him that you find so commendable, Dad? Is it really necessary for you to behave like this? Her father's words carried a weight of significance. After reaching an understanding, the father and daughter emerged from the room, and the earlier harshness on Wen Father's face dissipated, replaced by a serene countenance. He surveyed Jiang Yu once more, nodding in satisfaction, and praised, talented and handsome. Wen Yihuan, fearing that her father would inadvertently reveal something, hurriedly ushered him towards the door. Dad, you should head back now. When Father waved goodbye to Jiang Yu, advising, Little Jiang, take good care of our Yihuan. Though she can be a bit stubborn at times, she is truly a good person. Dad. When Yihuan shot her father a series of pointed glances, finally exhaling in relief once she had him outside. Jiang Yu was left in a state of confusion. What was that about? Your father seems like a different person. Oh, it's nothing really. That's just how my dad is. Once misunderstandings are cleared, everything is fine. However, Jiang Yu had an unsettling feeling about the way when father looked at him. Not at all. You must be mistaken, Wen Yihuan thought, her heart racing with anxiety, fearful that Jiang Yu might discern something amiss. She quickly changed the subject. Let me change my clothes, and then I'll take you to buy some toiletries. With that, she dashed back to her room, taking deep breaths until she finally calmed down. Subsequently, she guided Jiang Yu to a nearby supermarket where they purchased items such as toothbrushes and towels. Wen Yihuan was hesitant to eat out, opting instead for takeout. Before long, Su Xian arrived, her expression fraught with panic. We're in big trouble, she exclaimed. I've heard that Jiang Yu is sending Wang Qi to deal with us. Su Xian was visibly anxious. But Jiang Yu remained unfazed. Is this Wang Qi really that formidable? Su Xian shot him an incredulous look. You, an outsider, wouldn't know Wang Qi. He is notorious in Tianyan City. Jiang Yu's ace enforcer, known as Iron Fist. It's said that years ago, during a turf war, Wang Qi single-handedly took on 10 opponents and left them all severely injured. When Yihuan's expression darkened instantly, Su Xian vented her frustration at Jiang Yu. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Jiang Yu wouldn't have resorted to sending Wang Qi. Jiang Yu shrugged. But don't forget, I helped you keep 1,000,000 intact. How can you even say that? What could have been settled for 1,000,000 is now spiraling out of control. With Wang Qi involved, we might not even survive. Huh? Jiang Yu scoffed. Wang Qi is just one of Jiang Yu's thugs. He is not as terrifying as you think. You naive bumpkin, you truly know no fear. Su Xian interjected. You both should stop worrying unnecessarily. Wang Qi is clearly after me. He doesn't require an ace to deal with you too. What difference does that make? You're now an S bodyguard and are with her daily. Can you guarantee that Wang Qi won't inadvertently harm her while targeting you? Su Xian's opinion of Jiang Yu was plummeting, believing their current predicament was entirely his doing. Secretary Su, I implore you to have a modicum of faith in me. Since I have the audacity to volunteer as Premier Wen's bodyguard, I can assure her safety. Bah, spare me your bravado. When you finally encounter Wang Qi, do not beg for mercy on your knees. TSK, Secretary Su possesses no remarkable skills, yet her ability to elevate others while diminishing her own stature leaves me in awe. You country bumpkin, what do you mean by that? Dare to utter another word. Su Xian pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yu, her anger palpable as she stomped her foot. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, and a voice called from outside. Hello, delivery. When Yihuan rose to her feet, saying, Please, cease your bickering. Let us eat something before devising a plan. Don't go. Jiang Yu sprang to his feet, startling Wen Yihuan, who exclaimed, Wow, what's wrong? Chapter 10. The Gold Medal Enforcer. When Yihuan gazed at the entrance with the trepidation of a startled bird. What was amiss? A sense of murderous intent permeated the air. Such an aura may seem elusive to the ordinary individual, yet it undeniably existed. Did the delivery boy truly exude such a threatening presence? Su Xian cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yu and grumbled as she opened the door. She took the delivery and turned to mock. Where's this murderous intent you speak of? However, just as she carelessly shut the door, it was yanked open with a forceful might, causing Su Xian to stumble and fall, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The delivery was scattered across the floor. At that moment, a towering figure, measuring nearly 2 meters in height, stepped inside. His appearance was rather unremarkable, but his hands instilled fear. They were calloused and thick, at least double the size of an ordinary person's. The murderous intent emanated from this individual. Su Xian initially believed the delivery mishap caused her fall and looked up to scold, but upon seeing the giant, she trembled, her words faltering. Wang Qi. She disregarded the spilled soup, trembling as she crawled to Jiang Yu's side. When Yihuan's heart raced, and she helped Su Xian up, her gaze unwavering from Wang Qi, revealing their palpable fear. Jiang Yu, however, remained composed and remarked casually, You've arrived rather swiftly. Your efficiency is commendable. Wang Qi appraised Jiang Yu, his voice low and menacing. Do you know the consequences of offending Brotherhood? Jiang Yu gently nudged Wen Yihuan back, signaling for them to retreat, while he calmly replied, I cannot say that I do. Wang Qi shut the door, cracking his knuckles ominously. Choose your method of demise. Drowned, buried, cleaved, or struck dead by my fist. Do you understand the crime of attacking someone at their doorstep? Heh. Do you have any idea how many lives I bear on my conscience? Do you intend to intimidate me with the law? Jiang Yu stretched his neck and smiled with delight. So, if I were to slay you, would it be considered an act of public service? Then let us see if you possess the capability. Wang Qi's eyes burned with a murderous intensity as he lunged forward, his hand poised to strike, his fist resembling a hammer aimed at Wen Yihuan's heart. Wait! Wen Yihuan shouted, her back already drenched in cold sweat. At first glance, the diminutive Jiang Yu appeared to be no match for Wang Qi. She could not allow Jiang Yu to perish here. After all, he was her fiancé. With newfound courage, Wen Yihuan stepped forward and implored, Please spare him. We are willing to compensate the Black Tiger Hall for any losses. Su Xian chimed in. Yes. Isn't it money that you seek? Wang Qi responded with a chilling smile. Initially, that was the case, but the moment brother who called me, the situation had irrevocably changed. 5 million. When Yihuan boldly proclaimed, I will compensate the Black Tiger Hall 5 million, and we can consider this matter settled. As for the financial negotiations, you may discuss that with brother who. My purpose here is singular. Wang Qi's murderous intent remained undiminished, impervious to the allure of wealth. With no alternative, when Yihuan desperately signaled Jiang Yu to flee. Yet, Jiang Yu appeared oblivious, nonsensically picking up a toothpick from the coffee table and remarked, I heard you are known as Iron Fist. I wonder if your fists are as hard as iron. As his words fell, 3 toothpicks flew through the air, producing a trio of faint yet distinct sounds. Whoosh! The speed of the toothpicks was astonishing, nearly imperceptible. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, as if nothing had transpired. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, Su Xian suddenly pointed at Wang Qi in shock. Blood! Blood! 3 thin streams of crimson flowed down Wang Qi's palm. Only then did he feel the searing pain in his hand. When Yihuan gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief, staring at the stainless steel door. The 3 toothpicks had embedded themselves into the door. Wang Qi's expression shifted dramatically. The slender toothpicks had pierced through his calloused hand and were now affixed to the door. As a seasoned individual from the underworld, Wang Qi instantly comprehended that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. No, it was no mere obstacle. It was akin to a titanium alloy sheet. Jiang Yu retrieved another toothpick from the box, nonchalantly picking his teeth while disdainfully saying, Is that all? I expected your iron fists to be much more formidable. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Wang Qi turned to flee. Jiang Yu lunged forward, delivering a swift kick. Since he had arrived, leaving would not be so simple. Thud! With a single kick, he sent Wang Qi crashing to the ground, fracturing the floor beneath. Not one to be easily subdued, Wang Qi swiftly rolled over and aimed a palm strike at Jiang Yu's face. With an incredible force, Jiang Yu countered, slamming Wang Qi's hand into the ground. Thud! A pristine section of the floor shattered into pieces, and Wang Qi emitted a pained wail. His thick palm was rendered misshapen from the brutal impact. Jiang Yu, relentless, delivered another punch. Iron Fist, is it? Iron Fist, is it? Within moments, Wang Qi's right hand was a bloody mess, on the verge of being rendered useless. Jiang Yu then targeted Wang Qi's other hand, continuing to chant, Iron Fist, is it? Iron Fist, is it? With a series of decisive blows, he utterly incapacitated the so-called Iron Fist of Wang Qi. Su Xian stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This is simply astonishing. That is none other than the formidable Iron Fist Wang Qi, the gold medal fighter of the Black Tiger Hall, renowned for taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. To think that he was so effortlessly incapacitated by the clumsy Jiang Yu in just a few swift moves. She could hardly believe her own eyes. Reflecting on her previous disdain and mockery toward Jiang Yu, Su Xian felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, when Yihuan was also in a state of shock. Could this boy truly be her fiancé? It was only after Jiang Yu had knocked out one of Wang Qi's teeth that when Yihuan regained her senses and rushed over to Jiang Yu, exclaiming, Stop! If you continue, someone may die? Jiang Yu straightened his clothes and addressed Wang Qi, saying, Go back and inform Jin Hu that he shall receive not a single cent from me. If he dares to trouble General Wen again, his fate will not be any better than yours. Wang Qi slowly rose, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and helplessness. He had chosen this path, fully aware that it would lead to a dire outcome. His hands were rendered useless, and even if Jiang Yu spared him, his former enemies would surely come for him one by one. As he reached the door, Jiang Yu added, Of course, if Jin Hu remains unconvinced, he should refrain from sending someone as insignificant as you next time. He ought to at least summon a master of the transformation realm. Wang Qi trembled. Bitterness etched across his face. As a martial artist, he understood all too well the implications of a master of that caliber. Chapter 11. Boldly indignant, despite poverty, Jiang Yu had initially believed that the lesson he imparted to Wang Qi would instill a sense of respect in Jin Hu. Little did he know that Wang Qi, now incapacitated, had departed Tianyin City under the cover of night without informing Jin Hu. Consequently, Jiang Yu's message for Jin Hu went uncommunicated. Jin Hu waited in vain for 3 days, receiving no news and unable to contact Wang Qi. On the top floor of the Qingyuan Club, Jin Hu was venting his fury. Bang! He kicked a chair over, berating the underlings standing before him. What do you mean you still can't reach Wang Qi? What use are you incompetent fools? Boss, Qi Gu has always looked down on us. If he refuses to answer our calls, we are helpless, one of them replied. What about that kid? I've heard he has been inseparable from Wen Huan these past few days. What the hell is Wang Qi doing? Damn it, he won't even answer my calls. Boss, if I may say something inappropriate, I feel that sometimes Qi Good doesn't regard you highly. That scoundrel. With a furious gesture, Jiang Yu smashed a cup and then lit a cigar, commanding, give Wang Qi 3 more days. If there is still no result, I will make him pay dearly. And what about that woman named One? Qing Yuan has already expressed discontent, claiming that our Black Tiger Hall has taken the money without delivering results. Send a few people to play with her. After all, she runs a cosmetics company. I trust you know how to handle that. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. For 3 days, Jiang Yu had been protecting Wen Huan, accompanying her to and from work. While she was at the company, he would idly stroll downstairs, inquiring about Wen Fuyao. Yet, after 3 days, he had not uncovered a single lead, as though no such person existed in Tianyun City. This left him in a state of considerable distress. In the past 3 days, the Black Tiger Hall had been relatively quiet, allowing Wen Huan to gradually lower her guard. On this particular day, Han Xiong reached out to him again, urging him to come to Tianyun University. Tianyun University, a prestigious institution located on the outskirts of Tianyun City, piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity. What business could possibly be conducted at a university? Why so many questions? Just come, Han Xiong insisted. If you don't comply with my request, you can forget about ever obtaining our marriage certificate. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, gritting his teeth in frustration. This woman dares to use the marriage certificate as leverage against me. Has she quickly discerned its significance to me? Han Xiong had seized upon his Achilles heel, leaving him with no choice but to begrudgingly acquiesce. Upon arriving at Wen Huan's office, he retained his role as her bodyguard, needing to report his outings. Wen Huan was engrossed in a document, while Su Xian stood beside her. Wen Zong, I have some matters to attend to outside, he informed her. Su Xian, upon hearing this, immediately expressed her displeasure. What do you mean? You're Wen Zong's personal bodyguard. It's one thing to loiter downstairs. Now you wish to go elsewhere? Although she feared Jiang Yu, she mustered the courage to confront him. However, since the Wang Qi incident, Su Xian no longer dared to call Jiang Yu a country bumpkin. Wen Huan, displaying understanding, nodded in approval. Feel free to go. I doubt the Black Tiger Hall would dare to act against me now. I will come to pick you up when you finish work, Jiang Yu assured her, demonstrating a modicum of professional ethics. Su Xian opened her mouth to voice further objections, but upon locking eyes with Jiang Yu, she felt a chill run down her spine and swallowed her words. Notify me immediately if anything arises, Jiang Yu instructed her. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of Tianyun University, where the vibrant energy of youthful students filled the air. At times, he envied their exuberance. Having grown up in solitude under the tutelage of his elder, devoid of friends, save for his junior sister, who later joined the Boiki Mountain sect. Hey, feeling envious? Han Xiong teased, patting him on the shoulder. If you're willing to marry into the Han family, I could arrange for you to become a member of Tianyun University. Jiang Yu turned to her, resolute. Not interested. With a slight smile, Han Xiong mysteriously whispered, let me share a secret. Haning from our family is the belle of Tianyun University. Is that the reason you summoned me here? I've already reserved a table at the nearby CAF. You should have a good chat with her. I believe that is unnecessary. Jiang Yu understood Han Xiong's intentions. She wanted him to cultivate a relationship with Han Ning. But, I am here to annul the marriage, not to foster any feelings. Do you have a choice? Han Xiong smiled, as if everything were under her control. I despise being coerced. Don't you desire our marriage certificate anymore? Do you think that piece of paper holds significant value for me? If the marriage certificate holds no significance for you, is there a necessity for you to deliberately withdraw from the engagement? Had you not appeared in Tianyun City, we might have spent a lifetime searching for you. Yet here you are. Jiang Yu, with a look of helplessness, thought to himself that he was indeed a man of considerable ability. Yet he found himself utterly at a loss when faced with this woman. Very well, I can attempt to engage with her. But there is one condition. Do not mention the marriage contract to her. If this path proves fruitless, Jiang Yu shall seek another solution. Attempting to procure the marriage certificate from Han Xiong and Han Tianming seems rather challenging. However, since Han Ning is still a university student, she may be more manageable. Perhaps I could obtain the marriage certificate through her. Once the certificate is secured, it signifies that I hold the initiative and will no longer be threatened by Han Xiong. I assure you, you should wait for me at the CAF. Jiang Yu turned and departed, arriving at the CAF to contemplate his strategy with closed eyes. Approximately 15 minutes later, two beautiful girls approached. One girl sported a high ponytail, wearing a light blue knitted top paired with distressed high-waisted wide-leg jeans, showcasing her perfect waist. The other girl had straight bangs, clad in a light-colored blouse and a black miniskirt. They walked directly towards Jiang Yu, and the ponytailed girl scrutinized him before speaking coolly. Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu nodded, politely rising to inquire. And you are? The ponytailed girl replied, I am Han Ing, and this is my classmate and close friend, Wang Ruoqi. Unlike Han Ing, Wang Ruoqi was far less courteous, her gaze unabashedly roaming over Jiang Yu with disdain. You are the one who is set up on a blind date with Han Ing? Aunt Han has sung your praises, but in my opinion, you are merely a bumpkin from the countryside. Wang Ruoqi's words left no room for grace, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. Blind date. Jiang Yu realized that this must surely be the reason Han Qiong had arranged for them to meet, and suddenly a plan formed in his mind. He would assume the identity of a stranger, win Han Ying's affection, and then casually bring up the matter of her engagement, thereby prompting her to unwittingly procure her family's marriage certificate. Wang Ruoqi plopped down, continuing her mockery. Do you even know how wealthy Han Ying's family is? With your rural background, do you think you are worthy of pursuing her? Jiang Yu smiled nonchalantly. When I pursue a girl, I never consider her wealth. Surely she is wealthier than I. His confident and composed tone left Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi momentarily bewildered. They had never encountered someone so unabashedly poor. Chapter 12. Sir. The money is insufficient. Jiang Yu's statement struck a chord with them, reminiscent of a certain well-known wealthy heir who once proclaimed that he never judged friends by their wealth, for they would certainly be richer than he. What was that? That was the confidence of the affluent. What of your words? Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes, disdainfully declaring, Are you out of your mind? Han Ing, let us go. This person is not worthy of you. However, Han Ing tossed her backpack onto the sofa and casually took a seat. You certainly have a way with words. After settling in, she ordered 2 cups of coffee and curiously assessed Jiang Yu, whispering, Though you may not be as impressive as my aunt described, your appearance is acceptable. Jiang Yu felt a flicker of discontent at that moment. What does it mean to be passable? After all, I am the most handsome man of BQ Mountain. However, from Han Ying's demeanor, Jiang Yu could deduce a particular truth. Han Ying had never seen the marriage contract and was likely unaware of her engagement. Since you were introduced by my aunt, do not claim that I am not offering you an opportunity. Can you drink? Han Ying took a sip of coffee, the white cream adorning her lips, which she delicately licked with her tongue, causing Jiang Yu's heart to flutter. Han Qiong did not lie. Her niece was indeed a stunning beauty. Naturally, Jiang Yu maintained a composed expression, wanting to leave a good impression on their first meeting, and he nodded, saying, I can drink a little. Tonight, I have a gathering with friends. You should join us. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoqi immediately objected. Are you serious, Han Ing? Among the attendees, who isn't wealthy or of high status? With this inconspicuous bumpkin, you'll only embarrass yourself. However, Han Ing merely exchanged a meaningful glance with her, prompting Wang Ruoqi to understand her intent, and she grinned mischievously. Such opportunities are rare. You must cherish this bumpkin. Han Ing inquired, Are you free tonight? Jiang Yu discerned that their invitation was insincere. They likely intended to play some trick. Yet Wang Ruoqi was right. Such opportunities must be seized. Miss Han's invitation was one that could not be ignored. He smiled, while Wang Ruoqi silently scoffed, thinking to herself, After tonight, let us see if this bumpkin can still smile. Han Ing rose, handbag in hand. 9 o'clock tonight at Nice Bar. Wang Ruoqi then placed 500 yuan on the table, calling out, Waiter, the bill please. On their first encounter, Jiang Yu felt compelled to exhibit gentlemanly manners, saying, Allow me to cover the bill. Wang Ruoqi retorted disdainfully, We ordered coffee that costs over 200 each. Can you afford that, bumpkin? Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Must she look down on him so? He may be poor, but he could certainly manage a few hundred for coffee. With his daily earnings from Wenyihuan, he was now carrying over 1,000 yuan. When the waiter approached, he grandly handed over 500 yuan and strode away with confidence. Sir, the money. The waiter called out anxiously. Jiang Yu waved dismissively, no need for change. He walked briskly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Sir, the money is insufficient. Jiang Yu stumbled, nearly losing his balance. What? 500 yuan isn't enough? The mocking gazes of the crowd converged on him, nearly mortifying him. The waiter followed up, explaining, Sir, for your 3 cups of coffee, The total is 537 yuan. You are short by 37. Haha. The onlookers stifled their laughter, while Wang Ruoqi unabashedly burst into laughter, teasing, "Did you think you were so charming?" He shot her a resentful glare. If it weren't for her offering 500 yuan to pay, he wouldn't have faced such humiliation. Wang Ruoqi seemed to read his thoughts and candidly remarked, "Bumpkin, we are already generous to share coffee with you. You didn't think I would cover your bill, did you?" 500 yuan was sufficient to cover the coffee expenses for her and Haning. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to strike Wang Ruoqi in the face with the sole of his size 42 shoe, cursing under his breath for not having mentioned it sooner. He swiftly produced another 100 and handed it to the waiter, requesting change. Having already failed in his attempt to impress, there was no need to squander more money. Once the waiter returned with the change, Jiang Yu vanished in an instant. Wang Ruoqi erupted into laughter, her amusement infectious. "I suddenly believe tonight's gathering will be quite entertaining. Haning, how do you plan to deal with him?" Haning, with a mischievous grin, whispered a few words into Wang Ruoqi's ear, which only heightened her delight. Jiang Yu practically fled back to Yi and company, fortuitously encountering Wen Yihuan and Su Xian. Noticing his distressed expression, Wen Yihuan inquired, "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing at all," he thought to himself, knowing such a humiliating incident was not something he could disclose. Su Xian immediately grew anxious. Could it be that the Black Tiger Hall is up to something again? Jiang Yu straightened his posture, exuding confidence. With me around, would they dare? Though he instilled a sense of fear in Wen Yihuan and Su Xian, he undeniably provided them with a comforting sense of security. Su Xian exhaled in relief, while Wen Yihuan said, "I have to work late tonight to discuss the recent sales situation with the sales department. Please wait for me in the office. If you get hungry, feel free to order takeout." Jiang Yu remained in the office until 8:30 when Wen Yihuan finally finished her work. He escorted her safely back to her community, and upon reaching the entrance, he remarked, "I want to go in. I have a gathering with friends tonight." Su Xian teased, "Do you really have friends in Tianyan City?" For the past few days, Su Xian had diligently seen Wen Yihuan home before returning alone, fulfilling her duties as a secretary, though her comments were sometimes less than flattering. Jiang Yu retorted, "Is it so hard to believe that I'm well-liked?" Su Xian countered, "If you leave tonight, what about President Wen?" Wen Yihuan waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. I should be safe at home." With that, she retrieved 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. "President Wen, what is this for? Take it. You can't go out without some money on you." This gesture warmed his heart, and he accepted without hesitation. Aware of the high costs at bars and the need to avoid another embarrassing situation like today's, "President Wen, consider this alone. You saved me millions. This amount is insignificant." Wen Yihuan smiled gently, like a soft breeze in spring. Gazing at her face, Jiang Yu's heart raced. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, and understanding, qualities that made it hard not to be enchanted. However, a menacing figure flashed through his mind, a familiar visage that jolted him back to reality, prompting him to avert his gaze immediately. "President Wen, feel free to call me if you need anything. And remember, if someone knocks on the door, do not open it." "I understand." Only then did Jiang Yu descend the stairs, with Su Xian trailing closely behind as they exited the community. The entrance of the community was eerily deserted, an unsettling silence enveloping them. Suddenly, Jiang Yu halted, his brow furrowing. Su Xian, lost in thought, collided into him, her soft form pressing against his back. "Who is there? Step out." Su Xian was about to explode in anger when Jiang Yu's unexpected command caused her to pale in fear. Chapter 13. "You are still too green to challenge me just moments ago." Su Xian, who had been gnashing her teeth and ready to reprimand Jiang Yu, suddenly transformed into a startled creature, swiftly taking refuge behind him. The slightest rustle sent her heart racing. The entrance of the community was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. After a long pause, Su Xian cautiously straightened up and, hands on her hips, admonished, "Do not jest with me. Who is there? If not a person, could it be a ghost?" "What? A ghost? Do not frighten me." Su Xian once again concealed herself behind Jiang Yu, her body trembling slightly. Despite her higher education, she was not a staunch atheist. Just as she was about to think Jiang Yu was playing tricks on her, 3 young men suddenly emerged from behind the trees by the wall. All were in their 20s, yet lacked the vitality typical of youth. The leader was Wang Yu, a security guard from Guanhaj, who had spent several days tracking Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Aware of Jiang Yu's recent closeness to Wen Yihuan, he had brought his companions to lie in wait after dark. The trio was filled with rage, having endured the discomfort of their concealment in the sweltering heat. Beset by countless mosquitoes. Damn it, we finally caught this bumpkin. Jiang Yu cursed, incessantly scratching his face. Who are you? Su Xian initially suspected they were sent by Jiang Yu, but upon seeing Jiang Yu and his companions, she realized they were of an entirely different caliber compared to the Black Tiger Hall. None of your business, scram. You think I will just leave because you said so? Who do you think you are? Su Xian retorted fiercely. While she might have felt intimidated by the Black Tiger Hall, she was not easily intimidated by street thugs. Particularly with a formidable ally at her side, Jiang Yu gave her ample confidence. Brother Yu, I am itching all over. Let us resolve this quickly. I want to return home and apply some floral lotion. One of Jiang Yu's companions looked as though he might scratch his face raw. Jiang Yu took out his phone and stepped back. Teach this bumpkin a lesson. His intentions were straightforward, to punish Jiang Yu and then drive him out of Tianyan City, both for his own satisfaction and to leverage a connection with the Han family. He activated the video recording on his phone, intending to gather evidence to claim credit with the Han family. While adjusting the clarity, he heard two loud thuds but paid them little mind. Once the clarity was set, he was taken aback to find Jiang Yu already hailing a taxi. Hey, hurry up and act. That bumpkin is trying to escape. Jiang Yu urged, yet no one responded. Suddenly, he turned around, his face gradually draining of color. He saw that the two men he had borrowed from his brother lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from their nostrils. Blood. Jiang Yu's face paled, and he fainted. Jiang Yu had no time to waste on Jiang Yu. He had an appointment to attend. After escorting Su Xian home, he headed straight to Nice Bar. This establishment was considered the most vibrant and bustling locale in Tianyan City, housing over 20 bars of various sizes. The days were relatively quiet, but at night, it transformed into a lively spectacle. Inside, deafening music reverberated as men and women danced with abandon in the pulsating atmosphere. This was Jiang Yu's first visit to a bar, and he found himself quite out of his element. Were it not for his desire to obtain the marriage certificate through Han Ying, he would not have lingered here for even a minute longer. Nice Bar, the largest establishment in Tianyan City, was renowned for its exorbitant prices, yet remained perpetually packed every night. Amidst the dim lighting and throngs of people, Jiang Yu struggled to locate Han Ying. He edged toward the dance floor, momentarily captivated by the frenzied movements of the beautiful women around him. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Hey, country bumpkin. I thought you weren't coming. It was Wang Ruoqi, Han Ying's close friend, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Are you taken aback? I suppose you've never seen so many beauties in the mountains. Tell me your first thought. Perhaps I can assist you. Wang Ruoqi winked playfully. But when Jiang Yu remained silent, she pressed on. Speak freely. There's nothing that money can't resolve. Jiang Yu cast her a sidelong glance and flatly uttered 4 words, utterly useless. The music was too loud for Wang Ruoqi to catch his words, but she responded with a derisive smile. Follow me. She led Jiang Yu to a private room on the 2nd floor, where the atmosphere abruptly transformed into tranquility. The room housed a dozen individuals, evenly split between men and women. Han Ying, clad in casual attire, had one foot perched on the table, a bottle of alcohol in hand, pointing at another well-dressed peer and laughing heartily. Huh? You lost. Drink up. Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed Han Ying was far more uninhibited than he had anticipated. This could work to his advantage. However, upon his arrival, Han Ying exhibited indifference, merely stating, "You're late," before returning to her game of rock, paper, scissors. The others barely acknowledged him, leaving Jiang Yu feeling somewhat awkward and sidelined. After a considerable time, someone finally turned to him. A plump girl, weighing around 200 pounds, leaned toward Jiang Yu and cooed, "You must be Jiang Yu. You're quite handsome. Let me propose a toast." The contrast between her size and her voice sent shivers down his spine. Feeling unable to decline, he raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. The girl immediately pouted. "Come on, handsome, you're really not giving me face. I down mine. And you only took a sip. Are you saving it for the fish?" Just then, Wang Ruoqi approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you looking down on him?" Jiang Yu replied, "I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I can only manage a little." Upon hearing this, Han Ying exchanged glances with her friends, and soon everyone in the room raised their glasses. Wang Ruoqi proclaimed loudly, "Shall we toast to Han Ying's new friend?" As the saying goes, one cannot refuse such hospitality. Jiang Yu stood and said, "I am Jiang Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I shall drink to honor you." He downed his drink in one go, yet the others merely watched him with amused expressions, remaining still. Then, a relatively handsome young man approached, casually remarking, "Brother, you must be from the countryside. The way we drink in Tianjin City is quite different." With that, the young man produced 2 bottles of liquor and declared, "We each finish a bottle." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, he overheard Wang Ruoqi whispering conspiratorially to the plump girl, "Li Cheng will undoubtedly overpower him. Enjoy yourself tonight, and remember to gather evidence. This uncouth fellow even dares to think about marrying Han Ning." Wang Ruoqi's voice was barely audible, yet Jiang Yu's acute hearing caught every word. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Ruoqi, silently mocking her. "To scheme against me? You are still too inexperienced." Chapter 14. Only a modicum to drink. Jiang Yu was aware that tonight's rendezvous was a trap, yet he resolutely chose to attend. For in the face of absolute strength, all deceit is futile. He maintained a facade of indifference, playing along with their scheme. He feigned a troubled expression, saying, "I can only drink a little. My tolerance is quite poor." Li Cheng's face immediately fell. "What? Are you refusing to show respect?" Han Ning looked at Jiang Yu, displeased, and remarked, "If you don't wish to drink, then leave." Wang Ruoqi chimed in, "We invited you out of respect, and you still hesitate here." Jiang Yu pretended to be conflicted, then picked up the bottle of foreign wine, adopting a demeanor of reckless abandon. "Today, I shall accompany you, gentlemen." He downed the entire bottle in one go, his expression unchanging, revealing his extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. Of course, Jiang Yu displayed no visible reaction, while Wang Ruoqi whispered again, "Once he finishes that bottle, he will be out cold in 10 minutes. I've already reserved a room. Here is the key card." However, they had no intention of letting Jiang Yu off the hook just yet. As soon as he set down the wine bottle, Wang Ruoqi approached with a glass of red wine. "How about a toast with me?" "No problem," Jiang Yu replied, accepting the glass and drinking with Wang Ruoqi. But as soon as he placed the glass down, she filled it again. "What is the meaning of this? Do you not understand basic etiquette? I am a lady. I drink 1 glass, and you must drink 3. Nonsense." Jiang Yu recognized this as an excuse to intoxicate him, yet he remained silent and drank again. "Impressive tolerance," Wang Ruoqi remarked with a hint of mockery as she filled a 3rd glass. Just as Jiang Yu lifted his glass, 12 bottles of beer were placed before him. "You go first, brother," said a man of less than 5 feet tall, with a flat nose and a prominent overbite. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel disdain for this man's appearance. Even though he was aligned with Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi, Jiang Yu could clearly sense the disregard this man faced. Perhaps he was merely a pawn summoned to assist in intoxicating Jiang Yu. After downing 3 glasses of red wine, Jiang Yu belched, and all 12 bottles of beer were already opened. They were relentless, not allowing him a moment's respite. He surveyed the room. "A war of attrition, is it? Very well. I shall not rest until I have brought each of you to your knees. I refuse to bear the surname Jiang if I do not succeed." "Excuse me, gentlemen, may I use the restroom?" Jiang Yu inquired. Li Cheng pointed to the restroom in the private room. Of course. Jiang Yu swiftly dashed into the restroom, while Li Cheng smirked derisively. "Is he already going to vomit?" Wang Ruoqi patted the plump girl's shoulder, prepared to collect the remains. The plump girl was practically drooling. After all, Jiang Yu was indeed quite handsome. Inside the restroom, Jiang Yu removed his shirt and, with the index and middle fingers of his right hand, pressed down on several acupoints on his body. As a master healer, he possessed an intimate understanding of the human body's acupoints. His technique, known as the 100 release fingers, could be classified as an ancient martial art. By stimulating specific pressure points, it accelerated blood circulation, thereby enhancing metabolism, and proved effective in alleviating intoxication and detoxification. Should anyone witness him employing this technique, they would undoubtedly be left in awe, for a faint halo of white would appear at the moment his fingertips made contact with the skin. 5 minutes later, Wang Ruoqi nudged the plump girl, suggesting she check if he had collapsed in the restroom. The plump girl, barely able to contain her excitement, had just begun to step forward when Jiang Yu emerged from within. Wang Ruoqi, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "I thought you had dozed off in there." The burly man interjected, "Bro, shall we commence?" Without waiting for Jiang Yu's reply, he gulped down an entire bottle himself. "He has already downed a bottle. You need to pick up the pace." Wang Ruoqi crossed her arms, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Ignoring her, Jiang Yu seized a bottle and began to drink, downing 12 bottles of beer in rapid succession without pause. He let out a loud belch. Although the beers at the bar were modest in quantity, Consuming 12 in one go was enough to cause bloating. The burly man had yet to finish his drink, finally granting Jiang Yu a moment to catch his breath. By this point, nearly 15 minutes had elapsed since Jiang Yu had consumed his first bottle of liquor, yet he appeared invigorated, showing no signs of faltering. The plump girl whispered to Wang Ruoqi, "Didn't they say he would collapse within 10 minutes? Wang Ruoqi's expression darkened as she signaled to the others. The wheel battle continued. 6 men in the private room each took turns drinking with Jiang Yu, mixing various types of alcohol. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have long been incapacitated. Yet, in stark contrast, Jiang Yu seemed increasingly spirited. Reluctantly, Han Ying and the other women were compelled to join the fray. They adhered to their dubious rule of one woman drinking for every 3 drinks Jiang Yu had to consume. 1 glass for a woman meant 3 glasses for him. 1 bottle for a woman necessitated 3 bottles for him. Wang Ruoqi, determined to challenge Jiang Yu, downed a bottle of red wine, leaving her slightly dazed as she slumped on the sofa, no longer exhibiting her earlier vigor. Han Ying, having also consumed a fair amount, noticed Jiang Yu remained upright and gestured towards Li Cheng and the others. Li Cheng recoiled slightly, feeling a pang of trepidation. Although he had only downed 1 bottle of liquor, he had witnessed Jiang Yu's impressive capacity firsthand. Previously, Han Ying, Wang Ruoqi, and even Jiang Yu himself had claimed they could only manage a small amount. Clearly, it seemed they could handle far more. Han Ying's expression darkened, leaving Li Cheng with no choice but to steel himself. "Brother, you have a good tolerance. Let me drink with you." He was well aware of his limits. After 2 bottles of liquor, he would likely be rendered ineffective. Yet, for Han Ying's sake, he finished another bottle. The second round of the wheel battle continued. An hour later, all 6 men, save for the burly man, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Yu remained lively, though he made frequent trips to the restroom. The burly man, indeed possessing a commendable tolerance, had managed to endure until the end, becoming the sole male participant in the 3rd round, having consumed a staggering 46 bottles. This is the 4th round of drinks, with only 2 bottles remaining. Di Bao Tian held his liquor as though it were poison, unable to consume another drop. Jiang Yu, seizing the moment, turned the tables. "Brother, drink up. Are you refusing to show face?" "Bro, I genuinely can't drink anymore." "What a weakling." Wang Ruoqi, feeling dizzy, cursed under her breath, prompting Di Bao Tian to force down another bottle. After tossing the empty bottle aside, he rushed to the restroom, only to be heard retching moments later. Di Bao Tian met his demise in the restroom. In a bid to intoxicate Jiang Yu, everyone, including the 6 women, threw caution to the wind. At this moment, Jiang Yu was the last one still sober in the private room. He cast a cold glance at Wang Ruoqi and said, "You want to set me up?" He then dragged Di Bao Tian out of the restroom and carelessly tossed Wang Ruoqi onto him, leaving 2 unconscious bodies closely intertwined. After snapping a few photographs, Jiang Yu's gaze shifted to Han Ying. He pondered a question. If he were to create an illusion of intimacy, would it lead to a significant advancement in his relationship with Han Ying? Chapter 15. A web of deceit. Jiang Yu did not genuinely intend to take advantage of anyone. He merely wished for Han Ying to believe in the fabricated scenario. Wang Ruoqi had already laid the groundwork for him. He retrieved a room key from the bag of the chubby girl and embraced the inebriated Han Ying as he departed the bar. The hotel lay a mere 800 meters away. Although Jiang Yu carried the drunken Han Ying, such scenes were common near bars and attracted little attention. Upon reaching the room, he placed Han Ying gently on the bed. The hotel had provided a decorative barrier, which Jiang Yu tore apart and discarded onto the floor. He then gazed at Han Ying's flushed face, stroking his chin in contemplation, feeling that something was still amiss. No, rather, there seemed to be an excess of something. If he did not remove her clothing, it would be too easy for Han Ying to see through the ruse. "If you hadn't been scheming against me, we wouldn't find ourselves in this situation, would we? You can't blame me for this." In order to complete the charade, Jiang Yu waited until 7 in the morning, traversing several streets to locate a stationery shop where he purchased a bottle of red ink. He dripped the ink onto the sheets, creating the illusion of blood. Once he had accomplished this, he reclined on the sofa for a brief respite. At 10 in the morning, Han Ying's phone rang. It was Wang Ruoqi who, after sleeping in the bar's private room until now, noticed that only Han Ying and Jiang Yu were missing. Anxious, she called Han Ying immediately. Jiang Yu, startled, quickly dove into the covers. Han Ying, groggy, fumbled for her phone and inadvertently brushed against Jiang Yu's warm body, causing her to snap awake. As Jiang Yu's visage came into focus, Her mind went blank. Ah! Jiang Yu seized the moment, yelling before Han Ying could fully comprehend the situation. He yanked the covers around himself and stared at Han Ying in shock. What happened? What did you do to me last night? Han Ying felt a chill and finally regained her senses, hastily grabbing her clothes to cover herself. In such circumstances, she should have been furious and screaming. Yet Jiang Yu's outburst left her feeling somewhat insecure. Han Ying weakly replied, I don't know either. What on earth happened? Han Ying struggled to recall the events of the previous night, but all she could remember was the relentless pouring of liquor by Jiang Yu. She had no idea when she had succumbed to sleep. According to her original plan, Jiang Yu and the chubby girl were supposed to share a bed, and by now, she would have already received a photograph from the chubby girl. With that image in hand, she could present it to her aunt, thereby eliminating Jiang Yu as a potential match. Han Xiong had painted an elaborate picture of Jiang Yu, and she knew that despite her own reluctance, her aunt would go to great lengths to bring them together. Thus, she devised a cunning plan to thwart Jiang Yu, believing that in the end, Han Xiong would be unable to aid him. However, events did not unfold as she had envisioned. The blanket was cocooned around Jiang Yu, and the vivid red stain on the sheets starkly confronted her. Han Ying finally erupted, You bastard! Ah! If they had merely been inebriated, perhaps nothing would have transpired beyond lying on the same bed. Yet, the evidence on the sheets unmistakably reflected the events of the night before. Although Han Ying was known for her free-spirited nature, she was nonetheless conservative in this regard. She intended to reserve her first time for the one she truly loved. And it certainly would not be for this country bumpkin she had known for less than a day. While he was admittedly somewhat handsome, that was utterly beside the point. I will kill you, she bellowed, and if a knife had been within reach, her frenzied state might have indeed led her to send Jiang Yu to his demise. For about 10 minutes, she raged alone, her voice hoarse from the outburst. Jiang Yu remained silent, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Were it not for the hotel room's soundproofing, the security would likely have already burst in. Eventually, Han Ying ceased her screaming, fixing Jiang Yu with a gaze that was both resentful and venomous, signifying a modicum of calm. Sighing, Jiang Yu lamented, Drinking has led to this predicament. Had your friends not kept pouring drinks for me last night, this would not have happened. Regardless, what's done is done. As a man, I will take responsibility. His words conveniently absolved him of all accountability, leaving Han Ying with no retort, for her intention had indeed been to intoxicate Jiang Yu. Alas, her scheme had backfired, resulting in her own entrapment. She stared at him for a long moment before forcing out, Didn't you say you could only drink a little? Had Jiang Yu's tolerance been lesser, she would not have needed to intervene personally, nor would she have ended up in such a state of oblivion. With an innocent expression, Jiang Yu replied, It was just a little. At Boki Mountain, I am the worst drinker. Although the old man could indeed drink more, the key point was that it had only been the two of them there. Han Ying glared at him forlornly as her phone incessantly rang. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Yu reassured her, Rest assured, while I may be lacking in wealth, I will certainly treat you well. His tone was earnest, yet Han Ying remained unmoved. She donned her clothes, her expression shifting from sorrow to cold indifference and disdain. As adults, we both overindulged last night, leading to events that should not have transpired. I accept my share of responsibility and do not require you to bear the burden. However, remember this, from this moment on, you are never to appear before me again. Should a third party learn of last night's occurrences, I will ensure your permanent disappearance from this world. The threat issued by Miss Han of Tianyun City carries significant weight, yet it holds little sway over Jiang Yu. What truly disheartens him is Han Ying's demeanor. He indeed succeeded in misleading her, but the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. Never to appear again. How could that be possible when his marriage contract remains unattained? Nevertheless, Jiang Yu is not without his gains. He has seized Han Ying's Achilles heel. If necessary, he could leverage this incident to coerce her into producing the marriage contract. At that moment, Su Xian called him, her voice laced with admonishment. Did you have a wild night? You didn't return home. And what if something happened to President Wen? Can you bear the consequences? I'm sorry, I had too much to drink last night. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Return immediately. There's an issue at the company that requires President Wen's direct intervention. Chapter 16. A bucket of water as Wen Yihuan's personal bodyguard. Su Xian's approach is decidedly more stringent, contrasting with the leniency exhibited by her actual employer, Wen Yihuan. After ending the call, Su Xian exclaimed in frustration, President Wen, are you not being overly indulgent? He didn't return for an entire night, and you seem unfazed. Just yesterday, you even gave him money. Wen Yihuan smiled gracefully. He has aided me greatly. In a sense, he is my benefactor. That may be so, but he is now your employee and should fulfill his responsibilities. No sooner had she spoken than Su Xin's phone rang again, her expression one of resignation. The company is pressing us again. Wen Yihuan picked up her handbag. Let us proceed. What if we encounter someone from the Black Tiger Hall? There has been peace for several days. I doubt they will target me again. Enough of that. Let us address the company issue first. Just instruct Jiang Yu to head directly to the office. The two women drove to the company, where a crowd had gathered at the front desk, three middle-aged women vociferously arguing. This is a malicious company. I advise you all against purchasing their beauty products. Look at me. I used their face mask and became like this. Who is the owner? Come out at once. Everyone look. This unscrupulous company sells inferior products that have ruined my face. The faces of the three women were mottled with red spots, resembling an allergic reaction at first glance. Their uproar was uncontainable, and the employees could only notify Wen Yihuan to handle the situation. Allergies are commonplace in the beauty product industry. Most companies encounter such issues and typically resolve them privately. However, these three women were different. Upon arrival, they only clamored and refused to mention any compensation. Jiang Yu, arriving slightly earlier than Wen Yihuan, stood nearby, inquiring about the details. Having been Wen Yihuan's bodyguard for a few days, many at the company recognized him. Is it merely an allergy? It is not a terminal illness, so why the uproar? Xiao Jiang, do you not realize that these three individuals are intent on tarnishing our company's reputation? If they continue their ruckus, our esteemed company will be irreparably damaged. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow slightly and took a few steps forward to observe the three women from a distance. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. As a skilled physician, observation is one of his essential skills. At that moment, Wen Yihuan hurriedly arrived, squeezing into the crowd, her face filled with apologies. Ladies, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness due to prior commitments. May we discuss this matter in the conference room? Who are you? The three troublemakers clearly did not recognize Wen Yihuan. This is our company's owner, one employee interjected. Oh, so you are the unscrupulous boss? One of the women stepped forward and seized Wen Yihuan's collar, causing her great embarrassment. Let me tell you, this matter is far from over. You have ruined my face, which I have maintained for decades. You have marred our appearances, and today, we shall ruin your company. The underlying threats were abundantly clear in her words. Su Xian quickly stepped forward to mediate. Ladies, let us converse civilly. There is no need for violence. What if we do resort to violence? What of it? The three middle-aged women, clearly lacking in education, could only stir up chaos without any clever retorts. Everyone, come and see the unscrupulous owner of this company. Do not fall victim to her deceit, as we have. My once beautiful face has been utterly destroyed by them. Even with Wen Yihuan's arrival, they refused to discuss compensation or treatment, only shouting incessantly, eager to attract the attention of the entire building. The security personnel had long since arrived, yet they could only stand by, powerless in the face of such a dispute. Wen Yihuan exerted considerable effort to extricate herself and politely stated, Ladies, please calm yourselves. If your allergic reactions are indeed due to our company's products, we will cover all treatment costs. If, they retorted, it is precisely your company's product that caused this. You are a heartless company, preying upon innocent citizens like us. Su Xian muttered, our company would never engage in such deceit. Then explain why my face has turned out like this after using your products? One's constitution cannot be generalized. Perhaps you are simply allergic to certain ingredients in the product. What does that imply? Are you suggesting it is our fault? Let the public judge. What kind of nonsense is that? Su Xian's expression darkened. Please do not misinterpret my words. I did not claim it was your fault. Wen Yihuan reiterated, Ladies, please follow me. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution to this matter. A satisfactory resolution? With a heartless company like yours, it would be best for you to shut down. The three middle-aged women maintained a staunch demeanor, seemingly devoid of any intent to reconcile, which left Wen Yihuan in a state of exasperation. At that moment, Jiang Yu revealed a knowing smile and turned to leave. Su Xian caught a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye and called out, Hey you! But Jiang Yu appeared not to hear. Su Xian clenched her teeth in displeasure, thinking how could they flee in such a situation? What if President Wen were harmed by those three crazy women? The trio had no intention of reconciling, causing a tumult that left Wen Yihuan at her wit's end. Many onlookers were longtime clients of her company, and this uproar would undoubtedly cast doubt on their products. Call the police, Wen Yihuan decided, feeling utterly helpless. Since the three were unwilling to resolve the matter amicably, she would resort to law enforcement to determine whether their allergies stemmed from her company's products. If so, they would bear full responsibility. If not, she would hold them accountable for the significant negative impact their actions had on the company today. Her tone grew assertive, and the three women visibly faltered. What attitude is this? You ruined our faces and still want to sue us? Just wait. This isn't over. As soon as Wen Yihuan mentioned calling the police, the three began to contemplate fleeing. Make way! Make way! At that moment, Jiang Yu's voice rang out, and the crowd parted, revealing him hastily approaching with a bucket of water aimed directly at the three middle-aged women. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. Wen Yihuan's heart raced with anxiety. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yu dashed forward and drenched the three women with the contents of the bucket. Silence enveloped the scene as onlookers gaped in astonishment. Accompanied by three piercing screams, the women were thoroughly soaked. Of course, the one most chilled to the bone was Wen Yihuan herself. Just as she had gained a semblance of control, Jiang Yu's intervention had turned the tables. Su Xian was infuriated, stomping her foot. What are you doing, Jiang? Do you really wish to ruin our company? The three women shrieked, wiping the water from their faces as they charged towards Jiang Yu, looking ready to pounce. Jiang Yu remained calm, and with a single remark, he left them speechless. You're still in the mood to challenge me after ruining your makeup? With that bucket of water and their frantic attempts to wipe their faces, all semblance of makeup had vanished, even the red spots on their faces now smudged. All eyes were now on them. Jiang Yu continued, it's quite clear now. They were never allergic. The red spots were merely painted on. I believe everyone understands the intentions behind this charade. It was a cunning scheme to extort. Has this become the new trend of deception? Disgraceful. A chorus of accusations erupted, and the three women exchanged glances before hastily fleeing. Su Xian immediately shouted, Security, stop them. Wen Yihuan sighed in relief, her gratitude evident. Had it not been for Jiang Yu, the outcome of today's incident would have inevitably cast a shadow over the company. Her fiancé's image in her eyes had certainly elevated a few notches. She approached and inquired, How did you figure it out? I'll explain later. This matter is far from over. They must be acting under someone else's orders. I will help you unearth the true culprit behind this. He dashed outside, and three women entered a van and sped away, the security unable to stop them. Seeing that they had assistance, Jiang Yu became even more convinced of his suspicions and hailed a taxi to follow them. After a brief journey, the van arrived at the entrance of the Qingyuan Club. Qingyuan Club, isn't that the territory of the Black Tiger Hall? Does Jin who dare to oppose me? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Yu stepped into the elevator and ascended directly to the top floor. As the doors opened, he was met with Jin Hu's furious tirade. Useless fools. You can't even handle this trivial matter. How dare you ask me for money? Disappear at once. Brother Hu, we didn't expect someone to douse us with a bucket of water. Today, the corridor was deserted, and Jiang Yu strode forward. Jin Hu, have you forgotten the fate of Wang Qi in just a few days? His voice cut through the air, startling Jin Hu. The three women, upon seeing Jiang Yu, were instantly filled with rage, exclaiming, Brother Hu, it's this little brat who splashed us. Jiang Yu frowned. At least be civil. We are all city dwellers here. How dare you come here, little brat? Let Brother Hu deal with you. Oh, and how do you intend to handle me, Brother Hu? Jiang Yu casually sat down as if in his own backyard, watching Jin Hu with amusement. Though Jin Hu was aware of Jiang Yu's prowess, the numbers were on their side. He soon regained his authoritative demeanor, coldly stating, You chose the path to hell. Now close the doors and arm yourselves. 17 or 18 of his underlings brandished various weapons, encircling Jiang Yu. Unfazed, Jiang Yu simply plucked leaves from the nearby potted plants and held them in his hands. Jin Hu lit a cigar, exhaling a ring of smoke, and spoke in a condescending tone. So, what do you want? Your hands or your legs? Jiang Yu disdainfully shook his head. How do you compare to Wang Qi? What? The abruptness of the question left Jin Hu perplexed. You've seen Wang Qi? Not only have I seen him, but I also rendered his hand useless. A raucous laughter erupted, one of the underlings swinging his bat mockingly. Can you believe how boastful these bumpkins are nowadays? Bumpkin, do you know what they call our brother Qi in the underworld? Iron Fist Wang Qi. And you say you've crippled his hand? Jiang Yu shook his head, realizing that Wang Qi hadn't conveyed his message to Jin Hu. which explained Jiang Yu's audacity in his presence. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. He was here to assist Wen Yihuan in resolving the aftermath. And since Jiang Yu was the mastermind behind it all, whether or not Wang Qi had delivered a warning became irrelevant. Today, it was imperative for Jiang Yu to comprehend the lesson that there are mountains beyond mountains and brothels beyond brothels. Jiang Yu seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation, gesturing for his underlings to take action, while he slowly retrieved his phone to call Wang Qi for a double assurance. Certainly, he was aware that Wang Qi would most likely not answer his call, as Wang Qi's phone had been switched off for several days. The underlings could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. In that fleeting moment, the leaves in Jiang Yu's hand shot out in all directions, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, eliciting gasps of astonishment. What were merely ordinary leaves transformed into lethal weapons in his grasp. The sound of slicing air rang out, followed by a clatter of metal striking the ground. The weapons of the dozen or so underlings fell to the earth, each wrist marked with a trace of blood. The final leaf in Jiang Yu's hand hurtled towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was already astounded by Jiang Yu's ability to wield leaves as instruments of harm. The last leaf sliced through the cigar clenched between his teeth with a clean cut. His legs trembled involuntarily. As a figure of authority in the Black Tiger Hall, he had encountered many situations, yet Jiang Yu's skill transcended his understanding, shrouded in mystery. The prolonged silence enveloped the Black Tiger Hall's minions, who stood frozen in disbelief. Despite the pain in their wrists, none dared to utter a sound. They felt as though they had encountered a ghost, witnessing a scene one might only observe on television, now unfolding before their very eyes. Such an extraordinary master, who would dare approach him? They finally grasped that Jiang Yu had not been exaggerating. Their elusive ace fighter may indeed have been incapacitated by this young prodigy. The three women standing nearby, watching the spectacle, were equally horrified, secretly relieved that Jiang Yu had not employed such methods against them. The mere thought was enough to instill fear. Jiang Yu slowly plucked another leaf, addressing Jiang Yu. "Speak. Do you desire to lose a hand or a leg?" Only then did Jiang Yu snap back to reality, cold sweat soaking his back. "Little brother, I failed to recognize your prowess. I offer my apologies. Please, show mercy and do not hold this against me." Unlike Wang Qi, Jiang Yu lacked such fortitude. Pleading for his life, Jiang Yu scoffed. "So much for being a figure of authority. You have little resolve." Chapter 18. Severed fingers. The entire Black Tiger Hall fell into a profound silence, each individual cloaked in immense fear. This group, accustomed to violence, had never experienced such trepidation before. The leaves in Jiang Yu's hand, reminiscent of celestial blooms, had swiftly lacerated their wrists, and it was unfathomable to consider the gruesome scene that would ensue if the leaves had veered slightly off course, severing their throats instead. Jiang Yu was clearly capable of such a feat. Thus, everyone present stood paralyzed, uncertain of when the leaves might be unleashed again, and whether Jiang Yu would choose to show mercy. Even Jiang Yu, the figure of authority, trembled in fear, humbly begging for his life. Unlike Wang Qi, Jiang Yu's circumstances were precarious. With so many witnesses present, if Jiang Yu were to incapacitate him, the news would swiftly spread throughout Tianyan City. In that eventuality, even if Jiang Yu chose not to kill him, he would inevitably become a target for enemies, likely to meet a grim fate on the streets. Jiang Yu, unwilling to face such a dismal fate, promptly cast aside his pride and dignity, pleading for mercy from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was on the verge of kneeling down to kowtow before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, however, had no intention of taking a life. He merely plucked another leaf from a nearby tree. Jiang Yu's body trembled violently, fearing that this leaf might fall upon certain parts of him. "Spare you, perhaps. But do you think that simply acknowledging your mistakes will suffice after repeatedly provoking me?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and fierce, resembling that of a deity of death. Jiang Yu glanced at his subordinates and inquired, "May they leave first?" "Of course," Jiang Yu shrugged, dismissing them as mere pawns following orders. "Everyone out. Wait for me outside. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter." His subordinates had longed for an escape, feeling immense pressure from Jiang Yu, and they scattered in a frenzy, vanishing within 10 seconds. Jiang Yu picked up a dagger from the ground, seemingly steeling himself for a significant decision. "Little brother, I am a man of the underworld. I understand the rules. I acknowledge my transgressions." With those words, Jiang Yu placed his left hand on the coffee table and, with a swift and decisive motion, severed his pinky finger with the blade, blood splattering instantly. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging, striving to suppress any cries of pain. Though lacking the fortitude of Wang Qi, he nonetheless demonstrated his ruthlessness, severing his own finger without a sound. This act was his form of accountability to Jiang Yu. I understand that even the entire Black Tiger Hall would not stand a chance against you, but we do possess some connections in Tianyan City. Should you encounter matters where you cannot reveal yourself, I, Jiang Yu, assure you that my Black Tiger Hall will go to any lengths at your command. Jiang Yu, anxious that Jiang Yu might be dissatisfied, made this promise. Jiang Yu shook his head. I do not require your assistance. But remember this. If you dare provoke the people of Yuyan Company again, I will show no mercy. Jiang Yu nodded fervently. I swear, I absolutely will not. He was merely acting on behalf of others, and now, having witnessed Jiang Yu's might, he would not dare to seek trouble with Wen Huan. He would be lucky to avoid her altogether. Jiang Yu chose not to linger, having achieved his objective, and turned to leave. Brother, allow me to caution you. Be wary of He Qingyuan. That man is treacherous and ruthless. Even if we suffer a setback, he will not let it rest. Jiang Yu had a vague recollection of the name He Qingyuan and paused to ask, what grudge exists between He Qingyuan and Wen Huan? Jiang Yu replied, it is not so much a grudge, merely a competitive relationship. To my knowledge, He Qingyuan previously lost a bid to Wen Huan, which led him to secretly target Yuyan Company. A petty man who resorts to underhanded tactics, he is not to be overly concerned about. Jiang Yu dismissed He Qingyuan as inconsequential, yet Jiang Yu added, He Qingyuan is not so simple. He has connections in Kyoto and a vast network. Likely acquainted with someone of your caliber. I understand. Jiang Yu replied lightly, and then pushed the door to leave. The little brothers of the Black Tiger Hall lined up in 2 rows in the corridor outside. Upon seeing Jiang Yu emerge, they all averted their gazes, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Watching him disappear at the end of the corridor, they finally exhaled a long sigh of relief and rushed inside, only to be dumbfounded by the sight of Jiang Yu's fingers and bloodstains on the coffee table. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu returned to the Yuyan Company, where the employees continued their work as if nothing had transpired. Upon entering the office, he found Wen Huan handling documents, with Su Xian assisting her by her side. You're back. Wen Huan immediately stood up, her eyes filled with inquiry. Su Xian directly asked, what happened? Did you find the mastermind? Jiang Yu nodded. I found them. It was instigated by the Black Tiger Hall. Wen Huan furrowed her brows. Them again? As the saying goes, one fears not the thief but the thief's lingering thoughts. If such incidents occur repeatedly, it will undoubtedly tarnish the company's reputation. It's all because of you. Su Xian expressed her anger, feeling that ultimately, Jiang Yu had stirred up trouble. Had the first reconciliation been successful, none of this would have happened. Business dealings fear such ruffians lurking in the shadows. Even reporting to the police only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, as the Black Tiger Hall could easily find a scapegoat and continue to harass you. Wen Huan, however, bore no resentment, softly stating, you've worked hard. Knowing the mastermind is sufficient, I will find a way to handle it. Jiang Yu smiled brightly, further irritating Su Xian, who gritted her teeth. How can you still smile? Now that the matter is resolved, why shouldn't I smile? He replied, what do you mean? From now on, you can rest assured, the people from the Black Tiger Hall will not dare to trouble you again. Really? Wen Huan's face lit up with surprise, while Su Xian remained skeptical, pursing her lips. Jiang Yu nodded, although his smile gradually faded. Wen Huan asked, what's wrong now? Jiang Yu replied, the matter has been resolved, but it seems I may soon be unemployed. Wen Huan chuckled, then I officially hire you as my bodyguard, for a long-term contract. Su Xian immediately interjected, a bodyguard, not a personal bodyguard. Wen Huan, now feeling secure, no longer required Jiang Yu's close protection. I'll think about it, Jiang Yu replied, knowing he would not sign a long-term contract. After resolving 2 marriage engagements in Tianyan City, he would have to move on to the next place. Su Xian scoffed. You're still considering? You really are being coy after gaining an advantage. Jiang Yu explained. I mentioned during our first meeting that I came to Tianyan City to break off an engagement, not to seek employment. Suddenly, he focused his gaze on Wen Huan, who appeared somewhat flustered, her heart racing as she inwardly pondered whether he had sensed something. Chapter 19. A touch of grace when Huan had yet to reveal her identity. Still in the evaluation phase regarding this fiancé before her. So far, Jiang Yu's character showed no flaws. Yet, she did not intend to disclose her true self. Marriage is not a trifling matter. Jiang Yu gazed at her for quite some time before inquiring, General 1, You must have a considerable network in Tianjin City. Do you happen to know someone named Wen Fuyao? I do not know her. Wen Yihuan replied emphatically. General Wen, now that you are no longer in danger, I trust one can freely arrange my time? Of course. Wen Yihuan found it amusing to contemplate that Jiang Yu was seeking her out. General Wen, might you assist me in locating Wen Fuyao through your connections? Absolutely. Observing Jiang Yu's expression of gratitude, Wen Yihuan felt a surge of joy within her. Yet, she wished to divert the conversation to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. By the way, how did you discern that those three individuals were merely masquerading to create a disturbance? Because I am a physician. Jiang Yu spoke with confidence about her expertise, explaining, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. My medical skills are quite advanced. Visual diagnosis is second nature to me. The inner canon states that where evil gathers, vitality must be deficient. True allergic individuals. Jiang Yu continued with a torrent of terminology that left them bewildered, while Wen Yihuan appeared contemplative. In truth, she was aware of Jiang Yu's fiancé status and her role as an unparalleled disciple of a renowned physician, though it had momentarily slipped her mind. Su Xian grew somewhat annoyed and urged, "Who wishes to hear your nonsensical ramblings? Hurry and leave. General, one has documents to attend to." She pushed Jiang Yu out, to which Jiang Yu solemnly responded, "Traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure, yet you dismiss it as mere nonsense. This warrants a serious discussion between us. Do you have any idea how many lives traditional medicine has saved over the millennia?" Bang! Su Xian shoved him out and slammed the door, muttering, "How did I not notice his incessant chatter before?" Now that Jiang Yu enjoyed newfound freedom, it was inconceivable for him to remain at the company. He needed to find Wen Fuyao. Regardless of whether this engagement could be amicably dissolved, he first needed to locate her. Over the weekend, Jiang Yu posted online in search of her and inquired around, yet still found no trace of Wen Fuyao. On Monday, he figured he could reach out to Hanning again and took a taxi to Tianjin University. On the way, Han Xiong called him, reproaching, "What on earth is wrong with you? Hanning has been home all weekend, and you didn't think to invite her out?" Jiang Yu didn't lack the desire, but he understood that Hanning must feel disheartened after losing her first time unexpectedly. "I have my own plans." He didn't elaborate to Han Xiong. "By the way, I was just about to ask you, could you help me obtain Hanning's class schedule?" "What? Do you wish to attend classes with her?" "Auditing classes is one thing, but let me enroll you so you can truly experience university life. I assure you, university life is wonderful." "Not necessary." Jiang Yu promptly declined. He didn't want to owe Han Xiong anything. "I'll send you the schedule shortly. By the way, I have some unfortunate news to share. I hear that Zhao Shua has been pursuing Han quite aggressively lately. You'd best not let someone else get ahead of you. Is that the Zhao young master who intends to forge a union with your family? The alliance is merely a unilateral desire of my elder brother and the Zhao family. Xiaoying does not wish to become a pawn in the business dealings of the two families." However, she shifted the conversation, stating that if Xiaoying were to succumb to Zhao Shua's advances, then it would be certain that there would be no opportunity left for you. "Really? Why do I sense a hint of glee in your tone?" On the other end of the line, Han Xiong's displeasure was palpable. Indeed, Jiang Yu felt a surge of delight. Once the marriage between the Han and Zhao families was finalized, the Han family would undoubtedly take the initiative to call off the engagement, which was precisely what he desired. At present, Jiang Yu had gained yet another avenue to obtain the marriage certificate, and it seemed he might even covertly assist Zhao Shua in pursuing Hanning. "I shan't say more. I have arrived at the school. Please send me the class schedule promptly." Jiang Yu hastily ended the call. 3 minutes later, Han Ying's class schedule arrived on his phone. As a freshman, her classes were numerous, with a full day of classes on Monday. Tianjin University boasted beautiful scenery, with lush greenery and flower petals carpeting the shaded pathways. Following the indications on the schedule, Jiang Yu arrived at the classroom where Han Ying was attending. Few freshmen skipped classes, and the room was filled to capacity. Han Ying sat in the back row, looking listless. Wang Ruoqi was seated beside her, whispering, "Han Ying, what's wrong with you? You haven't joined us for any outings these past few days. Have you encountered something troubling?" The thought of Friday night's events made Han Ying feel miserable. It was not merely a matter of discomfort, but rather something quite distressing. Wang Ruoqi continued, "Is it because of that bumpkin Jiang Yu? Don't worry. I'll make sure to chase him away." Standing at the classroom door, Jiang Yu overheard this exchange, feeling immensely displeased with Wang Ruoqi. "Are you being overly meddlesome? Don't mention him in front of me." At the mere mention of Jiang Yu's name, Han Ning felt a wave of discomfort. Although she could not recall the events of that night, her imagination ran wild. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a smiling figure at the doorway, waving at her. A shiver ran down her spine, and her heart raced. Was she beginning to develop a psychological aversion? Ruoqi, can you check if that is him at the door? Wang Ruoqi turned around, her face falling. Is this bumpkin like a sticky plaster? He actually found his way to the school. What? Han Ning was taken aback. Ruoqi, help me get rid of him. Han Ning was unaware of Jiang Yu's intentions and feared he might publicly disclose the events of that evening. Leave it to me. Wang Ruoqi disregarded the furious gaze of the lecturing teacher and dashed out of the classroom, dragging Jiang Yu down to the ground floor. She shoved Jiang Yu slightly and scoffed. Bumpkin, have you come all the way to school? Do you truly believe Han Ning would take a liking to you? Jiang Yu replied calmly. Whether she likes me or not is not for you to decide. Huh? Wang Ruoqi laughed derisively. You should take a good look in the mirror and consider what makes you worthy of Han Ning. Let me tell you, even the son of the Zhao family from Huaying Group has failed in his pursuit of Xiaoying. What makes you think you stand a chance? Jiang Yu tossed his head defiantly. Indeed, I do stand a chance. Don't think just because you possess a modicum of charm that you have the right to pursue Han Ning. This remark left Jiang Yu in a state of bewilderment. A modicum of charm? Why does that sound so off? At that moment, a few burly athletes approached, noticing Wang Ruoqi's furious expression. They shouted from a distance. Are you tired of living, daring to upset our Ruoqi? There was a hint of charm in this remark, which could indeed describe Wang Ruoqi. Thus she had several admirers. Among them Li Zhao, a sophomore from the sports academy. Chapter 20. The boxing match. Li Zhao stood at an impressive height of 185 meters, towering over Jiang Yu. Clutching a basketball, he was a man of few words, and without hesitation, he threw the ball directly at Jiang Yu. The force behind the throw was considerable. Had it struck a weaker individual, it would have knocked them down instantly. Jiang Yu merely sidestepped, and the basketball soared away with a loud thud. Li Zhao stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wang Ruoqi. She remained indifferent, clearly unimpressed by this suitor. However, seizing the opportunity of having a free enforcer at her disposal, she decided to make use of him. Li Zhao, you're just in time. Help me get this guy out of campus. At your service, replied Li Zhao, not willing to miss the chance to ingratiate himself. He turned to Jiang Yu with a scowl, stating, Kid, if you don't want a taste of my fists, you'd better scram. This school is yours, is it? You think I'll just leave because you told me to? Jiang Yu retorted, clearly unfazed. What? Li Zhao was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a response. He glanced at his classmates and sneered, looking for a fight. Huh? Then let's go? Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu's fist connected with his nose, crimson blood streaming from his nostrils. Bang. Li Zhao collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Yu scoffed. With such feeble skills, you dare to act tough? Nevertheless, even though Li Zhao was out cold, his companions were still present. How dare you hit my brother? 5 or 6 athletes surged forward. While a sensible person would typically choose to flee, Jiang Yu did not. Under Wang Ruoqi's astonished gaze, Jiang Yu effortlessly dispatched all of them in a matter of moments, swift and decisive. Wang Ruoqi quickly regained her composure, not fleeing in the face of Jiang Yu's display of strength. She smiled. I didn't expect you to be quite the fighter. Jiang Yu shrugged. Just average. I've trained for a few years. Wang Ruoqi raised an eyebrow. Do you really wish to pursue Han Ning? What does that have to do with you? He replied. Well, if you genuinely desire it, I can assist you. Wait for my call tonight. But for now, you must leave, as Han Ning does not wish to see you right now. Jiang Yu chose to believe only the latter part of her statement. It was true that Han Ning did not want to see him, but the notion that Wang Ruoqi intended to help him seemed far-fetched. What makes me believe you? He asked, maintaining his composure. You have no choice, do you? If you rely solely on yourself, do you truly think you can win her over? Stop dreaming. Wang Ruoqi replied. Jiang Yu simply gazed at her in silence. Go on, keep boasting. Wang Ruoqi's disdain for his skepticism was almost palpable. He would be foolish to trust her. Yet, he thought to himself, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are futile. He was curious to see what trick Wang Ruoqi would conjure next. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. Having spoken, he turned to leave. At that moment, Wang Ruoqi donned a look of disdain, silently muttering, Country bumpkin, just wait and see how I'll make you regret this tonight. She then ascended the stairs to continue her class, paying no heed to Li Zhao and the others sprawled on the ground. At 9 o'clock, Wang Ruoqi sent Jiang Yu an address, stating they would meet in half an hour. Jiang Yu, feeling unhurried, arrived punctually at the appointed location at 9:30. The words Starry Boxing Club were clearly visible, and Wang Ruoqi stood in front of the entrance. Is it just you? Jiang Yu noted the absence of Han Ying. Wang Ruoqi replied, Han Ying is already inside. Let us proceed. Jiang Yu frowned. You summoned me to a boxing club at this late hour? Wang Ruoqi retorted. What would you know, you simpleton? The Starry Boxing Club operates legitimately during the day, but at night, it transforms into an underground fighting arena. Only those with connections can gain entry. Are you still interested in this? I'm not particularly fond of boxing, but Han Ying is, she continued, leading Jiang Yu as she spoke. Don't say I didn't assist you. Han Ying has a penchant for formidable fighters. I've already registered you. And in about half an hour, it will be your turn to step into the ring. You registered me without my consent? Have you lost your mind? Do you even want to pursue Han Ying? Wang Ruoqi shot him a glance. This is your only opportunity. Han Ying has agreed. She said if you win the match, she will be your girlfriend. If you falter or refuse to compete, you may as well never see her again. Did she truly say that? Do you doubt me? I do. Wang Ruoqi was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's blunt response. Take me to her. In matters such as these, it is always prudent to confirm directly with the person involved. Wang Ruoqi ceased her chatter and guided Jiang Yu down to the underground level. The vast arena was teeming with spectators, all fervently cheering for the fighters they had wagered on. They arrived at a private box where Han Ying sat quietly inside. Why did you bring him here? Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Han Ying instantly wore an expression of disgust. Jiang Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking to himself that she claimed she would be his girlfriend if he won, yet she couldn't even feign civility. Wang Ruoqi interjected, he doesn't believe me. He wants to hear it from you personally. Jiang Yu inquired. She said if I win the boxing match, you would agree to be my girlfriend? Han Ying cast an uncertain glance at Wang Ruoqi, who was subtly signaling her, as if to suggest that this country bumpkin was destined to fail. Finally, Han Ying replied, that is correct. Jiang Yu smiled. Let us not make this awkward. How about this? If I win, you assist me with a favor. In truth, whether Han Ying became his girlfriend was of little consequence. Jiang Yu's true objective lay in securing a marriage contract. I will keep my word. If you win, I will be your girlfriend. But do not discuss any other conditions. Han Ying glared at him, internally thinking how foolish it would be to assist him with a favor. As the outcome was far from certain, Jiang Yu was taken aback by her resoluteness and glanced at Wang Ruoqi. It seemed she was convinced he would not prevail. Indeed, judging by her expression, she likely had already colluded with his opponent, intent on ensuring his defeat in a manner that would be utterly humiliating. He had expected more cunning from her, but this was all she had? Through the box window, he caught sight of the fighters in the arena. Perhaps they are indeed formidable professional fighters, but they are by no means a match for Jiang Yu. He decisively stated, all right, it is settled. Wang Ruoqi, elated, promptly urged, hurry up and prepare. Your turn to compete is approaching. Someone is waiting to escort you. Once Jiang Yu exited, Han Ying immediately expressed her concern. Ruoqi, have you arranged everything? We must not let him win. Wang Ruoqi reassured her, rest assured. I have assigned him a challenger who is the disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. He thinks that after defeating a few athletes, he is invincible. Humph. Tonight we shall see how he falls. A cold smirk graced Wang Ruoqi's lips, as if she had everything under control. Chapter 21. How could he still be smiling? Although this underground boxing match is rather informal, Wang Ruoqi's effortless registration of Jiang Yu for the competition indicates she possesses considerable influence. As Jiang Yu changed his attire and prepared, the host began to enliven the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the next contender is indeed formidable. He has achieved an impressive 13 consecutive victories. He is Zheng Feng. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience, clearly indicating that Zheng Feng had numerous admirers. Zheng Feng made his entrance amidst the crowd's gaze, his physique robust and towering, muscles sharply defined, and his gaze piercing. He circled the arena, reveling in the attention. The spectators buzzed with speculation. Who is Zheng Feng's opponent? It doesn't matter. Just bet on Zheng Feng to win without question. I'm not so sure. Zheng Feng has won 13 matches straight. The organizers will likely assign him a formidable opponent. Let us wait and see. Upon Zheng Feng's entrance, the host's expression grew somewhat peculiar as he announced, Zheng Feng's challenger for this match is Jiang Yu. The introduction of Jiang Yu was limited to just his name, devoid of any titles. This unfamiliar name piqued the audience's curiosity. However, once Jiang Yu took the stage, a wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. Are you joking? This kind of contender dares to challenge Xing Feng? This match is a foregone conclusion. It's obvious who will prevail. Quickly place your bets. Just bet on Xing Feng to win. As the audience clamored to place their bets, the host received a message and promptly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold off on your bets. This match is merely an exhibition." Implicit in his words was the prohibition on wagering. The boxing ring officials were not foolish. They recognized that Jiang Yu was destined to be on the receiving end of punishment. Allowing others to bet would surely lead to significant financial losses. "Get off the stage with your ridiculous exhibition. We have no interest in watching a mere performance." The audience jeered, believing this to be a match devoid of suspense and utterly lacking in excitement. In the private box, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi stood by the window, with Wang Ruoqi boasting, "Han Ying, do you still think that Country Bumpkin has a chance?" Han Ying sighed in relief, choosing not to respond. Wang Ruoqi continued, "I have exerted tremendous effort to arrange this match. Once we rid ourselves of that Country Bumpkin, how will you thank me?" Han Ying replied, "Is there really a need for thanks between us?" Wang Ruoqi scoffed, "You shall cover all our lunches this semester." Han Ying readily agreed, "No problem." Unfazed by the audience's derision, Jiang Yu glanced up at the private box where Han Ying was seated, a peculiar smile gracing his face. A shiver ran through Han Ying's heart as she uneasily remarked, "I can't believe he can still smile." Wang Ruoqi scoffed, "He won't be smiling for long. I've specifically instructed Xing Feng." The host, feeling quite powerless in the face of the unfolding scene, remarked that he would discreetly exit once the competition commenced. Only Xing Feng and Jiang Yu remained in the arena, stepping forward and locking eyes. Xing Feng's gaze was piercing as he sneered softly, "I never expected you to actually take the stage." When Wang Ruoqi had initially asked him to participate in this match, he had found it hard to believe that a country bumpkin would dare to challenge him. Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be afraid of? It's not like we're facing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames." Xing Feng coldly chuckled, "Do you even know who I am?" "I haven't inquired," replied Jiang Yu. "I am the disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. Not only you, but even those professional boxers cannot withstand my iron fists." Jiang Yu burst into laughter. "I thought you were someone extraordinary. Turns out you're just Iron Fist Wang Qi's disciple. How amusing, indeed, like brothers fighting tigers, both receiving blows." Jiang Yu's unabashed laughter struck a nerve in Xing Feng, who perceived it as a provocation. At that moment, the audience, filled with impatience, shouted, "Stop wasting time. Get on with it. This is utterly dull. One punch from Xing Feng could send that kid to the hospital." In light of the audience's urging, Xing Feng ceased his banter with Jiang Yu and launched a punch directly at his face. Xing Feng's prowess was not mere boasting. This punch was imbued with tremendous force, generating a gust of wind. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, leaving the average person with no time to react. The audience appeared disinterested, believing that Xing Feng's single punch would conclude the exhibition match. However, Jiang Yu's response was utterly unexpected. He effortlessly sidestepped Xing Feng's fist. Xing Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that Jiang Yu's reaction speed exceeded his expectations. After missing his punch, he swiftly altered his technique, delivering an elbow strike aimed at Jiang Yu's chest. As Jiang Yu retreated step by step, Xing Feng pressed forward relentlessly. Upon reaching the edge of the ring, Xing Feng coldly smirked, "Let's see where you can hide." With a leap, Xing Feng brought his palm down in a powerful strike, exuding an overwhelming aura. His muscles bulged with strain, and the sheer force sent shivers through the audience in the stands. Suddenly, Han Ying felt a twinge of compassion and worriedly asked, "Ruoqi, do you think Xing Feng will kill him?" Wang Ruoqi reassured her, "Don't worry, Xing Feng knows his limits. Although it's an informal match, it generally won't lead to fatalities." Indeed, Xing Feng was mindful. When Jiang Yu had nowhere left to retreat, his palm could have struck the top of Jiang Yu's head, yet he shifted slightly, aiming for Jiang Yu's left shoulder instead. With a dull thud, silence enveloped the arena. Jiang Yu did not collapse under Xing Feng's vertical strike. Instead, he stood tall, gripping Xing Feng's wrist firmly. Xing Feng, his face flushed with frustration, found he could not bring his strike down. Then, with a gentle push, Jiang Yu sent Xing Feng staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. Could it be? This boy was actually able to rival Xing Feng's strength? If it weren't for the prohibition on betting in the boxing arena, the spectators would undoubtedly suspect that Xing Feng was engaging in a fixed match. A single clash instantly ignited the fervor of the crowd. Cheers erupted, with numerous voices urging, "Continue fighting." In a private box, Wang Ruoqi furrowed her brow. her expression one of irritation. What on earth is Zhang Feng thinking? Does he really need to go easy on that country bumpkin? In her view, it was not that Jiang Yu was particularly formidable, but rather that Zhang Feng was deliberately holding back. However, only Zhang Feng himself comprehended the caliber of the opponent he faced. He was secretly alarmed. How could this young man possess such strength? Jiang Yu did not merely deflect Zhang Feng's blow with a subtle technique. He genuinely repelled Zhang Feng with sheer power. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at the private box where Han Ying was seated. Suddenly, Zhang Feng lunged forward. Kid, don't get too cocky too soon. He clenched his fists, unleashing all his strength. His iron fists were his unwavering asset. He held nothing back, nor dared to. Chapter 22. You have your schemes, I have my ladders initially. Zhang Feng merely aimed to teach Jiang Yu a lesson at Wang Ruoqi's behest. Thus he did not exert himself fully. Yet upon recognizing Jiang Yu's prowess, the significance of the ensuing duel transformed. He was compelled to fight for his dignity. He could not afford to lose. This time, Jiang Yu did not evade. He charged forward, equally clenching his fists, and met Zhang Feng's blows head-on. Bang! This was a collision of raw power. Zhang Feng's iron fists had secured him 13 consecutive victories, causing many opponents to tremble at the sight of his calloused hands. In contrast, Jiang Yu's delicate hands appeared ill-suited to contend against Zhang Feng. Humph! Zhang Feng emitted a muffled grunt, stumbling backward until he collided with the cage of the ring with a resounding thud. His hands trembled violently, an indescribable pain causing his lips to quiver. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood firm, as if rooted to the ground, unwavering in his stance. The juxtaposition made the disparity in strength glaringly apparent. After a moment of stunned silence, the arena erupted into enthusiastic applause. Well done. Excellent fight. The audience cheered, and some secretly rejoiced. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Who would have imagined this young man possessed such fighting prowess? How fortunate it was that betting was not allowed for this match. Otherwise, I would surely have lost a fortune. In the private box, Han Ying's expression was as dark as water, while Wang Ruoqi was seething with rage. Did Zhang Feng's brain short-circuit? Why was he not giving it his all? She remained convinced that Zhang Feng was holding back. Yet, the next turn of events utterly shattered Wang Ruoqi's beliefs. Jiang Yu took the initiative, his punches delivered with such swiftness that they seemed to leave afterimages. Zhang Feng's reflexes lagged behind Jiang Yu's. Instinctively, he raised his hands to block, but he was unable to defend against the punch that struck his left cheek. In that instant, Zhang Feng saw stars, his mind blanking out as he staggered and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The audience was left in shock. No one anticipated such a swift defeat for Zhang Feng. Many shouted, "Zhang Feng, get up. We haven't had our fill of the match yet." In the private room, Wang Ruoqi was so anxious that she was stamping her feet. Damn it, Zhang Feng, get up. Han Ying's face was ashen, slumped on the sofa. Zhang Feng wished to rise, but Jiang Yu denied him the opportunity, delivering another punch directly. Zhang Feng could only shield his face with his hands as Jiang Yu's fist struck solidly against his arm, making him feel as though his bones might shatter. Before the match commenced, he had believed it would not be a contest of equals, and the reality proved him correct. However, he did not foresee that he would be the one suffering the blows. With his extensive boxing experience, Zhang Feng realized that if this continued, his hands would be rendered useless. He had no choice but to concede defeat. I concede, I concede. Upon uttering those 3 words, Han Ying felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. What did this signify? It meant she would have to become the girlfriend of the scoundrel who had taken her first time. Wang Ruoqi looked at Han Ying, and after a long pause, managed to utter, "I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate this." It wasn't just her. No one expected Jiang Yu to emerge victorious. The promoter of the boxing match was filled with regret. Had he known the outcome would be like this, he would have allowed betting to take place. And this fight could have filled his coffers. After winning the match, Jiang Yu immediately entered the private room, where the atmosphere had reached a freezing point. He beamed a radiant smile at Wang Ruoqi and said, "I truly appreciate you granting me this opportunity. Otherwise, how could I so effortlessly pursue Han Ying?" This statement nearly caused Wang Ruoqi to choke with rage. Was this her intention? Absolutely not. Her goal was for Zhang Feng to teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Who could have predicted that it would instead push Han Ying into the fire? With a venomous glare, Wang Ruoqi was furious yet rendered speechless. Jiang Yu then turned to Han Ying, leisurely remarking, "You wouldn't be going back on your word, would you?" Wang Ruoqi interjected, "A man's word is his bond." Han Ying glared at her, thinking, which side are you on? But we are women, and we can afford to be untrustworthy. Wang Ruoqi retorted, adopting an expression of defiance, as if to say that she would not hold herself accountable. I am willing to gamble and accept the loss. Suddenly, Han Ying stood up and uttered a statement that left Wang Ruoqi dumbfounded. Han Ying, are you all right? Han Ying shook her head, and Wang Ruoqi dragged her out, declaring, Jiang Yu, wait. I need to speak with Han Ying privately. The two women exited the private room and closed the door. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance, straining to listen, but heard nothing due to the clamor outside. He knew these two women were certainly conspiring about something. 3 minutes later, they returned to the room, appearing significantly more cheerful. Wang Ruoqi announced, don't say we are being untrustworthy. From now on, Han Ying is your girlfriend. Jiang Yu displayed no signs of excitement. Whispering to Wang Ruoqi, we need to talk privately. What is there to discuss with you? Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes, but Jiang Yu forcibly pulled her outside. Don't touch me, you country bumpkin. Once outside, Wang Ruoqi disdainfully shook off Jiang Yu. Spit it out if you have something to say, Jiang Yu inquired. Why did Han Ying agree to be my girlfriend? Wang Ruoqi scoffed. Because you're handsome. I want to hear the truth. This is the plain truth. Do not squander my time. Cherish the moments you share with your girlfriend. It is evident that she has unspoken words. Reluctantly, Jiang Yu resorted to his trump card, retrieving his phone and opening the gallery. If you do not reveal the truth to me, this photograph may very well circulate throughout Tianjin University by tomorrow. You scoundrel. The image depicted Wang Ruoqi inebriated, with Jiang Yu having tossed her onto the bed. You despicable fiend, taking advantage of someone in such a state. Delete that photo at once. Now, let us converse civilly. I did not take advantage of you. It was you who, in your drunken stupor, climbed onto me. I merely documented this splendid moment. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? For the proud Wang Ruoqi, this photograph was akin to a powerful weapon, leaving her with no choice but to relent. Han Ying had stated that one must honor their bets and could agree to be his girlfriend. However, the ebb and flow of relationships was commonplace, and a mere 3 to 5 minutes of pretense would suffice to end it. 3 to 5 minutes? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. You could at least say 3 to 5 days. To suggest 3 to 5 minutes is a gross underestimation. No wonder her mood had improved suddenly. She could still muster a smile. Yet, while you possess a clever scheme, I have my own means. Now that I am aware of Han Ying's intentions, how could I, the most handsome man of Baichi Mountain, allow myself to be toyed with? He flashed a cunning smile and turned to enter the private room. Chapter 23. Is this excessive? You scoundrel, the photograph. Wang Ruoqi chased after him, but Jiang Yu nonchalantly tucked his phone into his pocket as if nothing had transpired. What photograph? Han Ying regarded Wang Ruoqi with suspicion, who, feeling embarrassed, stammered, nothing at all. She wished for no one but Jiang Yu to know about the photo. Are you truly willing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Yu inquired once more. Han Ying affirmed, I, Han Ying, am a person of principles. I keep my word. Very well. Jiang Yu plopped down beside Han Ying, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Han Ying shrieked, what are you doing? Jiang Yu chuckled mischievously. Is it too much to embrace a girlfriend? Not too much, Han Ying thought. But she could hardly endure 3 to 5 minutes, and was ready to end things right then. There is something I must tell you. I believe we are incompatible. Before she could finish, Jiang Yu suddenly leaned in closer, grinning wickedly. Then, a kiss between couples is not too much, is it? You. Han Ying's face filled with panic. Ah, Jiang Yu shook his head, refraining from taking action. However, I feel a sense of guilt in using this method to keep you with me. So let us conclude our romantic relationship here. Han Ying's eyes blazed with fury. You shameless man, and you feel guilt? Moreover, what do you mean by breaking up with me? This is clearly my line. Jiang Yu, aware of Han Ying's scheme, preemptively took the initiative. Yet, he thought it unfair to let her toy with him unchallenged. Thus he compensated himself with a kiss. Of course, this was Han Ying's first kiss, which took him somewhat by surprise. Afterward, Jiang Yu strode away, leaving Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi in disarray, caught in the wind. In Wang Ruoqi's eyes, there was a profound sense of guilt. This time, she had devised a strategy for Han Ying, only to find herself suffering a double loss. Han Ying finally erupted, her voice hoarse from the emotional outburst as she vented her frustrations within the confines of the private room. Just as Jiang Yu stepped out of the club, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. Young man, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Liang. The name itself suggested a lack of integrity. Jiang Yu replied coolly, have you finished? If so, please step aside. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, young man. Our boss wishes to meet you. I'm not interested. Young man, being noticed by our boss is indeed a stroke of fortune. Should you miss this opportunity, you will undoubtedly find yourself regretting it in the future. Though I may possess good looks, do not mistake me for a gigolo. I refuse to live off others. Jiang Yu declared with righteous indignation, shaking off Wu Liang's presence. Wu Liang stood momentarily in shock, bewildered by the exchange. He hastily pursued him again, blocking Jiang Yu's path. Brother, please do not make this difficult for me. Our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time. This is your chance. With your skills, aligning with our boss will surely lead you to greatness. Align with your boss? Jiang Yu's lips curled into a chilling smile. I, Jiang Yu, never subordinate myself to others. His indifference sparked a flicker of annoyance in Wu Liang. It is commendable for a young man to possess spirit, but one must not be overly arrogant. In the entire Tianyan city, few dare to refuse my boss. Think carefully about your decision. From this day forth, there will be one more. Jiang Yu stepped forward once again. Stop. Wu Liang's tone shifted dramatically as he shouted. Young man, do not presume that your martial prowess grants you the right to disregard others. Should you take another step forward, I will not hesitate to break your legs. Oh, Jiang Yu turned back. Do you believe yourself superior to Zheng Feng? Wu Liang scoffed. In the martial arts arena of Tianyan City, Zheng Feng is insignificant. Even his master, Wang Qi, is unworthy to tie my shoelaces. If you possess such ability, why do you obstruct my path? Jiang Yu grasped Wu Liang's intent. His boss had taken an interest in his skills, wishing him to serve as a personal fighter. While his earlier refusal was merely a polite dismissal, the notion of becoming a lackey for someone else was utterly unacceptable. If the old man were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly rush down from Baichi Mountain in a flash to deliver a couple of resounding slaps. I may be nearing 50, and while youth is often favored in combat, my time is limited. You, however, are young with a bright future ahead. With just a little guidance, you could become the foremost fighter in Tianyan City. Coupled with my boss's financial backing, international recognition could be within your grasp. As he spoke, Wu Liang's fierce demeanor softened slightly. He had been observing Jiang Yu's expressions, but was met with disappointment, as he detected no glimmer of anticipation on Jiang Yu's face. Apologies, but my aspirations do not lie in engaging in underground fighting, and you lack the qualifications to offer me guidance. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the old man's capabilities. To date, he had never encountered anyone more formidable. Having traveled the world alongside the old man since childhood, he had encountered numerous reclusive families, and even the antiquarians of those clans treated the old man with utmost respect. The adage that great teachers produce exceptional disciples rings true. Yet Jiang Yu does not merely claim that the student surpasses the master. Rather, he believes that in the realm of martial arts, no one in Tianyan City is worthy to be his mentor. However, this candid assertion incensed Wu Liang, who viewed it as sheer arrogance. Provoked beyond measure, he declared, "You deem me unworthy to teach you?" With that, he adopted a martial stance and advanced with a series of steps, executing the wild horse parts its mane. A quintessential move of Tai Chi. Wu Liang intended to demonstrate his prowess through action, while simultaneously imparting a lesson to the presumptuous young man. As Wu Liang lunged forward with a powerful palm strike, Jiang Yu countered with a ferocious punch, generating a fierce gust of wind. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, sending Wu Liang stumbling backward, awestruck by Jiang Yu's formidable strength. After repelling Wu Liang, Jiang Yu calmly remarked, "The martial arts widely practiced today are largely mere routines for fitness. You may be regarded as a Tai Chi grandmaster in the eyes of the ordinary, but to me, it is nothing more than hollow display." Given that Wu Liang held a revered position in the martial arts community of Tianyan City, being dismissed as a charlatan ignited his fury. "You insolent brat, do not be so presumptuous," Wu Liang retorted, stepping forward to unleash a technique known as 6 seals and 4 closures. Jiang Yu, with a calm demeanor, breathed deeply and articulated, "True martial arts are lethal skills." The 6 seals and 4 closures in Tai Chi refers to the manipulation of the opponent's hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, and hips, aiming to disorient them, leaving them in a state of indecision and vulnerability. Although Wu Liang's Tai Chi was indeed sophisticated, Jiang Yu's assertion held weight. Genuine martial arts eschew unnecessary embellishments and direct their strikes toward vital points. In ancient combat, life and death were at stake, unlike today's sparring matches where one stops short of full force. Thus, The essence of ancient martial arts can be distilled into 3 words: swift, fierce, and precise. One should defeat an adversary with a single decisive move, exerting no more effort than necessary. Jiang Yu struck with remarkable swiftness. His index and middle fingers aimed directly at Wu Liang's eyes. Taken aback by the unexpected speed of Jiang Yu's attack, Wu Liang could only hastily defend himself. While he blocked the upper strike, he neglected the lower one. Jiang Yu swiftly delivered a kick, transforming Wu Liang into a figure grasping at his groin. His facial features contorted in distress, his face flushed with embarrassment. Through gritted teeth, Wu Liang managed to exclaim, "Young man, you lack martial ethics." He could scarcely fathom that Jiang Yu would resort to such a lowly tactic as a groin kick. "I have stated that true martial arts are lethal skills," Jiang Yu declared as he departed. He spoke the truth. Had this been a fight for survival, that kick would have been a most effective maneuver, if not fatal. It would certainly incapacitate the opponent. However, this was not a life-or-death struggle, and thus he did not strike with lethal intent. Though Wu Liang was in pain, he would not be permanently harmed. Temporarily immobilized, he could only watch as Jiang Yu vanished into the shadows of the night. As the night deepened, Jiang Yu pondered his next destination when a call from Han Xiong summoned him to a hotel. This time, Han Xiong approached with greater caution than on their first encounter. She donned a mask and sunglasses, nearly obscuring her entire visage. After all, the Han family held considerable stature in Tianjin City, and Han Xiong was quite renowned. Should a paparazzo capture her entering or exiting a hotel, it would undoubtedly ignite a media frenzy. Her initial visit had been prompted by menstrual discomfort, leaving her with no choice but to forego concealment. Jiang Yu had been reluctant to come, but the marriage contract from the Han family had compelled her. If she refused Han Xiong, the latter would surely obstruct her, rendering the contract a distant prospect. Upon seeing the fully armed Han Xiong, Jiang Yu was taken aback. "What is going on? Are you being hunted?" Han Xiong, still clad in her sunglasses and mask, cautiously surveyed the surroundings before pulling Jiang Yu into the room and meticulously closing the door. She removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing a gentle smile. It must be said that despite being in her 30s, Han Xiong was exceptionally well-preserved, exuding a charm that sometimes surpassed that of younger maidens. "I'm not being hunted. I simply wish to avoid being photographed by those paparazzi while entering a hotel with someone," she clarified. "Then why did you invite me here?" Jiang Yu inquired. "Where else could we go?" "My house." "No way. My brother dislikes you immensely." "Fair enough," Jiang Yu conceded. Extracting the silver needles, he had prepared to commence Han Xiong's treatment. "By the way, how have you been getting along with Ing Er?" Han Xiong sought to alleviate the awkwardness of the treatment process with conversation. Upon mentioning Han Ing, Jiang Yu expressed his exasperation. "Not particularly well. She seems disinterested in handsome men." "How narcissistic of you." Han Xiong rolled her eyes. "Our Ing Er is a gem, having encountered countless young masters. There are many in Tianjin City far more handsome than you. But do not lose heart. This is merely the beginning of your acquaintance. I shall assist you." "Why are you so determined to help me?" This had long been a question in Jiang Yu's mind. The bride-to-be, Han Ing, was opposed to the marriage, as was her father. Why was this aunt so insistent? "Have you discovered some unique allure within me that even I am unaware of? Aside from my looks, I seem rather ordinary." Chapter 25. "It seems I've gotten into trouble." Han Xiong gazed at Jiang Yu with her cerulean eyes. "Because my brother is unwilling for Ing Er to marry you. Is that it?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Do you find this reason inadequate?" He withdrew the silver needles and employed a distinctive technique to massage Han Xiong, the indescribable sensation of comfort eliciting soft sighs from her. Yet, instead of becoming lost in her murmurs, Jiang Yu found himself increasingly irritated. "You only wish to assist me because your brother disapproves? So, I am merely a pawn in your game against him?" Frustration welled within him, causing his touch to become firmer. "Ouch!" Han Xiong exclaimed. "Why are you so forceful? Does it hurt?" "It should. Experiencing pain is essential for efficacy." He maintained his pressure. Han Xiong grimaced through the discomfort. "Is this truly necessary? It wasn't this painful the first time. Are you questioning my medical skills?" "Of course not. But could you please ease up a bit? I can hardly endure it." "If you can't endure it, then just shout." Han Xiong, determined not to let Jiang Yu witness her embarrassment, gritted her teeth and bore the discomfort. After half an hour of massage, she was drenched in sweat, and Jiang Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, hastily made an excuse to leave. Han Xiong lay on the bed for quite some time, trying to regain her composure, already contemplating whether to undergo a third treatment. After dressing, fixing her hair, and donning a mask and sunglasses, she headed to the first hospital of Tianjin City, where the patriarch of the Han family was receiving treatment. Inside the luxurious ward, Han Tianming was in a fit of rage. What do you mean he is missing? What are you doctors and nurses doing? I warn you, if anything happens to my father, you will all bear the consequences. 2 doctors and 3 nurses stood before Han Tianming, rendered speechless by his fury. From a distance, his voice could be heard. As a renowned entrepreneur in Tianjin City, such volatility seemed unbecoming. Upon entering the ward, Han Xiong began to reproach Han Tianming. You show no concern for the fact that grandfather is missing and instead choose to reprimand me? Han Tianming shot back. You're indifferent to the old man's disappearance, yet come here to blame me? Why haven't you sent anyone to search for him? What good is yelling here? Just then, Vice President Liu Yu arrived in response to the commotion. Mr. Han, do not lose your temper. The old gentleman isn't missing. He has simply been discharged. Discharged? Han Tianming's anger flared anew. Liu Yu, you are well aware of my father's health. How could you allow him to leave? Sighing, Liu Yu replied. I did not consent to it, but you know his temperament. Once he makes a decision, no one can stop him. Moreover, even if he stayed in the hospital, he likely wouldn't last until the end of the month. Perhaps you should return home. He may already be there. As doctors, they had witnessed countless cycles of life and death. Many who sensed their impending demise preferred to leave the confines of a hospital. If anything happens to my father, I assure you, you will all face the consequences. Han Tianming scolded Liu Yu, then hurriedly departed. By the time Jiang Yu left the hotel, it was already 11 at night, and he wandered the streets like a lost soul. No longer the personal bodyguard of Wen Huan, he could not stay at her residence. He had no desire to stay in a hotel, as the costs were exorbitant, and he felt his time in Tianjin City would be brief. Renting an apartment was not an option either. Having earned some money while working for Wen Huan, he planned to save it, as he would need funds for future travels, avoiding any further embarrassment. Fortunately, it was midsummer, and the nights were mild, allowing him to find a bench in the park to spend the night. The park was lush and filled with benches, though the abundance of mosquitoes was a nuisance. By midnight, the park was deserted, save for him, a jobless wanderer, as few would roam the park at such an hour. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and turned to see an elderly man practicing Tai Chi under the moonlight. Jiang Yu observed closely. The old man did not appear to be a seasoned practitioner, as those who had trained in martial arts for years might have a habit of practicing at odd hours. However, the elderly gentleman appeared to be merely an amateur, practicing Tai Chi solely for the purpose of maintaining his health. Most notably, his labored breathing and the pallor of his complexion, illuminated by the dim lights of the park, revealed the toll that time had exacted on him. This was a man in the twilight of his years, as if the very essence of life could be snatched away at any moment. In his fragile state, it would be far better for him to sit quietly for a while. Yet, the old man remained obstinate, persistently striving to perfect 2 particular movements that he deemed unsatisfactory. Jiang Yu found this peculiar. After observing for a while, he suddenly noticed the old man sway unsteadily, teetering on the brink of a fall. Quick as a flash, Jiang Yu dashed forward to support him, realizing that a fall could lead to dire consequences for someone of such frail constitution. He gently assisted the old man to a nearby bench, where the elderly man's breathing grew increasingly frantic, taking several minutes to regain a semblance of stability. Thank you, young man, he finally expressed, once his breath had calmed. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, curious to inquire, Old sir, at this late hour, what brings you here alone to practice Tai Chi? With your condition, aren't you concerned about worrying your family? The old man chuckled softly. After lying in the hospital for so long, I yearned to move about. But one should at least have someone nearby to keep watch. Just now, had I not acted swiftly, it might have been inconsequential to you, given that your days are numbered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu scrutinized the old man more closely. His complexion was devoid of color, his pupils vacant, and a white line seemed to extend from his forehead to his ear. The elderly gentleman did not suffer from any grave illness. Rather, he was simply approaching the end of his natural life. Jiang Yu, as a healer, could mend the ailments that plagued others, yet he found himself powerless to save someone like this man. The cycle of life and death was a common occurrence, one Jiang Yu had long since become accustomed to. It was hardly surprising that the old man showed little regard for his own mortality. Sir, one cannot speak so lightly. While you may be indifferent, your family may feel differently. Regardless of how many days remain, they surely wish to accompany you through your final moments. You have quite the eloquence, young man. What is your name? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? The old man paused, visibly taken aback. Are you from Mount Boqi? Old sir, do you recognize me? Since you are a disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhong, might you assist me? The old man exhibited a hint of agitation, but Jiang Yu interjected. Old sir, it is not that I do not wish to help, but your time is drawing near, and I am truly powerless in this matter. I do not seek to extend my years. The elderly man became overly excited, and in a moment of distress, he lost consciousness. Fortunately, with a skilled healer nearby, Jiang Yu pressed several acupuncture points, helping to restore the old man's breath, yet he showed no signs of awakening. Jiang Yu's expression turned grim, as if he had stumbled into a predicament. Chapter 26. Am I not destined to perish? The unpredictability of life weighed heavily on him. Should anything untoward happen to the old man under his care, he would face the wrath of unreasonable family members, and the little money he possessed would scarcely suffice for compensation. Yet, a healer's compassion would not allow Jiang Yu to abandon an unconscious elderly man on the brink of death, alone and forsaken. He was young and vigorous. Managing to spend a night in the park was one thing, but the elderly man's health was rather poor. If he were to stay here overnight, the sound of a morning trumpet would likely be heard the next day. With no other choice, Jiang Yu could only carry the old man in search of a place to rest. The Galaxy Grand Hotel, a luxurious establishment under the Han Group, was considered one of the finest hotels in Tianjin City. As Jiang Yu passed by, he cast a glance at the flickering neon sign, feeling a moment of hesitation. Staying in such a hotel would cost at least 500 to 600. Nevertheless, he resolutely stepped inside. Old man, consider yourself fortunate. Seeing as you have not many days left, I shall let you enjoy a stay in a high-end hotel, Jiang Yu muttered to himself as he approached the front desk. The receptionist, a young girl, immediately frowned upon seeing Jiang Yu cradling the frail, old man. Hello, I'd like to book a room, Jiang Yu said, handing over his ID. However, the receptionist maintained a stern expression and replied, take him to the hospital. While the elderly man's condition was indeed concerning, Jiang Yu insisted. I am a doctor. He will be fine. Stop the nonsense and get out. She retorted. What kind of attitude is that? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his displeasure growing. The receptionist glared at him, saying, what is wrong with my attitude? You bring this old man here. What if he dies on our premises? Rolling her eyes, she continued with disdain, these days, you see all sorts of people. Are you mad for money? She assumed Jiang Yu was deliberately attempting to exploit the situation to extort the hotel. You, with your demure appearance, why speak so harshly? He replied, do I really need to be polite to someone like you? I'll say it once more, leave immediately, or I will call security. Do you believe I want to file a complaint against you? Complaint? Fine. Would you like me to summon our manager? She challenged. Let me tell you. Don't try this with me. Our Galaxy Hotel is a property of the Han Group. Han Group? A smile flickered across Jiang Yu's face. Since it was an establishment of the Han Group, things would be easier. Just then, the lobby manager approached, his face a mask of anger. What is all this noise at this hour? Is this how you treat guests? The receptionist pointed subtly at Jiang Yu, whispering, Manager, look. This guy is bringing in a dying old man to stay at the hotel. Isn't he clearly trying to con us? If we let them check in and the old man dies here, not only will we lose money, but it will also bring us bad luck. The lobby manager glanced at the old man in Jiang Yu's arms and felt a strange sense of familiarity. Yet, unable to place it and feeling superstitious, he waved dismissively. Get lost. If he is going to die, do it far away. Jiang Yu chose not to engage in further argument and directly dialed Han Xiong's number. Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? I'm busy. Han Xiong's voice came through, hurried and searching for the old man. Xiongjia, don't hang up. Jiang Yu called out, grabbing her attention. What is the matter? Facing difficulties? She asked. A bit of a predicament. I'm at the Galaxy Hotel under the Han Group, but your lobby manager is refusing to let me check in. So that is all, Han Xiong said with irritation. You claim to be the only successor of Bo Qishan, yet you cannot handle such a trivial matter. Hand me the phone. I will speak to the lobby manager. Jiang Yu strode directly toward the lobby manager, who, sensing the ominous atmosphere, instinctively took a couple of steps back and barked, Are you still trying to act tough? Stand right there. Jiang Yu confidently handed over the phone, stating, Take the call. His self-assured demeanor left the lobby manager momentarily bewildered, causing him to involuntarily accept the phone. Who is this? It's me, Han Xiong. I've heard you refuse to allow him to check in. The lobby manager was momentarily flummoxed, glancing at the caller ID. Which reads Sister Jiang. Jiang Yu calmly remarked, "So, can you arrange for my check-in now?" The lobby manager regained his composure and suddenly let out a few mocking laughs. "Huh? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You think a mere phone call makes you General Han?" He placed the phone to his ear, dripping with sarcasm. "Stop pretending to be a big shot. You're Han Xiong, and I'm still Han Tianming." Now it was Han Xiong's turn to be astonished on the other end of the line. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that?" Han Xiong's fury escalated. "You insolent fool, I don't have time for your nonsense." The lobby manager tossed the phone back to Jiang Yu, declaring, "You have 10 seconds to disappear, or don't blame me for being rude." Jiang Yu was taken aback, thinking to himself that the lobby manager was indeed audacious, dismissing even Han Xiong. He intended to speak further with Han Xiong, but the line was already filled with the sound of a disconnection. Within 10 seconds, the lobby manager's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed drastically, instantly transforming into one of deference. "Hello, General Han. At this late hour, what prompts you to call me?" Han Xiong had directly called the lobby manager himself. The lobby manager wore a fawning expression. Even though Han Xiong was not in front of him, he still bowed and nodded as if she were present. Han Xiong's furious voice echoed through the phone. "General Han? Did you not just call me a fool? General Han, what jest is this? Who would dare to call you that?" As he spoke, the lobby manager's face contorted into one of despair. "General Han, was that truly you just now?" Realizing the gravity of his error, the lobby manager was filled with regret. Who would have thought that the seemingly destitute young man was indeed a friend of Han Xiong? In a desperate bid to salvage his job, the lobby manager slapped his own face with a resounding crack. "General Han, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not recognize you. I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. I am currently quite occupied, but please allow me to arrange for my friend's check-in first." "General Han, you may not fully grasp the situation." The lobby manager stepped aside, speaking discreetly. "It's not that we are refusing your friend's check-in, but he is carrying an elderly man who appears gravely ill. Should anything untoward occur, it could significantly impact the hotel." He adopted a tone of self-importance, yet was caught off guard by Han Xiong's retort. "Even if you were truly carrying a corpse, you would treat him as a valued guest." The lobby manager was on the verge of tears. Han Xiong's words revealed the esteemed status of Jiang Yu. The lobby manager not only offended Han Xiong, but also felt he had wronged someone of even greater stature. No one was privy to the content of the manager's call, and the front desk continued to remind him, "Manager, this person is still here. Should we call security?" The manager, clearly flustered, retorted, "Call your mother's security." In Chapter 27, The Reflection of Broken Needles, Jiang Yu ultimately checked in successfully, being assigned to the highest-tier presidential suite. The lobby manager underwent a complete transformation in demeanor, nearly bowing to Jiang Yu. He was eager for Jiang Yu to speak favorably on his behalf to safeguard his position. This was Jiang Yu's first experience in a presidential suite, an embodiment of opulence, with a breathtaking view of the nightscape of Tianyun City visible through the window. How delightful it was to be wealthy. Standing by the window, Jiang Yu marveled at his fortune, realizing that merely knowing someone affluent like Han Xiong afforded him such privileges. It is no wonder that people often say the joy of the rich is beyond imagination. After about an hour of slumber, the elderly gentleman finally awoke, surveying his surroundings before asking in a frail voice, "Where am I?" "Old sir, you're awake." Jiang Yu hurried over. "This is the presidential suite of the Han Group. Isn't it luxurious?" The elder nodded in acknowledgement. "But staying here must cost quite a bit, right? You've just started out and likely don't have much savings. Why such extravagance? It's no trouble. Consider it a deed of kindness. One should experience enjoyment at least once in a lifetime, should they not?" The most crucial part he withheld was that, due to Han Xiong's arrangements, the lobby manager dared not charge them. Otherwise, he would never have spent thousands for a single night's stay. Jiang Yu helped the elder to his feet and inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall I have someone bring some food?" "Not yet. Let us first discuss my situation." "Old sir, it is not that I lack the willingness to assist you, but with my current capabilities, I am not yet in a position to negotiate with the king of hell for lives. You are the sole disciple of divine Dr. Zhong. I have faith in your skills. Belief alone is insufficient. The crux is that I do not believe. I do not wish for many more years or even months of life, but at the very least, I must see the 3rd day of the following month. However, given my condition, I fear I may not last until then. Thankfully, I encountered you. The 3rd day of next month," Jiang Yu mused, contemplating how he might secure that time for the elder. Is the third day of next month significant for you? It is my birthday. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. One would think that at such an advanced age, the elder would be indifferent to such matters. The elder seemed to see through his thoughts and continued. Recently, my son advised me to take good care of my health. Planning a grand celebration for my birthday on the 3rd of next month, along with arranging my granddaughter's marriage. I wish to see my granddaughter wed, but I must at least survive until her engagement day. That is my only wish. Can you assist me? I can certainly try. Will you require any rare medicinal herbs? None needed. At this point, besides a miraculous elixir, nothing will aid your condition. Then how will you assist me? Please hold on, old sir. Jiang Yu hurriedly descended the stairs and navigated through 3 streets until he discovered a pharmacy still in operation, where he procured some silver needles. When the gleaming needles were presented before the elderly man, he inquired with palpable excitement, "Are you going to administer the 7-star revitalizing needle to me?" "Ah, old sir, you are aware of the 7-star revitalizing needle? That is indeed a closely guarded secret of our Baiqi mountain," Jiang Yu replied, marveling at the man's knowledge. He continued, "I have had the privilege of witnessing it employed by the renowned Dr. Zhong." Given that Jiang Yu's master had saved countless lives throughout his lifetime, it was not surprising that the old man had encountered him, prompting Jiang Yu to refrain from delving deeper into the matter. He then stated, "Revitalizing life is an act against the heavens and should not be undertaken lightly. The technique I intend to employ is known as the broken needle reflection." "What does the broken needle reflection entail?" the old man queried. Jiang Yu explained, "This method is exclusively suitable for those on the brink of death. Anyone who receives this treatment will experience a resurgence of vitality within 2 weeks. However, what follows that fortnight is inevitable demise." Jiang Yu gazed intently at the elderly gentleman, asking, "Have you contemplated this decision thoroughly?" The old man's eyes appeared somewhat dazed as he murmured to himself, "2 weeks will suffice for me to endure until the 9th of next month." He then resolutely nodded at Jiang Yu, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." The broken needle reflection was not a complex procedure, consisting of merely 3 needles, one for the Baihui acupoint, one for the Fengqi acupoint, and one for the Renning acupoint. Each needle was inserted 3 inches deep, gently twisted for a quarter of an hour, then withdrawn by 2 inches before the final break. Jiang Yu executed the needle-breaking technique with great finesse. A white halo emanated from his fingertips, and the old man felt a gentle warmth radiating through his skin. With a delicate quiver, Jiang Yu pinched the silver needle, causing it to break effortlessly, the fractured end level with the surface of the skin. The once dull-eyed elder suddenly radiated vitality, resembling a person on the verge of death experiencing a miraculous revival. "I feel a bit hungry," he chuckled, expressing joy despite knowing he would meet his end in 15 days. Jiang Yu promptly called for the waiter to bring a sumptuous feast, quite fitting for one residing in a presidential suite. "Xiao Yu, come here," the elderly man called, his address toward Jiang Yu growing notably more affectionate. Jiang Yu sat beside him, quietly observing. "I have a humble request," the old man began. "On the 3rd day of next month, my birthday, you must be present. Old sir, you and your family should relish your time together." "I shall refrain from intruding," Jiang Yu replied. "This opportunity is one you have granted me. You must certainly attend, for your presence is indispensable at this celebration." "You speak too highly of me, old sir," Jiang Yu said, bemused by his newfound importance. However, unable to resist the elder's heartfelt invitation, he ultimately acquiesced. The old man requested his phone number, promising to inform him once the hotel arrangements were finalized. The two conversed about a myriad of topics until the early hours, finally retiring to rest at 3 in the morning. Jiang Yu awoke at 9 to find the elderly man had already departed. Upon inquiry, he learned that the old man had left at 6, having slept for only 3 hours. With merely half a month remaining, he wished not to squander his precious time on sleep. Jiang Yu regarded this encounter merely as a fleeting episode in life and departed the hotel to continue with his plans to withdraw from his engagement. Perhaps good deeds beget good fortune. Having assisted the elderly gentleman the previous night, he received delightful news that very day. Someone online had responded to his post, mentioning an acquaintance named Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu, filled with elation, immediately sought out the individual who had replied. The individual in question is named Yang Wei, a man in his 20s laboring at a construction site. Due to his commitments, Jiang Yu personally sought him out. Fortune favored Jiang Yu, as he did not encounter any deceitful individuals. Yang Wei, pressed for time, took a brief 10-minute leave, thus avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution. "In my hometown, I had a neighbor whose daughter was named Wen Fuyao, but that family moved away over a decade ago. Do you know where they reside now? I do not. However, you might inquire in my hometown, as it seems there is still a relative of Wen Fuyao residing there. Could you assist me in making a call to establish contact? I regret to inform you that since my parents passed away 7 years ago, I have departed from my hometown, and without any relatives remaining there, I lack contact information for anyone from that area. Ultimately, Yang Wei provided Jiang Yu with the address of his hometown. Although Jiang Yu intended to offer him a few hundred yuan as a token of gratitude, Yang Wei declined. The address of Wen Fuyao's family is Qingping Township, Yulong Village. Eager to annul his engagement, Jiang Yu set forth on his journey. Chapter 28. The past of the Wen family. Jiang Yu was utterly unprepared for the considerable distance to Wen Fuyao's family home. After a 40-minute bus ride from the city, he arrived at Jiufeng Mountain and commenced his trek through rugged terrain. The mountain paths were treacherous, and even Jiang Yu, accustomed to mountainous landscapes, found himself fatigued. The remoteness of Wen Fuyao's home was indeed remarkable. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as nestled deep within the mountains. He set out in the morning and did not reach Yulong Village until the depths of night. A decade ago, Yulong Village boasted a population of around 100. But as the economy of the nation flourished, an increasing number of young individuals departed the mountains, leaving behind mostly the elderly and infirm. Scattered along the steep hillside were over 30 wooden houses, each bearing the marks of time. Most of these structures had long been abandoned, falling into disrepair. At 2 in the morning, the wilderness echoed with the low growls of wild beasts, and the villagers, accustomed to early rest, left Jiang Yu enveloped in darkness, devoid of any illumination. He could not venture out in the dead of night to seek out Wen Fuyao's relatives. Instead, he sought refuge in an unoccupied house. Planning to wait until dawn to continue his search, the house contained ample wooden planks, which he wiped clean enough to rest for a few hours. As the first light of dawn filtered into the mountains, accompanied by the sounds of barking dogs, wisps of smoke began to rise from nearby homes. The mountain dwellers, having gone to bed early, naturally arose at the break of day. The crisp mountain air invigorated Jiang Yu, who stretched and stepped outside the dilapidated house. Following the trail of smoke, before him stood an aged wooden cabin, where a hunchbacked elder with a face lined by deep creases sat before the main room, smoking a pipe. His skin glistened a deep ebony hue. In the kitchen, a silver-haired matron busied herself with preparations, while the elder occasionally inquired if the meal was ready. Life unfolded in a tranquil and unpretentious manner. The remaining inhabitants of the mountains seemed forgotten by the world. Those with family could only reunite for a meal during the new year, while those without might go years or even decades without exchanging a word with outsiders. The elder's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he spotted Jiang Yu from afar and promptly rose to regard him. For it was a rare occasion for an outsider to visit the village. "Good day, sir," Jiang Yu said politely, greeting the elder. The elderly man inquired in a voice laden with the weight of experience, "Young fellow, what brings you here?" "I'm searching for someone." "Who are you seeking?" "Relatives of Wen Fuyao." "Do you know them?" "Wen Fuyao?" The name seemed distant, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, the old man replied, "You are looking for Wen Shusheng, aren't you?" Jiang Yu surmised that Wen Shusheng must indeed be related to Wen Fuyao, and thus he nodded. "Do you know where he is?" The old man remained silent, turning to enter the main room, and shortly returned with a bamboo basket covered with a black cloth, the contents of which remained a mystery. "Follow me." Though advanced in years, the elder moved with surprising agility along the mountain path. He called out to the kitchen, "Wife, I'm stepping out for a bit." "Where are you going at this hour?" "To find Old One." The busy matron in the kitchen paused momentarily, then muttered, "What madness has seized you this early?" "Old One has been dead for several years." Unaware of Wen Shusheng's demise, Jiang Yu only grasped the truth when the elder led him to a grave. Upon seeing the tombstone, understanding washed over him. The old man set down the bamboo basket, lifting the black cloth to reveal incense, candles, and paper offerings. After so many years, someone has finally come to pay respects to Old One. He lit 2 candles and gestured for Jiang Yu to burn the paper money. Jiang Yu was taken aback. After a long journey to Yulong Village, this was the outcome? Yet, having come this far, and with the old man having prepared the offerings, he felt compelled to stay. He would honor the memory of his betrothed whom he had never met. As they burned the paper money, the elder inquired, "Young man, what is your connection to Old One?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In truth, I have no relation to him." "No relation, yet you traversed mountains to find him?" "Actually, I seek Wen Fuyao. A friend mentioned that her family has a relative here, which is why I came. I had not anticipated. Wen Fuyao, the little girl who used to wear 2 ponytails? That would be her, I suppose. Do you know where they moved? Where else could they go but the city? The youth from the village all migrated there. With countless cities scattered across the land, the elder's words seemed vague and unhelpful. He continued, the last time I saw that girl was several years ago. Oh, yes, I remember. I saw her the year old when passed. She truly blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Jiang Yu eagerly asked, since you saw her a few years back, do you know which city they relocated to? Just outside the mountains lies Tianyan City. After they left, the Wen family finally found some fortune. You see, they were once among the poorest here. It seemed the elder had not conversed with anyone in ages. Once he started, the words flowed freely. Old Wen had a nephew named Wen Qiyun, who was frail from a young age. At 20, he finally married and had a daughter. But his health was failing. It was as if the Wen family had been blessed. When his daughter turned 5, a miraculous doctor came to the village, accompanied by a young boy. Jiang Yu thought to himself that the young boy now stood before the elder, yet at that time, he was too young to remember anything. The elderly man continued, the skills of that miraculous physician are indeed remarkable. Just a few doses of medicine cured Wen Qiyun's ailment, pulling him back from the brink of death. Wen Qiyun was so grateful that he promised his daughter to the physician's apprentice. You cannot imagine the scene. Wen Qiyun knelt before the physician and did not rise until the marriage contract was drafted. After Wen Qiyun recovered, he took his family to the city for work. In the first few years, he often returned, and each time he came back, he had transformed remarkably. I heard from Old Wen that he started a business in the city and earned a considerable income each year. The young people in the village, upon seeing this, also hurried to the city, yet few could achieve the success that Wen Qiyun did. In my opinion, it was the old physician who altered the feng shui of the Wen family's ancestral grave. Otherwise, Wen Qiyun would not have prospered so swiftly. The old man was knowledgeable about the universe and had studied feng shui. Although Jiang Yu primarily focused on the art of medicine, he had also learned about feng shui, though not as profoundly as the old man. Sir, could you take me to see the Wen family's ancestral grave? Jiang Yu expressed his curiosity, eager to discover how the old man had assisted the Wen family. Follow me. They walked along the mountain path for about 2 miles until Jiang Yu finally beheld the Wen family's ancestral grave. It was an impressive ancient tomb, with 2 stone lions standing guard at the front, exquisitely carved. Jiang Yu examined the terrain behind the grave. Lush greenery formed a resemblance to a white tiger lying in wait, while the front offered a clear view of the mountainous base, creating an expansive open hall. A river meandered around the hall at the foot of the mountain. This was indeed a treasure trove of feng shui. Surprised, are you? The old man took a puff from his pipe and said, in fact, the Wen family was once a prominent household, but they later fell into decline. Otherwise, do you think they could have named their daughter Wen Fuyao, a name of such elegance? Jiang Yu scrutinized the Wen family's ancestral grave. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, save for a symbol about 3 fingers wide engraved on the steel. Jiang Yu recognized that this was the old man's handiwork. The elderly man remarked, do you see that symbol? Before the physician's arrival, there was none on the steel. Suddenly, he grew furious, exclaiming, who dared to deface the ancestral steel? On the steel, the symbol had a diagonal line drawn across it. Perhaps it was scratched by a wild beast, Jiang Yu suggested, though his expression remained grave. The old man's drawing was a talisman for suppressing evil. Why would he inscribe such a symbol in a place of auspicious feng shui? Could there be something hidden within the Wen family's ancestral grave? The diagonal line on the talisman was likely not the work of a beast, but could signify an encroachment of malevolent energy. The damage to the talisman foretold impending calamity for the Wen family. It seemed imperative to locate Wen Fuyao swiftly, to help them avert this disaster and resolve the matter at hand. Sir, do you have a way to contact the Wen Fuyao family? I cannot reach them. When Old Wen was alive, they would occasionally return, but since his passing, they have not come back. Are you certain they moved to Tianyan City? I never deceive. Then the Wen Qiyun you mentioned earlier is indeed Wen Fuyao's father, correct? Absolutely. Thank you, dear elder, for your efforts. Allow me to escort you home. After accompanying the elder back, he graciously treated Jiang Yu to a breakfast, albeit a simple fare of congee and pickled vegetables, which felt more sumptuous than delicacies from the mountains and seas. Once he emerged from the mountains, Jiang Yu promptly posted an inquiry online, seeking Wen Qiyun. He reasoned that since Wen Qiyun was conducting business in Tianyan City, he should be easier to locate than Wen Fuyao. Following his post, He boarded a bus back to Bosai Mountain. As for talismans and similar matters, he had not delved deeply. He needed to return and consult the old man regarding the additional stroke on the town-suppressing talisman and its implications. Would the Wen family be facing calamity? Should the Wen family encounter sudden misfortune, the marriage certificate he sought might elude him for a lifetime. Old man, I have returned to see you. Jiang Yu called out loudly from a distance, yet received no response. Upon arriving at the bamboo cottage, he found it empty, a fine layer of dust covering surfaces, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Jiang Yu searched the mountains thoroughly, yet not even a shadow of a ghost was in sight. He waited in the bamboo cottage for an entire day, ultimately concluding that the old man had departed. Old rascal, you spoke of my well-being and urged me to descend the mountain, only to send me away for your own leisure. I curse you to fall into a latrine. After realizing that the old man had vacated Bosai Mountain for several days, Jiang Yu also came to a significant understanding. One cannot always rely on the assistance of others. Henceforth, he must depend solely on himself. To add insult to injury, the old man had left and taken all the treasures with him, leaving Jiang Yu with a profound sense of regret for not having utilized them sooner. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. The pressing matter was to locate Wen Qiyun. Upon his return from the mountain to Tianyan City, he found that his post had received a reply. Someone inquired if he was searching for Wen Qiyun from Jian Company. Jiang Yu immediately searched for Jian Company online and proceeded to the address listed. Jian Company, a notable player in the building materials business, was situated on the 17th floor of the Baishan building. As it was not peak commuting hours, the elevator was relatively uncrowded. Xiao Zhang, what brings you here? Upon entering the elevator, Jiang Yu heard a voice greeting him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Wen Yihuan's father. Wen Yihuan, originally named Wen Fuyao, meant that the man before Jiang Yu was indeed the person he sought, Wen Qiyun. Wen Qiyun feigned ignorance, knowing full well Jiang Yu had come to find him. Uncle, it's you. I'm here looking for someone. What about you? I work here. By the way, who are you searching for? Perhaps I know them. I'm looking for Wen Qiyun. Mr. Wen, what business do you have with him? Uncle, do you know him? Of course I know him. I work on the 10th floor. We frequently cross paths during our commutes. As they spoke, Wen Qiyun discreetly pressed the button for the 10th floor. When the elevator arrived, he stepped out, waving to Jiang Yu. I'm heading to work now. Uncle, you take care of your business. As the elevator doors closed, Wen Qiyun promptly called his secretary. Xiao Zhang, please proceed to the front desk immediately. A young man named Jiang Yu is here to see me. Inform him that I am engaged in business out of province. Furthermore, if he inquires about my daughter, simply say that she is studying abroad and that you have no further information. In an effort to shield his daughter from scrutiny, Wen Qiyun has taken great pains, even refraining from returning to his own company. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival at the front desk of Jian Company, the elegant and poised secretary, Xiao Zhang, awaited him. May I ask if Mr. Wen is available? Jiang Yu inquired directly, bypassing pleasantries. The receptionist assessed him momentarily and politely asked, Do you have an appointment? No, he replied. Regrettably, our boss's schedule is fully booked. Kindly make an appointment and return. As the receptionist attempted to dismiss him, Xiao Zhang quickly intervened, asking, May I inquire who you are? My name is Jiang Yu. Please call your boss. He should be familiar with me. Unfortunately, Mr. Wen has just departed for business in another province. Perhaps you could wait for his return? The receptionist gazed at Xiao Zhang in confusion, recalling the manager's earlier statement that the boss was expected shortly and urging them to remain alert. However, due to Xiao Zhang's higher standing, the receptionist refrained from interjecting. Since Mr. Wen is unavailable, could you assist me in contacting his daughter, Wen Fuyao, or provide me with her phone number so I may reach her directly? Jiang Yu indeed inquired about Wen Fuyao, yet Xiao Zhang had already prepared her response. Mr. Wen's daughter is not involved with the company, and we do not possess her contact information. Do you know where she resides? She has been studying abroad for the past couple of years. I fear only Mr. Wen knows such details. Jiang Yu appeared somewhat disheartened. When is Mr. Wen expected to return? That is uncertain. Sometimes he is away for 3 to 5 days. Other times 1 to 2 months. Could you provide me with Mr. Wen's contact details? Certainly. As a businessman, Mr. Wen's phone number was not a closely guarded secret, and Xiao Zhang readily supplied it. Chapter 30. Ominous signs. As Jiang Yu descended the stairs, Wen Qiyun was already in the lobby. His phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon noticing Jiang Yu on a call, he promptly disconnected. Hello, the number you dialed is currently in use. Please try again later. Is he ignoring my call due to its unfamiliarity? He attempted to call again, only to be met with another disconnection from Wen Qiyun. He dialed yet again. But this time, Wen Qiyun simply powered off his phone. After shutting off his phone, Wen Qiyun approached with a concerned expression. So, did you manage to find him? Jiang Yu shook his head. They informed me that Mr. Wen has gone out of province for business. Wen Qiyun offered reassurance. Business people are often on the move, frequently traveling. Is there an urgent matter you wish to discuss with him? Considering that this involved the Wen family, Jiang Yu hesitated to disclose too much to an outsider, shaking his head to indicate there was nothing pressing. By the way, how are you getting along with Yihuan? Noticing the hopeful glimmer in Wen Qiyun's eyes, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Does he genuinely believe that I am involved with Wen Yihuan? Uncle, that incident was merely a misunderstanding. There is nothing between me and Mr. Wen. I understand. I assure you, Uncle is not mistaken. Relationships, much like business, develop over time. Familiarity breeds comfort. Uncle, my relationship with Wen is not as you imagine. I understand, young people can sometimes be a bit open-minded, and I can empathize. Jiang Yu was filled with confusion. What on earth was this about? Just then, Wen Yihuan called him. Wen Qiyun glanced at the screen and revealed a sly smile, still claiming nothing's wrong. Uncle, truly, there's nothing. Let us not dwell on that. Just answer the phone. Jiang Yu reluctantly picked up the call. Wen, is there something you need from me? Not much. Really. I cooked a few dishes at home, and it's rather dull eating alone. Would you join me? What? Jiang Yu thought he must have misheard. Why was Wen Yihuan suddenly inviting him over for dinner? Wen Qiyun patted his shoulder and meaningfully said, You and Yihuan should have a good chat. As long as you both are willing, I will wholeheartedly support you. He then stepped into the elevator and went upstairs. To refuse someone's heartfelt invitation is quite ungracious. Although Jiang Yu was taken aback by Wen Yihuan's invitation, he readily accepted. He hadn't eaten much these past few days, and his stomach was already protesting. Before long, Jiang Yu arrived at Wen Yihuan's residence. Please have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. Wen Yihuan, clad in a floral apron, opened the door for him and hurried to the kitchen, exuding the charm of a devoted wife. Jiang Yu held great admiration for Wen Yihuan. She was both graceful in the parlor and skillful in the kitchen, kind-hearted and beautiful. If he weren't so fixated on his junior sister, Dodo, he might have already harbored feelings for Wen Yihuan. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Wen Yihuan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Just a few simple home-cooked dishes. I hope you don't mind. What are you saying, Wen? These dishes are a feast for the eyes and palate. Just looking at them makes my mouth water, and I can already tell they surpass those of any 5-star hotel. Wen Yihuan smiled sweetly. It seems you've become quite the smooth talker during our brief separation. She brought over chopsticks, removed her apron, and asked, Would you like a drink? Jiang Yu nodded. Red or white? Beer, of course. Nothing beats a chilled beer in the summer. Wen Yihuan fetched a few bottles of chilled beer from the fridge and poured him a glass, filling her own as well. Do you drink, Wen? Occasionally. Sometimes. Business matters can be overwhelming, and a little drink in the evening makes it easier to sleep. Wen Yihuan raised her glass. Let me toast to you first. Thanking you for accompanying me for dinner. Jiang Yu downed his drink. Wen, you flatter me. It is my honor to enjoy the meal you've prepared. Wen Yihuan chuckled lightly, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept through the room, stirring the heart. Her laughter was enchanting, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed something amiss. Wen Yihuan's complexion appeared darkened, and a faint ominous aura seemed to emanate from her head, a bad omen suggesting potential misfortune ahead. Wen, has anything troubling happened at the company recently? Jiang Yu's expression grew solemn. No, ever since you helped me resolve that issue, everything has been running smoothly at the company, and the Black Tiger Gang hasn't caused any more trouble. However, you should be cautious of He Qing Yuan. Jiang Yu speculated that Wen Yihuan's misfortunes were likely connected to He Qing Yuan. Let's not dwell on such disheartening matters today. Come, let us indulge in some wine. An hour later, Wen Yihuan, feeling a slight intoxication, reclined on the sofa, her graceful figure alluring and her legs as fair as jade. She patted the sofa, casting a dreamy gaze at Jiang Yu. Come sit. It's not our first time here, so why the formality? Jiang Yu cautiously approached, careful not to sit too close to her. His heart was already somewhat agitated, and with the influence of the alcohol, he worried he might lose control. He resisted the urge to look at Wen Yihuan. By the way, have you given any thought to my previous suggestion? What suggestion? To be my bodyguard. Rest assured, I will ensure your compensation is satisfactory. I agree, but I have one condition. What condition? No contracts. Without the constraints of a contract, he could leave whenever he wished. He consented to win Yihuan primarily due to her impending peril. Wen Yihuan was a beautiful and kind-hearted girl, and Jiang Yu wished for her to enjoy a long life. That's acceptable, but I also have a condition. What condition? You've just arrived in Tianjin City, and you likely haven't found a place to stay yet. Why not live here with me? What does that mean? Are girls nowadays so straightforward? When Yihuan understood that Jiang Yu was her fiancé, she wanted to assess his character and believed that living under the same roof would reveal more about him. However, Jiang Yu had a different perspective. He was a bodyguard, not a personal attendant, and when Yihuan's insinuation was almost overt, if Jiang Yu had a mirror at that moment, he would surely admire his reflection and lament his own irresistible charm. Since Wen Yihuan seemed unperturbed by the arrangement, he gladly accepted. Who wouldn't want to be near such beauty? Moreover, there was no rent to pay. Miss Wen, I'm stepping out to purchase a few things. I'll be back shortly. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Wen Yihuan had treated him well, and he felt compelled to reciprocate. This was the principle of reaping rewards from good deeds. He wandered through Tianjin City, acquiring yellow paper and vermilion ink, and personally drew a talisman for protection. Although his skills in talisman drawing were not on par with the old master, it still held some efficacy. Take this talisman with you. It might save your life in critical moments. Even as when Yihuan's bodyguard, he could not remain by her side 24 hours a day. So he crafted a talisman for her safety. He was serious, yet when Yihuan chuckled lightly, "What age are we in, and you still believe in such things?" Despite her words, she carefully tucked the talisman away, clearly valuing Jiang Yu's seemingly eccentric gift. In Chapter 31, does having feelings for someone equate to harboring ulterior motives? Although Wen Yihuan did not genuinely believe the talisman could save her life, she cherished it as a treasure, even tying it with a red string around her snow-white neck. That day, Jiang Yu settled into Wen Yihuan's home. The following day, he accompanied Wen Yihuan to work, and when Su Xian saw him again, her face was filled with astonishment. "What are you doing here? I am now President Wen's bodyguard, so of course, I must be here." Su Xian looked at Wen Yihuan with a puzzled expression. "President Wen, you really hired him as a bodyguard?" Jiang Yu curled his lips. "Why do I sense an overwhelming hint of jealousy in your tone? You are a girl, aren't you? Could it be that your inclinations differ from those of the average person? You, Jiang, refrain from your nonsense. If I hear such words again, believe me, I will tear your mouth apart. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at how you are seething with rage. Have I struck a nerve?" Jiang Yu grinned mischievously, while also feeling quite suspicious. Su Xian's reaction was excessively intense. Could it be that she truly harbored feelings for Wen Yihuan? TSK. Truly, there are wonders in this vast world. All right, I must get to work now. You go about your business, Wen Yihuan said gently, waving her hand. She knew Jiang Yu was looking for someone. So during her working hours, Jiang Yu was free to go wherever he pleased. By the way, President Wen, as a business person, do you have any connections with the CEO of Jian Company? Jiang Yu had been unable to reach Wen Qiyun, as his calls were either hung up or the phone was switched off, which left him quite vexed. He had no choice but to ask Wen Yihuan for assistance in making the connection. Wen Yihuan froze momentarily, her heart racing. Had he found my father so quickly? Could he be suspecting my identity? President Wen, what's wrong? Noticing Wen Yihuan's unusual demeanor, Su Xian immediately inquired with concern. "It's nothing," she replied, avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze. "I am in the cosmetics business, and I don't have any ties with the construction materials company. Have you met him?" "No, I went there. But the secretary said he was out of province for business." Wen Yihuan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she had not given herself away. However, Su Xian remarked with a mocking tone, "So you did not meet your fiancée? She must have found you undesirable, right? If I were a rich heiress, I wouldn't look at you either." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. This Su Xian had not changed her abrasive manner even after a few days. He retorted coldly, "I did not meet her. They say my fiancé has been studying abroad for the past 2 years and has not returned." Su Xian reveled in his misfortune. "Haha, you haven't even seen her? I bet she just doesn't want to deal with you. Didn't you hear she went abroad? If your ears are faulty, you should get them checked." "Humph." Su Xian scoffed, delivering a blow. "There are so many handsome men abroad. I estimate your fiancé, you must have a boyfriend by now. You definitely have no chance. I am here to break off the engagement. Whether she has a boyfriend or not is irrelevant to me." Jiang Yu shrugged, expressing his indifference. This attitude, however, left Wen Yihuan somewhat disappointed. "Stop pretending not to care. She is a wealthy heiress. Marrying her would at least spare you 20 years of struggle." Jiang Yu pouted. Then marrying a female CEO like President Wen would save me 50 years of toil, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face fell, and she angrily retorted, "Your true intentions have been revealed. You indeed harbor ulterior motives towards President Wen." Jiang Yu spoke softly. President Wen is both talented and charming. Adept in both the drawing room and the kitchen, it is only natural that he would attract admiration. Are you implying that having feelings for someone is inherently improper? What are you saying? When Yihuan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for me? Yet, such candidness feels rather blunt. Is this a confession? Should I accept it or maintain my reserve? As when Yihuan contemplated these thoughts, Jiang Yu doused her with a cold reality. President Wen, please don't misunderstand. I was merely using a metaphorical approach to explain to Su Xian. With your exceptional qualities, how could I ever presume to reach such heights? Humph. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Su Xian interjected, hands on her hips, her gaze laced with challenge. Leave. I have work to do. When Yihuan pointed towards the door, the unexpected seriousness catching Jiang Yu off guard. What have I done to offend her? Jiang Yu pondered. Su Xian chimed in. If your ears are malfunctioning, seek medical attention. Did you not hear President Wen ask you to leave? Out then. Jiang Yu turned with nonchalance and hurried downstairs. He continued to call Wen Qiyun, only to be met with yet another abrupt disconnection. Frustration bubbled within him, even if it were an unfamiliar number, after so many attempts. Wen Qiyun ought to answer at least once, shouldn't he? Unbeknownst to him, Wen Qiyun had already placed him on the blacklist. Alas, Wen Qiyun, as the company's owner, was inundated with countless calls daily. It was impractical to keep his phone on for Jiang Yu alone, and the repeated disconnections were a nuisance, prompting a more permanent solution. The marriage certificate from the Wen family concealed part of Jiang Yu's origins, a secret he could not relinquish. Since Wen Qiyun refused to answer, he resolved to visit Jiyun Company each day. Yet, it was still Secretary Zhang who received him, unwavering in her previous responses. Jiang Yu had made up his mind. He would wait at Jiyun Company for an hour each day, convinced that Wen Qiyun would eventually appear. Meanwhile, progress on the Wen family's affairs had come to a standstill. As Jiang Yu exited Jiyun Company, he pondered strategies regarding the Han family and, almost as if guided by fate, found himself at Tianyun University. Brother, here to see Haning? Someone patted his shoulder. Jiang Yu turned to find the fellow who had shared drinks with him previously. Though not particularly handsome, the man appeared straightforward. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of guilt, so he nodded politely. Without a word from Jiang Yu, the man assumed he had been forgotten and reminded him, a few days ago, at Nice Bar. We had drinks together. I'm Wei Yong, a classmate of Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi. Have you forgotten? Until that moment, Jiang Yu had not known the man's name. But upon his introduction, Jiang Yu feigned a sudden realization. Oh, Wei Yong, how forgetful of me. A thought crossed his mind. Since Wei Yong was a classmate of Han Ying, it would be a waste not to cultivate him as an informant. Wei Yong, how well do you get along with Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi? It was all right before, but for some reason, these past few days, Wang Ruoqi looks at me as if I am a plague and constantly scolds me. If I get too close, it's like lighting a fuse on a powder keg. Wei Yong lamented, visibly distressed. Suppressing a laugh, Jiang Yu realized the cause of Wei Yong's woes must be related to the photograph incident. It is estimated that Wang Ruoqi would prefer that Wei Yong simply vanished, as if he had never existed. He patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and said, Brother, do you know what it means to entice through restraint? Chapter 32. The Three Great Principles. What does enticing through restraint mean? Wei Yong scratched his head, appearing somewhat bewildered. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, wondering how someone with such limited knowledge managed to get into university. Tell me, do you have feelings for Wang Ruoqi? Who wouldn't like a beautiful girl? Wei Yong's face flushed with embarrassment. Jiang Yu whispered. Many girls employ the strategy of enticing through restraint when it comes to someone they like. Haven't you heard of it? Wei Yong shook his head. I have never been in a relationship. Jiang Yu inquired. Do you want to win Wang Ruoqi's heart? Of course. Wei Yong almost blurted out, without hesitation. However, immediately after, his expression fell, and he murmured, How could Wang Ruoqi possibly like me? Jiang Yu replied, Nothing is insurmountable in this world. Only the determined succeed. If you have the resolve, I will assist you. Are you truly willing to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi? Wei Yong was so moved, he nearly shed tears. Brother, I never expected you to be so kind. Just the other day, I helped Wang Ruoqi get you drunk. I truly am a terrible person. Although he and Wang Ruoqi, along with Han Ying, were classmates, they had scarcely exchanged a few words all semester. rendering them nearly strangers. Wei Yong admired Wang Ruoqi, but felt unworthy and dared not express his feelings. Nevertheless, he was somewhat of a campus celebrity, as his classmates affectionately referred to him as the wine immortal. A few days prior, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi had plotted to get Jiang Yu intoxicated and sought Wei Yong's help. Naturally, he eagerly obliged to assist Wang Ruoqi. Although things had gone awry that night, with everyone succumbing to Jiang Yu's drinking prowess, Wei Yong believed that their relationship had grown closer due to the incident. To his surprise, however, Wang Ruoqi regarded him as if he were a pariah. "No worries, you didn't manage to get me drunk either," Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Wei Yong gave a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, you are the most formidable drinker I have ever met. I, Wei Yong, shall proclaim you as the best." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Stop watching so much anime. Such childish remarks are beneath you." All right, I promise to cut back. Now, brother, how should I pursue Wang Ruoqi? Please guide me." When it comes to courting a girl, there are 3 fundamental principles. First, perseverance. Second, shamelessness. And third, the perseverance of shamelessness. Wang Ruoqi is not an ordinary girl, and winning her over will not happen overnight. Therefore, keep a close watch on Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying's movements in class and report back to me. Knowing both yourself and your adversary ensures victory in every battle. Lacking romantic experience himself, Jiang Yu could only rely on the novels and dramas he had consumed to offer advice. Wei Yong scratched his head in confusion, asking, "Why do I need to monitor Han Ying's movements if I'm pursuing Wang Ruoqi?" Jiang Yu frowned, replying, "Isn't that obvious? Han Ying is my target, all right." Of course, he could not voice this sentiment outright, and instead explained earnestly, "They are best friends, inseparable. A little extra effort ensures a greater chance of success." "Oh, I see. You truly are impressive. No wonder you can compete with young Master Zhao." "What do you mean?" "Word has spread throughout the school. Young Master Zhao is pursuing Han Ying. Just a moment ago, he arrived with a convoy of 6 luxury sports cars, adorning the base of Han Ying's dormitory with a plethora of flowers to declare his affection." "Oh," Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Wei Yong, astonished, asked, "Aren't you worried?" "What is there to be concerned about?" Jiang Yu replied, harboring a secret wish for Zhao Shua's success. Wei Yong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "It seems you are already quite composed. That night, we all drank too much, and you and Han Ying left together. Have you too?" He raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yu, a knowing look on his face. Jiang Yu chose not to respond, striding purposefully towards the school. "Come, let us observe how young Master Zhao confesses." Wei Yong was even more impressed, willing to witness his rival's declaration of love. He hurried ahead, leading the way to the girls' dormitory. Upon arrival, they found the area crowded, predominantly with girls, many of whom were filled with envy. Zhao Shua, unremarkable in appearance and easily lost in a crowd, nevertheless commanded attention with his wealth. 6 sports cars parked in a row were impossible to overlook. Many were eagerly taking selfies in front of the cars, the allure of such vehicles captivating both boys and girls alike. Even Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement and moved closer to get a better look. Wei Yong followed closely, exclaiming, "This is so cool. I wish I had a sports car of my own." The disparity among people was palpable. Some would never afford a single sports car, while others could propose with a fleet of 6. Wei Yong could not resist touching one, feeling as if he were grasping Wang Ruoqi's hand. Just then, a young man clad in designer attire approached and kicked Wei Yong aside. "You can gawk and take photos, but don't you dare touch. If you scratch it, you won't be able to compensate for it." His face radiated arrogance and disdain. "Brother, that's too much," Jiang Yu said, his expression darkening and his gaze sharp. He had intended to use Wei Yong to gauge Han Ying's feelings, and thus felt compelled to act when Wei Yong was bullied. "Brother?" The young man raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "Who do you think you are to call me that? Get lost. Is this school your family as property? I'm standing right here. What are you going to do about it? Trying to act tough with me?" The young man beckoned to his friends. "Come over here and clear out some trash." Seeing this, Wei Yong quickly bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhao. It was my fault. Please forgive us. Today is your day to confess, and we wouldn't want to ruin your spirits over such a trivial matter." "Oh, so you are Zhao Shua?" Jiang Yu shook his head. Zhao Shua glared fiercely. "And what of it?" Jiang Yu replied coolly. "I suddenly find myself wishing Han Ying would not be with you." Previously, he had contemplated aiding Zhao Shua in this romantic endeavor, thinking it might benefit him as well. However, having reconsidered, he could not support someone of Zhao Shua's character. After all, Han Ying was his fiancée, and he could not bear to see her fall into a pit of despair. What? Zhao Shuo momentarily paused, then erupted into furious laughter. Am I hearing this correctly? You, a pauper, wish to meddle in my affairs with Han Ying? Who do you think you are? Young Master Shuo. At that moment, a group of young individuals with vividly dyed hair approached, inquiring, Brother Shuo, you carry on with your business. We can handle this insolent fellow. No need. Zhao Shuo retorted with a smug expression. Let him stay here. I want this pauper to witness how Han Ying agrees to my proposal. Is that so? Allow me to remind you that as long as I am present, Han Ying will never acquiesce to your pursuit. Damn it. Zhao Shuo cursed, his previously unwavering confidence shaken by Jiang Yu's seemingly calm assertion. Chapter 33. Why bother considering? Zhao Shuo, a prominent scion of Tianyuan City, had always possessed whatever he desired since childhood. Surrounded by countless women, he had never encountered rejection. This led to his extreme arrogance. He believed that even in courting Han Ying, who was his social equal, he would encounter no difficulties. Though Jiang Yu's words stirred a hint of unease within him, his overpowering arrogance compelled him to disregard Jiang Yu entirely. Could a mere impoverished student truly influence his pursuit of Han Ying? What an absurd jest. He held no merit in this regard. Disregarding Jiang Yu, Zhao Shuo continued to arrange flowers, while his friends began to amplify the atmosphere, encouraging many to shout Han Ying's name. Thousands of red roses formed a colossal heart shape, within which white roses spelled out Han Ying's name. Zhao Shuo's friends even unfurled a banner proclaiming their everlasting love for Han Ying. Had it been night, Zhao Shuo would undoubtedly have adorned the scene with candles to enhance the romantic ambience. Beside him, Jiang Yu scoffed. Is the declaration of a wealthy man truly so cliché? Wei Yong remarked, cliché or not, if it proves effective, does it matter? Jiang Yu glanced at the nearby luxury car. What truly holds value is this contraption. For an ordinary girl, resisting Zhao Shuo's advances might prove challenging. Yet Han Ying was different. Coming from a financially robust family, she was born with a golden key. Zhao Shuo's antics held no sway over her. Numerous heads peeked from the dormitory building, enviously capturing the moment. Inside, Han Ying lounged in casual attire, watching television, while Wang Ruoqi glanced down from the balcony and said, Han Ying, Zhao Shuo has come to declare his feelings for you. Han Ying's face contorted in disdain. Just ignore him. I understand you don't fancy Zhao Shuo, but you shouldn't let him feel too humiliated. It is his own choice to embarrass himself. However, he is the heir of the Dingxing group. If you allow him to lose too much face, I fear it may affect the cooperation between your families. I believe you should go down and address this. Han Ying remained unmoved, prompting Wang Ruoqi to pull her along. Let's go. Reluctantly, Han Ying was dragged downstairs, eliciting a wave of cheers. The campus beauty has emerged. Truly deserving of her title, her light makeup suits her perfectly. If only I were as wealthy as young Master Zhao. Han Ying. In the spotlight, Zhao Shuo approached Han Ying, presenting a bouquet of roses as he knelt on one knee, revealing a sparkling diamond ring. Wow, what a massive diamond. It must be worth tens of thousands. Such extravagance for a mere declaration of love? Some people have money to spare. For them, tens of thousands are but a trifling matter. Many female classmates were filled with envy, wishing they could be the object of such a declaration. However, there was not a trace of excitement on Han Ying's face. She appeared as cold and unyielding as an iceberg. Zhao Shuo gazed deeply at Han Ying, passionately reciting the love confession he had copied from the internet. Once upon a time, I aimlessly wandered through a bygone era, inadvertently accumulating a multitude of helplessness in this world. During moments of solitude, I would inexplicably wait for the return of a dream-seeking woman. On every nostalgic night, I wished the moonlight could guide you to my side, where we could lean on one another and share our innermost feelings. Han Ying, be with me. From this day forth, you shall be my wind and snow, my simplicity, my poverty, and my glory, the tenderness in my heart and the focus of my gaze. My remaining life is all for you. This heartfelt proclamation elicited a chorus of squeals and cheers from the onlooking girls, and Zhao Shuo's friends led the crowd in chanting for them to be together. Jiang Yu turned to Wei Yong and remarked, why do I always find his declarations repugnant when they come from him? Wei Yong immediately gestured for silence. Shu, keep your voice down. If Zhao hears us, we're finished. In truth, Han Ying felt as disgusted as Jiang Yu. Had it not been for Wang Ruoqi's firm grip on her, she might have turned and walked away. Wang Ruoqi took the bouquet of roses from Han Ying and attempted to mediate, Zhao Shua has put in a lot of effort. Han Ying, show him some response. Together. Together. The crowd continued to egg them on, believing Zhao Shua and Han Ying were a perfect match. Just as Han Ying was about to refuse, Wang Ruoqi leaned closer and whispered, "Don't act impulsively. If you reject him publicly, Zhao Shua will be humiliated, and if you don't care about him, consider your family's business." This reasoning made Han Ying grit her teeth. Wang Ruoqi's words held weight. She had interacted with Zhao Shua before and knew he was petty. If he were embarrassed in public, he would surely bear a grudge. Moreover, Zhao Shua's father, having had a child late in life, was extremely protective. If his son suffered, he would undoubtedly make things difficult for the Han family. Zhao Shua gazed at Han Ying with deep affection, eagerly anticipating the moment she would agree, allowing them to embrace and kiss. However, Han Ying remained silent for a long time, taking several deep breaths before managing to utter, "I will think about it." "Excuse me?" Zhao Shua was clearly taken aback by such a response, his eyes reflecting displeasure. "What is there to think about? Is there anyone better than me?" Wang Ruoqi quickly intervened. "Zhao Shua, your confession was rather abrupt. Han Ying might need a moment to gather her thoughts. The fact that she said she would consider it means you still have a chance." "I see, I was too forward." Zhao Shua stood up, reluctantly putting away the engagement ring. "Well then, take your time to consider, but can we have dinner together tonight?" Han Ying struggled to suppress the fury within her. "When will you be done? I offered you an opportunity, yet you continue to push your luck?" Her eyes radiated unmistakable disdain. "What is there left to consider?" At that moment, a voice that filled her with disdain rang out, and without needing to look, she knew that the person she loathed had arrived. Indeed, Jiang Yu stepped into the crowd's view, with Wei Yong timidly trailing behind him. Han Ying had yet to explode, but Wang Ruoqi was already fuming. "What are you doing here, you country bumpkin? This is none of your business. Vanish, instantly." Wang Ruoqi transformed into a fierce lioness, agitated by the sight of Wei Yong and Jiang Yu together. The mere thought of that photo falling into Wei Yong's hands sent shivers down her spine. Jiang Yu, however, chose to disregard her, opting for silence. Han Ying, gritting her teeth, demanded, "What do you want?" "I heard someone was confessing, so I came to see." "Only to find it was you," Jiang Yu replied calmly. "Han Ying, you clearly have someone in your heart. Why contemplate otherwise?" Zhao Shua felt a jolt of anger surge within him, roaring, "You, impoverished fool, disappear from my sight at once, or I shall ensure you vanish forever." As Jiang Yu approached Zhao Shua, he paused momentarily and whispered, "I told you, as long as I am here, you will never win Han Ying's heart." Chapter 34. Face me like a man in a duel. Jiang Yu's expression exuded such confidence that it chilled Zhao Shua to the bone. "You dare?" Zhao Shua's eyes blazed with fury. Yet Jiang Yu continued, "Han Ying, I recall one night when you were quite inebriated, and you were with someone. Let me think." "Shut up." Han Ying interjected angrily, her face a mask of resentment. Jiang Yu, sensing the tension, fell silent, his expression mischievous. Han Ying, seizing the rose from Wang Ruoqi's hand, tossed it to the ground with a resounding thud, petals scattering everywhere. "Zhao Shua, hear me clearly. I hold no interest in you, and there can never be anything between us." Although she detested Jiang Yu, his presence inexplicably provided her with a public reason to reject Zhao Shua. Like Wang Ruoqi, Han Ying felt the weight of a secret held by Jiang Yu. Wang Ruoqi feared the photo would circulate, while Han Ying dreaded the revelation of what transpired between her and Jiang Yu that night in the hotel. What was once a highly anticipated confession had turned awkward, the atmosphere plunging to a freezing point. Han Ying retreated to the dormitory, yet the onlookers remained, eager for more drama. Jiang Yu's appearance had led to Zhao Shua's public rejection, leaving him humiliated. Thus, a spectacle of confrontation seemed imminent. Without needing Zhao Shua's command, his friends surged forward, encircling Jiang Yu as if fearing his escape. "Bah!" Zhao Shua spat onto the ground, his gaze fierce enough to devour. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yu could so effortlessly disrupt his plans, leaving him utterly disgraced. He could not let Jiang Yu off so easily. Wei Yong, unwilling to antagonize Zhao Shua, stood aside, casting a helpless glance at Jiang Yu. Yet, Jiang Yu's expression remained composed, betraying no hint of fear. Zhao Shua was a formidable figure in Tianyan City. Surely he would not resort to violence before such a crowd? Humph, striking you would merely soil my hands. Dealing with you is merely a matter of my word. He possesses considerable strength. Once he speaks, naturally, there will be those who step forward on his behalf. and among the students present, many would likely volunteer. However, Zhao Shua felt humiliated. He believed that merely beating Jiang Yu would not suffice to alleviate his anger. Listen here. I shall grant you a chance to save yourself. Kneel and bow 3 times, admitting your fault, and I shall spare you today. What if he refuses? Zhao Shua found himself momentarily perplexed. Do you still wish to choose a different path? Mark my words, if you do not kneel and acknowledge your mistake, I assure you, you will spend the rest of your days confined to a wheelchair. Seemingly worried that Jiang Yu might not believe him, Zhao Shua added, I, Zhao Shua, keep my promises. Though Zhao Shua had made his threat clear, Jiang Yu remained unfazed. You dare to call me a little bastard? A storm brewed upon Jiang Yu's face. He had no parents and detested being called a little bastard since childhood. Little bastard, and what of it? How dare you give me that look? Try glaring at me again, and I shall have you crippled. Everyone disperse, stop filming. Zhao Shua's friends promptly began clearing the area, and no one dared to offend him, hastily retracting their phones and retreating. Wang Ruoqi, observing from the dormitory balcony, sensed Zhao Shua was about to suffer and immediately exclaimed, Zhao, you ought to leave at once. Do not stoop to the level of that country bumpkin. Wang Ruoqi had witnessed Jiang Yu's prowess. With Zhao Shua and his cohorts, they were hardly a match. Han shouted, Ruoqi, come back. Let them tear each other apart. She harbored disdain for both Jiang Yu and Zhao Shua, indifferent to who emerged victorious. Yet, Zhao Shua remained oblivious to their words. If he did not incapacitate Jiang Yu today, how would he survive in the future? He took a step back, leaning against his sports car to watch the unfolding drama. The others surged forward, one strategist among them proposing, let us subdue him first and drag him to a secluded spot to finish him off. Although the crowd had dispersed, numerous girls in the dormitory above continued to film. Accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks, the entire female dormitory erupted with excitement. Wow, everyone, come look, that handsome guy is incredible. 1 against 7, how amazing. That flying kick was so cool, I'm in love. Before such an audience, Jiang Yu eschewed any tricks, delivering solid blows. Is this guy from our school? Which department? Clearly someone trained, undoubtedly from the physical education department. I've never seen him before. Is he a new student this year? No way. I must go down and ask for his WeChat later. Dream on. Regardless of whether he wins against Zhao Shua, he has utterly offended him. Would you still dare to befriend him? Better not. Good looks won't put food on the table. Amidst the girls' chatter, Zhao Shua's friends began to fall one by one. They had not lost their ability to fight. However, none dared to rise again. It was absurd. This fellow was so formidable. Why would they stand up to receive another beating? They were not fools. But Zhao Shua was left dumbfounded. His adversary had defeated 7 of them in under 3 minutes. How could he possibly continue this fight? Young Master Zhao, the time has come for you. Jiang Yu advanced step by step toward Zhao Shua, resembling a harbinger of doom. Zhao Shua swallowed hard, glancing left and right, but found no suitable weapon within reach. Are you looking for this? Jiang Yu picked up 2 bricks from the flower bed beside him and tossed one to Zhao Shua. Come, face me like a man. Thud. The brick fell at Zhao Shua's feet and shattered into 2 pieces. Zhao Shua was on the verge of tears. Challenge you? Have I lost my mind? You're outnumbering me 7 to 1. I can't match that. He took a few steps back, trembling. What do you intend to do? Let me remind you. I am Zhao Shua. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will regret it. Don't want to get beaten? Very well, I'll give you a chance. No need for you to bow. Just kneel and admit your fault, and I shall spare you. Zhao Shua was furious, thinking, you want me to kneel and apologize? Dream on. Moreover, wasn't that my line? The tables turned too swiftly, 3 minutes east and 3 minutes west. Kneel or not? Jiang Yu demanded. Zhao Shua had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of rage, he roared, what are you? You think I would kneel to you? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu struck him with a brick on the forehead. Crimson blood flowed down his face. You truly dare to hit me. Thud. Kneel or not? You're finished. I swear I will make you. Kneel or not? I was wrong. Please, don't hit me, kneel or not. Chapter 35. Jiang Yu against 7. Jiang Yu had beaten all the defiance out of Zhao Shua. In Tianyan City, it was the first time Zhao Shua encountered someone who dared to use lethal force against him. Born into unimaginable wealth and privilege, Zhao Shua led a vibrant and colorful life, relishing every moment. Thus, he had no desire to face death. Between death and dignity, Zhao Shua chose to temporarily set aside his pride. With a thud, Zhao Shua knelt down, cradling his head and pleading for mercy. Please, don't hit me. I admit my mistakes. He lowered his head, his gaze filled with murderous intent. This day would undoubtedly go down as the most humiliating of his life. On the balcony of the dormitory above, Wang Ruoqi turned to Han Ning and said, Zhao Shua has knelt before that country bumpkin. What? Han Ning, indifferent to who was being beaten, was nonetheless shocked by Zhao Shua's submission. She dashed over and saw Zhao Shua kneeling before Jiang Yu, bloodied and bruised. How dare he? Han Ning covered her mouth in disbelief. This was Zhao Shua, the illustrious heir of the Ding Sheng group, the sole scion of the business magnate Zhao Zhizhong. Zhao Shua often stirred up trouble outside, occasionally encountering a fool who would inflict some injury upon him, but Zhao Zhizhong typically turned a blind eye. However, forcing Zhao Shua to kneel was tantamount to slapping Zhao Zhizhong in the face. Who was Zhao Zhizhong? Even the Han family had to show him respect. He was a figure capable of shaking the economy of Tianyuan City with a mere stomp. Jiang Yu's actions could only be described as a path that had become perilously narrow for the young man. Wang Ruoqi, relishing the moment, said, Han Ning, are you reassured now? No need for you to intervene. The Zhao family will ensure he disappears from Tianyuan City. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Though she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Yu, she believed that his offense did not warrant death. Moreover, it was evident that Zhao Shua had instigated the altercation. Wang Ruoqi cautioned, Han Ning, do not let your sympathy lead you to plead for that uncouth fellow. Han Ning shook her head, I lack such influence. She turned and made her way outside, prompting Wang Ruoqi to inquire, where are you going, Han Ning? They should exercise restraint. This is a school, not a venue for ruffian brawls. However, before she could intervene, the crowd below had already dispersed, for the security had arrived. Jiang Yu swiftly vanished from sight. Only then did Zhao Shua's companions dare to rise, gathering around him. Brother Shua, are you all right? All right. Why don't you try it for yourself? Zhao Shua was seething with rage. A bunch of useless fools. 7 of you couldn't handle one. Brother Shua, please do not lose your temper. That fellow is trained. We truly had no means to contend with him. Brother Shua, let us take you to the hospital first. We can deal with that fellow later. They assisted Zhao Shua into a vehicle, heading straight for the city hospital. Zhao Zhizhong, having received news of his son's injury and the humiliation of being forced to kneel in apology, rushed to the hospital immediately. Zhao Shua, his head wrapped in layers of bandages, felt an overwhelming sense of grievance upon seeing his father. Dad slap. Zhao Zhizhong struck Zhao Shua, leaving him dazed. Why did you hit me? How dare you ask why? Kneeling in public has brought shame upon our family. Dad, I had no choice. That fellow was skilled. And if I hadn't knelt, he would have killed me. What is his name? I don't know. Jiang Yu had not introduced himself, and Zhao Shua had failed to inquire. Zhao Zhizhong, boiling with rage, exclaimed, You don't even know who assaulted you. I may not know his name, but he is likely a student from Tianyuan University. It should not be difficult to track him down. Leave this matter to me. I will have Tianqing Martial Arts School handle it. Dad, I want him dead. Zhao Shua gritted his teeth, the words escaping his lips with great intensity. The following day, members of Tianqing Martial Arts School scoured Tianyuan University in search of Jiang Yu, even reaching out to Han Ning for information. Han Ning stated that she was not well acquainted with him, only knowing his name was Jiang Yu, and nothing more. That day, after escorting Wen Yihuan to work, Jiang Yu dutifully waited at Jiyun Company for an hour before heading to Tianyuan University, intending to consult Wei Yong, the undercover agent, about Han Ying's situation. He had become something of a celebrity at the school, as the video of him defeating 7 opponents and forcing Zhao Shua to kneel had circulated among the students. However, the video had not made its way online, for no one dared to do so. Given the might of the Dingxing group, tracking down the uploader would be effortless, and they feared the repercussions, choosing instead to share it privately. As Jiang Yu strolled through the campus, someone suddenly slipped a note into his hand. Classmate, what is this? You must have given it to the wrong person. It is not a mistake. It is indeed for you. 1 against 7. You truly have given it to the wrong person. My name is Jiang Yu. Ah, it is you. What does 1 against 7 mean? It is your nickname at school, following yesterday's incident. Your reputation as 1 against 7 Jiang has spread throughout Tianyuan University, and students have taken to calling you Jiang Yudaki Yu, or simply Yudaki. As the individuals in the school pointed and whispered about him, he overheard someone mention the phrase 1 against 7. He had not anticipated that this was his nickname within the institution. A sense of disorientation washed over him. He was not a student of Tianyuan. Yet he had left an indelible legend at Tianyun University. This note. It's from someone who asked me to give it to you. By the way, regarding 1 against 7, I advise you to refrain from coming to school for the time being. Previously, members of the Tianqing Martial Arts School were inquiring about your whereabouts around the campus. The Tianqing Martial Arts School? That is indeed a renowned establishment in Tianyun City, with its master, Wei Xiao, ranked among the top 10 martial artists in the city. I don't believe we have any grievances, do we? The Dingxing Group generously sponsors the Tianqing Martial Arts School each year. I trust you understand my implication? The classmate exchanged a knowing glance with him before hurriedly departing. Jiang Yu chuckled to himself. The Tianqing Martial Arts School? Surely Zhao Shuo does not believe that simply enlisting a so-called martial arts expert will suffice for vengeance? He slowly unfolded the note, which bore a delicate script. If you wish to survive, leave Tianyun City immediately and never return. It was not merely a threat. It resembled a form of concern, and judging by the handwriting, it seemed to be penned by a female. To think there was someone secretly concerned for my well-being. It must be a fan of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had never been one to adopt a passive stance. He would not leave Tianyun City until he secured the marriage certificate. He was confident that the Dingxing Group would have no difficulty tracking him down. Thus, there was no need to wait for the Tianqing Martial Arts School to come looking for him. He resolved to pay them a visit personally and confront this so-called martial arts master. 10 minutes later, Wei Yong rushed breathlessly to Jiang Yu. Please update me on Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's movements from yesterday. Wei Yong caught his breath, glancing around furtively before pulling Jiang Yu into a small grove, whispering, Brother Yu, we should stick to phone communication in the future. This place is too perilous. Is it because of the Tianqing Martial Arts School? Oh, you're already aware? Not only do I know, but I also plan to seek them out shortly. Chapter 36. Confrontation at the Martial Arts School. The Tianqing Martial Arts School is situated in the bustling district of Tianyun City, attracting countless disciples eager to learn due to its renowned reputation. After reporting on Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's whereabouts, Wei Yong accompanied Jiang Yu, intrigued by the latter's audacity to confront the school. There was also a second reason for his presence. He suspected that Jiang Yu would likely face defeat, and being there would allow him to call for an ambulance if necessary. The martial arts hall was spacious, equipped with various training apparatuses, and featured a large arena in the center where disciples often sparred with one another. Upon entering, they were warmly welcomed by unfamiliar faces. Are you two here to learn martial arts? You've arrived at an opportune time. Our school is currently running a promotion, offering a 20% discount on tuition. A staff member enthusiastically extolled the virtues of the Tianqing Martial Arts School while brandishing a promotional flyer. Jiang Yu promptly declined. I am not here to learn martial arts. The staff member's smile vanished instantaneously. Then what brings you here? Confrontation. The tranquility of those two words nearly caused Wei Yong to choke. He swiftly retreated a couple of steps, frantically waving his hands. It's him confronting, not me. In jest, one might observe the numerous muscular apprentices. Any one of them could easily dispatch him, and he certainly would not leap willingly into the flames. The staff's expressions shifted, clouded with an ominous air, as if a tempest were about to unleash. Brothers, we have an intruder, he bellowed, prompting the martial arts students to abandon their tools and converge. Each of them appeared menacing. Wei Yong, witnessing this, was filled with trepidation, retreating to a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. One of the bald men raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Yu with disdain. You dare to challenge us with that physique? Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. Is it permissible for you to scour the world for me, yet impermissible for me to confront you? And who might you be? Jiang Yu, came the response. Senior brother, that is indeed Jiang Yu. Someone shouted, and soon a throng of fists were clenched, eager for action. The bald man smirked coldly. You've got guts, kid, to publicly force young master Zhao to kneel. And now you dare to seek us out? Truly, have you found your way into hell when heaven's path was open to you? The bald man paused, his expression shifting to one of irritation as he thought, you dare to steal my lines? Yet, further dialogue was futile, since Jiang Yu had made the first move. The martial arts school had to provide a response to the Dingxing Group. First, let us give him a beating. Then I will consult with President Zhao on how to deal with him. The bald man beckoned with a finger and proceeded to the storage room to fetch his phone. Wait, Jiang Yu called out. The bald man turned back. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Did you not anticipate this moment when you struck young Master Zhao? Jiang Yu shook his head. You are not my match. If you wish to avoid unnecessary pain, it would be wise to summon your master. Who do you think you are to demand our master's presence? One young apprentice scoffed. You're overestimating yourself, kid. I can't stand pretentious fools like you. A master, for someone like you, I alone am sufficient. A young man leaped onto the stage, pointing accusingly at Jiang Yu. If you're so tough, come up and exchange a few moves with me. Since you wish to be beaten, I shall oblige. Jiang Yu shrugged and calmly ascended the platform. The surrounding apprentices eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Senior brother Feng Yang has trained for 3 years. Not even a robust man weighing 180 could withstand a punch from him. Feng Yang, show this kid what he's up against. Who does he think he is, challenging us? Exactly. Teach him why the flowers bloom so brightly. The apprentices jeered, and the bald senior brother cautioned. Feng Yang, don't kill him. I'll consult with President Zhao first. Feng Yang waved dismissively. Don't worry, senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Wei Yong had long been clutching the phone, ready to call an ambulance the moment Jiang Yu faltered. Feng Yang hopped in place, twisting his neck to warm up, and without any warning, sprang into the air, delivering a flying kick aimed squarely at Jiang Yu's face. The movement was impeccable, and the force considerable. Feng Yang is ruthless. That kick could very well knock the boy unconscious. Brother Feng harbors a profound disdain for individuals whose handsomeness eclipses his own, perhaps deliberately seeking to mar that youth's visage. Brother Feng, is it truly necessary to employ such excessive force upon your arrival? There are murmurs of derision amidst the crowd. You must tread carefully, lest you inadvertently render him unconscious with a single kick, which would certainly lead to a most unfortunate turn of events. In an instant, as if propelled by a primal instinct, Jiang Yu leapt with the grace of a doe and the swiftness of a hare, delivering a decisive knee strike at the very moment Feng Yang soared through the air. Thud! His knee met Feng Yang's waist with a resounding impact, sending the latter hurtling back several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The dojo was enveloped in an eerie silence. Feng Yang lay sprawled on the floor, clutching his waist in agony, his face contorted in pain, nearly taking on a hue of green. A single blow had incapacitated the opponent. The apprentices, momentarily stunned, struggled to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. After a prolonged silence, they rallied and rushed towards the arena. Brother Feng, are you all right? By heavens, that was ruthless. Damn it, if Brother Feng's vitality is compromised, it will surely affect his marital life. Undoubtedly, the apprentices possessed one commendable trait: unity. At the call to arms, they swiftly assumed combat stances and charged at Jiang Yu. What began as a one-on-one confrontation devolved into a chaotic melee, the arena no longer serving as a designated battleground. Jiang Yu, with the agility of a mountain monkey, danced through the dojo, delivering punches, slashing palms, and executing kicks, while cries of despair echoed throughout the hall. Dealing with Jiang Yu was not a matter of sheer numbers. One by one, the apprentices found themselves battered and bruised, rolling helplessly on the ground. They were wise enough to remain down once felled, each unwilling to endure further punishment. The fray, which lasted less than 5 minutes, concluded abruptly amidst a cacophony of wails. What in the blazes is happening? The bald senior brother, having returned with his phone in hand, began to scold from a distance. Upon witnessing the scene of his fellow brothers strewn across the floor, he stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth is going on? The bald one rubbed his eyes, convinced he was ensnared in a vivid dream. Wei Yong, too, stood agape. The legend of Jiang Yu's prowess in defeating 7 opponents at once had spread throughout the school, and he was well aware of it. However, the adversaries he faced then were merely a gaggle of idle rich youths. Today was starkly different. Jiang Yu's opponents were seasoned martial artists, both in number and caliber, far superior to Zhao Shuo and his ilk. Senior brother, quickly summon master. Chapter 37. The dojo master Feng Yang had long since regained his composure, albeit still slumped against the side, cradling his waist. He shouted fervently, prompting the bald one to immediately dial the dojo master, Wei Xiao. The bald one was no fool. While he held a slight edge over his peers as the senior brother, he recognized that he was no match for Jiang Yu. Master, trouble has arisen. Sun Yu, what has you in such a frenzy? A robust voice resonated from the other end of the line. Master, that rascal Jiang Yu has come to challenge the dojo. Oh, he dares to provoke us directly? Subdue him first. I shall return once I conclude my business. Master, I am no match for him. All of us senior brothers have been bested. Please return swiftly. What? Wei Xiao was filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, desperately seeking a way to retain him. I will return immediately. He hung up the phone, leaving bald Sun Yu in a quandary about how to keep Jiang Yu from leaving. Faced with a multitude of opponents, what could he possibly use to persuade him? His very life? As footsteps approached, Sun Yu looked up to find Jiang Yu striding toward him. He quickly moved aside. He could not risk his life to keep someone here. He had yet to live enough. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and uttered, "Kid, my master will be back shortly. If you have any ability, don't run." "Run?" Jiang Yu scoffed, casually pulling over a chair to sit down. "Tell your master I shall wait for him." After Jiang Yu settled in, the apprentices slowly rose, forming a cluster, maintaining a respectful distance and refraining from speaking loudly. The atmosphere was charged, as if the very air had solidified. Wei Yong approached Jiang Yu and whispered, "Brother Yu, perhaps it's time we left? Why should we depart when Wei Xiao has yet to arrive?" "Brother Yu, are you truly going to wait for Wei Xiao? He is one of the top 10 martial arts masters in Tianyan City, quite formidable. Do you think I am incapable of defeating him?" Wei Yong was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the apprentices in the martial arts school and then at Jiang Yu's confident smile, feeling a sense of disorientation. Could it be that Brother Yu was indeed more skilled than Wei Xiao? Surely not. Wei Xiao had been practicing martial arts for decades, while Jiang Yu was still quite young. Although there is a saying that youth is formidable in combat, Wei Xiao was hardly old. Wei Yong felt a sense of trepidation as the moment Wei Xiao appeared drew near. In his 40s, Wei Xiao possessed a robust physique, brimming with muscles, exuding an aura of might that suggested he could fell a bull with a single blow. "Master!" Sun Yu and the apprentices finally glimpsed the dawn of hope and rushed to Wei Xiao's side. Spotting his disciples battered and bruised, Wei Xiao's eyes flared with fury. All of this is the doing of Jiang Yu? The disciples awkwardly nodded, aware that if this news got out, it would be quite embarrassing. Wei Xiao pointed at Wei Yong. "You are Jiang Yu? You possess some skill. No wonder you dared to come here." Wei Yong broke into a sweat. "Master Wei, you must be mistaken. I am merely an ordinary student. How could I dare to challenge your school?" Jiang Yu stood up, declaring, "I am Jiang Yu." Wei Xiao frowned, his voice low and serious. "Young man, you are quite unaware of your own limitations. After training for just a few years in martial arts, you presume to challenge my school? Truly audacious." Feng Yang whispered, "Master, you must avenge us." "Yes, master. If we do not ensure he leaves on a stretcher today, how will our school survive in the future?" With Wei Xiao's presence, the group found renewed courage. "If I do not seek you out, you would not also be searching for me everywhere?" Jiang Yu calmly regarded Wei Xiao. "I came today merely to convey that you need not search for me. I am not a currency note." Wei Xiao's expression darkened. "Do you find yourself amusing?" "Moderately so." Wei Xiao gestured for his disciples to step back, advancing toward Jiang Yu with deliberate steps, emanating the essence of a martial arts master, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure. This oppressive atmosphere caused Wei Yong, standing beside Jiang Yu, to breathe rapidly, feeling anxious. Jiang Yu cast a glance at Wei Yong. "You should step aside as well." As soon as his words fell, Wei Yong swiftly darted behind the weapon rack. Wei Xiao bent his knees slightly, his energy sinking into his dantian, and exhaled softly. "Today, you shall pay the price for your actions." His anger was genuine. This was no longer merely about the Ding Sheng group, but a battle for the honor of the martial arts school. Having practiced martial arts for many years, Wei Xiao possessed rich experience, enabling him to discern Jiang Yu's extraordinary abilities. Thus, he approached the forthcoming confrontation with utmost caution, refusing to show even a hint of disdain. Sun Yu and the other disciples were taken aback, for they had not witnessed their master appear so grave in quite some time. "Tianqing Martial Arts School, Wei Xiao, I humbly request your guidance," he announced, displaying a degree of martial virtue by refraining from a surprise attack and instead clasping his hands in a respectful greeting. Jiang Yu returned the gesture with a calm demeanor. "Jiang Yu, I request your guidance." No sooner had his words left his lips than he felt a powerful gust of wind, as Wei Xiao's fist surged toward him, expanding rapidly in his line of sight. Jiang Yu immediately took a step back, now somewhat more serious. This Wei Xiao was indeed formidable. Practitioners of martial arts generate an internal force that becomes increasingly potent with strength. Wei Xiao had already reached the stage of externalizing his internal energy. To achieve such a level warranted the title of a martial arts master. Jiang Yu sidestepped, evading Wei Xiao's strike, and then launched a palm strike aimed at Wei Xiao's shoulder. Wei Xiao reacted with remarkable speed, sweeping his arm horizontally while simultaneously raising his foot to attack Jiang Yu's midsection. Jiang Yu pressed down with his other hand, leveraging the force to leap over 3 feet into the air, performing a backflip to create some distance between them. You possess quite a bit of skill, Wei Xiao exclaimed as he advanced with great strides, his martial arts both robust and powerful, his movements relentless and aggressive. Sun Yu and the other disciples watched in astonishment. Among them were individuals who had trained for over a decade, yet none could match Wei Xiao's prowess, typically succumbing within 3 exchanges. However, Jiang Yu faced Wei Xiao's fierce onslaught with remarkable ease, maintaining a calm composure. After exchanging dozens of blows, it was clear that Wei Xiao was the aggressor while Jiang Yu remained primarily in a defensive posture. With each passing moment, Wei Xiao grew increasingly alarmed. Although his martial arts were not simplistic, prolonged engagements would only diminish his strength, making a war of attrition exceedingly disadvantageous for him. If the martial arts master possessed only such abilities, his chances of victory were slim. Jiang Yu had discerned the essence of Wei Xiao's techniques and began to counterattack. His strikes were fierce, his energy surging like the wind as he delivered a palm strike toward Wei Xiao's face. Wei Xiao was taken aback, retreating rapidly. This young man was also a martial arts master. The externalization of internal energy was a hallmark of mastery. He found it hard to believe, for such a feat typically required decades of training. Jiang Yu appeared scarcely 20. To wield externalized internal energy at such a tender age was astonishing. Wei Xiao narrowly evaded Jiang Yu's palm strike, but before he could catch his breath, he noticed the peculiar smile on Jiang Yu's face. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his face had been sliced by a blade, a searing pain radiating across his features. Chapter 38, Sending Off Master Jiang. Indeed, Jiang Yu's strike did not physically connect with Wei Xiao, yet the internal energy reverberated across Wei Xiao's face, akin to a laceration. Internal energy could inflict harm. How was this possible? Wei Xiao was filled with trepidation. If the external manifestation of inner strength is a hallmark of a martial arts master, then the ability to inflict harm with that inner strength is the distinguishing feature of a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire Tianyan city, there are only 3 such grandmasters. However, the general populace is often unaware of the nuanced distinctions between a master and a grandmaster. Thus, the top 10 martial artists in Tianyan city are collectively referred to as martial arts masters. Seizing the moment when Wei Xiao was momentarily distracted, Jiang Yu landed 2 punches to his abdomen. Wei Xiao let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. Jiang Yu chose not to pursue the advantage. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the expressions of his disciples, including Sun Yu, turned grim as their master had taken a few hits, and their cheers faded into silence. Master Wei, shall we continue? Wei Xiao's eyes lost their previous dominance and pride, dimming with resignation as he shook his head. There is no need. I concede. Concede? The disciples protested vehemently. Master, why would you concede? He merely landed a couple of lucky punches. It has no effect on you. Indeed, Wei Xiao appeared unscathed. Silence. Wei Xiao's sharp rebuke silenced them instantly. Do you remember what I said earlier? The Tianqing Martial Arts School will no longer involve itself in your conflicts with the Dingxing group. Excellent, Jiang Yu replied with satisfaction. Engaging in conversation with an understanding person is a pleasure. Thus, I shall not intrude further. Sun Yu, see Master Jiang out. Master Jiang? Sun Yu was taken aback, astonished that this seemingly youthful individual, appearing to be under 20, was indeed a martial arts master. He gulped nervously and approached Jiang Yu, saying, Master Jiang, please. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I know the way. With that, he swept away, glancing at the weapons rack as he reached the door. Wei Yong, do you wish to stay here for lunch? The impact of Jiang Yu's presence on Wei Yong was increasingly profound. He felt as if he were still dreaming. Regaining his senses, he hurried to catch up, exclaiming, Brother Yu, are you truly a martial arts master? Once Jiang Yu departed, Wei Xiao beckoned Sun Yu. Assist me back to the office. Sun Yu hurried to support Wei Xiao as the disciples exchanged glances filled with bewilderment. Upon returning to the office, Sun Yu, brimming with discontent, said, Master, why did you concede? If this gets out, how will we hold our heads high at the Tianqing Martial Arts School? Even if that young man is formidable, you shouldn't. Before he could finish, Wei Xiao, seated in his chair, coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaving Sun Yu in utter shock. Master, what is wrong? I'll call for an ambulance. Though Wei Xiao appeared unharmed, Jiang Yu's punches had inflicted severe internal injuries. If the assault continued, it might have dire consequences. There's no need. Have someone prepare a car, I will go to the hospital myself. Very well. Sun Yu immediately flung open the office door, urgently calling out, Feng Yang, prepare a vehicle at once. Turning back, he found a towel and began to wipe the blood from Wei Zhao's lips and clothing, exclaiming in alarm, Master, did that injury come from Jiang Yu? Wei Zhao could only shake his head helplessly, lamenting, talent emerges in every generation. But Sun Yu had no time for such reflections. He was filled with rage. That young lad actually managed to injure Master in such a manner. We absolutely cannot let this go. Let it go? What else can we do? Can you defeat him? Sun Yu found himself momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, he finally said, Master, we could seek assistance from Shibua. He is the foremost expert in Tianyan City, and he would surely help us exact this revenge. A man of honor must not go back on his word. I have stated that the Tianxing Martial Arts School will not involve itself in the feud between the Dingxing Group and Jiang Yu, and I shall not renege on that promise. But Master, this is a matter concerning our martial arts school and our own grievances. Do not speak further. Wei Zhao's expression darkened, compelling Sun Yu to obediently fall silent. After a considerable pause, he inquired, So Master, how shall we explain this to the Dingxing Group? I will handle this matter. You instruct the others that what transpired today must not be disclosed. This pertains to the reputation of Tianxing Martial Arts School and Wei Zhao's own dignity. Of course, if Jiang Yu chooses to reveal this incident, there is little that can be done. He can only manage his own disciples. I shall go and inform them. As Sun Yu left the office, his eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction. There are certain matters that Master cannot address directly, but as his disciple, he is untroubled by such concerns. Wei Yong incessantly inquired, Brother Yu, are you truly a master of martial arts? Jiang Yu chuckled. Such words are best kept to yourself. Do not spread them. He tacitly acknowledged it, and Wei Yong's face lit up with excitement. Brother Yu, may I take you as my master? Huh. Oh no. I mean I wish to become your disciple and learn martial arts. If I were as formidable as you, Ruoqi would surely take a liking to me. Jiang Yu glanced at him. You lack the talent for it. Setting aside the fact that Wei Yong has long surpassed the prime age for martial arts training, Jiang Yu simply does not have the time to teach anyone. Wei Yong appeared crestfallen, growing up watching martial arts films. Who among his generation does not harbor a dream of becoming a martial artist? Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. A person's charm does not lie in their ability to fight. The path to success is paved with wealth. As the saying goes, even heroes can be thwarted by a mere penny. When Jiang Yu traveled the world with the old man, did he not often go hungry? Wei Yong remained gloomy for about 3 minutes before casting aside his aspirations of martial arts. Brother Yu, what should I do next? What do you mean by what to do? Did you not promise to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi? Oh, Jiang Yu responded casually. You mentioned earlier at school that Wang Ruoqi and her friends are going out to sing tonight? Yes, it's Zhou Hao's birthday in our class, and he is treating us. Prepare yourself. We shall go together this evening. Huh, but Zhou Hao did not invite me, and besides, I am not familiar with him. If I were to show up unannounced, Ruoqi would surely give me a cold shoulder. Have you forgotten the principle I taught you? Persist in being shameless. If you wish to pursue Wang Ruoqi, how can you expect progress without contact? In truth, he was eager to observe Han Ying's reaction. If Han Ying had come to terms with the previous events, he could then devise the next phase of his strategy. Wei Yong's face displayed a sudden realization. I understand now. I shall prepare at once. His notion of preparation was simply to purchase a birthday cake. Otherwise, if he were to arrive empty-handed, others might think this wine enthusiast was merely there to mooch drinks. After escorting Yi Huan home safely that evening, Jiang Yu hurried to the Emperor Hotel, where Wei Yong was already waiting with a cake in hand. Brother Yu, you finally arrived. They have been inside for half an hour, they exclaimed as they made their way to the second floor. As they passed a private room, a young man with bleached hair stared at him for a moment before darting into the room. Brother Yu, I spotted that guy. In the Emerald Hall of Chapter 39, Wang Yu was reveling with a group of rowdy friends, drinking and singing while holding onto a flamboyant woman. Which guy got you so worked up? One of them inquired. It's that kid who beat us last time. At the mention of Jiang Yu, Wang Yu shuddered, recalling the formidable prowess of that young man. However, being assaulted and not retaliating would tarnish his pride. So he tossed the microphone aside and immediately took out his phone. Keep an eye on that kid for me. I'll contact my brother to gather some support. In the choral hall, around 15 or 16 young men were singing loudly, with various expensive drinks Jiang Yu did not recognize sprawled across the table. Zhou Hao, a second-generation rich kid whose family ran a restaurant, could afford such indulgences. The girls present were few, only 3, while the rest were all men. Zhou Hao had invited Han Ying to sing, a decision influenced by Jiang Yu. Rumors had circulated at school suggesting a potential alliance between the Han and Zhao families, making it unwise for anyone to vie for Zhao Shua's affections. Yet, with Jiang Yu's intervention, Han Ying had openly rejected Zhao Shua, dispelling the rumors. Consequently, admirers like Zhou Hao felt a renewed sense of opportunity. Had Han Ying not been present, Zhou Hao would have invited at least 7 or 8 girls. Even if they did not show up, he would have brought along a few drinking companions. Besides Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, the only other girl was Li Shui, the girlfriend of Zhou Hao's close friend, Xin Fei. Though still a student, Li Shui wore heavy makeup, exuding an unexpected maturity for her age, making Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's more natural appearances seem refreshing by comparison. The uninvited guests, Jiang Yu and Wei Yong, were met with disdain by those present. "Zhou Hao, I heard today is your birthday. Happy birthday." Wei Yong pushed open the door to the private room with a beaming smile, presenting the cake. To be honest, Zhou Hao barely glanced at the gift worth over 100 yuan. He maintained a stern expression and replied, "What are you doing here? I don't recall inviting you." He displayed a clear disdain, even a hint of animosity. They were classmates, and while Zhou Hao and Wei Yong were not particularly close, there had been no prior animosity. However, after Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying had invited him out for drinks last time, Zhou Hao had harbored a lingering resentment towards Wei Yong. Zhou Hao thought to himself, "What gives you the right? I may not belong to the Han family, but my family is not lacking either. In what way do you surpass me, Wei Yong? Why were they kind enough to invite you, but not me?" Unaware of the various circumstances, jealousy brewed within him, fueling his discontent with Wei Yong. The moment Wang Ruoqi spotted Wei Yong with Jiang Yu, her irritation flared, and she remarked sarcastically, showing up uninvited, bringing a pathetic cake to mooch off the festivities? "Wei Yong, I never realized you had such audacity." Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the situation orchestrated by the woman he admired, Wei Yong's expression faltered, his smile becoming abruptly rigid. Xin Fei, Zhou Hao's close friend, mockingly remarked, "Oh, that cake looks rather expensive, doesn't it? Must be over 100, nearly the cost of our half glass of wine." Li Shui, Xin Fei's girlfriend, chimed in, "Well, it's one thing to come and mooch off the food and drinks, but to bring someone along? TSK, that's quite something." Wei Yong felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially since Jiang Yu remained silent, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Fortunately, a few other classmates present stepped in to ease the tension. "Zhou Hao, we were classmates after all, since he is here. Why not let him sit and enjoy the moment with us?" In the presence of his goddess, Zhou Hao did not wish to appear petty. He coldly stated, "You coming is one thing, but who is this guy? Do I even know him?" At that moment, a classmate whispered in his ear, "Zhou Hao. He is the one known as 1 against 7, a friend of Han Ying. If you wish to pursue her, you cannot disregard her friends." Indeed, had it not been for him intervening and causing Han Ying to reject young Master Zhao on the spot, Zhou Hao might not have had this opportunity. Hearing this, Zhou Hao frowned. "So you are the legendary 1 against 7 in our school?" Jiang Yu responded with indifference, "I am Jiang Yu." Zhou Hao replied dismissively, "Since you are a friend of Han Ying, you may as well take a seat." He had heard of Jiang Yu's reputation, but did not regard it seriously. There were many skilled individuals in Tianyuan City, and prowess alone could hardly provide sustenance. Furthermore, this fellow had offended young Master Zhao, and it was only a matter of time before he faced repercussions. Were it not for his connection to Han Ying, Zhou Hao might have expelled him on the spot to avoid unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Jiang Yu should not expect any courtesy from him. However, Jiang Yu's primary intention for attending was to observe Han Ying's reaction, and he was indifferent to the attitudes of others. He casually settled in a corner of the sofa, unbothered by the lack of attention, and quietly watched Han Ying. In an effort to mask his embarrassment, Wei Yong raised his glass to toast to each person present. Thankfully, his tolerance for alcohol was commendable. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits after this round. Since Jiang Yu entered, Han Ying had been casting him a cold, steely glare, silent as a glacier. Xin Fei leaned towards Zhou Hao and quietly warned, "Brother Hao, that guy has offended young Master Zhao. It's best we avoid any entanglements with him. I understand, but he is, after all, a friend of Han Ying. If I were to expel him directly, it might anger her." Thus, he decided to let him linger for a while. If he failed to recognize the situation and left on his own, Zhou Hao would then take action. After exchanging a few words, they treated Jiang Yu as if he were invisible, engaging in drinking games and revelry. creating a lively atmosphere. The quiet Jiang Yu felt rather out of place among them. As for Wei Yong, knowing that he could not let this opportunity slip by, Zhou Hao took turns urging him to drink, aiming to embarrass him thoroughly. What surprised Jiang Yu was that Wang Ruoqi was the first to approach him to strike up a conversation. "Hey, since everyone is here, isn't it dull just sitting? Come, have a drink with me." Her words were devoid of sharpness, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat unaccustomed. "What? Are you trying to get me drunk?" A sly smile played at the corner of Jiang Yu's lips. "Understanding your vastness, I wouldn't dare to seek my own amusement. Is this not your usual demeanor? Do you look down upon me, unwilling to share a drink?" Jiang Yu raised his glass and drank it all in one go, while Wang Ruoqi merely took a small sip. "Speak your mind directly. There is no need for circumlocution." Wang Ruoqi glanced at Wei Yong, biting her lower lip, and after a long pause, asked, "You didn't show that photo to Wei Yong, did you?" Jiang Yu chuckled softly. "I wondered why your attitude was so pleasant today. It turns out it's because of this matter." "No, Wei Yong is still unaware of it." Wang Ruoqi sighed in relief, then asked in a hushed tone, "What must I do for you to delete the photo?" Jiang Yu remained silent. "At least say something. As long as you agree to delete the photo, I will do anything you ask." "Anything?" Jiang Yu's gaze wandered over Wang Ruoqi, revealing a peculiar smile. Chapter 40. He is my friend. Anything, you say? Such words are indeed thought-provoking. Though Wang Ruoqi may not be the belle of Tianyuan City, falling slightly short of Han Ning, she is nonetheless a striking beauty, well endowed. With a deep plunge exposed beneath her strapless dress, Wang Ruoqi immediately covered her chest with her hand, cursing, "You scoundrel! Where are you looking?" Even a mere glance displeased her, and yet he dares to say anything goes? "You are shameless." Wang Ruoqi declared that anything goes. But it certainly does not include sacrificing her own body. She harbored no affection for Jiang Yu whatsoever. Jiang Yu shrugged. "Then what is there left to discuss with a scoundrel like me?" Wang Ruoqi, with a dark expression and gritted teeth, pressed, "You truly will not delete it?" "I might consider deletion, but only if you kiss Wei Yong right now. Then I will erase the photo." "You must be dreaming." Wang Ruoqi wanted him to delete the photo to distance herself from Wei Yong. If she were to publicly kiss him, news would spread throughout the school by the next day, leaving her no face to show. Jiang Yu knew she would never agree, which is precisely why he made such a proposition, as he had no intention of deleting the photo. Of course, he had no plans to disclose it either. Retaining it would serve as a useful leverage against Wang Ruoqi, preventing her from constantly plotting against him in the shadows. Should he ever need to delete the photo, it would likely be when he had already secured 2 marriage certificates and left Tianyuan City. "Just you wait," Wang Ruoqi threatened weakly before angrily returning to Han Ying's side. "Han Ying, that bumpkin has been bullying you. Why haven't you reacted? You should have Zhou Hao throw him out." Han Ying immediately shot Wang Ruoqi a glare. "There are so many people here." Wang Ruoqi was unaware of that night's events at the hotel, but she had witnessed Jiang Yu stealing her first kiss. If she let that slip, Han Ying would have no face to show at school. It was best if he just didn't exist. Han Ying had already suffered twice at Jiang Yu's hands. Although she loathed him, she now dared not provoke him easily. Both of them found themselves under Jiang Yu's thumb, and the feeling of being controlled was quite unpleasant. Noticing their gloomy expressions, Zhou Hao approached with a glass in hand. "Han Ying, Ruoqi, what troubles you? You seem quite unhappy. Who has bullied you? Speak to me. I will stand up for you." The two ladies shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yu, who was ensconced in the corner. Subsequently, Han Ying spoke nonchalantly, "Not much. How about sharing a drink with me?" Zhou Hao poured a glass of our Martin Louis XIII for both Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, a bottle worth tens of thousands. Today, he was treating Han Ying generously, despite being a rich second-generation heir. Such extravagance was not his usual practice. Wang Ruoqi graciously took a symbolic sip. Yet Han Ying resolutely refused to raise her glass. She absolutely cannot drink. The last time she drank, it led to significant troubles, and with Jiang Yu present today, she dared not imagine the consequences of excessive drinking. Zhou Hao, visibly displeased, remarked, "Han Ying, it's my birthday today. Are you really going to be this ungracious?" Han Ying replied coolly, "I apologize, but I'm feeling a bit unwell today. I will pass on the drink." At that moment, the heavily made-up Li Shui approached. Her tone peculiar. "Weren't you just drinking? Why the sudden refusal? Do you not wish to drink with Brother Hao?" Han Ying cast her a sidelong glance. "Is it not permissible to suddenly lose the desire to drink? Can you compare the past with the present? Jiang Yu wasn't he here earlier, was he? Don't be upset." "Miss Han, it's my fault for not understanding the temperament of the wealthy," Li Shui retorted, her jealousy evident as she attempted to belittle Han Ying. Wang Ruoqi interjected. What's wrong with the temperament of the wealthy? Zhou Hao, noticing Han Ying's attention directed at Jiang Yu, added, brother, I suspect her sudden refusal to drink has something to do with that guy. Xin Fei, perceptive as ever, sensed the underlying tension. Quickly, send him away. Zhou Hao shot a glare at Jiang Yu, his displeasure palpable. How could Han Ying refuse to drink? If she remained sober, how could he seize the opportunity? Zhou Hao was self-aware. Even Zhao from the Dingsheng group had been rejected by Han Ying, leaving little hope for him. Thus, a plan formed in his mind, to have Xin Fei and others intoxicate Han Ying, using the excuse of drunken indiscretion to consummate their desires. His thoughts were fanciful. Not only would he gain the fair lady, but he could also leverage the Han family's influence to elevate his own family's business. Xin Fei took a seat beside Jiang Yu and patted his shoulder. Brother, care for a drink? Jiang Yu shook his head. Xin Fei, unconcerned. Hadn't he genuinely intended to toast Jiang Yu? Look around. Everyone here is either a classmate or a close friend. We're all familiar with one another, and it could be rather dull for you to sit alone. Wouldn't it be better to step out for a bite? Xin Fei generously pulled out 100 yuan and offered it to him. My treat. Jiang Yu shot him a sidelong glance, feeling slightly insulted. Was he being dismissed with a mere 100 yuan, as if he were a beggar? Seeing Jiang Yu's lack of engagement, Xin Fei continued. How about this? You and that Wei Yong can book a private room. Invite a couple of ladies to keep you company, and we'll cover the expenses. What do you think? Jiang Yu simply shook his head. He perceived Zhou Hao's unsettling gaze. Men understand men best, and he was acutely aware of Zhou Hao's ulterior motives. After all, she was his fiancée, and until the engagement was formally dissolved, no one was to lay a finger on her. Seeing Jiang Yu remain indifferent, Xin Fei's expression immediately soured, and he spoke in a threatening tone. Brother, considering your friendship with Han Ying, I have been polite with you. Do not disrespect my goodwill. Jiang Yu suddenly stood up, and Xin Fei coldly smiled. At least you know your place. However, Jiang Yu's subsequent actions made him clench his fists tightly. Jiang Yu walked straight to Han Ying, lifted her wine glass, and drank it all in one go. Han Ying is unwell. I shall drink her share. Before Zhou Hao could explode with anger, Wang Ruoqi interjected. Oh, Jiang, your audacity is commendable. What relationship do you share with Han Ying that grants you the right to drink on her behalf? What relationship do we have? Jiang Yu winked at Han Ying. Han Ying, do tell, may I drink for you? Indignant, Han Ying silently cursed Jiang Yu's entire ancestry. This was clearly a threat. He is my friend. Let him drink for me. Han Ying forced out through clenched teeth, her words insincere. Very well, since you wish to assist Han Ying, I shall grant you that opportunity. Zhou Hao struggled to suppress his fury, signaling to Xin Fei and the others, who promptly shifted their focus and eagerly picked up their wine bottles. Burp. Wei Yong, who had already consumed half a bellyful of alcohol, let out a hearty belch, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Brother Yu, your kindness is beyond words. Finally, someone was drawing attention away from him. Li Shui swirled her glass of red wine, provocatively stating, Handsome, I have heard you boast about being able to take on 7 opponents. I wonder if your drinking capacity is as formidable as your fists? Li Shui always spoke in a sarcastic tone, directed at Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi as well, making her quite unpopular. Observing Li Shui seeking to challenge Jiang Yu, Wang Ruoqi gleefully remarked, He, on the contrary, has a mediocre tolerance. He can only manage a little. Chapter 41. Who is Jiang Yu? Wang Ruoqi and the others had witnessed Jiang Yu's drinking prowess. Even Wei Yong, who prided himself as a wine god, had to concede defeat. Li Shui's provocation was essentially inviting disaster upon herself. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu's drinking capacity was merely average, Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile. He was troubled about how to rid himself of this bothersome fellow, and this opportunity was perfect. Just a few rounds, and he would be out of the way. Brother, the lady has made her intentions clear. You wouldn't dare to refuse her, would you? Of course, I must oblige, but I fear. Zhou Hao teased, a grown man. Speaking of fear in front of women, Jiang Yu glanced at the wine before him, sighing, I fear there may not be enough wine. Today I am treating. The wine shall be plentiful. My concern lies with whether you can keep up. Zhou Hao thought to himself, how much could this brat really drink? Did he think I couldn't afford it? With Zhou's assurance, I feel at ease. Subsequently, Jiang Yu opened several bottles of exquisite wine worth tens of thousands each and said to Li Shui, let us not drag this out. I shall down 3 bottles first. Jiang Yu drank as if it were mere water, leaving Zhou Hao utterly astonished. That was wine, costing tens of thousands per bottle, not free tap water. Jiang Yu's actions directly cost Zhou Hao nearly 100,000. Zhou Hao winced in pain, but could only grit his teeth and begrudgingly compliment. Your drinking capacity is impressive. Li Shui was utterly astonished. She had never encountered someone who could drink so fiercely. After 3 bottles, she feared she would end up in the morgue. An unsettling feeling crept into her heart as Jiang Yu's unblinking gaze fixated on her. Beautiful lady, it's your turn. Li Shui nearly burst out in anger. The others stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief, wondering if this was a drinking contest or a death wish. Li Shui dared not accept the challenge. Jiang Yu glanced at the table, feigning surprise. Oh, it seems we are out of alcohol. He then directed his attention towards Zhou Hao, his meaning unmistakable. Wasn't Zhou Xiao the one who claimed there was an abundance of drinks? Zhou Hao felt a pang in his heart. However, words once spoken are like water spilled. Even if he wished to retract them, he could not do so in front of Han Ying. Shen Fei, summon the waiter for more drinks. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. I wonder how much this brat can actually drink. Zhou Xiao, let us not overindulge just yet, for now. Let us settle on 10 or 8 bottles and see how it goes, Jiang Yu suggested in a tone that seemed to care for him, which nearly drove Zhou Hao to a breaking point. Temporarily gathering 10 or 8 bottles. Why not just drink yourself to death? He forced a strained smile. I already said. There is plenty of alcohol. Upon hearing that Zhou Hao was ordering more drinks, the waiter was elated and soon returned with 10 fine bottles of wine. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at Li Shui. Your turn. Li Shui looked to Shen Fei for help. How could she possibly down 3 bottles? Now it was Wang Ruoqi's turn to taunt. What is this? You were so eager just now, and now you're backing down? I thought you were quite formidable. Li Shui gritted her teeth in frustration, thinking, who was it that just claimed he could only manage a sip? Naturally, Zhou Hao held the same view. Could one truly consume 3 bottles of foreign liquor and remain unscathed? As Li Shui's boyfriend, Shen Fei could not stand idly by, so he echoed Wang Ruoqi's so-called ridiculous rule. Bro, the drinking custom here is 1 girl to 3 guys. Jiang Yu did not engage in a debate with him. Nodding in agreement. I understand. Beautiful lady, you only need to drink 1 bottle. Shen Fei shot Li Shui a knowing glance, and she grasped his meaning, trembling as she reached for a bottle. Today, she would go all out. Li Shui thought, who is afraid of whom? Gulping down the bottle, it took her 5 minutes, during which she paused several times. Finally finishing the bottle, Li Shui felt her stomach churning violently, and without a moment's hesitation, she dashed to the restroom. First casualty. Honorably sacrificed. Zhou Hao exchanged a glance with Shen Fei, whispering, I refuse to believe he can't drink him to death. To be honest, everyone present was intimidated by Jiang Yu's drinking prowess, but dared not show any disrespect to Zhou Hao. Shen Fei picked up a bottle and stepped forward, with several others waiting nearby. With 9 bottles remaining, Jiang Yu placed 5 before himself and pushed the other 4 towards Shen Fei and the others. Let us not take turns. Each of you down a bottle while I finish these 5. This statement detonated like a bomb, stirring up a storm within the hearts of the crowd. With such capacity, who would dare to compete with him? Everyone felt a sense of trepidation, hesitant to respond. Zhou Hao coldly remarked, what are you trying to prove? Drink another 5? I refuse to believe you can handle that much. Zhou Hao proactively uncorked a bottle of wine, proclaiming, brothers, do not be intimidated by him. Setting an example, he downed a bottle in one go, with the wine swiftly consumed. Zhou Hao felt as though he was ascending to the heavens, his senses swirling and the ceiling spinning above him. Reluctantly, Shen Fei and the others followed suit, grimacing as if they were imbibing poison. Wang Ruoqi observed the spectacle nearby, unable to suppress a smile. Wei Yong sat silently beside them, still burping intermittently. After much effort, the group managed to finish off 4 bottles, and now it was their turn to be audacious. We finished our drinks. Now it's your turn to perform. Come. Help Jiang Yu open the wine. Though they were lackluster in drinking, they excelled in opening bottles. Each one eagerly rushed to uncork 5 bottles. With the wine now open, Zhou Hao threatened, if you don't finish every drop, don't blame me for being rude. 5 bottles amounted to a considerable sum. I won't waste a single drop, but may I use the restroom first? Jiang Yu needed to employ the 100 solutions finger again after downing so much. What is this? Trying to sneak away? I assure you, it won't be that simple. The restroom in the private room was occupied by Li Shui, leaving Jiang Yu with no choice but to head to the public restroom outside. Zhou Hao was determined not to grant Jiang Yu an escape. Gripping Jiang Yu's shoulder with a piercing gaze, just as well, I need to relieve myself too. Let us go together. The two exited as if they were the best of friends. Ruoqi, let us leave, Han Ying said, feeling restless with Jiang Yu present, her heart heavy with unease. Yet Wang Ruoqi was intrigued. What is the hurry? Don't you find this entertaining? Stay with me a little longer. Entertaining? Quite the opposite. Since you refuse to leave, I shall return alone. As Han Ying stood to depart, the door of the private room was violently kicked open, and a group of over 10 ruffians stormed in, launching an unprovoked attack on those inside, sparing only the 3 girls. Outside, a further 7 or 8 individuals pressed against the door, unable to enter. These were all associates of Wang Yu's brother. Wang Yu cowered at the back, aware of Jiang Yu's fighting prowess, hence he dared not charge forward. The dimness of the room and the throng of bodies concealed Han Ying from his sight. One by one, the students were left battered and bruised, ultimately forced to huddle against the wall, heads cradled, under the furious admonition of a tattooed, crew-cut youth. Now tell me, who is Jiang Yu? Chapter 42. If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? The tattooed youth was Wang Yu's brother, Wang Shou, notorious as the tyrant of Chophan Street. Located near Dihao, Wang Shou quickly gathered a gang upon receiving the call. His modus operandi was straightforward: storm in, deliver a beating, and then settle accounts with the principal offender. Silence descended within the room as the onlookers finally filed inside. Han Ying crouched, hugging her knees in a corner, thus remaining unseen by Wang Yu. As the adage goes, a wise man avoids immediate losses, despite being the daughter of the Han family. Han Ying was currently displaying remarkable humility. These impetuous youths are the most formidable. Brimming with youthful fervor, they heed neither status nor dignity when provoked, acting impulsively with reckless abandon. With Wang Shou as his backing, Wang Yu felt emboldened, surveying the room with a smug expression. Jiang, you country bumpkin, aren't you quite the fighter? Dare to strike me again, if you have the guts. Shun Fei rose, his face a mask of despair, pleading, brothers, Jiang Yu, bang. Wang Shou delivered a swift kick, leaving Shun Fei dazed and disoriented. Shun Fei nearly wept. Big brother, Jiang Yu is absent. You've struck the wrong person. Has he fled? Wang Yu stepped forward, slapping Shun Fei across the face, angering him further. Blood gushed from Shun Fei's nose. His complexion drained as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wang Shou cursed, fainting from blood. Get this fool onto the sofa. He then settled into a chair, pouring himself a drink, muttering, these young rascals are quite affluent, indulging in such fine liquor. Come, brothers, let us each have a glass of this $2,000 or $3,000 wine. 5 untouched bottles remained on the table, and the ruffians, having never tasted such luxury, eagerly grabbed their share, with some guzzling straight from the bottle. Afterward, they complained, this is truly awful. Shun Fei's group could only watch, seething with frustration at Wang Shou's antics. Wang Shou took a sip, addressing Shun Fei, call that Jiang Yu. If he doesn't show, none of you will leave today. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yu's voice resonated from outside. Is all this fuss necessary to find someone? Jiang Yu entered alongside Zhou Hao, and upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Hao was immediately incensed. Who are you? We are from the Black Tiger Hall, and the person in charge is the godfather of my boss. Wang Shou's arrogance stemmed from the formidable support of the Black Tiger Hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare create chaos at Dihao. This affiliation meant that since his entrance and the ensuing violence, no one had interfered. Hearing Black Tiger Hall, Zhou Hao's bravado evaporated. Brothers, I bear no grievances against you. You seek Jiang Yu, and we have no part in this. Coward. Wang Ruoqi suddenly rose, disdain evident in her voice. She had remained silent earlier due to Jiang Yu's absence, but with him now present, she felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of her disdain for him, Jiang Yu's prowess was undeniable. Indeed, I am a coward. Isn't he said to take on 7 at once? Let him handle it himself. Han Ying also stood, reproaching, Jiang Yu, you stirred up this trouble, yet we bear the consequences. Can you live with that? Others began to rise as well, their faces bruised and filled with animosity toward Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, you must avenge us. That brat over there was the one who hit me the hardest. He pointed at a scruffy-haired youth, lamenting his plight. Among those present, only Wei Yong understood Jiang Yu's true strength. He was a martial arts master, having dispatched the elite of the Tianqing martial arts school, let alone these petty thugs. Smack! Wang Shou hurled a wine glass at Wei Yong, exclaiming, silence, or I shall ruin you. He then cast a condescending gaze upon Jiang Yu, inquiring, are you Jiang Yu? Indeed, Jiang affirmed. So how do you intend to resolve the grievances between you and my brother? Upon entering, Jiang Yu beheld the unconscious Shin Fei. The situation instantly clarified. How to resolve it? You stormed in and left him like this. What do you propose? As his words fell, Jiang Yu, without warning, surged forward, seizing a wine bottle and smashing it against Wang Shou's head, drawing forth blood. He then pressed the jagged edge of the shattered bottle against Wang Shou's neck, declaring, "The solution is straightforward. You will compensate each of them with 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and emotional distress, and I shall release you. You little brat, are you tired of living? Release our brother Shou at once. You are playing with fire. Our boss is the godson of Tiger. Jiang, let them go immediately." This admonition came from Zhou Hao, who was drenched in cold sweat, fearing repercussions from the Black Tiger Hall. Wang Shou, however, displayed no hint of trepidation. "Brat, if you have the guts, stab me. Otherwise, I shall end you. Do you doubt my resolve?" Jiang Yu pressed harder, the glass carving a line of blood upon Wang Shou's neck. "You wouldn't dare." The henchman shouted, yet none dared to act hastily. At that moment, a woman adorned in a striking red dress and crystal high heels entered, prompting the ruffians to part respectfully, calling out, "Sister Hong." Xiao Hong, the boss's woman, was well connected in both the underworld and the legitimate world, and everyone in the vicinity knew to acknowledge her. "What is the commotion? We are all here to enjoy ourselves. Why create such a tense atmosphere?" She smiled as she approached Jiang Yu, sitting beside him. Pouring 2 glasses of wine, she extended one to Jiang Yu. "Little brother, I am the proprietress here. Grant me this favor, drink this glass, and let today's events conclude." "Not a chance." Jiang Yu refused, showing no inclination to relent. When they burst into assault, where were you to mediate? Now that I am about to deal with them, you wish to play peacemaker, allowing my friend's beating to go unavenged? What if Wang Shou were to apologize to you? If apologies held any weight, why would we need the police? Jiang Yu remained obstinate. However, at that moment, Wang Ruoqi approached, urging, "Let us heed Sister Hong." The notorious Black Tiger Hall instilled fear, and even Wang Ruoqi was hesitant to confront them. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Yong and the others. They all averted their gazes, appearing resigned. Yet Jiang Yu sensed their simmering discontent, knowing they silently cursed him, as they were all embroiled due to his actions. Shaking his head, he reiterated, "There is but one solution, 10,000 yuan in medical and emotional compensation for each." Sister Hong set her glass down, her demeanor darkening. "So, you intend to disregard Tiger's face? If he were here, he would not be as accommodating as I. Is that so? Call Jiang Yu right now. I am eager to witness just how unyielding he truly is." Chapter 43. Haunting steps forward. Jiang Yu, the notorious figure from the Black Tiger Hall, who had once severed a finger to atone for his sins before him. Jiang Yu was eager to see what Jiang Yu could do upon his arrival. However, the others were paralyzed with fear, especially Zhou Hao. "Are you out of your mind, Jiang? Do you even realize what you are saying? If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you." After a tirade against Jiang Yu, Zhou Hao forced a smile and turned to Xiao Hong, saying, "Sister Hong, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was all instigated by Jiang Yu. Why don't we just leave and not trouble you further?" Everyone yearned to escape this chaotic scene. A group of students dared not involve themselves in such conflicts. Yet before Sister Hong could respond, Wang Shou interjected, "No one is leaving until this matter is resolved. Sister Hong, please call my godfather." Xiao Hong hesitated for a moment before asking again, "Young brother, are you truly unwilling to let this go? Make the call. I await Jiang Yu's arrival." Jiang Yu replied, having little else to say. Xiao Hong took out her phone and dialed Jiang Yu. "Brother Hu, please come to my place. Your godson is being threatened with a shard of glass to his throat." With those few simple words, she hung up the phone. Rather than leaving, she remained, determined to keep Jiang Yu steady, lest Wang Shou create further complications. "Young brother, I've made the call. We can't just wait idly. How about sharing a drink with me? I'm afraid I do not have the habit of drinking with strangers." Jiang Yu firmly declined. One of the younger men angrily retorted, "Damn it, don't push your luck." Xiao Hong waved her hand, signaling her men to refrain from provoking Jiang Yu. She calmly stated, "Young brother, I understand that youth can be impulsive, but you must realize that some individuals cannot be dealt with merely through force. Your actions may not only jeopardize yourself, but also your friends." She pointed at Wei Yong and the others, continuing, "They have indeed suffered blows, but they are not gravely injured and will be back on their feet in a few days. If Brother Hu arrives, I fear you may not leave this room unscathed." A threat, a blatant one at that. Jiang Yu, the focal point of the situation, merely scoffed, while Zhou Hao, Wang Yu, and the others were thoroughly frightened. Sister Hong, please help us. We truly have no part in this. Are you not friends? Friends? Nonsense. I don't know that kid at all. He just came to mooch food and drink. Is that so? When Brother Hu arrives, you can tell him that. He is not unreasonable. Sister Hong, please. Zhou Hao was nearly in tears. He could hardly speak with Jiang Hu. Han Ning, however, remained considerably composed. Being the daughter of the Han family, she was not to be trifled with, yet that did not mean Jiang Hu was easily handled. Having ascended to the position of a leader within the Black Tiger Hall after years of ruthless dealings, he was far from impulsive like the younger men. Jiang Hu would still grant the Han family their due respect. Observing her panicked classmates, Han Ning finally stepped forward. Sister Hong, may I have a word? Han Ning approached and poured a drink for Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong scrutinized her for a moment and remarked, "This young lady is quite striking. What is your name?" Han Ning. Han Ning. Xiao Hong furrowed her brow. Although she was unfamiliar with Han Ning, she had heard of the esteemed daughter of the Han family. Tentatively, she inquired, "What is your relation to Han Tianming, the chairman of the Han Group?" "He is my father." The mere two words drastically transformed Xiao Hong's demeanor. She immediately grasped Han Ying's hand, her face radiating a serene smile. "So, you are the esteemed daughter of the Han family. No wonder you possess such grace. Please, come and have a seat." "There's no need to sit, Hongjia. I believe this situation is a misunderstanding. My classmates suffered an unjust beating because of someone, and we accept it. We are all still students and prefer to avoid entanglement in societal disputes." "I understand completely. So, may we take our leave? I personally have no objections, but I have already contacted Brother Hu. If you all leave, I won't know how to explain it. Why don't you stay a little longer and wait for Brother Hu?" Han Ying's brows knitted together. "Miss Han, there is no need to worry. Brother Hu will certainly give you face. When he arrives, you can speak with him. If you plead for leniency, perhaps Brother Hu will even let him go." Han Ning stepped forward, and Xiao Hong's attitude shifted dramatically. Her words served as a reassurance to Zhou Hao and the others. At least, considering the Han family's reputation, they would not leave severely injured. As Shen Fei, who had been beaten, suppressed his anger, he shouted, "Hongjia, we have already stated that we are not familiar with that guy. When Brother Hu arrives, let him decide how to handle it." Wang Ruoqi approached, pouring Xiao Hong some wine. "Hongjia, we're just students and not very articulate. When Brother Hu arrives, we hope you can lend us your support. The young lady is quite sensible. I appreciate that." Xiao Hong chuckled, treating her like a beloved niece. Just then, Wei Yong interjected, "Ruoqi, don't lower yourself to her level. You should trust Brother Yu. He can handle this." "Be quiet." Wang Ruoqi retorted angrily, turning her face away. "I don't want to see you." Wei Yong complied, obediently facing the wall in contemplation. Han Ning, not having any alcohol, accompanied Wang Ruoqi as they sipped their drinks and engaged in light-hearted conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. Xiao Hong suddenly glanced at Jiang Yu, holding that shard of glass. "Isn't your hand getting sore? There is no need for you to worry." In truth, Jiang Yu possessed the ability to resolve the matter without resorting to such measures. But he refused to release Wang Shou, intent on instilling the fear of having his life in another's hands. Although Wang Shou appeared tough, it would be a lie to say he was unafraid. Cold sweat had already soaked through his clothing. Han Ning shot a glare at Jiang Yu, thinking to herself how stubborn he was, pushing himself towards a dead end. Gritting her teeth, she warned, "If you continue like this, I may not be able to protect you." Jiang Yu chuckled, "Are you worried about me? I'm more concerned about the possibility of no one being left to recover your body." For reasons unknown, Han Ning felt a pang of compassion. Not wishing for Jiang Yu to perish here, she had contemplated speaking on his behalf, but upon seeing his smiling face, she felt a mixture of anger and resentment. Before long, a loud voice echoed at the door, "Brother Hu." Instantly, all the younger members in the private room turned to face the entrance, bowing respectfully as they greeted Brother Hu. Jiang Hu had arrived, commanding considerable presence in his martial arts attire, embodying the essence of a powerful figure. On a sweltering day, it was rather striking that Jiang Hu donned a leather glove on his left hand. Before he even made his entrance, his voice reached the ears of the assembly. "Who dares to lay hands on my godson?" Chapter 44. Should I apologize? Does he deserve it? Jiang Hu's visage was marked by a rugged demeanor, his eyes reflecting the accumulated ferocity of years. The mere glance from an ordinary student could incite a shiver. His status as the leader of the Black Tiger gang carried a significant weight of intimidation. The voices of his subordinates resounded with vigor, as if being in the same presence as their leader was a privilege. Zhou Hao and the others dared not meet Jiang Yu's gaze, bowing their heads in deference. "Ah, Brother Hu, you finally arrived. Perhaps you should handle this mess yourself," one remarked. "Xiao Hong, this is your territory. Is there anything you cannot resolve?" "Brother Hu, there happens to be a special guest present," she said, gesturing towards Jiang Yu with a radiant smile, exuding charm. Han Ning approached with respect, addressing him. "Hello, Brother Hu." "I am Han Ning." "Han Ning?" Jiang Yu echoed, seemingly recalling something. Xiao Hong interjected, the daughter of the Han group. "Ah, so it is Miss Han. I did not expect to see you here," Jiang Yu replied, a hint of a smile breaking through his fierce expression, though it was fleeting. Had Han Tianming been present, Jiang Yu might have adopted a more humble stance, but Han Ying's status clearly did not compel him to bow. With polite demeanor, Han Ning continued, "Brother Hu, my classmate is celebrating a birthday here, and there has been a misunderstanding with your brothers. I am here to apologize on their behalf, hoping you will not hold it against us younger ones." Jiang Yu, acknowledging her request, replied, "Since Miss Han has spoken, I shall extend my courtesy. However, I have heard that my godson was threatened with a glass bottle. Such a matter cannot simply be overlooked." At this, Zhou Hao stepped forward, bowing and scraping. "Brother Hu speaks wisely. That fellow is ungrateful and deserves a lesson. We are not close to him, so you may handle him as you see fit." Jiang Yu cast a dispassionate glance at Zhou Hao, ignoring him entirely. "Where is Wang Shoren?" he inquired, prompting several subordinates to shift aside, revealing Wang Shoren. Alongside him emerged Jiang Yu. "Godfather, this matter cannot be settled lightly. This brat completely disregards our Black Tiger gang. I at least want to break both of his arms." Upon Jiang Yu's arrival, Jiang Yu kicked Wang Shoren aside. Wang Shoren tumbled to the ground, eliciting a flurry of concern from his companions as they rushed to assist him. Rubbing his neck, he winced at the sting of a glass-inflicted wound. Han Ning shot him an angry glare. "The leader of the Black Tiger gang is here, and you still dare to strike?" Zhou Hao and Wang Yu exchanged smirks, relishing the impending chaos. "How dare you kick me?" Wang Shoren fumed, seizing a bottle in retaliation. When suddenly Jiang Yu's furious roar commanded, "Stop! What is it, Godfather?" Wang Shoren asked, bewildered. At that moment, Jiang Yu's face was etched with bitterness. "Why must I encounter this calamity at every turn?" Jiang Yu leisurely rose to his feet, saying nonchalantly, "Ah, Brother Tiger has arrived. As the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, perhaps you could enlighten us on how to resolve this matter?" "Kid, what kind of attitude is that?" cried one of the younger members. "How dare you speak to our Brother Tiger like that?" The others echoed, "This person is truly asking for a lesson." Silence. Jiang Yu's fierce reprimand silenced them instantly. They were bewildered, unsure why their leader consistently chastised them. It seemed Jiang was also present. A clear case of the floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, one's own failing to recognize their kin. Jiang Yu's tone abruptly shifted to one of courtesy, even reverence. "Kin?" The crowd was taken aback, surprised that Jiang Yu was acquainted with Jiang Yu. No wonder he appeared so unyielding. Yet, Jiang Yu's next words were utterly astonishing. "Who said we are kin? I am asking how this matter shall be resolved." His tone was that of an authority, causing the atmosphere to freeze. To prevent the situation from escalating, Han Ning stepped forward to mediate. "Jiang Yu, how can you speak to Brother Tiger like that?" "Brother Tiger, please don't be angry. Don't stoop to his level." Wang Ruoqi muttered. "Han Ning, why are you defending him?" Han Ning shot Jiang Yu a glance, whispering, "Apologize to Brother Tiger quickly." "Apologize? Does he deserve it?" Jiang Yu retorted. Han Ning was left speechless, her frustration boiling over, having never encountered someone so self-destructive. She could no longer assist Jiang Yu. Turning back, she saw Brother Tiger's face frozen in a strained smile. He politely said, "We are all on the same side. There is no need for apologies. Enough chatter. I ask how this shall be resolved." "Of course, it depends on Jiang's wishes." "Whatever you say goes," he replied. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Even Madame Xiao Hong wore an expression of disbelief. What was happening? The formidable Jiang Yu was exhibiting such humility? Zhou Hao's face contorted as if he had bitten into a rotten rat, utterly distressed. How could this brat compel the Black Tiger Hall's leader to bow down? What on earth was happening? Wei Yong, who had been silent, stood tall beside Jiang Yu, reveling in a sense of vindication. He smugly remarked to Wang Ruoqi, "I told you, brother, you could handle this." Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes. "Don't talk to me." Jiang Yu pointed at Wei Yong and the others who had been assaulted, calmly stating, "It's quite simple. Compensate each of them with 10,000 yuan for medical and emotional damages, and have him, he gestured towards Wang Shou, apologize respectfully. I want to apologize. Wang Shou, still confused, spat defiantly. Smack. Jiang Yu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, silencing him. Do you have any say in this matter? The blow rendered Wang Shou mute, daring not to utter another word. Jiang Yu then turned to Jiang Yu with a smile. We shall do as you say. I will cover the expenses. Jiang Yu replied, only cash, and you have 10 minutes. Jiang Yu immediately sought assistance from Xiaohong. I don't have that much cash on me. Xiaohong, could you lend me some? The nightly revenue was substantial, with cash flowing in abundantly. However, Xiaohong hesitated slightly and whispered, Brother Hu, are you really giving this? Don't dawdle. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. Jiang Yu instinctively touched his empty little finger beneath the leather glove. If he dared to voice even a hint of dissent, the consequences would extend far beyond the mere loss of a little finger. Xiaohong turned and left to withdraw the money for him. Jiang Yu then turned around, smiling broadly as he said, Brother Jiang, please wait a moment. Today, my subordinate has disrupted your enjoyment, so I would like to offer you a drink as an apology. Jiang Yu's demeanor astonished Han Ying. He had not only compensated them, but also proactively apologized. This shrouded Jiang Yu in a veil of mystery, igniting Han Ying's curiosity about his true identity. Chapter 45. I am not acquainted with them. Jiang Yu did not contest Jiang Yu's goodwill. Since he was willing to resolve the matter in his own way, accepting a drink with him was certainly not out of the question. When Jiang Yu raised his glass, he held it low to signify respect. The subordinates were baffled. Their boss was a prominent figure in Tianjin City, someone even many renowned individuals would regard with respect. Yet why was he so subservient before Jiang Yu? Their indignation simmered beneath the surface, yet they dared not voice it. As for Zhou Hao and the others, they were on edge, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Wei Yong, who had come with Jiang Yu, was filled with pride, standing tall with an air of superiority. Rarely had he felt so confident in front of Wang Ruoqi. She murmured to herself, puzzled by how Jiang Yu seemed to have forged a connection with Jiang Yu. No, it appeared more as if Jiang Yu were the one aligning himself with Jiang Yu, though she, as a student, did not mingle with society's underbelly. She was aware of the Black Tiger Hall, having maintained a decent rapport with the renowned fighter Wang Qi. She wondered what credentials Jiang Yu possessed. She knew he was formidable, having bested even professional boxers in Feng. But did Black Tiger Hall not have the iron fist Wang Qi? Why was Jiang Yu so obsequious? This perplexity fueled her irritation as she observed Jiang Yu and Wei Yong basking in their triumph. Soon, Xiaohong returned with a bag containing over 100,000 cash, prompting her to reassess Jiang Yu with a serious expression. Brother Jiang, the money is here, please accept it. Jiang Yu cheerfully pushed the money towards Jiang Yu, who shook his head. I do not require medical expenses. Why are you giving this to me? Understood, understood. Jiang Yu began to rise with the money bag when Jiang Yu pressed him down. He instructed him to bow and apologize while compensating. Jiang Yu pointed at Wang Shou, whose gaze was venomous, feeling deeply humiliated. Godfather, enough chatter. Did you not hear Brother Jiang asking you to go? Godfather, I dare to utter another word, and I shall sever your hand. Jiang Yu's words held significant weight, causing Wang Shou to shrink back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wang Shou was all too aware of Jiang Yu's ruthlessness. With no other choice, he relinquished his pride, took the money bag, approached a classmate wearing glasses, handed over 10,000 yuan, and muttered an apology. My apologies. Is this how you all apologize, Boss Jiang? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Jiang Yu promptly stood up and approached Wang Shou, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. Apologize properly, he commanded. Wang Shou clenched his fists but dared not defy Jiang Yu. Bowing at a 90-degree angle, he grit his teeth and uttered a reluctant, I'm sorry. Only then did Jiang Yu nod in satisfaction, allowing Jiang Yu to return to his seat. Wang Shou went around apologizing and compensating each student, who were internally elated. Although they had endured 2 punches, the expense was worth it. For them, 10,000 yuan represented nearly a semester's worth of living expenses, unlike the affluent Zhou Hao. As for their dignity, Jiang Yu had already restored it. Previously, when they had been beaten, they had harbored intense resentment towards Jiang Yu, wishing to devour him whole. Yet now, they were filled with gratitude. When it came to Wei Yong, Jiang Yu interjected, his injuries are more severe. Compensate him with 20,000. No problem. Jiang Yu replied, signaling Wang Shou, who obediently retrieved 20,000 from his bag to hand to Wei Yong, bowing as he apologized. Witnessing this, the others began to regret their earlier restraint. Damn it, what a loss. Had I known, I would have resisted more fiercely and perhaps secured an extra 10,000. As Jiang Yu approached the trio of girls, Wang Ruoqi, Han Ying, and Li Shui, Jiang Yu stated, "They are unharmed. A simple apology will suffice." Wang Shou complied, feeling that 3,000 yuan was not to be wasted. While Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi had no interest in the money, Li Shui was indignant. "Why am I only receiving an apology? I was injured too. Where were you injured? Look at my hand. I have cuts from the shattered glass." Li Shui insisted, displaying several red spots on her hand, clearly attempting to extract money. Jiang Yu, wishing to avert trouble, signaled Wang Shou to compensate Li Shui with 10,000. But Jiang Yu intervened. She need not be compensated, just ignore her. You. Li Shui was nearly beside herself with fury, while Wang Ruoqi mocked her. Finally, Wang Shou approached Xin Fei, who had also endured his fair share of blows, having received a flying kick while crouched in the corner. Wang Shou then inquired, "Should I give him an extra 10,000? Jiang Yu shook his head. He need not be compensated either. Why not? Why not indeed? Li Shui erupted like a furious tigress. It's one thing for me not to receive anything, but my boyfriend was severely beaten because of you. Look at his face. Jiang Yu coldly smiled. I am not familiar with you. Why should I assist you? He stood up and addressed the others. Is everyone satisfied with Tiger Brothers' compensation? Yes, very satisfied. They chorused, their lips betraying suppressed smiles, despite the pain etched on their faces. With the matter resolved to their satisfaction, Jiang Yu suggested, let us disperse. He smiled and teased Han Ying. Do you wish to sing another song? Mind your own business. Han Ying retorted, pulling Wang Ruoqi along as they departed. Wei Yong and the others gradually left as well, but Zhou Hao and Shun Fei remained, needing to settle the bill. Jiang Yu once again apologized, Brother Jiang. I truly apologize for the inconvenience today. Allow me to cover the expenses of this gathering. Zhou Hao was overjoyed, as he had procured an additional 10 bottles of fine liquor to intoxicate Jiang Yu, believing that a lavish expenditure of 200,000 was now unnecessary. Just as he savored the thought of saving that hefty amount, Jiang Yu doused his elation with a bucket of cold water. No need, Boss Jean. Today is young Master Zhou's birthday, and he is treating us. As Jiang Yu stepped outside, he passed Wang Shou and candidly remarked, I know you're feeling disgruntled and need to vent. Allow me to remind you once more, I am not intimately acquainted with them. Naturally, Jiang Yu understood the implications of Jiang Yu's words, and as Jiang Yu exited, Jiang Yu's expression darkened, commanding Zhou Hao, Xin Fei, and Li Shui to feel as though they had plunged into the depths of despair. What transpired afterward in the private room was beyond Jiang Yu's knowledge. It was no longer of any concern to him. Wei Yong and his classmates hailed cabs back to school, while Han Ying promptly returned to Guanhuju. At 9:30 in the evening, Han Tianming was still awake, seated on the couch perusing a newspaper. Upon seeing Han Ying, he set the paper aside and expressed his dissatisfaction. Finally decided to come home? Approach me. I have matters to discuss. Can it wait? I have urgent business with my aunt. She hurried upstairs, bursting into Han Xiong's private quarters, and her first words were, what exactly is Jiang Yu's background? Chapter 46. The origin of the ironclad man. Han Xiong was reclining on her bed, engrossed in her phone, clad in a delicate nightgown that subtly hinted at her alluring figure. Oh, isn't this our little darling who has moved out? Why the frantic return in the dead of night? What is the matter? Han Xiong set her phone down and gazed at Han Ying with a smile. Although she had her differences with her elder brother, she shared a warm rapport with this niece. Aunt, what is the true identity of the person you introduced me to last time? Ah, so you're already curious about him? Why not inquire directly? I'm too lazy to converse with him. Observing Han Ying's flustered demeanor, Han Xiong playfully prodded, What's wrong? Did he bully you? Tell your aunt. And I shall defend you. Absolutely not. Han Ying's face flushed crimson upon recalling the events of that night at the hotel, feeling both embarrassed and infuriated. Though Han Xiong was single, her life experiences had endowed her with keen insight, and she immediately grasped the situation without pressing further. Well, he is a disciple of a divine physician. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Han Ying pouted, evidently skeptical that a mere doctor could prompt a figure of authority like the Black Tiger Hall to bow in deference. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. Is little Ying back? Grandfather? Han Ying paused momentarily before dashing out, her heart brimming with joy. Grandfather, you've been discharged. The old gentleman had disregarded the doctor's advice and left the hospital against recommendations. Han Tianming had searched for him all night. only to have the old man return home on his own the following morning, a fact Han Tianming had kept from Han Ying. Han Ying leaped into her grandfather's embrace, and he exclaimed, "Girl, are you trying to crush these old bones of mine?" He affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes shimmering with adoration. Han Ying stuck out her tongue. "Grandfather, you look radiant and full of vigor. How could you be old?" Indeed, Han Tianming and Han Xiong found it rather perplexing that the old gentleman, having been pronounced terminally ill by the doctors, returned with an air of vitality that belied his impending demise. The elderly man chuckled, remarking, "My dear, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. That must be your splendid genes at work, Grandpa?" She replied, "Only you could utter such flattering words after such a long absence. Come, let us converse." Though he had intended to retire for the night, the sound of Han Ying's voice dispelled his drowsiness. He took her by the hand and led her downstairs, with Han Xiong following suit. Han Tianming promptly set aside his newspaper, rising with concern. "Father, what brings you out of bed? It has been far too long since I last saw my granddaughter. I must have a proper chat with her." He shot a reproachful glance at Han Ying. "Grandpa, look at my father. He is scolding me again." Han Ying pouted, playfully shaking the old man's arm. The grandfather, quick to reprimand, retorted, "Must you speak so much? Is it your intention to drive my granddaughter away?" Han Ying responded to her father with a cheeky grimace, reveling in her small victory. Unfazed, Han Tianming rolled up his newspaper and asserted in an unwavering tone, "Your grandfather's birthday is on the 3rd of next month. No matter the circumstances, you must attend." With that, he ascended the stairs. As he passed Han Xiong on the staircase, she whispered, "Aren't you going to inform her about the engagement in advance?" "That is not your concern," he replied curtly. Han Xiong rolled her eyes, muttering to herself, "Just because you say I shouldn't, does that mean I won't? Dream on." Meanwhile, Han Ying remained bewildered. "What does my father mean? Of course, I will be present for Grandpa's birthday." Unbeknownst to her, she was the guest of honor at the celebration. At 10 o'clock that evening, Jiang Yu stealthily returned to Wen Yihuan's home, wary of disturbing her rest. As he entered, he carefully closed the door, striving to minimize noise. Yet the lights in the room flickered on immediately. Wen Yihuan, clad in a white nightgown, regarded him with a knowing look. "Have you been drinking?" From a distance, she had caught a whiff of alcohol. "Just a little," Jiang Yu replied, his face marked with contrition. "I apologize, President Wen, for interrupting your rest." Rather than reproach him, Wen Yihuan made her way to the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator before saying, "You should wash up. I will prepare something to help with your hangover." Jiang Yu was taken aback, pondering, "Is this the treatment a bodyguard is afforded? What are you still standing there for?" She urged. "All right." Coming to his senses, Jiang Yu grabbed a bathrobe and dashed into the bathroom. Gazing at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he narcissistically remarked, "What an irresistible charm I possess." 10 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, donning the bathrobe, and found Wen Yihuan bustling about in the kitchen. He couldn't help but think, with a wife like this, what more could a man desire? If not for the significant place his junior apprentice Do Do held in his heart, he might have nearly fallen for Wen Yihuan. Shortly thereafter, she presented him with a steaming cup of ginger tea. "Drink this and get some rest," she instructed. Ginger tea? To be frank, it lacks any real efficacy in alleviating intoxication. It is less effective than a cup of vinegar. Numerous online articles claim ginger tea can cure a hangover. Yet as a doctor, Jiang Yu knew this to be a fallacy. As he was preparing to continue enlightening Wen Yihuan, he suddenly sensed a wave of hostility emanating from her eyes. Where did this ironclad masculine demeanor come from? Chapter 47. Su Xian's request the following day. After escorting Wen Yihuan to her workplace, Jiang Yu followed his usual routine and visited Jiyun Company. Unsurprisingly, he did not encounter Wen Qiyun. Subsequently, he placed a call to Wei Yong to inquire about Han Ying's whereabouts. Han Ying had returned home the previous night, and Wei Yong had not seen her since. Instead, he rambled on about Wang Ruoqi. He mentioned that Wang Ruoqi had visited the Xingyo Boxing Club to meet Zheng Feng, and afterward, they had gone to a posh residential area together, emerging with what appeared to be a hint of disappointment on her face. "You followed Wang Ruoqi all night, without fear of being mistaken for a stalker?" Jiang Yu teased, although he could somewhat surmise Wang Ruoqi's intentions. After the incident, she would undoubtedly be curious about her own identity. Too timid to directly inquire from Jin Hu, she sought information through Zheng Feng. Naturally, Zheng Feng was also uninformed, leading him to take Wang Ruoqi to find Wang Qi. However, since Wang Qi had long since departed due to Jiang Yu rendering him incapacitated, Wang Ruoqi's search yielded no results. leaving her somewhat disheartened. Brother Yu, do you think she wouldn't have found Zheng Feng late at night because she likes him? Wei Yong's tone dripped with jealousy. Jiang Yu reassured him, rest assured, Wang Ruoqi and Zheng Feng are merely acquaintances. You still have your chance. Really? What should I do next? Adhere to the principles I taught you, persistently and unwaveringly pursue her. But she finds me utterly repugnant. She tells me to leave at the first sight of me. Have you forgotten the principle of shamelessness? If she tells you to go, then go. How else will you pursue her? I'm afraid she will only grow to despise me more. You seem to misunderstand. There's a saying that love can breed hatred and vice versa. If you accompany her daily, she will eventually grow accustomed to your presence. Should you suddenly disappear from her sight, she is bound to feel an emptiness in her heart. Brother Yu, you are indeed wise. I shall seek out Wang Ruoqi at once. Jiang Yu's primary aim was to use Wei Yong to distract Wang Ruoqi, preventing her from incessantly stirring trouble for Han Ying. He refrained from attending school that day, as Han Ying's lingering displeasure from the previous day suggested that his frequent appearances would be counterproductive. Although he advised Wei Yong to embrace shamelessness, he himself did not act similarly. The day passed slowly, monotonously, to Jiang Yu's surprise. An elderly gentleman he had assisted days prior called him, informing him that the venue for his birthday banquet was set at the Royal Banquet Hall and urged him to attend without fail. As he prepared to escort Wen Yihuan home after work, Su Xian hastily approached him. Jiang Yu, I have a matter I wish to ask your assistance with. Typically, Su Xian would mock Jiang Yu, so her sudden request was somewhat difficult for her to articulate. Jiang Yu jested, what's wrong? Can't sleep alone at night, and longing for me to warm your bed? You're ridiculous. Su Xian glared fiercely at him. Stop spouting nonsense. Is this truly the demeanor one adopts when seeking assistance? Su Xian was momentarily speechless, caught between wanting to express herself and holding back. Beside her, Wen Yihuan smiled radiantly, saying, all right, Jiang Yu, stop teasing Su Xian. Jiang Yu then reined in his carefree smile, adopting a serious tone. Speak up. What do you wish for me to assist you with? Well, aren't you known as a miraculous physician? Su Xian began. My uncle has been afflicted with a peculiar illness for several months now. He has visited numerous prestigious hospitals, but our family's savings have been exhausted without any improvement. They are truly at their wits' end and asked me to inquire in the city if there are any folk healers. Naturally, you came to my mind first. Peculiar illness? Jiang Yu's lips curled into an intrigued smile. As a miraculous physician, he relished the challenge of tackling enigmatic ailments. When Yihuan interjected, since it's Su Xian's relative in need, Jiang Yu, please lend a hand. Jiang Yu replied, since President Wen has made the request, I cannot refuse. Su Xian timidly asked, your fees aren't exorbitant, are they? Given that her uncle's family would not seek a folk doctor if they were affluent, the cost was indeed a crucial factor. If Jiang Yu's fees were too high, she would have no choice but to abandon the idea. Jiang Yu responded nonchalantly, it's merely a favor among friends. I won't charge for the consultation. However, the cost of medicine will need to be covered. Truly, thank you so much. Su Xian exclaimed, her joy evident as she danced with excitement. Her heartfelt gratitude was genuine, and Jiang Yu's words elevated his image in her eyes significantly. Then, Jiang Yu, you and Su Xian go ahead. There's no need to see me off, Wen Yihuan yawned. Fatigue evident from her busy day. Allow me to drive you home first, she suggested. No need. Saving lives is paramount. And I happen to have dinner plans with a friend tonight. All right, take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. After Jiang Yu departed in Su Xian's car, Wen Yihuan drove alone towards Lutong Villa, situated in the outskirts of the city, a perfect retreat for summer. At 8 in the evening, as she navigated the winding mountain roads, Wen Yihuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Upon reaching the halfway point, she suddenly heard a rumbling noise. A massive boulder tumbled down the mountain. Though surrounded by numerous vehicles, the boulder seemed to have a mind of its own, heading straight for the roof of Wen Yihuan's car. Chapter 48. Marrying off a daughter is not selling her. Su Xian's uncle resided in the outskirts, and the two arrived at Yinlu village after a half-hour drive. The urban landscape had vanished, replaced by quaint rural homes, a patchwork of modest tile-roofed houses. Su Ditsai's family were ordinary farmers who had toiled for most of their lives to amass a dowry for their daughter. However, an unexpected strange illness struck 6 months ago, depleting their savings. It all began when Su Ditsai experienced pain in his temples and gradually lost his eyesight. After consulting an ophthalmologist, the doctor deemed there was no issue. Yet, his vision continued to deteriorate, ultimately diagnosed with temporal arteritis, leading to a referral to the rheumatology department. After receiving steroid treatment, his condition showed slight improvement, prompting him to return home to recuperate. Unfortunately, Su Ditsai's health did not follow the anticipated path of recovery. Instead, his condition worsened. Following his return home, his kidneys began to fail, his joints ached, and he was nearly completely blind. They traversed numerous hospitals, yet no conclusive results emerged. As their health continued to deteriorate, their savings were depleted, and they accrued considerable debts, leaving them with no choice but to discharge him. Nevertheless, his family did not abandon him. They sought the aid of numerous folk healers, albeit with minimal success. When Su Xian visited, her aunt, Jiang Yu, mentioned that she worked as a secretary for a prominent businessman in the city and likely knew many individuals, urging her to inquire about any miraculous doctors capable of treating rare ailments. Su Xian had little experience with physicians. The last encounter occurred when 3 women caused a ruckus at her company, after which she heard Jiang Yu boast of his medical prowess. With a desperate hope akin to treating a dead horse as a living one, she decided to speak up. The suburbs were predominantly rural, lacking the vibrant chaos of the city at night. By around 9 o'clock, streetlights were nearly non-existent. However, the home of Su Dekai was remarkably illuminated during this period, as he struggled with near blindness, incessantly lamenting the darkness. Consequently, the family kept the lights on throughout the night to offer him some psychological comfort. Additionally, he was plagued by severe joint pain, compelling his family to vigilantly attend to him. Whenever he experienced discomfort, they would apply a warm towel to soothe him. This situation took a toll on the family, with Jiang Yu losing significant weight. They had a daughter named Su Wan, who worked for the Shangya group in the provincial capital. She took leave to care for her father and appeared equally haggard. In Yinlu village, there was a newly affluent individual named Qian Dahai, whose son, Qian Lai, idled away his days without employment due to his family's wealth. He had long harbored feelings for Su Wan, their shared history as elementary school classmates leading to multiple unrequited confessions. Su Dekai's illness rekindled Qian Lai's hopes, prompting him to closely monitor the situation until Su Wan's family found themselves in dire straits once again. That very evening, Qian Lai arrived at Su Wan's home with a childhood friend, bringing with him some nutritional supplements. "Uncle, what's the matter? It's been 6 months, and there's still no improvement. Perhaps you should consider visiting a major hospital in the province?" Qian Lai merely glanced at the ailing Su Dekai, lacking genuine concern. His notorious infatuation with Su Wan was common knowledge in the village, yet he understood the unwritten rule of not offending those who offer kindness. Thus, when he presented the nutritional supplies, Jiang Yu and Su Wan felt obliged to entertain him in the living room. Jiang Yu sighed heavily. Who doesn't he wish to seek treatment at a large hospital? If circumstances allowed, we might have long since taken Su Dekai to the provincial capital or even the capital for care. But we are just ordinary farmers. Though my daughter Su Wan has received some education, she graduated not long ago and can barely save any money while renting in the city. Merely seeking treatment in Tianyun City has left us financially drained. Auntie, matters solvable by money are not truly matters. Isn't it just a lack of funds? Just let me know, and given my relationship with Su Wan, I would be more than willing to assist. Qian Lai's friend, Zhu Chao, chimed in, his bulk weighing in at around 180 pounds, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle as he spoke. This is not a trivial amount. Jiang Yu shook her head, sighing repeatedly. For me, tens of thousands are insignificant, Qian Lai declared, thumping his chest. That is still unacceptable. Jiang Yu firmly rejected the offer. We will handle our affairs. It is getting late. You should return home and rest. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. Can Qian Lai truly lend them hundreds of thousands without any reason? Perhaps it is the dowry for marrying off a daughter. If such an action were taken, it would not be a matter of marrying off a daughter, but rather selling her. Few parents in the world would stoop to such depths. Jiang Yu rose to see the guests off, yet Su Wan called out to Qian Lai. Wait a moment. She felt conflicted, as Qian Lai's gaze roamed over her unabashedly. Su Wan was strikingly beautiful, even more so than Su Xian, and her figure was more pronounced. The buttons of her short-sleeved shirt looked as though they might pop open at any moment. Though she appeared quite haggard, her beauty remained undeniable, leaving Qian Lai in a state of longing. After some inner turmoil, Su Wan spoke softly. Qian Lai, are you truly willing to lend me money for my father's treatment? Of course. Who are we to each other? Thank you. If you extend your hand, you will be my benefactor for life. I won't borrow this money without repaying. You can charge me the maximum legal interest, and I promise to repay you in the shortest time possible. Suwan, Qianlai certainly cannot lend without repayment. For that is a substantial sum, not a mere few thousand. However, it is not to be borrowed in this manner. Zhu Chao interjected, and Suwan, recognizing him, asked, Zhu Chao, how should it be borrowed? Zhu Chao smirked mischievously. Suwan, are you truly oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Do you not comprehend my intentions? If you agree to marry me, not only will I lend you money, but I could also provide your family with hundreds of thousands. Qianlai wore a satisfied smile, clearly endorsing Zhu Chao's words. This left Suwan even more conflicted. She harbored no affection for Qianlai. In fact, she would say she despised him. Qianlai was a ne'er-do-well, constantly embroiled in trouble, and marrying him would be akin to jumping into a blazing inferno. Yet, she could not bear to witness her father suffer. Their family was already deep in debt, and no one was willing to lend them hundreds of thousands again. Qianlai, do not set your sights on my daughter. Even if I were to lose my life, I would never allow Suwan to marry you. It was unclear when Su Datsai had emerged from the room. Though he could not see, he was certainly not deaf. He had heard every word of the conversation in the living room. Dad. Suwan rushed over to support Su Datsai, who looked pale but spoke with conviction. Guru, see the guests off. Su Datsai's words were final, igniting Qianlai's fury. Old man, do not overstep your bounds. Who else in Yinlu village could possibly save you? Qianlai, whom are you insulting? Suwan retorted, her face flushed with anger. Bah! Qianlai spat on the ground. Suwan, do not think I am unaware of your family's desperate situation. You have only two options before you. 1. Marry me, and I will provide for your father's treatment. 2. Watch helplessly as your father suffers and perishes. Qianlai's smile was cold, as if he had already secured his victory over Suwan. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted. Oh, what a lively scene in the middle of the night. A white Peugeot pulled up outside the Su residence, and Jiang Yu and Su Xian entered the courtyard together. Su Xian has arrived. Come in and sit. When her family arrived, Wang Guru became significantly more enthusiastic, hastily stepping out of the living room to greet them. In the living room, Qianlai and Zhu Chao exchanged glances at Su Xian, both sensing an odd tension. Zhu Chao jested, Su Xian, you're increasingly beautiful. How about being my brother's girlfriend? Su Xian inwardly cursed the saying that a leopard cannot change its spots and chose to disregard them, leading Jiang Yu into the living room. Qianlai cast a disapproving look at Jiang Yu and remarked, Who is this young man? Zhu Chao, do you know him? I've never seen him before, Zhu Chao replied. Wang Guru scrutinized Jiang Yu and then inquired, Su Xian, is this your boyfriend? He certainly looks impressive. Su Xian retorted, What are you saying, aunt? He is merely my friend. Zhu Chao chimed in sarcastically, bringing someone home at this hour. Who would believe that? I never imagined you, Su Xian, would appear so innocent, yet be so audacious in private. Shut your mouth, you fat fool. Mind your words, or I will not let you tarnish my reputation in the village. Su Xian, having grown up in Yinlu village, was well acquainted with her peers. She was sharp-tongued and did not hold back her words. Zhu Chao, feeling somewhat defeated, realized Su Xian's prowess with words and refrained from further argument. Not wishing to embarrass himself, Su Xian, it's rather late. Is there something on your mind? Suwan merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yu. Cousin, of course. I have something to discuss. Didn't T-Aunt mention that I should inquire about a renowned doctor in the city? I have brought one for you. I assume the esteemed doctor you have invited is him? Qianlai and Zhu Chao exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Su Xian rolled her eyes at them. Is that even a question? Ha. Finally, Qianlai and Zhu Chao could no longer contain their laughter. Su Xian, you have attended university. How could you be so easily deceived? Just look at him. Does he possess any semblance of a doctor? Qianlai's smile was laced with mockery. Zhu Chao added, Su Xian, you haven't been swindled for both money and affection, have you? If it's just finances, that can be reclaimed. But if it's affection, well, your standards for future partners may need to be significantly lowered. That said, my brother Zhu Chao is magnanimous. He surely wouldn't mind being the fallback option. It's merely a matter of picking up the pieces. Their banter nearly exasperated Su Xian to the point of fury. Enough with your nonsense, Zhu Chao. Even if I were divorced with 2 children, it would still be inappropriate for you to step in. And you, Qianlai, don't think your family's wealth makes you exceptional. You know your own worth. And to even think about marrying my cousin, you should take a good look in the mirror. Cough, cough. Both men choked on Su Xian's retorts. Wang Guru eyed Jiang Yu with skepticism and cautiously asked, "Young man, are you truly a doctor?" "Indeed, I am." "Then, concerning my husband's ailment, there's no rush. Let me examine him first." "Husband, come. Lie down in the room. Su Xian has brought a renowned doctor for you." Wang Guru promptly assisted Su Dekai back to their room. Qianlai stood at the door, teasingly remarking, "You truly believe in him? That fellow appears to be nothing more than a charlatan. If he could heal, then even a sow could climb a tree." Zhu Chao concurred. "Even if he possessed genuine skills, could your family afford the payment?" The mention of money caused Wang Guru to frown with worry. Their household was destitute, and they had sold off even the most modest of furniture and appliances. Su Wan bit her lip and inquired, "Are you truly a divine healer?" Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly, "It's merely a matter of reputation. Can you really cure my father's illness?" "Currently, I possess a 70% confidence." By observing, Jiang Yu had already gained a general understanding of Su Detzai's condition. As for absolute certainty, that awaited further examination. A 70% chance was monumental hope for Su Wan. Suddenly, she knelt before Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Divine healer, we truly have no money left. I cannot offer you any reward, but if you can cure my father's illness, I am willing to dedicate myself to repay you." Qianlai was taken aback, bewildered by her words. "What do you mean? You weren't saying this when I offered to help you." Furious, he clenched his fists. "What audacity! Who is this pretty boy attempting to steal my woman?" Zhu Chao joined in the outrage. "You, charlatan, get out of here. Do you know whose territory you've invaded? Do you believe I want to break your legs?" Jiang Yu regarded them with indifference, calmly asking, "Are they the patient's relatives?" Su Xian interjected, "Not at all. They are just two ruffians." "Oh, then irrelevant parties should step aside. Do not hinder my treatment." His flippant remark infuriated Qianlai. "You dare to chase us away, you charlatan? You must be tired of living. Zhu Chao, let us go." The two rolled up their sleeves and charged into the bedroom. In a swift motion, Jiang Yu seized Qianlai, tossing him out into the courtyard as if he were a mere chick. His movements were so rapid that Zhu Chao only realized what had happened when Jiang Yu was already sizing him up. Zhu Chao, with his considerable bulk, was pushed into the living room by Jiang Yu, who then kicked him. A pained cry escaped Zhu Chao's lips as he tumbled out into the courtyard. Bang! Jiang Yu firmly shut the door, restoring peace to the world. Su Xian had already helped Su Wan to her feet, saying, "Cousin, what nonsense about dedicating yourself?" Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. "What? Am I unworthy?" "You are certainly worthy." Wang Guru quickly interjected, "Little divine healer, you are quite the catch. If my daughter were to marry you, she wouldn't be at a loss. Moreover, with a healer's benevolence, I believe you must be a good person." Su Xian glared at Jiang Yu, hands on her hips. "Did we not agree on free treatment? Now that my cousin is beautiful, have you suddenly decided to change your mind and elope with her? Free of charge?" Wang Guru and Su Wan exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of disappointment. "What troubles you, aunt? Is free treatment not good?" "It's not that it's bad, but if Jiang Yu were to ask for some form of compensation, it would be acceptable." However, upon hearing free, the mother and daughter duo began to wonder if Jiang Yu was merely trying to win Su Xian's favor. After all, there are no free lunches in this world. Once again, Wang Guru inquired, "Su Xian, he is truly not your boyfriend?" In Chapter 50, Two Scoundrels. Su Xian was on the verge of losing her composure. No, aunt, how many times must I repeat myself?" Jiang Yu, noticing the skepticism from Wang Guru and her son, understood the mindset of concerned family members, accustomed as he was to dealing with patients. Some relatives were so distrustful that they would never allow a doctor to lay a finger on the patient. There were even those unreasonable individuals who would brandish a broom and force them out. Strangely enough, the higher the fees, the more trust they seemed to place in the physician. Offering services for free often resulted in skepticism. Thus, he proclaimed, "How could it possibly be free? I am a divine physician, not a deity. I need to eat as well. Hey, what is wrong with you? You clearly agreed to this before. Are you even a man, going back on your word?" Su Xian exclaimed in frustration. However, Wang Guru and Su Wan displayed smiles. Wang Guru quickly said, "Little divine physician, feel free to state your conditions. We will certainly find a way to accommodate you." Jiang Yu, unsure of their financial capacity, asked, "What do you think is a reasonable consultation fee?" Su Wan pondered for a moment and replied, "Within 100,000, I can manage." 100,000? Wang Guru gasped. "Wanner, how could you possibly have that much money?" Jiang Yu responded, "Then let it be 100,000, but considering Su Xian's sake, I will offer you a 20% discount." Su Xin was nearly beside herself. 80,000 just for a consultation? Why don't you just rob a bank? Su Wan urged. Cousin, this is what we ought to pay. Please don't blame the doctor. However, she hesitated and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Jiang Yu. I can't produce that much money right now. Is it possible to pay in installments? I promise to repay within 2 years. Not a problem. Jiang Yu readily agreed. As he was not genuinely interested in the money, what he desired was the trust of the family. Only with their trust would they cooperate unconditionally in his treatment of the patient. He then began to examine Su Datsai in detail, inquiring about his physical condition. Eventually, he thoughtfully remarked, insufficiency of liver and kidney, deficiency of vital energy and blood, stagnation of qi and fluids leading to blockage, and lack of clarity in spirit. The focus should be on brightening the eyes and opening the orifices, resolving stagnation and unblocking the channels, primarily targeting points such as Chio-ho, while also using points to tonify qi and nourish blood, and soothe the liver to relieve stagnation. Though Su Wan and her son were bewildered by this discourse, to them, it encapsulated 2 words, professionalism. Stop with the flowery language. What is wrong with my uncle? Su Xin voiced their confusion. Jiang Yu explained, in simple terms, it is a blockage in the meridians and stagnation of qi and blood. Is that it? Who do you think you are fooling? If it were that simple, wouldn't those hospitals have identified the problem? The concepts of meridians and acupoints were the culmination of thousands of years of traditional Chinese medicine. Yet they were intangible to Western medicine, which could not detect them with instruments. You speak as if it is true. How will you treat it? I shall prescribe a remedy. Within 5 doses, I guarantee it will cure the ailment. Jiang Yu's diagnosis was surprisingly straightforward. Su Wan, half believing, fetched paper and pen. And Jiang Yu swiftly penned a prescription, a miraculous formula coming to life before their eyes. This is indeed the unique secret remedy of BQ Mountain. Even an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, knowing Su Datsai's ailments, may not necessarily prescribe the correct treatment. Is this truly the conclusion? Su Xin felt an unsettling sense of deception, uncertain whether the prescription held any genuine efficacy. Su Wan and her son exchanged glances, holding the prescription, at a loss for words. Jiang Yu remarked, what is there to worry about? Haven't I yet accepted payment from you? Once he recovers, you can settle the fee. Su Xin replied, it is not merely a matter of money. What if your prescription is flawed and my uncle suffers adverse effects? Jiang Yu scratched his head, feeling conflicted. Must I swear an oath of toxicity? Xiao Wan, just follow the doctor's instructions and procure the medicine. Su Datsai, lying in bed, weakly interjected. The family's circumstances and his health left him with no alternatives. He could only place his trust in Jiang Yu, even if something went awry. If he were to meet his demise, it would serve as a release, sparing Su Wan and her son further burdens. Very well, I shall fetch the medicine. Su Wan exclaimed, filled with urgency. Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying, where will you go to get medicine at this late hour? It can wait until tomorrow. Nothing catastrophic will occur overnight. He further advised, please move your uncle to another room. This one is dark, damp, and filled with stagnant air, which is not conducive to good fortune. While this may not be the primary cause of Su Datsai's illness, it does exert some influence. Su Xin was perplexed, questioning how the conversation had shifted to matters of feng shui. Are you a divine physician or a feng shui master? What? Do divine physicians not study feng shui? You all have subjects like mathematics, language, and history. We too have our own practices, encompassing medicine, fate, and divination. It is essential to excel in all, is it not? Su Xin found herself at a loss for words. No problem. We shall arrange for Uncle Su to change rooms. Zhang Guorui promptly got to work. Changing rooms was no great task, better to believe than to disbelieve. All right, the illness has been addressed. We should take our leave. Jiang Yu turned to exit, and Su Wan quickly retrieved her phone. Little divine physician, please leave your number. Once my father recovers, it will be easier for me to contact you for payment. Jiang Yu smiled, exchanging numbers with her. If you need anything, just give me a call. He understood the family's mindset. For Su Wan, the concern extended beyond post-treatment payment. Her primary worry was the process of her father taking the medicine, though she hesitated to voice it directly. Outside the living room, Qian Lai and Zhu Chao lingered in the courtyard. As the tyrants of Yinlu village, being expelled by Jiang Yu was a significant embarrassment. They each found a metal rod, standing guard at the entrance, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yu's emergence to strike him down. Su Wan intended to see Jiang Yu off and opened the living room door, only to have the 2 rods swung toward her in an instant. Qianlai and Zhu Chao realized too late that they had targeted the wrong person. Su Wan let out a terrified scream. In a split second, Jiang Yu dashed forward, enveloping Su Wan in his embrace, swiftly turning around. Bang! Bang! The rod struck Jiang Yu solidly on the back. "You two rascals!" Su Xian exclaimed in shock, her voice raised in anger. "Run!" Qianlai and Zhu Chao dropped their sticks and fled, only daring to execute a sudden ambush, for they had just witnessed Jiang Yu's formidable means of expulsion, which made them acutely aware of the futility of direct confrontation. "Little divine doctor, are you all right?" Su Wan, cradled in Jiang Yu's arms, appeared pale and filled with remorse. Chapter 51, Misfortune. "I'm fine. Thank you. Are you truly unscathed? Shall I assist you with some medicinal alcohol?" Su Wan's voice was soft and timid, her head bowed low. Jiang Yu jested, "Of course, it's better to be respectful than shut up." Su Xian interjected, delivering a punch to his shoulder, interrupting his words. With a look of discontent, Jiang Yu followed Su Xian into the car, his expression morose. "I came to assist you, and yet I was inexplicably struck twice. Aren't you even concerned about my well-being? You still remember you're here to help? For heaven's sake, you demand 80,000 for a diagnosis right off the bat. Why don't you just drop dead?" Su Xian rolled her eyes, harboring resentment over Jiang Yu's exorbitant fees. "Do you have any idea what 80,000 means to my uncle's family? Do you know how long my cousin has to scrimp and save to gather that amount? I know. You know nothing. You casually scribble some nonsensical prescription and effortlessly pocket 80,000. Do you even comprehend the phrase, the hardships of life?" Su Xian launched a tirade, causing Jiang Yu's eyes to nearly bulge out in disbelief. "Do I not know the hardships of life? While I traversed the land with the old man, alleviating suffering, you were probably playing in the mud somewhere." It was utterly unreasonable. Jiang Yu, disinclined to argue further, crossed his arms and closed his eyes in contemplation. Su Xian murmured to herself for a while, receiving no response, and eventually fell silent, finding the atmosphere increasingly tedious. Amidst the awkwardness, Su Xian escorted Jiang Yu back to Wen Yihuan's neighborhood. "Get out," she commanded, her expression devoid of warmth. Jiang Yu remained silent, and after exiting the vehicle, he remarked, "We are family. Why is there such a disparity? You should take a page from your cousin's book. At this rate, you won't find a suitor." "What does my marital status have to do with you?" Su Xian retorted, glaring fiercely. "Look at you, a true she-tiger. If you dare utter another word, I'll knock you out." She swiftly grabbed a cushion from the passenger seat and hurled it at Jiang Yu. He caught it deftly and teased. "Is this your token of affection? Quite unique. I shall cherish it dearly." Without allowing Su Xian a chance to retort, he dashed into the community, disappearing from her view. Su Xian gritted her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu moved quietly, mindful of the late hour and reluctant to disturb Wen Yihuan's rest. Surprisingly, she did not make an unexpected appearance that night. After a shower, Jiang Yu retired for the evening. The following morning, upon rising, Jiang Yu found the living room utterly still. It struck him as odd, as Wen Yihuan usually arose before him, preparing breakfast. Still not awake? He knocked on her door, but received no response. Ms. Wan, Ms. Wan. He called several times, yet silence prevailed. Concerned for her well-being, he entered her room without hesitation. The room was impeccably tidy, but Wen Yihuan was nowhere to be found. "Did you think I wouldn't return home last night and went to the office on my own?" He didn't dwell on it much, quickly freshening up before heading to the company. Su Xian had been organizing files in Wen Yihuan's office early in the morning, and upon seeing Jiang Yu, she maintained a stern expression, still displeased about last night's events. "Where's President Wen?" Jiang Yu casually inquired while seated on the office sofa. Su Xian shot him a glare. "President Wen didn't he come with you? I haven't even questioned you yet." "What? President Wen hasn't he arrived at the office?" Realizing something was amiss, Su Xian immediately interrogated, "What on earth is going on?" "I have no idea. I didn't see President Wen after I got up. I thought she had already gone to the office." "What kind of bodyguard are you?" Su Xian swiftly dialed Wen Yihuan's number, but there was no response. Growing anxious, she exclaimed, "Oh no, what if something has happened to President Wen? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go find her. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable." Jiang Yu felt a twinge of unease, for he was already aware that Wen Yihuan might encounter a crisis. He hurried downstairs, only to receive a call from Su Xian. "President Wen has been in a car accident and is in the hospital. Wait for me downstairs." In the upscale hospital ward, Wen Yihuan lay on the bed, with Wen Qiyun attending to her. She had just stepped out to use the restroom and missed Su Xian's call. Upon returning, she called back. Dad, Jiang Yu will arrive shortly. You should head back to avoid raising any suspicions. When Shiyun had cared for her throughout the night, visibly weary, but felt relieved knowing that when Yi Huan was not seriously injured, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. 10 minutes later, Su Xian rushed into the hospital room. President Wan, what happened? How did you suddenly get into a car accident? Are you hurt anywhere? Her anxious demeanor left Jiang Yu utterly astonished. This relationship seemed rather excessive, and he couldn't help but question Su Xian's inclinations. He glanced at Wan Yihuan, who appeared healthy, her complexion rosy and breath steady, with no visible injuries. It was evident she was not in grave danger, which calmed him. Su Xian, please don't panic. I'm fine. After Su Xian meticulously checked her over, she finally relaxed, only to turn her ire towards Jiang Yu. It's all your fault. This bodyguard has been utterly negligent. Jiang Yu was taken aback. What the hell? I'm the bodyguard. How is the accident my fault? When Yihuan interjected, don't blame him. It's simply my bad luck. On my way to Lutong Villa, a falling rock struck my car. It was indeed unfortunate. Amidst so many vehicles, the boulder had chosen to hit hers. Su Xian remarked, as long as you're all right, that's what matters. When Yihuan nodded, Su Xian, I need to stay for observation for another day. I'll rely on you to handle the company matters in the meantime. Understanding that when Yihuan was instructing her to return to the office, Su Xian hesitated. But who will take care of you? Perhaps I should hire a caregiver for you? It's fine. I'm not incapacitated. Besides, there's Jiang Yu to help. She replied, that guy? Please, he's a big man, careless and inattentive. How can he take care of someone? Jiang Yu was immediately displeased. You've never lived with me. How can you assume I wouldn't be able to care for someone? Just based on my instincts as a woman. Women's instincts? More like a tigress' instincts. Enough of this nonsense. We are in a hospital. Su Xian, you should return to the company now. When Yihuan's urgency in sending Su Xian away stemmed from her desire to converse privately with Jiang Yu. The events of the previous night had utterly shattered her worldview. Chapter 52. The shattering of worldviews. Once Su Xian departed, Jiang Yu approached Wan Yihuan's bedside and gently inquired, President Wan, are you hungry? Would you like me to fetch you some breakfast? Wan Yihuan shook her head. No need, just sit. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? It's about last night's accident. What happened? Wan Yihuan retrieved a red thread from beneath her pillow. Previously, she had tied the talisman Jiang Yu gifted her with this thread and wore it around her neck. Now, the talisman was gone. As she recounted the harrowing incident, her heart raced with lingering fear. The massive boulder had crashed directly onto her car's roof, leaving her nearly paralyzed with terror. She had felt certain she was facing death. A boulder of such weight could surely reduce her to mere pulp. Alone in the vehicle, she felt adrift, as if she had one foot in the realm of the dead. Yet, just as the boulder thundered against her car, a sudden heat enveloped her neck, and a flash of golden light illuminated the interior. After the boulder struck, it rebounded and plummeted into the abyss, allowing her to escape with her life. When Yihuan sat in her car, shaken for what felt like an eternity, only regaining her senses when the ambulance arrived. It was then that she recollected the intense warmth on her chest and discovered that the talisman had turned to ashes. Logically, such a heavy boulder descending at such speed should have obliterated her vehicle. However, her car bore only a small dent, while she emerged unscathed, albeit startled. Both drivers involved in the incident marveled at her miraculous survival, and even the attending traffic police were astounded. Yet, only Wan Yihuan understood that the talisman had shielded her from harm. This experience transcended her understanding, fundamentally altering her perspective on reality. Jiang Yu listened intently as she recounted the bizarre occurrence, yet he revealed no emotion on his face. Did you personally draw that talisman? Yes. Is it because of the talisman that I survived? Indeed. Who exactly are you? Jiang Yu. Wan Yihuan was well aware that he was Jiang Yu, a disciple of a renowned healer. Yet, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? President Wan, the world is filled with wonders. I can only say that it is not as simple as you might imagine. I understand. Wan Yihuan ceased her inquiries, fully aware that she could not unravel the mysteries of another realm. Had she not encountered Jiang Yu, she might have never experienced such extraordinary events. Naturally, curiosity surged within her, but she chose to temper it. However, her heart began to stir with anticipation, almost yearning for a union with Jiang Yu. She believed that marriage would grant her access to that strange and enchanting world. With a light laugh, She smoothly shifted the conversation, with such remarkable abilities. It seems I have been underpaying you. Since you saved my life, should I consider a raise and promotion for you? Yet, Jiang Yu did not smile. For Wen Yihuan's brow remained clouded, indicating that her misfortune had not yet passed. The talisman could provide temporary protection, but it could not serve her throughout her life. Unless the root of the problem was addressed, Wen Yihuan would inevitably face calamity once more. However, Jiang Yu was at a loss as to where the source of the issue lay. 1. It's best if you refrain from going anywhere other than home or the office for the time being, he advised kindly, unaware of when he had become so concerned for her safety. I know I've been rather unlucky lately. Do you still have that talisman? Wen Yihuan asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. When Jiang Yu had first gifted her the talisman, she had jested about its significance, but now, not long after, she found herself seeking it out. Jiang Yu shook his head, saying, the talisman can only protect you once. Having more wouldn't be of much use. Though disappointed, Wen Yihuan did not show it. After spending a day at the hospital, Wen Yihuan underwent various examinations, and only after the doctor assured her that she was fine was she allowed to leave. Su Xian had already called to warn him to stay close to Wen Yihuan, threatening him with dire consequences otherwise. Even without Su Xian's warning, Jiang Yu would have acted similarly. It was inconceivable for Wen Yihuan to suffer such unwarranted misfortune without reason. He resolved to uncover the source of the trouble as swiftly as possible. A brand new Porsche was parked at the hospital entrance, and when Yihuan handed the keys to Jiang Yu, saying, you can drive, she still felt a psychological shadow lingering, reluctant to take the wheel herself. Jiang Yu had obtained his driver's license long ago, but seldom drove. He teased, so quickly you've gotten a new car? This one must be quite pricey. When Yihuan replied, this car was a gift from my father, my other one is in for repairs. Once inside, Jiang Yu fumbled for a while before managing to start the car, having never driven such a luxurious vehicle before. During the drive, Wen Yihuan seemed to recall something. She rummaged through her bag and produced a jade pendant inscribed with the words safe passage, hanging it from the rearview mirror. She murmured to herself, I never imagined that the charm my friend gave me would come in handy. However, upon seeing the pendant, Jiang Yu sensed something was amiss and immediately inquired, who gave you that? Wen Yihuan responded, a business associate of mine. He said he had it blessed at a temple recently, claiming it to be a talisman for safety. Initially dismissive of such beliefs, she had forgotten about the pendant, but given her recent troubles, she had decided to hang it in the car for protection. Yet, there was something wrong with the pendant. Jiang Yu could feel the malevolent energy radiating from it. It had clearly been tampered with. This was no ordinary charm. It resembled a death token. The source had been identified. When, your previous incident is likely connected to this pendant. What? How could Zhou Yao wish me harm? Jiang Yu removed the pendant and stated, I'll take care of this pendant. 1. Arrange a meeting with your friend to probe deeper. If Zhou Yao is unaware, then so be it. If not, I will not let him off easily. Wen Yihuan was furious. She had always treated Zhou Yao well in their business dealings and could not comprehend why he would wish her ill. Eager to uncover the truth, she arranged to meet Zhou Yao that very evening. In a private room of the Zhuxi tea house, Zhou Yao made his entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with a pair of dark glasses, and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle so smooth that even ants would find it impossible to traverse. Mr. 1. Zhou Yao greeted with a broad smile. It's rather late for you to seek me out. Do you have a task you wish to assign? He casually cast a glance at Jiang Yu, while Wen Yihuan sat upright, his expression grave. Noticing the tension, Zhou Yao inquired, Mr. 1, why the solemn demeanor? Is something amiss? I was in a car accident last night. What? Mr. 1, are you unscathed? I am fine. But someone suggested that the cause of the accident might be related to the jade pendant. Are you joking? Mr. 1, please don't listen to such nonsense. How could I ever harm you? Zhou Yao exclaimed, jumping with agitation. Wen Yihuan responded with a cold smile. Did I say it was due to the jade pendant you gifted me? Chapter 53. The man behind the curtain at the mention of the jade pendant. Zhou Yao became flustered, resembling a person caught in a lie. He quickly donned a smile and clarified, Mr. 1, you've misunderstood. Upon hearing the words jade pendant, I immediately thought of the one I previously gifted you. I assumed you were suspecting me. Zhou Yao, do you not find this matter rather preposterous? Well, what? A jade pendant could possibly cause my accident? Do you truly believe that? Indeed, Mr. 1, such beliefs are mere superstition. You are a man of education. How can you entertain these ideas? And you, a distinguished graduate of Tianjin University, do you believe in such things? Of course not. I am a materialist. Thus, When I mentioned the possibility of a connection to the jade pendant, you immediately distanced yourself from any involvement, asserting that you could not possibly harm me. How do you reconcile that? Mr. 1. This. Zhou Yao found himself at a loss for words, not anticipating that Wen Yihuan would trap him in this manner. Indeed, if he was a materialist, how could he have been the first to associate the jade pendant with harm? Might it not be that the pendant obscured his vision, leading to the accident? Zhou Yao stammered, his hands fidgeting restlessly, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Wen Yihuan glanced at Jiang Yu, seeking his counsel. Ahem. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and stated, Mr. 1, there is no need for further inquiry. This matter is undoubtedly linked to him. At the mere mention of the jade pendant, Zhou Yao became visibly uneasy, fidgeting excessively, touching his nose, adjusting his glasses, and avoiding direct eye contact with Wen Yihuan. To assert ignorance regarding the jade pendant would be laughable. However, Zhou Yao, unaware of Jiang Yu's identity, lashed out. Who is this young scoundrel, slandering my reputation? Speak such nonsense again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Humph, are you already losing your composure? If you cannot maintain your calm, how can you possibly scheme against others? Enough of your nonsense. I stand upright and correct. When have I ever harmed anyone? Zhou Yao shouted, appearing aggrieved. Mr. 1, if you summon me today to falsely accuse me, then I shall take my leave. He turned in anger, sweeping his sleeve as he departed. In an instant, Jiang Yu moved swiftly, blocking the doorway. Did I permit you to leave? You little rascal, dare to obstruct my path? Have you a death wish? Zhou Yao raised his leg and delivered a swift kick towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sidestepped gracefully, pointing with a single finger. Zhou Yao let out a muffled groan. Immediately clutching his chest and curling up on the ground, his expression twisted in agony, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat streaming down. Jiang Yu placed Zhou Yao's left hand on the coffee table and casually picked up the ashtray resting there. When Yihuan gasped in alarm, Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Jiang Yu replied coldly, Mr. 1, there is no need for extreme measures. Such a person will not yield easily. Zhou Yao, terrified, stammered, what do you want? You pathetic loser? Jiang Yu lightly tapped the ashtray against the table. For every lie you tell, I will break one of your fingers. You have 5 chances. Now tell me, is the jade pendant related to you? Let go of me. This has nothing to do with me. With a resounding crash, Jiang Yu brought the ashtray down, the sharp sound of shattering echoing in the air. I'll talk. Zhou Yao, nearly wetting himself in fear, trembled uncontrollably. A wicked smile crept onto Jiang Yu's lips. He had discerned that Zhou Yao was a spineless individual. A mere scare was enough to make him confess everything. Mr. 1, please let him go. Zhou Yao was drenched in cold sweat, his hands shaking violently. On Wen Yihuan's signal, Jiang Yu released Zhou Yao and stepped towards the doorway, blocking his escape. Wen Yihuan's face darkened. Now, explain yourself. Why do you wish to harm me? Zhou Yao, with a mournful expression, replied, Mr. 1, it wasn't me who wanted to harm you. I was merely acting on someone else's orders. Whose orders? He stammered, unable to voice the full name. Jiang Yuan? Wen Yihuan provided the answer. Zhou Yao nodded. Mr. He approached me earlier, offering 100,000 yuan to deliver that jade pendant to you. I thought it was an easy way to earn a fortune, so I agreed, not realizing he intended to harm you. Mr. 1, I swear, it has nothing to do with me. You didn't realize? You know better than anyone the kind of relationship I have with Jiang Yuan. Do you really believe he would selflessly gift me a jade pendant for safety? Huh, you didn't think it through? Mr. 1, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I won't dare again. Zhou Yao's apology was genuine. He wasn't truly afraid of Wen Yihuan, but of Jiang Yu standing at the door. From today onward, our company will terminate all cooperation with you. This time, I won't pursue your culpability, but I hope you'll heed this warning. Please, Mr. 1, I've already signed contracts with others. If you cut off my supply, I'll be ruined. Aren't you on good terms with Jiang Yuan? Go to him for help. Mr. 1, please give me another chance. I truly understand my mistake. He clung desperately, unwilling to leave. Jiang Yu opened the door and barked, you have only one chance. If you wish to keep your hands intact, disappear from my sight within 10 seconds. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, causing Zhou Yao to shudder and turn to flee. Once outside, Zhou Yao felt as if he had burst forth into the ocean, free at last, and shouted back, you'll regret this, you pathetic loser. Wen Yihuan suddenly deflated. It is truly despicable that Jiang Yuan is scheming behind the scenes. 1. What grievances lie between you and Jiang Yuan? In truth, it cannot be termed a grievance. Our relationship is merely one of competition, she elaborated. Both Wen Yihuan and He Qingyuan are in the cosmetics industry. Yet He Qingyuan's company boasts a larger scale and greater renown in Tianjin City. The Dream Butterfly Group, based in the provincial capital, aims to penetrate the Tianjin market and sought to appoint a general agent there. Both parties aspired to collaborate with the Dream Butterfly Group, but after several rounds of negotiations, it was the comparatively weaker Wen Yihuan who secured the agency rights. He Qingyuan, feeling aggrieved by this defeat, harbored resentment. When Jiang Yu first encountered Wen Yihuan, it was during a moment when representatives from the Dream Butterfly Group approached her to sign a contract. She was in a different location at the time, rushing back in haste, and He Qingyuan had also attempted to obstruct her efforts, only to be thwarted by Jiang Yu's interference. With the contract successfully signed, He Qingyuan's fury intensified, leading him to resort to such vile tactics to harm her. Should Wen Yihuan meet with fatality, her company, Yu Yin, would inevitably collapse, compelling the Dream Butterfly Group to seek an alternative partner. He Qingyuan would then naturally emerge as the prime candidate. Chapter 54. The Untouchable One. Jiang Yu, unfamiliar with the intricacies of business, found it astonishing. Is it truly necessary to engage in life and death struggles over mere agency rights? You may think so, but He Qingyuan does not share your perspective. It is well known in the circle that he is utterly obsessed with wealth. What does that have to do with being obsessed with money? You see, once my collaboration with the Dream Butterfly Group is firmly established, the annual profits will amount to no less than 8 figures. For an ordinary person, 8 figures are akin to astronomical sums, something they could never hope to earn over a lifetime. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. I see now. Wen Yihuan's victory over He Qingyuan effectively severed his financial lifeline. For a person who treasures wealth above all, such a loss is akin to slaying one's parents. He would surely be driven to desperate measures against Wen Yihuan. He Qingyuan's underhanded tactics render him elusive, leaving Wen Yihuan in a state of anxiety. How should I deal with He Qingyuan? Jiang Yu, can you help me devise a strategy? To combat someone like He Qingyuan, the most satisfying approach would be to drive him to bankruptcy. Given his substantial family wealth, how could he possibly face bankruptcy under normal circumstances? Therefore, we must employ special tactics. What sort of special tactics? I am no businessman. You are far more knowledgeable than I. What do you suggest is the key to his bankruptcy? Wen Yihuan pondered for a moment and replied, a rupture in the cash flow. My company, like He Qingyuan's, acts as an intermediary, bridging manufacturers and lower-tier clients, signing contracts on both ends to earn a profit. However, there is a saying in our industry regarding inventory distribution, which involves paying a portion up front and settling accounts once all products are sold. Thus, instances of cash flow disruption are rare. Moreover, He Qingyuan possesses formidable strength. Even if complications arise, bankruptcy seems improbable. After hearing this, Jiang Yu also felt the situation was daunting, and could only say, to bring down He Qingyuan is not a matter that can be resolved swiftly. We must await a suitable opportunity. This matter requires long-term deliberation. Wen Yihuan sighed. If he were to challenge me openly, I would not be afraid. It is his covert machinations that truly concern me. Thus, Prime Minister 1, please provide me with He Qingyuan's information. I shall first attempt to reason with him. If he is willing to relent, then all is well. If not, we shall devise a proper strategy to deal with him. This is the only course of action we can take. Upon returning to the office, Wen Yihuan promptly handed over the comprehensive dossier on He Qingyuan, which included his residential address, family members, and details regarding his business development. To Jiang Yu's surprise, He Qingyuan resided in Guanhujin. However, Wen Yihuan informed him that the villa in Guanhujin belonged to He Qingyuan's cousin, whose support had been instrumental in He Qingyuan's business success. Unfortunately, his cousin had been imprisoned for certain matters 2 years prior and had yet to be released. Days later, Jiang Yu once again found himself at Guanhujin as dusk began to settle and darkness enveloped the surroundings. From a distance, he spotted a familiar face, Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes were bruised, and his lips swollen, a clear indication that he had been beaten. The security guard, recognizing Jiang Yu, remarked to Wang Yu, "He*s back. He is connected to the Han family. Do not cause him any trouble this time." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu looked up and shuddered involuntarily. He touched his facial injuries, seemingly recalling the night he had been thoroughly thrashed by Wang Shou. That night, when Wang Yu awoke, Jiang Yu and the others had already departed, leaving only Wang Shou and a few of his lackeys in the private room, drowning their sorrows in alcohol. As soon as he regained consciousness, He inquired whether Wang Shou had adequately avenged him against that country bumpkin. Wang Shou, incensed by the question, unleashed a flurry of punches, simultaneously berating him. You unfortunate wretch. You nearly got me killed. That is someone even my godfather wouldn't dare provoke, and you expect me to discipline him? Damn it. Initially resentful, Wang Shou, after receiving a thorough scolding and a lesson from Jiang Yu, no longer dared to harbor any ill intentions towards Jiang Yu. Although Wang Yu did not witness Jiang Yu's submissive demeanor, the beating imparted a clear understanding that Jiang Yu was not to be trifled with. He was an unyielding force. Momentarily dazed, Wang Yu quickly plastered a fervent smile on his face and jogged towards Jiang Yu, while the security guard kindly cautioned, "Do not trouble him, please." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, suspecting that this individual might once again attempt to provoke him. Brother Yu, you have arrived." Wang Yu's enthusiastic calls left Jiang Yu momentarily taken aback. "Brother Yu, are you visiting the Han family to see your fiancée? I have long observed that you are a fine match for Miss Han, a couple destined to be the most suitable pair in Tianyin City." It must be noted that Wang Yu possessed a talent for flattery, albeit unfortunately, he had aimed his compliments at Jiang Yu's feet. "Are we that familiar?" Jiang Yu replied coldly, scrutinizing him. "We are getting to know each other, Brother Yu. Previously, I was rather thoughtless. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. Once you marry into the Han family, we will inevitably cross paths often." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Marry into? Who told you I intend to do so?" Setting aside the fact that he was there to call off the engagement, even if marriage were on the horizon, he would never settle for being the subordinate in such a union. The Han family was indeed prosperous and influential, but he, as the sole heir of the Boqi mountain lineage, was no less significant. Wang Yu, having inadvertently flattered the horse's hoof, found himself in an awkward predicament and could only hesitantly redirect the conversation. "Isn't Brother Yu here today to see Miss Han?" Jiang Yu replied nonchalantly. "What does that have to do with you?" Wang Yu was rendered speechless by the retort. Jiang Yu continued on his path, and Wang Yu dared not follow. Suddenly, Jiang Yu turned and asked, "You are the security here. You must be quite familiar with the surroundings, right?" Wang Yu, elated, hurried forward, grinning, "Of course. I know it like my own backyard." "Good, then lead me on a tour inside." "Brother Yu, please come in." Wang Yu bowed deeply, his demeanor akin to a eunuch before the emperor, leaving the security guard bewildered. After wandering for about 10 minutes within the community, Jiang Yu engaged in casual conversation with Wang Yu and eventually mentioned, "I heard He Qingyuan also resides here. Are you referring to He Qingyuan, the owner of Xingyuan Company?" "Indeed. Yes, he lives here, but in a relative's villa. Each villa here costs over 100 million. He Qingyuan certainly cannot afford that." "Do you know where his family is located?" "Yes, just a short distance ahead." Wang Yu guided him forward for 700 or 800 meters before stopping in front of a European-style villa. "Brother Yu, this is He Qingyuan's residence." Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Is there surveillance nearby?" "Of course, our community has the most comprehensive surveillance in the entire Tianyin city." "Are there no blind spots?" Wang Yu's eyes darted as if he comprehended something. "Brother Yu, follow me." They circled to the back of the villa, beneath a tree, where Wang Yu whispered, "Brother Yu, you can sneak into the backyard from here. The surveillance won't catch you." Chapter 55. Warning. The villa's backyard was filled with lush trees, making it indeed difficult to detect intruders. Jiang Yu patted Wang Yu's shoulder, satisfied, and said, "All right, you can leave now. Attend to your business." "Hey, Brother Yu, are you planning to deal with He Qingyuan? I've heard that he is not someone to provoke lightly." "What? Do you think I can't handle him?" No. Wang Yu hastily shook his head, fearful of offending Jiang Yu. He timidly suggested, "How about I help keep an eye out? In case anything goes wrong, I can provide cover, right?" "Do as you wish." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu leaped effortlessly into the villa's backyard. The wall stood at least 2 meters high, leaving Wang Yu in stunned silence until he managed to exclaim, "Such skill. It would be a pity not to join the national high jump team." The villa's front door was tightly shut, but one of the second-floor windows stood ajar. With a sprint, Jiang Yu astonishingly bounded off the wall several times before slipping through the window. This display of acrobatics stirred profound admiration in Wang Yu. It turned out Brother Yu was a master of martial arts. No wonder even Brother, who dared not act rashly in his presence. The interior of He Qingyuan's home was eerily quiet, devoid of any servants, and the vast house was shrouded in darkness. He Qingyuan had yet to return home. Jiang Yu rummaged around and found a sack in the storage room, then quietly took a seat on the sofa with the sack in hand. After approximately 40 minutes, The sky had completely darkened when Jiang Yu finally stumbled home, utterly inebriated. It was barely 8 o'clock, yet he was already disoriented. Fumbling at the door for what seemed an eternity, unable to locate the light switch. After finally turning on the light, a shadow suddenly darted past. Jiang Yu swiftly enveloped Jiang Yu's head with a burlap sack, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Ouch! Ouch! Who's hitting me? Jiang Yu's inebriation dissipated almost instantly, his cries resembling that of a wailing ghost, prompting Wang Yu outside to flinch as if he himself were the one being struck. Jiang Yu, consider this merely a warning. Should you dare to employ such despicable means against Wen Yihuan again, I shall take your life. Who the hell are you? Let me go if you have the guts. Slap. Jiang Yu delivered a resounding blow to Jiang Yu's forehead. With whom are you dealing? Jiang Yu, on the verge of fainting from the pain, could no longer hold his ground and pleaded, Brother, I misspoke. Please, just stop hitting me and let me go. Remember my words. Do not bring suffering upon yourself. Jiang Yu concluded with a final kick, sending Jiang Yu rolling several times across the floor. Subsequently, Jiang Yu ascended to the second floor, leaped from the window, and strolled leisurely with Wang Yu towards the entrance of the community. Jiang Yu soon emerged in pursuit, grabbing Wang Yu and inquiring, Did you see anyone just run out of my house? Wang Yu, looking perplexed, replied, No, Mr. He, perhaps you've had one too many and are imagining things? Jiang Yu pointed to his own face, exclaiming, Look closely. I've just been assaulted in my own home. What are you security guards even doing? Wang Yu muttered, Mr. He, could it be that you simply fell while intoxicated? Look at my face. I fell while drunk too. Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter at the exchange. Seething with rage, Jiang Yu demanded, Stop with the nonsense. Take me to the surveillance room immediately. I must identify that scoundrel. Jiang Yu nodded to Wang Yu, who promptly bowed and said, Please, Mr. He, follow me. Jiang Yu sauntered away, unbothered, right under Jiang Yu's nose. In the surveillance room, Jiang Yu cursed vehemently. This is utterly absurd. He replayed the footage multiple times, but there was no sign of anyone entering or exiting his premises. The footage showed him drunkenly returning home, followed shortly thereafter by his own disheveled self rushing out of the house, with no other person in sight. The surveillance operator murmured, Mr. He, could it be that you simply fell while intoxicated and imagined an intruder? Imagine my foot. Retrieve the surveillance from around the villa. I refused to believe he could vanish into thin air. Jiang Yu remained obstinate, endlessly scrutinizing the footage. Meanwhile, the true culprit had long since returned home, slumbering peacefully in bed. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, this lesson would only embolden Jiang Yu's malicious pursuits against Wen Yihuan. But that is a tale for another time. After a restful sleep, Jiang Yu noticed that Wen Yihuan still bore a dark pallor, leading him to believe that this matter was far from over. After escorting her to the company, he followed his usual routine and visited Jian Corporation, but not before repeatedly instructing Wen Yihuan to wait for his return before leaving the office. On the ground floor of the building, Jiang Yu encountered Wen Qiyun. He could not help but admire Jiang Yu's tenacity. Casually approaching Jiang Yu, he inquired, How is Yihuan? Is she all right? Jiang Yu nodded, Ms. Wen has been discharged from the hospital. She is out of danger. Wen Qiyun inquired, Are you still trying to find the owner of Jian Company? Jiang Yu's expression reflected his distress. I've been here for several days and have yet to meet him. Is it truly this difficult to call off an engagement? It's even more challenging than dealing with the Han family. At least he can see someone from the Han family. Wen Qiyun reassured him. Owners of companies are often quite busy. However, may I ask what your intention is in seeking Mr. Wen? Perhaps I could assist you. Jiang Yu contemplated that since he worked here, he might indeed be able to offer some help, and thus he briefly outlined his intentions. I have an engagement with Mr. Wen's daughter, but it was arranged by our elders. Given that I have never met her, and we share no emotional bond, I plan to dissolve the engagement. To spare the young lady any further delays. Dissolve the engagement? Wen Qiyun frowned. He had heard from Wen Yihuan that Jiang Yu had come to Tianyun City for this very purpose, yet he did not anticipate Jiang Yu's steadfastness. Have you ever met Mr. Wen's daughter? I have already stated that I have never met her, and furthermore, she is studying abroad. She might even have a boyfriend by now. That may not be the case. I have heard that Mr. Wen's daughter is quite innocent and has never been in a relationship. Uncle, have you ever seen Wen Fuyao? Indeed, I have. She is the most beautiful and kind-hearted individual I have ever encountered, possessing remarkable abilities. Truly, it is nearly impossible to find another like her. In a father's eyes, isn't his daughter the best in the world? Jiang, heed my advice. Refrain from mentioning the dissolution of the engagement to Mr. Wen in the future, lest you find yourself regretting it upon meeting your fiancé. Uncle, something feels amiss. What do you mean? I recall that during our first meeting, you encouraged me to foster a good relationship with Mr. Wen. Shouldn't you be supportive of my intent to dissolve the engagement? Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Something is indeed not right. Chapter 56. The deposit. When Shiyun appeared like a child caught in a mistake, his gaze wandering and revealing a hint of timidity. Should an employee of Jiyun Company pass by at that moment, they would surely be taken aback. When Shiyun chuckled nervously, Jiang, I was unaware of your engagement. Now that I am, it is only fitting that I prioritize it. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to break a marriage. If your relationship with Miss Wen does not materialize, I would support your union with my daughter Yihuan. Jiang Yu's mouth gradually fell open. Uncle, are you truly this accommodating? This is akin to making your own daughter a backup option. Jiang Yu stroked his chin, pondering if perhaps his allure had reached unprecedented heights. Jiang, consider my words carefully. I must return to the company now, perhaps out of guilt. When Shiyun hurriedly stepped into the elevator after speaking, Jiang Yu did not overthink it and murmured to himself, still avoiding me, are we? It seems I truly need Mr. Wen's assistance. He had previously mentioned this matter to Wen Yihuan, yet she had not responded. Nevertheless, he decided to visit her office, where he found Wen Qiyun present, only to be dismissed by the secretary. On his way back, Wei Yong dutifully called to report on Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi's movements. He began with a lengthy account concerning Wang Ruoqi, only to casually mention that this morning, Han Ing had surprisingly reached out to inquire about Jiang Yu. Curiosity about Jiang Yu had already begun to stir within Han Ing, and having failed to obtain satisfactory answers from her aunt, Han Qiong, she was reluctant to contact Jiang Yu directly, thus turning to Wei Yong for information. Wei Yong, possessing limited knowledge about Jiang Yu, merely stated that he was quite skilled, a martial arts master. However, Han Ing scoffed at this assertion, dismissing it as mere boasting. While she believed that Jiang Yu possessed some fighting prowess, having witnessed it firsthand, the notion of him being a martial arts master was utterly implausible in her mind. After all, the esteemed martial arts masters in Tianjin City were few, and they had trained for decades. What was Jiang Yu's age? Could he possibly possess such strength? To validate his claims, Wei Yong passionately recounted an incident where Jiang Yu had bravely taken on multiple opponents at the Tianqing Martial Arts School, ultimately defeating Wei Xiao. Yet Han Ing abruptly left before he could finish. She remarked that he could easily become a screenwriter, for his tales were indeed compelling. Though Han Ing remained skeptical, this development signified a positive omen for Jiang Yu. It indicated that her resentment was gradually dissipating, replaced by a budding curiosity. The human spirit's curiosity is an immense driving force, compelling one to undertake actions they might otherwise shy away from. He surmised that Han Ing would soon initiate contact with him, and during this interim, he planned to vanish from her world. For the art of seduction requires a delicate balance of pursuit and retreat, not solely a woman's game. At Yuyan Company, when Yihuan was engrossed in a meeting, she had been exceptionally busy lately, with numerous company meetings, as she had signed a contract with the Mengdai Group and was diligently working to penetrate the market in Tianjin City. Jiang Yu, rather oblivious to the intricacies of business, found himself idling in the company. After spending some time practicing the unique breathing techniques of Boki Mountain in his office, he wandered through the various departments, sales, marketing, and so forth, where every employee was fervently laboring, striving to elevate the company to new heights. When Yihuan often dined in the conference room, and during a brief intermission in her meetings, she took a moment to converse with Jiang Yu. Aware of his boredom at the company, she mentioned that her schedule was quite packed over the next few days, suggesting she might stay overnight at the office to manage the workload, thus granting him a couple of days off. As long as when Yihuan remained at the company, Jiang Yu felt relatively assured of her safety. However, given her demanding schedule, he hesitated to broach the subject of her assistance in making connections. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Yu received a call from Su Wan. She requested to meet him at the Left Bank CAF in Tianjin City. 20 minutes later, he arrived punctually at the CAF. Su Wan, with her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, donned a sleek black office skirt paired with a crisp white blouse, accentuating her figure exquisitely. She appeared much healthier and exuded an enhanced gracefulness. Upon Jiang Yu's entrance, she stood politely to greet him, and as he took a few steps forward, she waved discreetly, whispering, "Jiang Shunshi, over here." Jiang Yu nodded at her, casually seated himself, and remarked, "No need to speak of divine doctors. You are my senior in age, so you may simply address me as Jiang Yu. Su-wan, shedding the shyness of their first encounter, smiled as she covered her face with her hand and replied, "Very well. What would you like to drink?" "Same as you," Jiang Yu responded. Having seldom indulged in coffee, he struggled to recall the peculiar names associated with it. After Su-wan ordered him a cup, she wasted no time, retrieving an envelope from her bag and sliding it across the table to Jiang Yu. "I received my salary today. I would like to repay part of the medical fee I owe you." Jiang Yu replied, "It has only been 3 days. Your father's illness should not have fully resolved yet." Su-wan explained, "Though he has not completely recovered, he has shown significant improvement after taking a few doses of medicine. His eyesight is returning, and he can now walk independently. The long-standing ailment, which had resisted treatment for so long, had remarkably improved after just a few doses of medicine," leading Su-wan to have complete faith in Jiang Yu's abilities. Consequently, she promptly came to repay him upon receiving her salary. Jiang Yu appreciated her integrity, but was aware of Su-wan's family's current financial difficulties. The remuneration they had initially agreed upon was merely to alleviate the distrust felt by her and her mother. Thus, he shook his head and said, "You should keep the money for now. We can discuss it when you are more financially stable. This is what I promised you, and it is the medical fee you deserve. Given your current situation, with debts looming and your father needing nutritional support, I do not lack this small sum. So please accept it." Su-wan did not press further. She expressed her gratitude, her eyes brimming with appreciation. Jiang Yu took a sip of coffee and inquired, "I heard from Su-xin that you work in the provincial city. Since your father's condition no longer necessitates round-the-clock care, when do you plan to return?" Su-wan replied, "Actually, I returned to the provincial city for work this morning." Jiang Yu was taken aback. "You made a special trip just to repay me?" It was astonishing to encounter such a trustworthy individual. Su-wan smiled gently, reminiscent of a spring breeze. "To be honest, I did not come back solely for that." With that, she produced another envelope from her bag, noticeably thicker than the previous one. Jiang Yu estimated it contained at least 20,000 yuan. "What is this?" "It is a deposit," Su-wan explained. "The vice president of my company wishes to invite you to Linzhou for a consultation." Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter. A deposit of 20,000 yuan. This could be quite lucrative. Chapter 57. Judging by appearances, Su-wan worked as a secretary at Shanya Group in Linzhou, managing various tasks for the vice president. Aware of her family's circumstances, the vice president had kindly granted her a leave of absence. Upon returning to work today, when the vice president inquired about her father's condition, she casually mentioned Jiang Yu, describing how he had been treated by a remarkable doctor and was gradually improving, prompting her to return to work early. Upon hearing of the divine doctor and witnessing a living testament to his abilities, the vice president immediately instructed Su-wan to bring the deposit to Tianyuan City and invite Jiang Yu. No one would turn down money, and Jiang Yu, who had faced financial constraints since childhood, certainly would not. Coincidentally, Wen Yihuan had given him a 2-day leave, and he readily agreed, accompanying Su-wan to Linzhou that very afternoon. The vibrancy of Linzhou was unmatched by Tianyuan City. It served as the economic hub of the province. After more than 3 hours of tumultuous travel, Jiang Yu and his companions arrived in Linzhou as night had fallen. The night scenery of Linzhou was picturesque, with neon lights flickering to create a world of luminous shadows, dazzling and resplendent. The colorful illuminations adorned the uniquely shaped skyscrapers like magnificent fireworks, while the river's lights mirrored the stars scattered throughout the scene. Su-wan arranged for him to stay at a 5-star hotel, ideally located by the river, offering an unobstructed view of the splendid nightscape. Although Su-wan's vice president had summoned Jiang Yu for medical treatment, there seemed to be no urgency, as he did not appear that evening. After resting at the hotel for the night, the following morning, Su-wan took Jiang Yu to the Mengdai Group. The Mengdai Group occupied a grand 27-story building situated in the commercial center of Linzhou. At 8 in the morning, Jiang Yu waited in the reception area, enduring a lengthy wait until 4 in the afternoon. The prolonged delay left him feeling irritable, and Su-wan visited several times to offer reassurance, explaining that the vice president was tied up in meetings and asking him to be patient. Once again, Su-wan entered the reception area, holding a cup of coffee, her face etched with apology. "I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. President Lin's meeting is about to conclude. Could you please hold on a little longer?" "Hold on. I've already consumed 7 cups of coffee," Jiang Yu retorted. "He invited me to treat him, not the other way around." "I understand, Jiang Yu. Please don't be upset. I assure you, President Lin will arrive within half an hour. Can you wait just a little longer?" "If it weren't for the money, no." If it weren't for your sake, I would have left by now. We agreed on half an hour, and if he doesn't show up soon, I truly will walk out. Jiang Yu took a sip of his coffee and suddenly noticed a familiar figure passing by outside, murmuring, "What is he doing here?" "Who?" Suwon followed Jiang Yu's gaze. "Oh, you mean Mr. He? He is our group's general agent in Tianjin City. Shanya Group also specializes in cosmetics. They have their own research and development department as well as production lines, with business spread throughout the country." Jiang Yu nodded and inquired, "By the way, what can you tell me about President Lin?" Suwon replied, "President Lin is the vice president of our group." "I know that. Share something you haven't mentioned before. President Lin is the daughter of the group as president. She possesses remarkable capabilities, and the president has now stepped back, leaving most decisions in her hands." "Oh," Jiang Yu mused, stroking his chin, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Suwon shot him a peculiar glance, but dismissed it and returned to her tasks. Half an hour later, Suwon appeared as promised. "The meeting has concluded. Let me take you to the office." 3 minutes later, they arrived at the vice president's office. A graceful and intelligent woman reclined in her office chair, eyes closed, her slender fingers massaging her temples. "President Lin, the guest has arrived," Suwon announced, gently knocking on the door and standing respectfully at the threshold. "Yes, you may leave now. I can manage," the woman replied without opening her eyes, her voice soft yet imbued with an unusual authority. Suwon exchanged a glance with Jiang Yu and softly remarked, "I'll be busy now. You can take your time talking with President Lin." As Jiang Yu stepped into the office, he surveyed his surroundings, noting a nameplate on the desk that read, "Vice President, Lin Shi." Evidently, the enchanting woman before him, gently massaging her temples, is Lin Shi, the vice president of the corporation. Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that a formidable woman in charge of such a large company would be in her 40s. However, Lin Shi appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than 27 or 28. "President Lin," he addressed her politely, standing before the desk for a minute, yet Lin Shi remained with her eyes closed, unresponsive. Frustration simmered within Jiang Yu. Was she really going to act aloof while inviting him to treat her? He clenched his teeth in silence. But for the sake of the monetary compensation, he endured. Naturally, he would not stand there with the same reverence as her employees. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa, thinking, if she wishes to rest, so shall I. After another 5 minutes, Lin Shi finally opened her eyes and softly inquired, "Did you fall asleep?" Jiang Yu met her gaze, retorting, "Weren't you the one who fell asleep first?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Shi's eyes. Within the corporation, no one dared to speak to her in such a manner. She scrutinized Jiang Yu with a frown. "Are you the miracle doctor Su once spoke of?" "Miracle doctor is an exaggeration, but I can address certain complex ailments," Jiang Yu replied modestly. However, to Lin Shi, this modesty signified a lack of confidence. "You may leave now." She waved him off, leaving Jiang Yu utterly perplexed. What does she mean? She dismisses me after just a couple of exchanges? This is hardly respectful. You need not question me. You heard correctly. I am asking you to leave. With that, Lin Shi closed her eyes once more, continuing to massage her temples. Jiang Yu, indignant, slammed his hand on the coffee table. "What do you mean? I traveled all the way from Tianjin City at your behest, and now you expect me to leave on a whim? Is this some kind of joke?" Suwon had previously given her a deposit of 20,000 yuan, which she deemed as compensation for his efforts. Lin Shi spoke without even opening her eyes, and Jiang Yu felt deeply insulted, tossing the 20,000 yuan onto her desk. "Do you think I am desperate for this money? Let me tell you, you may question my medical skills, but you cannot dismiss my dignity. Is this the level of decorum expected from a vice president of such a vast corporation?" "Humph, decorum?" Lin Shi scoffed coldly, reopening her eyes to utter indifferently. "What decorum can I discuss with a charlatan like you?" "Charlatan?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he had often been mistaken for a quack. But those were merely the misinformed in remote areas. He retorted sarcastically, "Does the esteemed vice president of Shanya Corporation not know how to spell judging by appearances?" Lin Shi finally rose from her seat, tapping her fingers on the desk as if musing aloud. 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school totals 12 years. Assuming I began early, I graduated from university at 16, studied traditional Chinese medicine for 5 years, and after internships and clinical rotations, I ought to have been qualified to practice independently by at least 24 or 25. And you? Are you even 20? At such a tender age, you dare to call yourself a miracle doctor? What else could you be but a charlatan? Chapter 58. Did I ever mention I would treat you? Lin Shi's reasoning was astute, and based on her perspective, her conclusions about Jiang Yu being a quack were thoroughly justified. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine has long fallen into obscurity. Occasionally, there are those unparalleled physicians, but they are typically seasoned veterans with decades of experience. As for the younger generation, true masters of traditional medicine are scarce. Lin Shi's assertion that one must study medicine for at least 24 or 25 years is not without merit. She has a classmate studying traditional Chinese medicine, of the same age as her, who has only just graduated from university this year. 24 or 25 years is a rather conservative estimate. If you deem me a charlatan, then why have you summoned me? The answer lies in Su Wan. Lin Shi did not mince words. Su Wan claimed that her father had been saved by a miraculous physician, but she did not expect that this so-called miracle worker would be a mere youth like you. An ancient adage states that learning knows no hierarchy. The accomplished are the true teachers. Accomplished? Huh. Lin Shi scoffed lightly, refusing to engage in further debate. First, let me see your medical license. She believed that a fraud like him would certainly be unable to produce such credentials. As it happened, Jiang Yu's skills were entirely taught to him by an elderly mentor. To put it favorably, the old man was a miraculous healer. To put it less charitably, he was merely a barefoot doctor. Jiang Yu had never taken the licensing exam, so where would he acquire a medical license? What's the matter, unable to produce it? Lin Shi revealed a triumphant smile. The door is right there. I will not accompany you. She leaned back in her office chair, closed her eyes, and gently rubbed her temples. Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. The esteemed first disciple of Baiqi Mountain, touted as a little miracle worker, was being belittled. If this were to reach his mentor's ears, it would be utterly humiliating. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned around. By my estimation, your migraine has persisted for at least 3 years, hasn't it? And if it has, don't think that merely stating my ailment will earn you my respect. My migraine is common knowledge among the thousands in my corporation. Lin Shi's migraine had long plagued her. She had consulted numerous hospitals and taken various medications, with doctors advising her to rest and, most importantly, to abstain from alcohol. However, Lin Shi's schedule was relentlessly packed, filled with countless social engagements where drinking was unavoidable. Moderation was the best she could manage. Complete abstinence was nearly impossible, though she had not occupied the position of vice president for long. Many collaborators did not take her seriously, compelling her to cultivate relationships in these drinking gatherings to secure her standing. You not only suffer from headaches, but at night you also experience accompanying nausea and vomiting, along with fatigue and insomnia, filled with restless dreams. Your long-term alcohol consumption has rendered the medication ineffective. He enumerated Lin Shi's symptoms to validate his expertise. Yet Lin Shi remained unimpressed, keeping her eyes shut as she replied, these symptoms are known to any doctor. More importantly, during the witching hour, from 11 at night to 1 in the morning, you not only endure excruciating headaches, but the inner thighs also burn with a searing pain. At this, Lin Shi abruptly opened her eyes, exclaiming in anger, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Your wealth and power in Lin City have caused you to shy away from discussing these feminine ailments. I suspect you have privately searched online and purchased some medications. Once the pain subsides, you disregard it. You believe these are complications stemming from migraines. But have you considered that your headaches may be a result of your gynecological issues? Lin Shi clenched her teeth in silence, unable to respond. Jiang Yu continued, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes treating symptoms according to their root cause. If the doctors do not understand the essence of your ailment, how can they alleviate your headaches? Lin Shi's earlier outburst was merely a facade, for Jiang Yu had struck a chord. She found it difficult to articulate her struggles. Even when visiting reputable hospitals, she only mentioned her headaches. The symptoms Jiang Yu had described were never shared with anyone. Furthermore, Jiang Yu's conjecture was astute. She had indeed purchased medicine privately, believing her gynecological issues were not severe, with pain occurring only sporadically. Suddenly, Lin Shi slumped onto the chair like a deflated balloon and, in a barely audible voice, inquired, how did you know? Jiang Yu stood tall, asserting, traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. If I cannot even perform an observation, how could I claim to be a skilled physician? At this moment, he shed his modesty. Can it be cured? The fact that Jiang Yu had discerned her most pressing issue instilled in Lin Shi a recognition of his abilities. I cannot speak for others, but I assure you that 3 sessions of acupuncture and 10 prescriptions of herbal medicine will cure your ailment, and even if you indulge in social drinking afterwards, it will not recur. With confidence radiating from him, Jiang Yu appeared almost triumphant. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly stood and declared, "Please wait. I will arrange a time for treatment right away. Can we start the first session tonight?" Just as Lin Shi was about to call her secretary, Jiang Yu interjected, "Did I say I would treat you?" "What?" Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not just assure me that I would be cured and that it wouldn't recur?" "I did say that, for I possess that capability. Yet I never claimed I would treat you." "Why not?" Jiang Yu replied coolly, "Isn't it clear to you?" With that, he turned and left, having only recounted Lin Shi's symptoms to demonstrate his prowess, nothing more. Meanwhile, Su Wan, busy outside, had been observing the happenings within the office. Upon seeing Jiang Yu storm out, she hurried to him. "What happened, Jiang Yu? Did your discussion with General Manager Lin go poorly? Please don't be upset. Although she has a temper, she is fundamentally kind-hearted." "Oh, don't rush off just yet." When Su Wan reached downstairs, she received a call from Lin Shi, who, in a bid to salvage the situation, desperately urged Jiang Yu to return to the hotel. In the hotel room, Su Wan stood before Jiang Yu with an apologetic expression. "Jiang Yu, please don't be angry." "Not angry. I waited from 8 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, and she showed neither remorse nor respect." "What kind of attitude is that?" "General Manager Lin just told me to convey her apologies to you." "Jiang Yu, can you do me this favor? If you leave now, I might lose my job." Seeing Su Wan's pitiful demeanor softened Jiang Yu's heart. Su Wan's family was burdened with debt, and losing her job would only exacerbate their difficulties. Thus, he replied solemnly, "If she wishes to apologize, let her do it herself. Otherwise, I will seek someone more capable." Su Wan felt troubled. When had General Manager Lin ever proactively apologized to anyone? However, she found herself with no other options and tentatively called Lin Shi, only to be taken aback when Lin Shi readily agreed to come to the hotel. As the vice president of the Mengdai Group, Lin Shi rarely humbled herself. Yet, this time, she set aside her pride. She had consulted numerous doctors, both traditional and Western, who all inquired about her ailments or recommended examinations. But none had discerned her condition as swiftly as Jiang Yu did. If he was not a miraculous healer, then who could claim such a title? Lin Shi abandoned all her tasks and hastily made her way to the hotel. Upon entering the room, Su Wan, displaying her wit, discreetly exited. A vice president apologizing was not something her modest secretary dared to witness. Jiang Yu noticed that Lin Shi had even changed into a different outfit, a blue top paired with a white pleated skirt, accentuating her slightly voluminous short hair, exuding an aura of youth that belied her 27 or 28 years. Upon entering, she held her chin slightly aloft, maintaining an air of superiority. After surveying the room, her gaze settled on Jiang Yu, who sat silently in a chair, locking eyes with her. About earlier, I apologize," she stammered, her eyes flickering away. "Is this how you express remorse?" "I have already apologized. What more do you seek?" "Forget it. Return to where you came from. I cannot cater to someone as affluent as you." Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, bewildered by her attitude. "You, Lin Shi, don't push your luck," she retorted, believing that uttering the words "I'm sorry" was a significant concession on her part. "Lin, please do not glare at me. I am not intimidated by this charade." 100,000. Lin Shi asserted, refusing to further demean herself. "Humph, do you truly believe money is omnipotent?" 200,000. "Do you think I would bow to wealth?" 300,000. Lin Shi spoke as if she were merely reciting a cold, hard number, one that an average family could scarcely hope to earn in a year. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. 300,000 was indeed a tantalizing offer. Yet, he maintained a stern demeanor, solemnly declaring, "If wealth held any sway over me, I would have acquiesced in my office. One lives for dignity. If Lin Shi is not genuinely apologetic, no sum of money will compel me to assist. What do you truly want?" Lin Shi fumed, her displeasure evident. "An apology, a sincere apology. You, as a leader, must have witnessed how others express regret, have you not? Do not take advantage of my patience." Lin Shi, filled with indignation, felt a throbbing headache coming on. Suddenly, she pressed one hand against her temple while the other grasped the edge of the bed, slowly lowering herself to sit. "Lin, if your condition is further delayed, even the gods may struggle to save you," Jiang Yu remarked lightly. Lin Shi retorted angrily, "Are you a doctor or not? Shouldn't a healer possess compassion? Then, do you not owe a sincere apology to the one who may save your life?" Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then slightly inclined her body towards him. "I'm sorry, is that sufficient?" Though it fell short of Jiang Yu's expectations, it was, at the very least, a marginal improvement. He nodded and said, "Have someone bring some silver needles." Lin Shi immediately instructed Su Wan to carry out the task. Upon hearing that treatment tools were to be purchased, Su Wan finally felt relieved. If there's anything else you need, just let me know, and I'll have Su Wan handle it. For now, nothing else is required. But I believe we should discuss the remuneration first. Lin Shi retrieved an envelope from her bag. It was the deposit that Jiang Yu had left on her desk. This is the deposit. Once you heal me, the promised 300,000 will be delivered in full. Lin Shi's generosity made Jiang Yu regard her with newfound respect. However, he shook his head, saying, I will not accept your money. Not accepting money? Lin Shi cast him a sidelong glance. Are you truly so benevolent? I am not that altruistic. I refuse your money, but you must agree to one condition. Lin Shi's eyes immediately glinted with coldness. Don't entertain any fanciful notions. Agree to one condition? I am not that foolish. Setting aside whether Jiang Yu might ask her to engage in illegal activities, what if that condition were to marry him? Or perhaps he might demand shares in the company. Or worse, he might boldly ask for several billion? One condition seemed too perilous. Only a fool would agree to such terms. Jiang Yu understood her concerns and thus explained, Rest assured, my condition poses no threat to you or your corporation. Stop beating around the bush. State your condition directly. I heard that Jiang Yu is your group's general agent in Tianyan City. Indeed. How much product does he receive each month? As much as he can sell. He takes whatever he needs. Good. Then my condition is Jiang Yu whispered a few words into her ear, causing Lin Shi's expression to change slightly. Do you harbor a grudge against him? Just tell me if you agree. He is merely a general agent in a prefecture-level city. Without him, others will step in. Fine, I agree. Lin Shi smiled cunningly. If I'm not mistaken, you're doing this for a woman, aren't you? And she must be quite beautiful. Jiang Yu smiled without replying. Lin Shi continued. Wen Huan, right? You know her? I have met her once. She competed with Jiang Yu and spoke with me about it. However, if your aim is to transfer the agency to Wen Huan, you need not go through such trouble. Jiang Yu shook his head. My intentions are far more complex than that. Did Jiang Yu kill your parents? Jiang Yu glared. What kind of talk is that? At that moment, Su Wan knocked and entered, placing the silver needles down before respectfully exiting once more. Jiang Yu promptly commenced the treatment, first inserting the silver needles to alleviate Lin Shi's headache. His acupuncture technique was exceptional. After 3 needles, Lin Shi's headache significantly diminished. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yu removed the needles and employed a unique method to massage her head. The unprecedented comfort made Lin Shi wish for time to stand still. Chapter 60. Speak clearly. Do you have paper and pen? Jiang Yu softly inquired after the treatment concluded. In my bag. Help yourself. Lin Shi panted. Momentarily too weak to move, Jiang Yu took out paper and pen, writing a prescription. Prepare the medicine according to this formula. Soak each dose in clean water for 20 minutes. Then boil with 5 bowls of water until only 1 bowl remains. Take twice daily. When is the next acupuncture and massage session? Although the treatment process filled her with a sense of shame, the indescribable comfort it provided made her reluctant to part with it. As soon as the first session concluded, she found herself eagerly anticipating the next. The treatments were to be conducted weekly, totaling 3 sessions. Once the acupuncture and massage were completed, she would be nearly finished with her medication, and he assured her that recovery was within reach. This confidence stemmed from his position as the foremost disciple of the renowned Boqi Mountain. Lin Shi nodded gently, and Jiang Yu continued, Your treatment cannot be delayed. However, I may not always be able to come to Linzhou. I will leave you my phone number, so you can find me in Tianyan City when the time comes. Go find you. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. As the esteemed vice president of the Dream Butterfly Group, she felt it beneath her dignity to travel to Tianyan City. Jiang Yu smirked. What? Do you feel it undermines your status? You are not an emperor. I need not revolve around you. Very well. Lin Shi hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. She was the vice president of the Dream Butterfly Group, possessing her own temperament. Yet, Jiang Yu was a divine physician. Everyone has their own quirks. After all, take the 20,000 yuan in my bag. It was the deposit I provided earlier, and it should cover your travel expenses. Thank you, Lin Zong. Jiang Yu accepted without hesitation. However, remember this. You must keep our treatment confidential. I do not wish for anyone else to know. Of course, safeguarding a patient's privacy is our duty as physicians. You may leave now. I wish to rest. Lin Shi gestured dismissively, still feeling weak. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this my room? Lin Shi replied. Have Su Wan arrange another for you. Jiang Yu chuckled. Never mind. The treatment is over. Please have someone escort me back. Su Wan will take care of it. Lin Shi assured him as he turned to leave, only to return to the door. Is there something else? Lin Shi frowned at him, pulling the blanket tighter around herself, as Jiang Yu's gaze was peculiar. Jiang Yu handed her a box of tissues. You might want to wipe your face. Wipe what? Lin Shi asked, bewildered. Jiang Yu did not clarify, but maintained his gesture of offering the tissues. It was only then that Lin Shi took a couple of tissues to dab at the sweat on her forehead. Thank you. Jiang Yu looked bemused. Well, you can also take a shower here. What are you talking about? Just speak plainly. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu inquired, are you married? Lin Shi assumed his question was related to her illness and answered truthfully, no. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Have you ever dated? Is that so surprising? Not particularly. What exactly do you wish to convey? Perhaps it is better left unsaid. I shall return to Tianjin City now. Take care of yourself. As he attempted to leave, Lin Shi interjected, stop. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu, speaking with an undeniable authority. I do not appreciate being led in circles. What were you trying to say? That's a difficult question to answer. Cut the nonsense, just say it. Do you truly want me to? Speak. If I tell you, promise you won't be angry. Speak. Lin Shi gritted her teeth, seemingly running out of patience. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and said, forget it, you will know soon enough. I'll take my leave. He hurriedly departed, and after a while, Lin Shi seemed to realize something. As she lifted the quilt, her face instantly flushed with heat. Chapter 61. Luring the snake from its hole. By the time Jiang Yu returned to Tianjin City, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. As he stepped into the community, he noticed two shadowy figures swiftly darting past him. They were two masked individuals, carrying a woman encased in a burlap sack. What was happening? Just as he was momentarily taken aback, a familiar and anxious voice rang out. Someone. Help. There's been a kidnapping. Su Xian rushed out in a flurry, her shoes having fallen off in her haste. What is going on? Ah, Jiang Yu, you're back. Quickly, Wen Zong has been abducted. This was dire. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly, and, like an arrow released from a bow, dashed out of the community. At that moment, the two masked figures had already boarded a black SUV without license plates and were speeding away. Fortunately, a taxi had just pulled up at the entrance of the community. Jiang Yu jumped in and commanded, follow that car in front. The driver did not respond but pressed the accelerator, slowly trailing behind. After two intersections, the driver halted at a traffic light, and Jiang Yu watched as the black SUV grew distant. Driver, chase after it. Don't let it get away. Brother, please don't make it hard for me. Running a red light incurs points and fines. Please, it's a matter of life and death. A matter of life and death? Is it really that serious? My friend is being kidnapped, and she's in that SUV ahead. If we lose them, she could be in grave danger. Is that true? The driver immediately retrieved his phone, dialing the local traffic police, and spoke gravely. Hello, this is Jiang Yu, a taxi driver in Tianjin City. A passenger has reported that his friend is being kidnapped by the occupants of the black SUV ahead. To avoid losing sight of the vehicle, I may need to run a red light. Traffic police, what is the license plate number of the black SUV? The SUV has no license plates. Please provide your license plate number. Lin 98433. I have registered your report and will immediately notify the police to dispatch. Please keep your phone on and stay safe. After Jiang Yu communicated with the traffic police, he suddenly transformed into a different person. His expression turned serious, and he straightened his posture. I never expected to experience a real-life version of Fast and Furious in my lifetime. Brother, hold on tight. With a deafening roar of the engine, the taxi shot forward, and Jiang Yu felt a powerful thrust against his back. Jiang Yu's driving skills were impeccable, and with the roads relatively clear at night, in less than a minute, the previously vanished SUV reappeared before Jiang Yu's eyes. However, the reality of speed and excitement did not unfold as expected. Jiang Yu merely followed the black SUV, running through 7 red lights before they finally exited the city. After winding through narrow paths, they eventually stopped in a secluded area. Thank you, driver. Jiang Yu handed Jiang Yu 200 yuan and ventured down the path into the night. Brother, those are kidnappers. The traffic police have already reported it for you. It would be better to wait. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu's figure had vanished from sight. Jiang Yu followed a narrow path into a grove, where the night breeze rustled the leaves. She faintly heard a sobbing sound and ultimately found Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan lay beneath a tree, her head covered with a sack. While the two masked men had disappeared without a trace, Jiang Yu hurried over to help Wen Yihuan remove the sack, but the moment they made contact, Wen Yihuan trembled and cried out in panic, "Don't kill me. Don't be afraid, it's me." That voice pierced through the century-long darkness, heralding the dawn of a new day. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's face, Wen Yihuan's tears flowed freely, and she collapsed into his embrace. Jiang Yu gently patted her, feeling a deep sense of compassion. Wen Yihuan's face bore the marks of bruises, revealing she had been assaulted. "Do you know who they are?" Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, a barely concealed murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Wen Yihuan shook her head softly, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Her meeting had ended early that day, and she and T stayed at the company. Su Xian had driven her back, but they were ambushed the moment they entered the community, and she was taken away with a sack thrown over her head. During the ordeal, she had been struck a few times, but she and T caught a glimpse of her assailants. "This does not seem like a typical kidnapping," Jiang Yu reasoned. If they were indeed kidnappers, they would never have discarded Wen Yihuan in such a desolate grove. This is an act of revenge. The realization struck him with clarity. It was the only plausible explanation. Using a sack to subdue Wen Yihuan and beat her was a straightforward act of vengeance. Suddenly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the method. He muttered through clenched teeth, "He Yuan." The name escaped him as he recalled how he had infiltrated He Yuan's home, using a sack to subdue and beat him. He Yuan, unable to identify the true culprit, must have deduced that the incident was somehow linked to Wen Yihuan. Thus, he vented his rage on her, employing the same method for retribution. However, one detail eluded Jiang Yu. If this was merely an act of revenge, why would He Yuan have his men bring Wen Yihuan here? Wouldn't it have been simpler to assault her in the community? Just as he was piecing together the puzzle, Su Xian exclaimed, "Be careful." Su Xian had followed, bravely traversing the narrow path to the grove. Upon her arrival, she witnessed two masked men brandishing knives at each other. Jiang Yu instinctively rolled on the ground with Wen Yihuan, and the sound of metal clanging echoed as two sharp blades struck the earth. After rolling away, he swiftly lifted Wen Yihuan and dashed behind a tree for cover, while she trembled in fear. "Stay here and don't be afraid. I will deal with them." He emerged from behind the tree, his gaze fixed intently on the two masked men. Though their faces were obscured, he could sense the chilling murderous intent in their eyes. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was a trap to lure him out. He Yuan's true target was none other than himself. Chapter 62. The assassin He Yuan had been inexplicably assaulted in his own home. How could he swallow his anger? However, having reviewed the surveillance footage, and with the misleading information from security guard Jiang Yu, he could not uncover the identity of the assailant. Thus, he devised this scheme. The murderer, intent on protecting Wen Yihuan, resorts to using her as bait, while simultaneously employing Jiang Yu's methods to inflict harm upon her, thereby collecting some interest in advance. The two masked men are not mere amateurs. They are seasoned assassins, their hands stained with innumerable lives. He Yuan is a nefarious character, capable of committing any atrocity. In the dense, shadowy woods, shafts of moonlight filter through the leaves, casting a celestial glow upon the withered leaves below, resembling a tapestry of stars. Although Su Xian is terrified, her face pale with fear, she musters some courage and stealthily approaches Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan, breathing heavily, feels her intense fear dissipate gradually in the presence of Jiang Yu. She gently covers her mouth, striving to remain utterly silent. "Who are you?" "The ones who come to take your life." "Who sent you?" Although Jiang Yu has his suspicions, they remain mere conjectures. For the sake of wealth, one might as well ask the King of Hell. With a sharp clang, the long knives quiver slightly, and the two masked figures spring forward, flanking Jiang Yu from either side. They are agile and swift, akin to bats in the night. From their movements, Jiang Yu discerns their profound martial prowess, at least 2 decades of training, if not more, and they are not far from being martial masters. For such assassins, targeting an ordinary person is as effortless as crushing an ant. In a heartbeat, the two long knives converge, slicing through the air with a sound that is not piercing but resonates in Su Xian's ears like a death knell. Had Wen Yihuan not been present, she would have fled long ago. At this moment, she quietly gestures to Wen Yihuan, urging her to leave the woods. This is a perilous place. Wen Yihuan, being perceptive, understands Jiang Yu's formidable abilities, realizing that a life-and-death struggle brooks no distraction. Her presence here merely becomes a hindrance. Thus, she discreetly retreats with Su Xian. Believing their movements to be subtle enough to go unnoticed, they are oblivious to the clarity with which the two masked men observe them. However, the assassins remain focused on Jiang Yu, choosing not to intervene. Once Jiang Yu, the most formidable adversary, is eliminated, Wen Yihuan and Su Xian will be mere prey, ready to be slaughtered. Jiang Yu proves to be a formidable challenge, and the masked men recognize this during their initial clash. They attack from above and below, their blades swinging in unison, leaving anyone less skilled in a precarious position, unable to evade. Yet, Jiang Yu leaps into the air, his body executing an astonishing 90-degree turn 3 feet off the ground, twisting and tumbling in midair as the two blades narrowly miss him. In his evasive maneuver, he does not forget to counterattack, delivering a kick that strikes one man squarely on the shoulder. With a muffled groan, the man stumbles back, his weapon clattering to the ground. His shoulder feels as if it has been dislocated, rendering him incapable of wielding any strength. Having failed to land a blow, the other assassin swiftly alters his approach, aiming a direct thrust at Jiang Yu's midsection. Jiang Yu retreats 2 steps, just as the masked figure is about to strike. When a sharp sound rings out, his long knife suddenly shatters. The individual was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your internal energy is remarkably potent. You must be a master of martial arts." Who could have anticipated that the young man he intended to assassinate possessed such formidable abilities? No, that realization soon dawned on him. Merely exerting internal energy could not shatter a long knife, which clearly indicated the presence of a true master capable of inflicting internal injuries. Though their skills were impressive, even when combined, they could contend with a martial arts master. But against a true master, they were utterly outmatched. By the time he recognized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. He felt a heavy weight in his chest, his stomach roiling violently, and he spewed a mouthful of scalding blood, mixed with shattered internal organs. The other man, witnessing this horror, was struck with alarm and immediately rolled behind a tree for cover. Jiang Yu casually picked up 2 broken branches from the ground and hurled them, producing a couple of soft thuds. A faint scent of blood began to permeate the forest. Upon turning back, he noticed that the individual whose insides he had shattered had also concealed himself. A sense of danger wafted through the air. Suddenly, a flash of fire darted through the woods, and the thunderous crack of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling countless birds into flight. A bullet whizzed past Jiang Yu's left arm, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. "Damn it!" Jiang Yu cursed, swiftly maneuvering through the trees, retreating at once. Within a mere few breaths, he caught up with Su Xian and Wen Yihuan. "What was that sound just now?" Wen Yihuan asked in astonishment. Jiang Yu seized her and urged her to flee. After running for about 100 meters, Su Xian, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why are you running?" "I haven't reached the level of deflecting bullets," he retorted, never having fathomed that the 2 assassins would also be armed. "They have guns." Su Xian, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, shot forward like a rocket. The assassins pursued, firing 3 more shots. Wen Yihuan stumbled and fell, becoming a sitting duck. Bang! The gunfire rang out, and a bullet hurtled through the air. There was no evading it. Wen Yihuan's face turned pale, her body trembling as she seemed to await the inevitable arrival of death. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yu lunged onto her, and a searing pain engulfed his body. The bullet had pierced his left shoulder, blood dripping onto Wen Yihuan's face. She did not scream. It appeared she had forgotten, her tears flowing freely instead. At that moment, they heard the sound of police sirens, a beacon of hope. "Police!" Su Xian dashed forward, finally spotting their salvation. "Officer, the kidnappers have guns. Someone is injured. We need an ambulance." Su Xian wept uncontrollably, collapsing into the police officer's arms, utterly drained of strength. 2 officers immediately called for an ambulance to escort them to the hospital, while others began searching the woods. However, apart from some bloodstains, there was no sign of the assailants. The 2 killers had already fled, but the search did not cease. The police cordoned off numerous intersections along the route. Wen Yihuan had only sustained minor injuries, and after the doctor tended to her, she remained vigilantly outside the operating room. Replaying the scene of Jiang Yu shielding her from the bullet over and over in her mind, tears streaming down her face. Su Xian accompanied her, yet found herself at a loss for comforting words. She was Jiang Yu's fiancée, having been quietly assessing him all along. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, she would still risk everything for him. Such a person was indeed worthy of a lifelong commitment. "Jiang Yu, you must not come to harm. You are my betrothed. If you were to die, who would marry me?" She fervently prayed, resolutely deciding that as long as Jiang Yu survived, she would marry no one else. Chapter 63. A commitment to no one else. The surgery endured for an arduous hour, each moment stretching like an eternity for Wen Yihuan. Throughout this torment, Su Xian listened to her mutterings, catching the mention of fiancé and feeling a pang of confusion. How could she be thinking of her own betrothed when Jiang Yu's life hung in the balance? When the doctor emerged to declare the surgery a success, When Yihuan felt herself collapse, the tension that had held her captive could finally ease. She gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face even as a smile broke through. It's all right, it's all right. She kept vigil by Jiang Yu's bedside all night. And shortly after he awoke the next morning, the police arrived to take statements. The two assailants from the previous night had not been apprehended. When Shiyun received the news and hurried over, upon seeing Jiang Yu giving his account, he pulled Wen Yihuan aside to the staircase. Yihuan, does it still hurt? When Shiyun gently caressed his daughter's face, his heart aching at the sight of her injuries. When Yihuan shook her head, I'm fine, it's just superficial wounds. When Shiyun's expression suddenly turned grave. I heard Jiang Yu was shot. What exactly happened last night? When Yihuan recounted the details of her abduction. Do you have any idea who was behind this? When Shiyun frowned, while a direct attack could be avoided, an unseen threat was far more perilous. If they did not even know the identity of the assailants, Wen Yihuan would remain in constant danger. In truth, Wen Yihuan had overheard Jiang Yu's suspicion that it might be He Qingyuan, but they lacked any evidence to substantiate such claims. My dear, there is something I must tell you. Recently, Jiang Yu has been visiting my company daily. Do you know why? I do. He wishes to annul our engagement. A mere piece of paper could not serve as the linchpin of their relationship. Had they never met, perhaps he would have had grounds for such a request. However, Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan had not only met, but had also lived under the same roof. My daughter, you said you wanted to assess him. I have been concealing my identity for you. But now that he has risked his life to protect you, do you intend to continue this charade? The memory of the previous night flooded Wen Yihuan's mind, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she sobbed. Father, I have made up my mind. Once Jiang Yu recovers, I will tell him who I truly am. When Shiyun nodded, his master saved my life years ago, and now he has saved yours. Such a profound debt of gratitude is hard to repay. I recognize that my unilateral decision to arrange your engagement was unfair. If you do not wish to marry him, I shall not compel you. Father, when Yihuan wiped her tears and looked steadfastly at Wen Shiyun, I will marry no one else. When Shiyun's face broke into a smile of paternal pride, then I need no longer hide in the shadows. The affairs of the company were temporarily entrusted to Su Xian, while Wen Yihuan vigilantly stood by Jiang Yu's side. After spending 3 days in the hospital, Jiang Yu found the atmosphere stifling and requested to be discharged. Wen Yihuan, with a stern tone, retorted, it takes 100 days for bones and muscles to heal. Although you haven't sustained a critical injury, recovery cannot be rushed. You must remain in the hospital. Despite her harsh words, her gaze was filled with tenderness. Ms. Wan, as the owner of the company, you have just secured a significant contract. You cannot remain by my side constantly, otherwise, I would not mind. Jiang Yu attempted to jest, but Wen Yihuan swiftly countered, leaving him to chuckle begrudgingly. How could he be oblivious to Wen Yihuan's affections? Over the past few days, her attentive care had been meticulous, her eyes brimming with gentle love. Yet, he was there to annul their engagement. It would be inappropriate to transition from a betrothed to a mere romantic interest. His heart was heavy with conflict, unwilling to cause pain to such a wonderful woman. However, their constant proximity felt burdensome, prompting him to scribble a prescription for her. Please go to the Chinese medicine shop and procure some herbs. Grind them into powder and mix them together. Did the doctor not prescribe medication? She questioned. Forgetful? I am a doctor myself, and I possess a unique remedy that can expedite the healing process. Wen Yihuan, though skeptical, complied and returned with the herbs, cautiously applying the concoction to Jiang Yu's wounds. Indeed, within a mere day, his injuries began to heal and scab over. The doctor, upon examining him, marveled at his remarkable recovery. Only after the doctor's endorsement did he finally leave the hospital. Although he had nearly recovered, the obstinate Wen Yihuan insisted he remain at home for an additional 2 days, tending to him with utmost care. During this time, she prepared meals, brewed medicine, and inquired after his well-being, exemplifying the epitome of virtue. Yet, her actions only deepened Jiang Yu's unease. If the day came when she confessed her feelings, how could he refuse her? Surely, a rejection would shatter her heart. One morning, while Wen Yihuan was preparing kanji for Jiang Yu, Su Xian arrived with a document in hand. Having not visited the company in recent days, she had come to discuss matters that required her attention. You're feeling better, I presume? Su Xian's demeanor had noticeably softened, and she no longer pressed Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, seated on the sofa and munching on an apple, mumbled, much better. Ms. Wan is nearly turning me into a pig. Su Xian chuckled lightly. When Yihuan emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Su Xian, what brings you here so early? Holding the document, Su Xian replied, Ms. 1, the company plans to launch the new product citywide in Tianyuan on September 4th. And I would like your input on any areas that may need refinement. As when Yihuan perused the document, she nodded and remarked, everything seems in order. We shall proceed with the launch as scheduled tomorrow. Tomorrow? September 4th? Jiang Yu suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Wen Yihuan. Are you so agitated that you fear your wounds might reopen? She scolded, casting him an admonishing glance. September 4th? What is so significant about today, September 3rd? It is not particularly unusual. A friend's birthday has prompted me to attend his celebration. What kind of friend, you ask? Well, he is indeed a rather special acquaintance. Could he be a romantic partner? Su Xian's unexpected remark caused Wen Yihuan's expression to shift dramatically. She had resolutely decided to marry no one but Jiang Yu, and thus her jealousy was entirely understandable. She gazed languidly at Jiang Yu, awaiting a definitive answer from him. Jiang Yu, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, That is not the case. He is merely an elderly gentleman whom I once assisted. In an instant, Wen Yihuan's serious demeanor transformed into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming garden. She promptly retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. This contains 100,000 yuan. You mustn't appear too shabby when congratulating your elder. Purchase something nice as a gift. Su Xian expressed her astonishment. Is it truly necessary to spend that much on a gift? Wen, don't you think you are being overly generous? Of course I must treat him well. He is my... Her voice trailed off. Su Xian, intrigued, pressed her. He is your what? Chapter 64. Delivering the cake. Yes, he is my savior. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering the words fiancé. During this period, Wen Yihuan had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Yu regarding their situation. Yet, the more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She was acutely aware that Jiang Yu had come to annul their engagement, and if she laid bare her feelings, what if he remained resolute in his decision? How would she cope? It is merely a family gathering. I have sufficient funds to purchase a gift on my own. He had earned several thousand during his time as a bodyguard, and he felt uncomfortable spending Wen Yihuan's money without cause. Jiang Yu's polite refusal left Wen Yihuan somewhat displeased, and her mind began to wander. His rejection of my financial assistance. Could it mean he does not harbor feelings for me and wishes to avoid being indebted? However, prolonging this uncertainty was not conducive. She believed it was imperative to confront the matter sooner rather than later. Wait. As Jiang Yu approached the door, she called out to him again. What is it? I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Yu looked at her, yet she faltered, hesitating before finally saying, Never mind, we can talk when you return. After a stroll through the market, Jiang Yu contemplated what gift to purchase for the elderly gentleman. Given the man's limited time, supplements would be a sheer waste. What mattered most was the sentiment behind the gesture. Just then, the elderly gentleman called him, reiterating the importance of his attendance that day and insisting that his presence alone would suffice as the greatest gift. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu could not arrive empty-handed. So he ultimately decided to make a cake. It was not extravagant, but it conveyed his heartfelt intentions. Unsure of the location of the Imperial Dining Hall, he summoned a taxi. During the ride, the driver chattered animatedly. Brother, are you heading to the Imperial Dining Hall for a banquet? Jiang Yu responded casually, Yes. That's impressive, brother. You must have some distinguished relatives or friends. What kind of distinguished relatives or friends? The affluent kind. Who in Tianyuan City does not know that the Imperial Dining Hall's banquets are not easily booked even with wealth? The costs there are exorbitant. A single table of dishes can easily reach tens of thousands, and if you order a couple of fine wines, it could easily soar to 100,000. The Imperial Dining Hall enjoys considerable renown in Tianyuan City, favored by the city's elite for hosting feasts, as it symbolizes status. Jiang Yu found himself in a state of perplexity, pondering how the seemingly ordinary old gentleman possessed such a distinguished identity. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Imperial Banquet Pavilion, an edifice steeped in antiquity and grandeur. At the entrance, 16 stunning women clad in kipayos gracefully lined up, while the parking lot was replete with luxury vehicles, and passers-by adorned themselves in opulent jewelry. In stark contrast, Jiang Yu felt somewhat shabby. The Imperial Banquet Pavilion boasted 9 stories, each level featuring a grand hall capable of accommodating 1,000 guests, along with numerous private dining rooms. Despite its exorbitant prices, it remained perpetually bustling with patrons. The entrance displayed several promotional banners announcing various events, such as weddings and birthday celebrations, with their corresponding floors indicated. Jiang Yu, unaware of the old gentleman's name, speculated that the family gathering would not involve many guests, likely taking place in one of the private rooms. However, with hundreds of rooms across 9 floors, it was impractical to search each one individually. Reluctantly, he opted to call the old gentleman. The old gentleman informed him that he was on the 7th floor and advised Jiang Yu to proceed upstairs, as he was engaged in conversation with a few old friends and would join him shortly. When Jiang Yu inquired about the specific room, the old gentleman mentioned it was in the hall. Carrying a cake, Jiang Yu took the elevator to the 7th floor. Within, the other passengers regarded him with condescension. One young man inquired if he was delivering a cake. Jiang Yu replied, "I am attending a banquet." This elicited laughter from the elevator's occupants, who mocked his attire, questioning how he could attend such an esteemed venue dressed so casually. Jiang Yu chose not to engage with their derision. What was wrong with his sneakers and casual wear? Although not as extravagant as their designer brands, he felt presentable enough. They jeered, suggesting his entire outfit cost no more than 200 yuan. Speculating, he must be a poor relative. So what if he was? Had he consumed a single grain of their rice? As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yu strode out with confidence. To his surprise, the other occupants were also headed to the 7th floor for the banquet, leaving him feeling quite awkward at the entrance. The hall was bustling with guests mingling and sipping from elegant goblets. A long table draped in red cloth was laden with gifts, forming a small mountain behind it. Someone was recording the names of attendees and their presents, announcing them loudly as if calling out lottery numbers. Tan Ming, chairman of Yicheng Company, presents a statue of the Jade Guanyin. Chairman of Liyuan Tang donates a box of Millennium Ginseng. Lu Ziwen gifts 88,000 in cash. Lutong Mountain Villa contributes 2 renowned paintings. The gifts presented were increasingly lavish, leaving Jiang Yu at a loss, unable to decide whether to enter or retreat. Had he mistakenly arrived at the wrong venue? But no, he was indeed on the 7th floor, in the hall. Yet, it was far from the intimate family gathering he had envisioned. It resembled a grand banquet for 1,000 guests. Just then, the young man from the elevator pushed past him to deliver his gift, and a voice rang out. Yu Hai of Jinlin Club presents a pure, gold Methrayao Buddha. The young man, Yu Jingyao, was indeed the son of Yu Hai, who had been unable to attend and sent his son to convey his congratulations. After delivering his gift, however, Yu Jingyao did not enter the hall, but instead turned back, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Jiang Yu. Could it be that you are a poor relative of the Han family? The Han family? Which Han family? Oh, you don't even know whose birthday it is. Yet you bring a measly cake to mooch off the feast? Young man, do you think anyone can just waltz into the Imperial Feast Pavilion? Yu Jingyao scoffed, suddenly raising his voice. Aren't there any welcoming faces for the relatives of the Han family? Upon hearing that it was a relative of the Han family, curious eyes swiftly converged around. A waiter hurried over and politely said, "Sir, this way please." The waiter was not inviting him inside, but rather directing him to register his name and gift. Jiang Yu, now the center of attention, found himself in a precarious situation, steeling himself as he approached, hoping fervently that he had not made a grievous error in coming here, lest he lose face. Yu Jingyao feigned courtesy, helping him place the cake on the red cloth, causing the recorder to momentarily pause. "Stop dawdling, write it down," Yu Jingyao urged. The recorder inquired, "May I have your name?" "Jiang Yu," he replied. The man noted down, "Jiang Yu, 1 cake." Yu Jingyao suppressed a laugh and prodded, "Read it aloud." After a brief hesitation, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "Jiang Yu, 1 cake." Hilarity erupted, with Yu Jingyao the first to burst into hearty laughter, while others exchanged bewildered looks, stifling their chuckles. "For the elder Han's grand birthday, you bring a cake? Truly, you've outdone yourself." Yu Jingyao clapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder, laughing uproariously. Ignoring him, Jiang Yu proceeded directly inside, only to be grasped by Yu Jingyao. The mirth on Yu Jingyao's face swiftly transformed into a menacing glare. "Where's your invitation?" Jiang Yu questioned. "What invitation? You country bumpkin, do you really think you can just crash the party with a measly cake? Without an invitation, you best be on your way. This gathering is not open to just anyone. It requires an invitation from the Han family. With numerous acquaintances in attendance, the hosts cannot possibly know everyone. Thus entry is strictly by invitation." The attendant politely inquired, "Do you have an invitation?" Jiang Yu shook his head, thinking to himself that the elder had merely called him, never mentioning the necessity of an invitation for entry. He began to doubt whether he had ventured to the wrong place. However, not being allowed in was not a significant issue. He could simply call the elder again. Yet, Yu Jingyao's actions incited his fury. Yu Jingyao maliciously smashed the cake onto the ground, reducing it to a mess, with disdain dripping from his words. Where did this country bumpkin come from? If I hadn't been vigilant today, you might have slipped in unnoticed. Just take a look in the mirror. Do you really think you belong here? Jiang Yu clenched his fists. Though the cake had cost him just over 100 yuan, it represented his heartfelt gesture towards the elder and could not be so easily trampled. I won't hold the cost of the cake against you, but I give you 10 seconds to pick up the mess and sincerely apologize. Apologize? Yu Jingyao sneered, stamping his foot on the cake. Get lost, or next time my foot will be on your face. He waved dismissively, chuckling coldly. Where are the security personnel? Why haven't you thrown this bumpkin out yet? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 security guards approached. The attendant blandly stated, please escort this gentleman out. Jiang Yu looked at him and asserted, I was invited by the Elder Han. Elder Han, Yu Jingyao mockingly remarked, have you really taken yourself seriously? Did old Master Han personally invite you? Who do you think you are? How many people in Tianjin City are worthy of such an invitation from old Master Han? You country bumpkin, I warn you once more. It's best if you. Before Yu Jingyao could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu, filled with fury, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face, the sound resonating like a crisp bell. I mentioned you have merely 10 seconds. Jiang Yu's voice was cold as steel, and his gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast, instilling a deep sense of dread. Instantly, 5 vivid red marks appeared on Yu Jingyao's cheek, the searing pain momentarily leaving him dazed. Regaining his composure, Yu Jingyao resembled a ruffled rooster. How dare you strike me? I will make you pay dearly for this. He fumed, kicking towards Jiang Yu. With a nonchalant sidestep, Jiang Yu evaded the blow, causing Yu Jingyao to stumble forward, losing his balance and tearing his trousers in the process, which elicited a chorus of laughter from those nearby. Humiliated, Yu Jingyao scrambled to his feet, rolling up his sleeves in a fit of rage. Stop it! At that moment, a clear, melodious voice pierced through the commotion. Dressed in a golden evening gown that accentuated her alluring collarbone, her hair cascading in glamorous waves, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Approaching from the elevator, she locked eyes with Jiang Yu, both momentarily stunned for 3 seconds before they simultaneously inquired, what are you doing here? Indeed, just a country bumpkin here to mooch off the festivities. Yu Jingyao sneered, gritting his teeth. Today marks old Master Han's grand birthday. How dare he question why his own granddaughter is present? He turned to the security, demanding, throw him out. I will deal with him myself. Have you had your fill of chaos? Han Ying's voice thundered. Who are you to create a ruckus at my grandfather's birthday banquet? Yu Jingyao felt the weight of embarrassment wash over him, quickly adopting a humble demeanor. Miss Han, I am Yu Jingyao, here on behalf of my father to extend birthday wishes to the old master. Han Ying merely nodded and then approached Jiang Yu, her voice lowered and laced with urgency. What are you doing here? You must leave. Jiang Yu's presence unsettled her. Leave? Old master invited me, he replied. My grandfather? That should be the case. Jiang Yu chuckled bitterly, realizing now the true identity of the old master. What do you mean should be? Han Ying's expression darkened, her brows knitting tightly together. Jiang Yu explained. The old master called for me, but I didn't receive an invitation. They said I couldn't enter without one. Since you are here, perhaps you could help resolve this without troubling the old master. Han Ying shot him a sidelong glance, skeptical. You speak as if you were telling the truth. She found it hard to believe her grandfather would invite Jiang Yu, as they had no prior connection. She suspected Jiang Yu was merely here to vex her. However, with guests bustling at the entrance, blocking their way was inconsequential, and Han Ying had no choice but to acquiesce for the moment. Just then, Yu Jingyao stepped forward, adopting a sycophantic tone. Miss Han, you go on with your affairs. I will handle this country bumpkin and ensure it's done beautifully. With that, he shot Jiang Yu a glare as sharp as a knife. He intended to assist Han Ying, yet she remained unappreciative. What? You wish to chase away my classmate who came to pay respects to my grandfather? What? Your classmate? Yu Jingyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Ying, at her wit's end, could only temporarily introduce Jiang Yu as a classmate. Leading him inside, she was assured that no one dared to stop them. Yu Jingyao's face turned pale, exclaiming that they were doomed. If he inadvertently offended Han Ying, he would find no solace. Han Ying pulled Jiang Yu aside and, in an exasperated tone, said, Today is my grandfather's birthday. Do not bring me trouble. If you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Yu chuckled. Stop being so self-absorbed. I did not come to seek you out. Han Ying clenched her teeth in frustration, but surrounded by guests, she suppressed her anger and asked, Then what are you here for? Jiang Yu replied, Did I not mention? Your grandfather invited me to the birthday banquet. Han Ning scoffed. You came empty-handed? Jiang Yu countered. Did I not bring a cake? You certainly have a talent for bringing something presentable. Han Ning retorted, then warned, my grandfather will be here shortly. If you are not his guest, I will have you thrown out. Throw me out? Jiang Yu said confidently, you may be disappointed, though I am unclear on the reasons. Your grandfather informed me that I am indispensable to today's celebration. Oh, how arrogant. Do you truly think that without you, we would not commence the banquet? Han Ning scoffed. Jiang Yu shrugged, choosing not to engage further on that topic, and instead inquired, how has your grandfather been these past few days? Radiant and full of vigor. There is no need for your concern, she replied curtly. Suddenly, they heard a loud announcement from outside. Chairman Zhao Zhizhong of the Dingxing Group presents a blue and white peony-patterned vase. A commotion erupted at the entrance as people gathered to witness. Zhao Zhizhong's generosity guaranteed the authenticity and considerable value of the antique. Many in the hall moved toward the entrance to welcome him. Han Ying's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Shua is here. You must leave quickly, as fate would have it. Just as Han Ying finished speaking, Jiang Yu caught sight of Zhao Shua's menacing gaze among the crowd, filled with fury. Chapter 66. The Limits of Human Endurance. The saying goes that enemies meet with heightened hostility. Zhao Shua's rage seemed ready to erupt from his eyes. I will kill you. Impulse overcame reason. And without regard for his surroundings, Zhao Shua charged at Jiang Yu like a wild beast. Fortunately, two men in suits intercepted him. This was at the behest of Zhao Zhizhong. Otherwise, no one present would dare to provoke his ire. Such impatience will hinder your ambitions, Zhao Zhizhong admonished, dousing Zhao Shua's fury with a cold splash of reality, restoring his composure. Jiang Yu's background had long been laid out on Zhao Zhizhong's desk. Previously, Zhao Zhizhong had tasked the Tianqing Martial Arts School to handle the matter, yet they inexplicably ceased involvement without explanation. Zhao Zhizhong, ever astute, suspected that Jiang Yu might possess some hidden connections that caused Wei Xiao to be wary. Thus, he had been contemplating alternative methods to exact revenge for his son. Though Zhao Shua did not inquire further, it did not mean he had forgotten. The embarrassment of being forced to kneel and apologize publicly was a humiliation he would never forget. Today marked both the grand celebration of Elder Han and your significant day. Regardless of the hatred you harbor, suppress it for today. After finishing his words, Zhao Zhizhong stepped into the crowd. Such a grand banquet was attended by either the affluent or the esteemed, making it an opportune moment for entrepreneurs to discuss business. Zhao Shua's bravado was merely a reflection of the support he received from Zhao Zhizhong. Thus, Zhao Zhizhong's words resonated with him like an imperial decree. Suppressing his seething anger, he approached Jiang Yu step by step. Han Ning, concerned that a public confrontation might ensue, shielded Jiang Yu behind her. Zhao Shua, I warn you. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and you must not cause any trouble. Zhao Shua smirked coldly. Of course, I would never dare to disrespect Elder Han. Jiang Yu, standing behind Han Ning, waved at Zhao Shua. Young Master Zhao, I trust you are well? Zhao Shua's teeth ground together audibly as he enunciated. Once we step out of this door, I will ensure you vanish from this world forever. Young Master Zhao. Yu Jingyao approached with a sycophantic smile. It was evident to all that Zhao Shua harbored deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Yu. Yu Jingyao, having inadvertently offended Jiang Yu earlier and now fearing he had also aggrieved Han Ning, was relieved when Zhao Shua arrived. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend seemed apartment. Zhao Shua cast a sidelong glance at him. Who are you? Yu Jingyao chuckled. Young Master Zhao. I am Yu Jingyao, the owner of the Jinlin Club. You often frequent my establishment, and I've waived your entry fees on several occasions. Have you forgotten? Ah, it's you. Zhao Shua feigned realization, yet his expression suddenly darkened as he retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever visited your club? Oh, you Haven Tea? My memory fails me. We seem to have encountered each other a few times at Lutong Mountain Villa, Yu Jingyao said with an air of faux remorse. Han Ning interjected coldly, cease your theatrics. Whether young Master Zhao frequents the club has no bearing on me. Please, feel free to conduct yourselves. With that, Han Ning turned away, showing indifference to both Jiang Yu and Zhao Shua. Jiang Yu smiled amiably at Zhao Shua, who glared back at him in fury. Yet, that was the extent of their exchange. Yu Jingyao whispered to Zhao Shua, Young Master Zhao, has this fellow offended you? Would you like me to help you settle the score? Zhao Shua replied, how would we do that? Today is Elder Han's grand celebration. You cannot possibly beat him up. You see, venting one's frustration doesn't always require physical confrontation. Merely causing him embarrassment suffices. Yu Jingyao murmured a few suggestions into Zhao Shua's ear, prompting Zhao Shua to burst into laughter. Really? Indeed, young Master Zhao, did you not notice the waitstaff cleaning up as you entered? At that moment, a group of young gentlemen approached Zhao Shua to toast him. He raised his voice. You may not recognize him, but allow me to introduce him. This is Jiang Yu, a distinguished guest of Elder Han. The young gentleman turned to gaze at Jiang Yu, scoffing him. A so-called esteemed guest? He appears rather shabby. Surely, he has snuck in for a free meal. Yu Jingyao chimed in. He himself claimed that the elder invited him. One remarked, perhaps he is a low-key second-generation rich kid? Haha. Zhao Shua laughed heartily. Perhaps. However, you will never guess the gift he brought for the elder. What gift? A cake. A cake? That's a genuine cake worth over 100. Zhao Shua spoke with a sardonic tone. Young Master Jiang, just now your cake was thrown on the ground. And your gift is gone. Since there's still some time before the banquet ends, why not hurry and buy another? Yu Jingyao chimed in. That would cost over 100 yuan. It might very well be all the young man's savings. Without hesitation, Zhao Shua tossed 1,000 yuan at Jiang Yu's face, declaring, Today, I am in a generous mood. Take this 1,000 and buy a cake for the old man. Yu Jingyao added, Why are you still dawdling? Shouldn't you thank young Master Zhao for his charity? The money fell to the ground after striking Jiang Yu's face, and those around them stifled their laughter. While some disapproved of Zhao Shua's actions, none dared to confront him. The limits of human patience are finite. Jiang Yu, while picking up the scattered bills, remarked, I am giving face to old Master Han and do not wish to resort to violence. But some people simply do not know their place and insist on courting disaster. After gathering the money, he approached Zhao Shua, saying, You should keep the money for yourself and go to the hospital. Suddenly, Jiang Yu mirrored Zhao Shua's earlier action and flung the money back at him. However, the outcome was starkly different. The bills, as if transformed into blades, sliced across Zhao Shua's face, leaving several crimson marks. Zhao Shua felt a sharp pain and, caught off guard, only realized the gravity of the situation when Yu Jingyao exclaimed, Young Master Zhao, you are bleeding. Touching the wound, he winced in agony, and upon seeing the blood on his hands, he lost all reason. I will kill you, he shouted, swinging his fist at Jiang Yu, only to be met with a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Zhao Shua's cries drew the attention of Zhao Zhizhong, who hurried over with a group, reprimanding his son. Did you forget what I just told you? Zhao Shua, clutching his face, grumbled, Dad, it was him. He struck first. Upon seeing the injuries on his son's face, Zhao Zhizhong's fury ignited. His gaze turned dark as he focused on Jiang Yu. Young man, are you testing my patience? Jiang Yu replied calmly, The one testing patience is your son. You may inquire with those nearby, or check the surveillance footage. Zhao Zhizhong sneered coldly and instructed his companions. Take him away, but do so quietly. We must avoid causing a scene. This matter had transcended right and wrong. It was about asserting authority for both his son and himself. Chapter 67. Distinguished guest Zhao Zhizhong's wrath plunged the atmosphere of the banquet into a frigid silence. And no one dared to mediate. Brother Zhizhong, what has transpired? A deep voice resonated as Han Tianming emerged from the crowd, prompting everyone to part ways. Upon spotting Jiang Yu, Han Tianming's brows knitted slightly, but he quickly donned a smile, addressing Zhao Zhizhong, Brother Zhizhong, today is a momentous occasion. Why let it be marred by discord? Zhao Zhizhong remained grim, unwilling to yield even to Han Tianming's presence. Brother Tianming, someone has slapped me in the face. Do you expect me to pretend nothing happened? Brother Zhizhong, how about I handle this? Han Tianming proposed. It's not that I lack respect for you, but I cannot allow you to be put in a difficult position. I will take him away, ensuring no blood is shed at the banquet. Upon hearing this, many shook their heads, casting sympathetic glances at Jiang Yu. Mr. Zhao. Suddenly, a robust figure approached, commanding respect from many. He was the master of the Tianxing Martial Arts Academy and a distinguished martial arts expert in Tianyan City. Although his financial resources were not comparable to those of Zhao Zhizhong and Han Tianming, his status was nonetheless significant. Mr. Zhao, today marks the birthday of old Mr. Han. I believe it would be more appropriate for Mr. Han to handle the matters at hand. Wei Xiao subtly signaled Zhao Zhizhong with a glance. Unbeknownst to Zhao Zhizhong, the prowess of Jiang Yu was formidable, and Wei Xiao was acutely aware that the two individuals accompanying Zhao were utterly no match for Jiang. Should they allow Jiang to take them away, it would be they who suffered the consequences. Having navigated the business world for many years, Zhao Zhizhong possessed an astute ability to read situations, and he promptly acquiesced. Since Master Wei has suggested it, Let us have Brother Tianming take charge. Dad, Zhao Shua protested. But he was swiftly silenced by a fierce glare from Zhao Zhizhong. Han Tianming turned to face Jiang Yu, his demeanor cold. How did you gain entry? I do not recall extending an invitation for you to attend this gathering. If you wish to preserve your dignity, it would be best for you to leave. From the moment Jiang Yu first brought the marriage certificate to the Han residence, Han Tianming had regarded him with disdain, a sentiment that persisted to this day. As the host, such words were a profound affront to any guest present. Yu Jingyao, standing nearby, mocked him. Mr. Han, didn't he even invite you? It seems you aren't even a poor relative of the Han family. The phrase poor relative echoed in the ears of the attendees, which included several so-called poor relatives. Yu Jingyao's words effectively offended them all, eliciting murderous glares that sent a shiver down his spine. Even Han Tianming was displeased with his comment. Had it not been for the sake of his father, Yu Jingyao would have been promptly ejected. Realizing his misstep, Yu Jingyao lowered his head and retreated into the crowd. Han Ying observed impassively, hoping for Jiang Yu to depart, sparing her from anxiety. At that moment, Han Xiong quietly approached her, patting her shoulder. Dear niece, weren't you just saying he was your classmate? Now your father intends to expel him, completely disregarding your feelings. Are you simply going to stand by and watch? Han Ying rolled her eyes. Aunt, you should know better than I who he truly is. Besides, it was you who introduced him to me. Han Xiong smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Little Ying, shall we make a wager? What kind of wager? A wager on whether your father can indeed expel him. Does that even require a wager? The banquet is hosted by my father, if he wants Jiang gone. Surely Jiang isn't shameless enough to cling on. Han Xiong grinned mischievously. 1,000 yuan, I wager he will not leave. Aunt, you might as well hand me the money directly. Will you take the bet? Of course. If you intend to give me money, I have no reason to refuse. Then prepare to pay up, Han Xiong declared confidently, leaving Han Ying puzzled. Aunt, are you not getting ahead of yourself? Little Ying, have you considered why he has come? Han Ying thought inwardly that he was surely there to create trouble, but she still inquired. Why? Han Xiong remarked. Today marks the birthday of the esteemed elder. Those attending the celebration must have received an invitation. Your father did not invite him, nor did I, and neither did you. So, who could have extended the invitation? Who? What sort of reasoning is this? With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Han Xiong playfully poked her cousin's head. How many people are there in our family? At last, Han Ying grasped the implication. Aunt, are you suggesting that he was invited by grandfather? Han Xiong nodded. Well, you're not entirely dim. Yet, Han Ying remained perplexed. How could that be? Grandfather has been in the hospital. How could he possibly know him? Han Xiong found this puzzling as well, but since the elder had invited him, she was certain that he must have already discerned Jiang Yu's identity. For the elder, this was an exceptionally important guest. Suddenly, she glanced towards the entrance and nudged Han Ying. The elder has arrived. Go assist him. The elder of the Han family entered the hall accompanied by several old friends, prompting Han Ying to rush over to offer her support. She murmured, Grandfather, it's your birthday. Why are you arriving just now? The elder smiled indulgently. I was having tea and chatting with a few friends downstairs. He then surveyed the crowd and inquired, what is everyone gathered around for? Before Han Ying could respond, they heard the urgent voice of Han Tianming. Since you refused to drink the toast, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Call security and have him removed. Yes, Mr. Han. A man in a suit promptly dashed outside. As he passed the elder, he respectfully bowed. Good day, elder. The elder spoke sternly. Stand here and do not move. What? The man looked bewildered as the elder stormed outside, exclaiming, What? Are you going to expel even the guests I invited? Han Tianming was taken aback. Father, what do you mean by this? The elder approached Jiang Yu, stating, Jiang Yu is my guest, my esteemed guest. A flicker of anger crossed Han Tianming's eyes, feeling as though the ground had been pulled from beneath him. At that moment, Yu Jingyao among the crowd was secretly astonished. Wait, he truly is the elder's guest? Han Tianming dared not challenge his father's authority and could only shake his head helplessly at Zhao Zhizhong. Zhao Zhizhong, wearing a smile, replied, So it is the elder's esteemed guest. We were remiss earlier. The ability to engage in pretense is a fundamental skill for a businessman. Han Tianming gestured to Han Ying, instructing her to assist her grandfather to his seat and prepare for the meal. The guests then dispersed to take their seats. Zhao Zhizhong and Han Tianming walked towards the main table, expressing some concern as Zhao inquired, Brother Tianming, there won't be any complications regarding the engagement, will there? Chapter 68. Do not cause me trouble. In truth, the primary purpose of today's birthday banquet was to announce Han Ying's engagement. The chosen suitor, selected by Han Tianming, was Zhao Shuo, the young director of the Dingxing Group. The union of their families had long been negotiated between the chairmen of both groups, and today was merely a procedural announcement to the public. However, Zhao Zhizhong felt uneasy, as Han Tianming had previously mentioned that this matter had yet to be disclosed to Han Ying. Who could predict what sort of commotion Han Ying might cause at the moment of the engagement announcement? Moreover, the venerable Mr. Han unexpectedly found himself graced by a distinguished guest, one who had disrupted his son's proposal and compelled him to kneel in apology. After assisting the elder gentleman to take his seat at the main table, Han Ying settled down at a neighboring table beside her aunt, Han Xiong. Initially, Mr. Han intended for Jiang Yu to sit alongside him. However, upon noticing Jiang Yu approaching Han Ying, he refrained from voicing his intention. Nevertheless, at Zhao Zhizhong's prompting, Zhao Shuo hurriedly rushed over to pull out the chair beside Han Ying. Yet, Jiang Yu swiftly advanced and took the seat first. Zhao Shuo was seething with indignation, questioning the concept of precedence. Ultimately, Jiang Yu was a cherished guest of the elder, and thus Zhao Shuo tempered his tone considerably. Indeed, since I have already taken my seat, I kindly suggest that young Master Zhao find another place, Jiang Yu remarked lightly, provoking an intense glare from Zhao Shuo. Do not glare at me. After all, I am an excellent friend of Han Ying's. It is only natural that I sit beside her. Hearing this, Han Ying felt an overwhelming urge to retort, but ultimately decided against it, for her disdain for Zhao Shuo outweighed her irritation towards Jiang Yu. Zhao Shuo, brimming with pent-up frustration, took a seat beside Jiang Yu, continually casting sidelong glances at him, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Observing this, Han Xiong could not help but shake her head, regarding Zhao Shuo as someone whose emotions were easily read, unlikely to achieve greatness. With Jiang Yu nearby, Han Ying felt increasingly uncomfortable and remarked, with so many seats available, why must you choose this one? Are you intentionally trying to vex me? Jiang Yu responded with a smile. In a gathering of over 1,000, I only recognize you and Sister Qiong. Where else would I sit? Sister Qiong? Han Ying's brows furrowed. Did he find amusement in such familiarity? Han Xiong was her aunt, and if Jiang Yu called her Sister Qiong, what should she call him? Uncle Jiang? Dream on. Zhao Shuo muttered from the side, loose-lipped. You won't even know how you met your demise. Jiang Yu replied. How I meet my end is of no concern to young Master Zhao. After all, you wouldn't be the one to collect my remains. In fact, should you persist in opposing me, I could certainly enlighten you on how your fate might unfold. Are you threatening me? Country bumpkin, do you think I am easily intimidated? Let me tell you, my father is merely showing respect to Mr. Han today. Once we step outside, I will ensure you regret this encounter. And how would I regret it? By kneeling and begging for my forgiveness? Jiang Yu specialized in delivering blows to the face and exposing vulnerabilities. And the notion of kneeling was indeed Zhao Shuo's sore spot. The memory of having once knelt before Jiang Yu drove Zhao Shuo to the brink of madness. His murderous intent surging, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, just you wait. Han Ying, wishing to distance herself from the two and their verbal sparring, exchanged seats with Han Xiong. This prompted a round of mockery from Zhao Shuo, who scoffed. Is this what you call a good friend? Delicious dishes began to grace the table, and Han Tianming took to the stage with a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? He cleared his throat. Today is my father's grand birthday celebration, and I would like to express my gratitude for your presence in honoring him. Let us all raise our glasses and toast to his health and longevity, wishing him blessings as abundant as the eastern sea and a life as enduring as the southern mountains. As over 1,000 voices rose in unison, proclaiming, to the elder, may he have blessings as abundant as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. Only Jiang Yu shook his head gently. The old gentleman has but a few days left to live, yet he speaks of blessings as vast as the east sea and longevity akin to the south mountain. Engaging in such empty platitudes is futile. It would be far better to set aside our tasks and spend this final phase of his life together as a family. Han Xiong nudged him with her elbow and whispered, why the long face? Have you heard about Xiao Ying's engagement? What? An engagement? Jiang Yu exclaimed, taken aback. For from Han Ying's expression, it seemed she was entirely unaware of this development. Her voice, though muted by the surrounding clamor, was overheard by the ever-watchful Zhao Shuo, who had been glaring at him. After placing his cup down and taking a seat, Zhao Shuo smugly declared, indeed. Today marks not only the old gentleman's birthday, but also the day of my engagement to Han Ing. Our families have already reached an agreement. What are you, a provincial bumpkin, think you can contest with me? Even if I were not to compete with you, you shouldn't harbor any illusions of marrying her. Do you truly believe Han Ing harbors any affection for you? Humph, does her opinion even matter? Once Uncle Han announces our engagement, the media in Tianjin City will undoubtedly cover it extensively. At that point, even if she wishes to backtrack, it will not be so simple. Their engagement concerns the interests of two powerful families. Zhao Shua was not mistaken. Should Han Tianming hastily announce the engagement, followed by the media frenzy, Han Ing would have to contemplate the repercussions of any sudden change of heart. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and immediately inquired, Han Ing, do you know about your engagement today? What? Han Ing was momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the situation. Han Xiong, watching intently, did not intervene, having intended for Jiang Yu to convey the news to Han Ing. She gazed at her elder brother on stage, a smug smile gracing her lips. Jiang Yu continued, just now, young Master Zhao informed me that today is not only your grandfather's birthday, but also the day of your engagement to him. Zhao Shua. Han Ying's expression fell instantly. Don't spout nonsense. An engagement between us? Don't even think about it. Zhao Shua, unfazed, merely regarded Han Tianming with unwavering confidence. Han Ying's heart sank, and she quickly asked, Aunt, is what he said true? No sooner had she spoken than Han Tianming announced from the stage, ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the celebration of the old gentleman's birthday, I have another joyous occasion to declare. My daughter Han Ing, though still studying, is nearing her 20th year, and I wish to finalize her engagement soon. Han Tianming's words undeniably confirmed the engagement. Zhao Shua, brimming with pride, stood up and approached Zhao Zhizhong. As it would soon be his turn to take the stage, Han Ing, seething with anger, exclaimed, Aunt, did you know about this all along? Why did you not tell me sooner? Why must you interfere with my happiness? Tears welled in her eyes. Han Xiong, with a sense of helplessness, replied, What can I do? Your father has made it clear. As his daughter, your marriage is his decision. Xiaoing, once your father announces your engagement to Zhao Shua, it will be exceedingly difficult to retract. In an instant, tears streamed down Han Ying's face. Aunt, what should I do? What can I possibly do? Han Xiong whispered softly in her ear, It's not that there aren't any opportunities. Your father's announcement of the engagement makes it difficult for you to back out. But what if you were free to pursue a romantic relationship? It's perfectly normal for young people to break up and get back together. But I don't have a boyfriend. Isn't there one right here? Han Xiong slowly shifted her gaze toward Jiang Yu, her eyes seemingly saying, You needn't thank me. Jiang Yu's face was one of sheer terror as he silently screamed, Han Xiong, please don't get me into trouble. Chapter 69. The elder's wisdom prevails. Although Han Ing had developed a certain curiosity about Jiang Yu, she did not yet feel any affection for him. Merely not disliking him was already a step forward. She was conflicted. Han Xiong remarked leisurely, Xiaoing, you don't have much time to ponder. Jiang Yu abruptly stood up. Aren't you going to ask my opinion? Han Ing, feeling utterly helpless, pleaded, Help me out. I'm not asking you to be my real boyfriend. Just to help me through this predicament. Jiang Yu retorted, What? Are you planning to make me your boyfriend for 3 minutes and then cast me aside? Hey, last time you were the one who dumped me. Ah, Han Xiong exclaimed in surprise. It seems you two have quite a history. On stage, Han Tianming continued. I believe everyone is eager to know who my daughter's fiancé is, so without further ado, I invite him to the stage. He cast a glance at Zhao Shua, who returned a self-satisfied expression. Just as he turned around, he saw Han Ing dragging Jiang Yu toward the stage, regardless of whether he agreed or not. In the next moment, 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on Han Ing and Jiang Yu. Before Han Tianming could react, Han Ing snatched the microphone from his hand. She declared loudly, That's right, today is my engagement day, and he is my fiancé, Jiang Yu. I hope everyone can bless us. After finishing her announcement, she suddenly cupped Jiang Yu's face, gazing at him with deep affection. Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Miss, are you serious? How can I make anyone believe it without being convincing? There are so many people watching. It's so embarrassing. Well, it's not like it's the first time. What is there to be afraid of? With that, Han Ing leaned in and kissed him, prompting an eruption of enthusiastic applause from the audience. Han Tianming and the Zhao family were left aghast, their faces pale with shock. Zhao Shua went mad, shouting, Dad, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Zhao Zhizhong maintained his composure. Calm down. Let your Uncle Han handle this. Han Tianming regained his senses, snatched the microphone from Han Ing, and raised his other hand, poised to strike. Han Ing held her head high, And ultimately, Han Tianming did not bring his hand down. Ridiculous. Han Tianming scolded. Marriage is a matter of great significance, dictated by parental authority and matchmaking. Did you have my permission? Han countered defiantly. Did you seek my consent to marry me off to someone else? The argument between father and daughter rendered the hall silent. Guests exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to react. Han Tianming, infuriated, realized that he could not continue the dispute in front of so many guests, and immediately shouted, "Someone, take her down." Han grasped Jiang Yu's hand firmly, declaring resolutely, "Even if you expel me, it is futile. Jiang Yu is my boyfriend, and he is the only one I love. You cannot marry him. How can that be impossible?" Suddenly, old Master Han made his entrance, walking slowly towards them. "Jiang Yu is an outstanding young man. He is well suited for my granddaughter." Han Tianming, with a look of helplessness, interjected, "Father, could you refrain from meddling?" The old man shot him an angry glare. "Is this meddling? If I were not here, would you dare to disregard the engagement established over a decade ago? How am I to face Dr. Zhong?" "What are you talking about, Dad? Do you not understand what I am saying? I may be aging, but I am not senile." Standing at the center, old Master Han surveyed the room and proclaimed, "The purpose of today's birthday banquet is to introduce my future grandson-in-law. My granddaughter Han Ying and Jiang Yu are already bound by engagement, and they share a deep affection for one another. I trust there will be no objections to this union, will there?" A profound silence enveloped the room. It was clear that the choice of son-in-law by old Master Han and Han Tianming differed significantly. Aligning with either would offend someone, leaving only silence as an option. Only Han Xiong, however, clapped her hands. "These two genuinely love each other. We should be offering our blessings, not objections, right, brother?" Han Tianming, fuming, clenched his fists and glared at Han Xiong. After a lengthy pause, he finally muttered, "As long as Xiaoying is happy, I certainly do not oppose." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Zhizhong, with a flick of his sleeve, departed. "We are leaving." Zhao Shuo was dragged away by others, unwilling to concede. But what good was his discontent? Old Master Han had made a decisive declaration, and their love was evident, having even shared a public kiss. Once the members of the Dingxing group left, the room gradually filled with applause and blessings. Han Ying had navigated this challenging moment, yet she could not find joy in it. The banquet continued. Zhao Zhizhong could leave in a huff, but Han Tianming had to maintain a facade of happiness as he moved from table to table, toasting. Han Xiong graciously made room for Jiang Yu and Han Ying to sit together. "Now that the marriage has been settled, you should strive to get along well. Spend time together and cultivate your feelings." "Sister Qiong, what are you saying? I am merely a temporary shield for Miss Han. I suspect once we step outside, she will cast me aside. Do you truly think that is possible? How could it not be? Jiang Yu, oh Jiang Yu. Do you believe the engagement proclaimed by the old man holds no weight, that one can simply withdraw from it?" This was precisely what troubled Han Ying. Initially, she had only intended to use Jiang Yu as a shield to navigate the current predicament, at least to disrupt her engagement with Zhao Shuo. Little did she anticipate the old man's unexpected intervention. His words carried immense weight, and tomorrow, the media would undoubtedly be clamoring to report on Han Ying's engagement. No, it is likely that news agencies are already drafting articles. Before the banquet concludes, the city will be abuzz with the announcement. Han Ying inquired, "Aunt, did you suspect it would unfold this way?" Han Xiong merely replied, "Experience brings wisdom." Jiang Yu sighed with a wry smile. "It seems we have both been outmaneuvered by the old master." In truth, Han Xiong was unaware of how events would unfold. Even if Jiang Yu were absent, she would still encourage Han Ying to find someone to serve as a scapegoat to thwart Han Tianming's plans. This was because she did not know that the old gentleman had already met Jiang Yu. She sighed, realizing why the old gentleman had shown no reaction when he heard that her elder brother intended to betroth Han Ying. It turned out he was merely waiting for her brother to pave the way for him. Han Ying tugged at Han Xiong's arm and, in a playful tone, asked, "Aunt, what should I do next? Can you help me come up with some ideas?" She glanced nervously at Jiang Yu, her emotions in turmoil. She had never truly considered being with Jiang Yu, yet she felt little resistance upon the announcement of their engagement. Han Xiong inquired, "Isn't marrying him a good thing?" Both Jiang Yu and Han Ying replied in unison, "Not at all." Chapter 70. The intoxicated woman after the birthday banquet concluded. The old gentleman and Jiang Yu found themselves in the park where they had first met. How swiftly time had passed. It had been over a decade. The old gentleman sat on a bench, pondering the relentless passage of time. Jiang Yu asked, "Old sir, did you know who I was when we first met?" The old gentleman chuckled. When you introduced yourself as Jiang Yu, I knew immediately. Otherwise, why would I have asked for your assistance? You are the disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhong, and only you can grant me a few more days of life. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Jiang Yu queried. Had I revealed it earlier, would you still have attended my birthday celebration? I was informed by Han Xiong about your intention to annul our engagement with the marriage certificate in hand. So why did you publicly announce my engagement to Haning? That was a promise I made to Dr. Zhong many years ago. But do you not think this is unfair to Haning? I understand. But I believe you can bring her happiness. You are exceptionally talented and charming. With you, she shall never face adversity. Yet, that remains merely your perspective. Up until today, it was indeed just my opinion, but now I no longer hold that view. I believe that Haning still harbors feelings for you. Old sir, you are mistaken. Haning not only does not like me, but she may even detest me. If she does not like you, then why would she use you as a shield? That was merely a foolish suggestion from your daughter. There were many young talents at the banquet. Why did she choose you? Do you truly believe it was as simple as Han Xiong's word? You are still young and view matters too superficially. Perhaps Han Ying's actions reflect her discontent with you, but that is simply because she has yet to understand her own feelings. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. It seemed the old gentleman and Han Xiong were aligned in their insistence that he marry Han Ying. After sitting on the bench for a while, the old gentleman finally stood and said, "Are you free tomorrow? What is it? I would like you to accompany me on a trip." "Where to?" "You will find out in due time. I will provide you with what you desire." "Old sir, are you referring to the marriage certificate?" Jiang Yu inquired excitedly. However, the old gentleman did not respond, leaving behind a meaningful smile. News of his engagement to Han Ying had spread like wildfire. Upon returning home, he found Wen Yihuan seated on the sofa, her expression somewhat melancholic. "General Manager 1, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Yu remained troubled for her, as Wen Yihuan's misfortune had yet to be resolved. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yihuan slowly shook her head. Jiang Yu sat down and inquired, "Did you not have something to tell me?" Just before leaving, Wen Yihuan had intended to reveal her feelings, but found herself unable to voice them. Now, it was even more difficult to express. She asked, "Have you become engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family?" "You already know. The media across the city is reporting on it. It's impossible not to be aware." Her expression was one of melancholy. How could a mere birthday celebration lead to such an unexpected engagement? How could she possibly confess now? She could not play the role of the third party in someone else's relationship. Moreover, certain media outlets had even published photographs of Han Ying kissing Jiang Yu, portraying their relationship as intensely affectionate. Regret washed over her, lamenting that she had not confessed sooner. Rising, she sighed, "Since you are already engaged, staying here will only invite gossip. I have packed your belongings." She gestured to the backpack on the coffee table, containing several of Jiang Yu's clothes. Jiang Yu could see her sorrow and understood her feelings, yet he offered no explanation. Perhaps it was for the best. A swift resolution would be less painful than prolonged suffering, and this engagement could sever Wen Yihuan's lingering hopes. With the backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiang Yu stepped out once more into a world without a home. He did not notice that, at the moment he crossed the threshold, Wen Yihuan's tears flowed uncontrollably. That night, when Yihuan ventured alone to a bar, drinking herself into a stupor, Jiang Yu wandered through Tianyan City, unable to suppress his inner joy at the thought of resolving a lingering concern the following day. It was not merely a marriage certificate. It was a clue to his concealed identity. The night was as dark as water, and sleep eluded him, prompting him to seek a place to drink. Finding solitude unappealing, he called Wei Yong to join him. In Tianyan City, he could hardly find any other friends. Wei Yong suggested the bar, and since Jiang Yu was nearby, he arrived first to wait outside. At that moment, a group of inebriated young men stumbled out, brazenly discussing a woman while waiting for a taxi. That woman was stunning. But alas, she fell into the hands of that scoundrel, Kong Tao. What kind of luck does that guy have? They speculated that by now. They must have arrived at the hotel, and the thought of such a beautiful woman being wasted on Kong Tao filled them with anger. But what good is being angry? Kong Tao is simply better looking than you. Looks are meaningless if she was clearly intoxicated. Anyone could take her home. Kong Tao just happened to be the lucky one. One of the group suggested, "Why don't we head to the hotel too? After all, the beauty is drunk. What difference does it make if it's one person or a group?" Huh, what a splendid idea. They linked arms and swaggered forward. Initially, Jiang Yu paid little mind to their conversation until he caught a name. Not only is that beauty striking, but her name is also delightful. How wonderful it would be if she could be my girlfriend. Dream on. If she weren't heartbroken and drunk. You wouldn't even have the chance to touch her finger. Huh, even if it's just for one night. I shall never forget the name Wen Huan. Upon hearing the name Wen Huan, Jiang Yu immediately charged forward, seizing a man's collar with fury, exclaiming, "What did you just say? Wen Huan was taken from the bar? Who the hell are you? Let go of me at once, or my friends will make short work of you. Now tell me, to which hotel was Wen Huan taken?" When his words fell on deaf ears, he bellowed, "Brothers, deal with him." A group of intoxicated individuals, emboldened by alcohol, surged with bravado, only to find themselves pleading for mercy within a minute. "Big brother, my apologies. Please, can you remove your foot?" My hand. My hand." Jiang Yu, with a foot firmly planted on one man's hand, commanded, "Speak. Where has Wen Huan been taken?" It's the Tingshan Hotel, just ahead." With lightning speed, Jiang Yu dashed away, resembling a wisp of smoke, leaving a few young men trembling in his wake, convinced they had encountered a ghost. He arrived at the front desk, urgently inquiring, "Which room are Kong Tao and Wen Huan in?" The receptionist shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Sir, that is our guest's privacy. Speak." Jiang Yu had no time for pleasantries, and with a forceful punch, he created a small dent in the counter, demanding, "Speak." The receptionist, startled, stammered, "Room 5503. Chapter 71. Confession. After drinking in room 503 of the Tingshan Hotel, the inebriated Wen Huan lay sprawled on the bed, while a young man in his 20s impatiently fumbled with his belt, saliva nearly spilling from his lips. Wen Huan was utterly unconscious. Had she been awake, the lecherous gaze of Kong Tao would have haunted her forever. Just as Kong Tao pulled his pants down to his knees, a loud bang echoed through the room. The sudden noise was akin to an explosion, causing Kong Tao to stagger backward, struggling to maintain his balance due to his trousers. And he fell to the ground with a thud. In the next instant, a fist, the size of a clay pot, rapidly loomed in his vision. Bang! Kong Tao narrowly escaped meeting his end. "How dare you lay a finger on a woman I cherish?" Jiang Yu kicked Kong Tao, who crashed against the wall, the liquor in his stomach erupting in a violent expulsion, splattering the walls. The room was filled with a rancid odor, and Kong Tao, now smeared in filth, was paralyzed with fear at Jiang Yu's appearance, scrambling out with a whimper. Jiang Yu scooped up Wen Huan and attempted to leave, only to be stopped by several security guards. Kong Tao, now having pulled up his pants, stood behind the guards, shouting, "What kind of hotel is this? You allow someone to burst into my room and assault me? I will file a complaint." The hotel manager quickly interjected, "Sir, please calm down. We have already called the police." As Jiang Yu ascended the stairs, the front desk had promptly notified the manager and reported the incident. Upon hearing this, Kong Tao recoiled, shouting, "Call the police? Who told you to do that?" He was acutely aware of his own actions and knew that involving the authorities would not bode well for him. The manager, perplexed, looked at Kong Tao's panda-like eyes, pondering how this could be considered a minor misunderstanding. Kong Tao's mind was as clear as a mirror, having been struck. He could only endure this silent grievance. Thus he forced a smile and said, "It was a misunderstanding, indeed a misunderstanding." Jiang Yu then explained to the manager, "My friend has had too much to drink, and I was worried about her safety, which is why my attitude was somewhat inappropriate. I will compensate for the hotel's losses." Kong Tao quickly chimed in, "That's right. I initially intended to escort her to the hotel and leave. But given her condition, I couldn't bring myself to do so. I had also been drinking, and thus had no choice but to call for help to take her back." The manager was not inclined to believe their story. If Jiang Yu had called Kong Tao, how could she possibly not know which room he was in? However, as a hotel staff member, the manager preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. So since both parties claimed it was a misunderstanding, he was more than willing to downplay the situation. After the police arrived upstairs, the manager assisted in explaining the matter. Ultimately, Jiang Yu compensated for the hotel's losses, and the police kindly escorted them back to Wen Huan's home. The officers were particularly considerate in ensuring their safety given Wen Huan's inebriated state, as they were also wary of Jiang Yu's intentions. The two policemen accompanied them to the doorstep, feigning thirst for a glass of water. Aware of their good intentions, Jiang Yu opened the door and invited the two officers inside. He had previously stayed here, and Wen Huan had provided him with a key. She had forgotten to ask for it when he left today. Upon seeing that Jiang Yu possessed a key and a picture of Wen Huan in the home, the policeman felt reassured after having a glass of water before departing. Jiang Yu gently carried Wen Huan into the bedroom, where she, in a daze, opened her eyes and gazed at him with a hazy expression. "Oh, Jiang Yu, it's you. Didn't you leave? Why are you back?" she mumbled. Jiang Yu laid her on the bed and softly said, "You should rest. I'll fetch you some hangover medicine." To his surprise, Wen Yihuan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, reluctant to let go, saying, "Jiang Yu, please don't leave. One, you've drunk too much." I haven't drunk too much," she replied with a silly laugh. "Actually, I have. There are things I must tell you while I'm still tipsy. Let us talk about it tomorrow." "No, I want to say it now." When one is inebriated, their stubbornness is unyielding. Jiang Yu sighed. "All right, go ahead. I'm listening." When Yihuan leaned closer, her nose almost brushing against Jiang Yu's face, the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. I like you," she said with another silly giggle. "I wanted to tell you before you went to the birthday banquet today, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. When you returned, you were already engaged. And I couldn't say anything then. But I've said it now, yet you're engaged. Why? Why did you suddenly get engaged? Why?" She laughed, but suddenly burst into tears. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sorrow for her, unsure how to console her. Suddenly, Wen Yihuan turned her head and kissed Jiang Yu on the lips, causing his eyes to widen in shock. He quickly pushed her away. "One, you've had too much to drink." If Wen Yihuan were sober, Jiang Yu might find it hard to resist, but in her intoxicated state, any half-hearted response from him would be taking advantage of her vulnerability. "Don't you like me?" "One, I am engaged and have a fiancée." She paused. "I know. It's the eldest daughter of the Han family, Han Ing. So what? She is your fiancée, and I am too." As she spoke, she suddenly retched, leaving Jiang Yu utterly bewildered, prompting him to dash into the restroom. When Yihuan vomited all over him, nearly causing him to lose his own stomach. While cleaning himself, he grumbled, "Honestly, if you can't handle your liquor, don't drink so much and get it all over me." When he returned to Wen Yihuan's room, she had already fallen into a deep slumber. Jiang Yu, like a diligent caretaker, cleaned up the mess around her and kept vigil by her side until dawn, when he quietly departed. Upon awakening, Wen Yihuan was besieged by a throbbing headache and had no recollection of the previous night. Dragging her weary body out of her room, she knocked softly on the guest room door. "Jiang Yu, are you awake? My head is pounding. Could you please make me some ginger tea?" After speaking, she turned back to her room, but halted at the doorway, her heart aching. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she remembered that Jiang Yu had left her side. He had publicly announced his engagement to another. He was now someone else's fiancé. Slowly, she climbed back into bed, curling up as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why? You once said you would come to Tianyun City to break off the engagement with Han Ing, so why are you now publicly engaged to her?" She sobbed alone for what felt like an eternity, finally picking up her phone to call Wen Xiyun, her voice thick with emotion. "Dad, he is engaged." Chapter 72. Fallen leaves returned to their roots upon learning that his daughter was heartbroken over Jiang Yu's engagement. When Xiyun rushed over to console her. When he arrived, Wen Yihuan was still hidden beneath the covers. As he entered, he was met with a strong scent of alcohol. Rather than scold his daughter for her inebriation, he silently went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of ginger tea for her. Lifting the blanket, he saw that her eyes were slightly puffy. Although she had initially stopped crying, the sight of her father caused her tears to flow anew. When Xiyun comforted her, saying, "It's all right, come, drink this ginger tea first." He felt a deep pang of sorrow, having never witnessed his daughter so heartbroken over a man. After she sipped the tea, he gently inquired, "My daughter, did you not say that you would marry no one but him?" Wen Yihuan replied numbly, "But he does not feel the same. Just because he is engaged to Han Ing? What am I supposed to do? Become the other woman and ruin their relationship?" When Xiyun stroked her head and said, "Engagement is not the same as marriage. After an engagement, they are each other's fiancés. But my dear, you must understand that the Han family has a betrothal with Jiang Yu. Han Ing is indeed his fiancée. Our family also has a betrothal. You are his fiancée too. So how can you claim to be the other woman?" When Xiyun's words enlightened Wen Yihuan, and she exclaimed, "Then do I still have a chance? You should boldly tell her that your name is Wen Fuyao and that you are his fiancée. No, you must announce to everyone that you are Wen Fuyao. But he came to break off the engagement. If I truly confront him, what if he still insists on ending it? When he arrives in Tianyun City, isn't he supposed to break off his engagement with the Han family? Yet, what transpired? Did he not publicly declare his engagement to Han Ing? My daughter, I can see that he harbors feelings for you, but you are Wen Yihuan. Perhaps it is due to the engagement that he hesitates to approach you too closely. If he were to discover that you are his fiancée, Wen Fuyao, I believe the situation would take a turn for the better. Then I shall call him at once. Is that how you intend to inform him? Can you truly face him in such a manner? First, finish your ginger tea, then freshen up and prepare yourself. and arranged to meet him in a formal setting. All right, I shall heed your advice. After meticulously preparing herself, when Yihuan found that she could not reach Jiang Yu by phone, with no other choice, she returned to the office, waiting for Jiang Yu to turn his phone back on to reach him. Su Xin, please assist me in changing the nameplate. This was the first task she undertook upon returning to the office, replacing the nameplate that read Chairwoman Wen Yihuan. Su Xin inquired, what shall we change it to? Wen Yihuan replied, change it to Wen Fuyao. Huh, why Wen Fuyao? Because that is my true name. Remember, from this day forth, I am no longer Wen Yihuan. I am Wen Fuyao, soaring to great heights. Oh, then should we also change the business cards? Of course, we must. I shall take care of it immediately. Just as Su Xin reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Chairwoman, did you say your name is Wen Fuyao? What of it? Do you doubt me? Isn't the Wen Fuyao that Jiang Yu has been searching for you? Indeed. Su Xin felt as though she had stumbled upon the most astonishing revelation of her life. It was simply unbelievable. Chairwoman, does Jiang Yu know about this? Not yet. Do you wish to keep it from him? If you change the nameplate and business cards, he will surely find out. I do not intend to keep it from him any longer. But I read in the news that he just got engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family. And so what? They are not yet married. Wen Yihuan, or rather Wen Fuyao, brushed away the clouds of gloom from her face, maintaining a gentle smile. Life is fleeting. Why not take a chance? If she does not try, how will she know whether Jiang Yu truly cares for her? Su Xin felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking how fortunate this person was to have such a beautiful fiancée. Had they perhaps saved the galaxy in a past life? As Wen Yihuan prepared to reveal her true identity, Jiang Yu had already met with the old gentleman in the park where they first encountered him. The old gentleman had come alone. He appeared sprightly, looking nothing like a man on the brink of death. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Yet after their meeting commenced, the old gentleman did not present the marriage certificate. He specifically instructed, Jiang Yu, please turn off your phone. Jiang Yu asked in confusion, why must I power it down? The old gentleman replied, if my family cannot reach me, they may contact you. Old sir, did you sneak out? Jiang Yu was taken aback, but complied, leading to Wen Fuyao's inability to contact him. Let us go. The old gentleman guided Jiang Yu to the bus station. And throughout the journey, Jiang Yu pondered how to broach the subject of the marriage certificate, but found himself at a loss for words. Once they boarded the bus out of the city, the old gentleman finally said, rest assured, I have brought what you seek. When will you give it to me? Are you in such a hurry? Indeed, I am. The old man chuckled. For 18 years, you have been unaware of your parents' identities. I understand your urgency, but is it truly necessary to rush? How do you know the secret of the marriage contract? When I initially entered into the engagement with Dr. Zhong, he mentioned that the reverse side of our family's marriage contract concealed clues about your lineage. He insisted that whether you come to marry or to annul the engagement, I must ensure you receive the contract. That old man still possesses a semblance of conscience. He did not lead me to ruin. In what way did he lead you astray? The old man replied, consider it. He merely revealed the identity of my parents. It could have been as simple as speaking the words aloud or inscribing the clues on a single marriage document. Why complicate matters with 9 separate contracts, compelling me to annul them one by one? Dr. Zhong acts in your best interest. Oh please, if he hadn't misled me, I would count myself fortunate. Your master has his reasons. Given your current abilities, you are not yet equipped to confront the challenges that lie ahead. You speak in riddles. I merely wish to know who my parents are. Is that truly a daunting task? Imagine, if you will, that you uncover your parents' identities only to learn they were slain. Would you seek vengeance? Of course, for the enmity against one's parents is unforgivable. But what if your adversary is overwhelmingly powerful, capable of ending your life with a mere finger? What do you truly know, old man? Master Han shook his head. I know nothing. I am merely hypothesizing. Enough of this. I am feeling weary and shall take a brief rest. Jiang Yu and Master Han boarded a bus, which departed for 2 hours before Jiang Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. Where are we headed, old man? To the place of my birth, he replied calmly. For what purpose? To return to where the leaves fall back to their roots. Chapter 73. The first marriage contract acquired Master Han's hometown lies in the remote mountains that straddle the border between Tianyan City and Linzhou City. Years ago, when the domestic economy had yet to flourish, the villages nestled in these mountains were numerous. 3 decades passed. A devastating flood obliterated the old man's home, claiming the life of his wife in the calamity. In despair, he departed his homeland with a son and daughter, seeking sustenance in the city. After decades of relentless toil, he eventually founded the Han Group. Despite the distance, he returns annually to pay homage to his deceased wife. After traversing the mountains for 27 hours, they arrived in the desolate wilderness. Here, no one dwelled. Only a few solitary graves remained on the hillside. Those who perished in the flood were interred here, while the surviving residents had long since sought refuge elsewhere. The graves were mostly humble earthen mounds, save for one that was distinctly unique. Constructed of stone bricks and resembling an inverted bowl, towering nearly 2 meters high. Before this grave stood a tombstone inscribed with the names in memory of Han Yongchuan and Cheng Wan. Clearly, this was a shared tomb, with Cheng Wan being the old man's late wife and Han Yongchuan being his own name. This grave had been meticulously restored by the old man several years prior. He had long contemplated that he wished to rest eternally alongside his beloved wife, and to preempt any complications, he had even prepared the tombstone in advance. They did not bring any incense or paper money. Han Yongchuan wiped the dust off the gravestone with his sleeve, murmuring affectionately, "My dear wife, I have come to keep you company. It has been 30 years. I apologize for making you wait so long." The old gentleman had only a few days left, yet he chose not to spend them with his children. Jiang Yu inquired, "Old sir, are you not afraid of worrying your family by leaving without a word?" The old man smiled. "I left a note, stating that I was going on a solo journey and instructed them not to seek me out." Jiang Yu replied, "I doubt they would believe it." The old man said, "The pain of parting, whether in life or in death, is most profound. I have little time left, and I do not wish for them to witness my demise and be sorrowful." Jiang Yu responded, "But this is not a long-term solution." "I understand," the old man said slowly, producing a letter from his bag and handing it to Jiang Yu. "After some time, find an opportune moment to deliver this letter to them. After a prolonged absence, the pain of death becomes less acute. Thereafter." The old man circled the grave and pressed down on a stone slab at the lower left of the tomb. With a thunderous sound, a passage half a meter wide and a meter high opened in the grave. Light streamed into the dark tomb, revealing 2 coffins within, one covered and the other half exposed. The old man bent down and entered, turning to Jiang Yu and waving his hand. "Why are you still standing there? Come in and lend a hand." Jiang Yu, undeterred by the circumstances, stooped and entered. With his assistance, the old man successfully laid down in the coffin. "Help me close the lid. There is a mechanism outside that will permanently seal the tomb when pressed." The old man intended to spend the final phase of his life here, and Jiang Yu did not oppose. Yet he hesitated for a long time without acting, for he had not yet obtained what he desired. "Old sir, have you forgotten something?" The old man suddenly realized. "Oh, my memory. I almost neglected the most crucial matter." He rummaged in the coffin and finally produced a wedding certificate. The paper now yellowed with age. Jiang Yu was astonished, not expecting the old man to have concealed the marriage document here. "Jiang Yu," the old man said, "I can give you this marriage certificate, but you must promise me one thing. Otherwise, I shall not rest in peace." "What is that request?" "What concerns me most is my granddaughter. You are now engaged. You must promise me to take good care of her and never forsake her for the rest of your life." This posed a dilemma for Jiang Yu. How could he assure such a thing? Being engaged to Han Ying, he felt like nothing more than a mere tool. Seeing his hesitation, the old man added with a hint of threat, "If you do not agree, I shall take this marriage certificate with me to the grave." All right, I agree." The marriage document was before him, and the old man's threat had little effect. However, faced with a dying man, Jiang Yu felt it prudent to acquiesce to his wishes, allowing him to depart in peace. As for the future, when the cart reaches the mountain, a way will naturally appear. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will be straight. The old man handed the marriage certificate to Jiang Yu. Its front bore the same content as the one he possessed, the only difference being a pattern on the back. Jiang Yu gazed at it excitedly for a long time, but eventually, his expression gradually fell. The old gentleman remarked, "Do not dwell on it too long. Over the years, I have also studied that pattern. It appears to be an incomplete map. I have compared it with various maps, but have found no similar locations. This implies that, relying solely on this marriage certificate, the mystery of his origins remains unsolvable." Jiang Yu silently cursed his master 180 times. Was it truly necessary to put him through such trials? Nonetheless, he had successfully obtained the first marriage certificate. In the end, he assisted the old gentleman in closing the coffin, sealing the grave. After paying his respects 3 times at the tomb, he gradually departed. Having concluded these matters, Jiang Yu felt it was time to execute his own plans. He was aware that He Yuan had become utterly deranged, even resorting to hiring assassins. Thus, He deemed it prudent to eliminate potential threats sooner rather than later. Descending the mountain alone, he hastened his pace considerably, taking only half the time he required to ascend. Upon returning to the city, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Lin Shi. I have arrived in Tianjin City. Why is your phone off? I am waiting for you at the Xinghe Hotel in Tianjin City. Please respond promptly upon seeing this message. What do you mean? Asking me to come to Tianjin City for treatment? I have arrived. Yet you have been unreachable for an entire day? Are you toying with me? Just wait, Jiang. Jiang Yu nearly forgot about this matter. He hurried to the Xinghe Hotel, where the front desk whispered a few words to the lobby manager, who promptly approached him. Mr. Jiang, are you here to book a room? This way, please. The manager's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Jiang Yu glanced at his name tag and quietly inquired, has there been a change in personnel? The manager replied, the previous manager offended Mr. Han and has since departed. I am the new lobby manager. The former manager lost his position for insulting Han Qiong. Given that Jiang Yu was now the prospective son-in-law of the Han family, the lobby manager was keen to curry favor. Jiang Yu nodded, saying, I do not require a room. I am here to find someone named Lin Shi. The manager immediately turned to give instructions. Please check immediately to see which room Lin Shi is in. After a brief inquiry, the front desk returned with the information. She checked out an hour ago. Jiang Yu's plan hinged on Lin Shi's invaluable assistance, and he certainly did not wish to offend this vice president. Thus, he promptly dialed her number. As soon as the call connected, Lin Shi's furious voice erupted, Jiang, have you finally deigned to turn your phone on? Chapter 74, Woman. Do not push your luck too far. Jiang Yu felt as though his ears might be deafened by her outburst. Once Lin Shi had finished venting her frustration, he apologetically said, Vice President Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was on a distant journey and had no signal. I do not require your explanation. Please do not be angry. Vice President Lin, where are you now? I will come to find you immediately. No need. I am already preparing to return to Lin City. Please, Vice President Lin, you cannot afford to delay your treatment. Humph. Has it not already been delayed by you? I understand. However, there is still a chance for remedy. How about this? I will provide you with an additional hour of massage free of charge today, ensuring no lingering ailments remain. Get lost. Lin Shi's furious shout rang through the line as she abruptly hung up. The mere mention of a massage reminded her of that shameful incident, leaving her utterly mortified. Yet, 3 minutes later, Lin Shi sent him a message. Where are you? Jiang Yu hurriedly replied, I will cover the accommodation at the Galaxy Hotel where you previously stayed. He instructed the hotel manager to arrange a presidential suite for him, and then went out to purchase silver needles, making preparations in advance. 20 minutes later, Lin Shi arrived, her expression dark as if storm clouds loomed. Jiang, do you have any idea how precious my time is? You dare to waste an entire day? Lin, it is entirely my fault, and I sincerely apologize, Jiang Yu said, taking small steps toward her with a cheerful demeanor. I have already prepared the bed for you. Please. His playful attitude made it difficult for Lin Shi to remain angry. She slowly approached the bed, warning, we agreed on an extra hour, not a second less. Although the first treatment had left Lin Shi feeling embarrassed and humiliated, the indescribable comfort made her long for it. She frequently visited. Yet none of the female therapist's techniques could compare to Jiang Yu's. Once she lay on the bed and recalled her previous experience, she instructed, turn off all the lights and draw the curtains. Jiang Yu complied, drawing the curtains and extinguishing the lights, enveloping the room in darkness. Only in such an environment could one alleviate their embarrassment. Jiang Yu began with the acupuncture before transitioning to the massage. The room was filled with Lin Shi's soft sighs, but Jiang Yu was preoccupied with solidifying his plans. Lin, my plan is ready to be implemented. Please ensure your side is prepared as well. Is it that urgent? Lin Shi's voice trembled. He Qingyuan isn't easily deceived. Jiang Yu replied. Qingyuan values wealth above all else and is wholly focused on competing with Yuan Company. Once I release the news, he will undoubtedly find a way to intercept us. You know Qingyuan well? Not particularly, but even if this plan fails, I want to incur significant losses. I can always devise another strategy. All right, I will make the necessary arrangements on my end. You just need to be gentle. As the two discussed matters during the massage, Lin Shi, pressed for time, hurried back to Ling City after the treatment. Half an hour after her departure, Han Ning called Jiang Yu, her voice a fierce roar. Jiang Yu, what do you take the Han family for? Her furious outburst nearly left Jiang Yu disoriented. What is the matter, my dear lady? You still have the audacity to ask? Although our engagement was merely for show, We have not officially broken up. You bring another woman into the hotel, my family's hotel no less. What is your intention? To humiliate us, the Han family? Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had not considered this when inviting Lin Shi to the Galaxy Hotel. I will be more careful next time. You expect there to be a next time? Let me make this clear. Until we announce our breakup, you remain the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. You are absolutely forbidden from meeting with any other woman. Hey, it was you who dragged me onto the stage without my consent. If anything, I was assisting you. Now you dare to restrict my freedom? Do not push your luck, woman. In summary, I am indifferent. You must never act in a manner that tarnishes the reputation of the Han family. Miss, when do you intend to publicly announce our separation? If you never declare it, must I remain untouched by any other women for a lifetime? How naive of you. While you may struggle to find a partner, I still have the desire to marry. So, grant me a specific timeline. Without a definite schedule, I shall decide based on my mood. At that moment, Jiang Yu abruptly felt as if he were being cornered. Please, I currently possess the marriage certificate. The initiative lies with me. After pondering, he decided to endure for the sake of the old man. By the way, I heard you've been renting a place outside. Is that true? What do you intend to do? Han Ying's tone was notably cautious. Jiang Yu replied, I am currently homeless. Having assisted you immensely, shouldn't you provide me with accommodation? What? You wish to cohabit with me? Have you lost your mind? It's not cohabitation, merely a temporary stay. What difference does that make? We are already engaged. What is the harm in cohabiting? If you refuse, I shall invite different women to stay at your hotel daily. On the other end of the line, Han Ying was nearly beside herself with anger, and after a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, I am at school. All right, I shall come find you immediately. Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi were at the milk tea shop in school, while Wei Yong sat at a nearby table, watching them. Over the past few days, Wang Ruoqi felt as if she were losing her sanity. Wei Yong followed her like a persistent shadow, trailing her wherever she went. She appeared haggard, plagued by hallucinations, and would occasionally wake in fright at night, convinced that Wei Yong stood by her bedside. Wei Yong, however, adhered to Jiang Yu's 3 principles, and after several days of perseverance, his skin had thickened considerably. No matter how Wang Ruoqi berated him, he responded with a smile, resolutely refusing to leave. Eventually, Wang Ruoqi grew too weary to scold him any longer. Han, do you think he is unwell? He follows me every day. I am on the verge of madness. Perhaps this is simply his way of pursuing you. It was evident to anyone that Wei Yong had feelings for Wang Ruoqi. Yet, he refrained from confessing, leaving her without the opportunity to decisively reject him. Wang Ruoqi cast a glance at Wei Yong, who immediately waved at her in a friendly manner. Infuriated, she slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and shouted, Are you a stalker? If you continue to follow me, I will call the police. Wei Yong appeared unfazed, responding, This is not a private space. How am I stalking you? Wang Ruoqi was at a loss for words. In school, aside from the girls' dormitory and the ladies' restroom, Wei Yong's presence was everywhere. As Wei Yong stated, he could follow her anywhere that was public, leaving Wang Ruoqi with no recourse even if she decided to report him. At that moment, a group of students from the sports academy entered, loudly exclaiming, Who is it that follows my sister Ruoqi every day? Chapter 75. She is taking the initiative. Li Zhao, a sophomore athlete, swaggered in with a few classmates, causing Wei Yong to panic. Each of these individuals was tall and robust. Any one of them could easily leave Wei Yong searching for his teeth on the ground. Wei Yong glanced around, seeking an escape route, but Li Zhao and his companions headed straight for him. The milk tea shop had but one entrance, and a frontal breakthrough was out of the question. On the other side, Han Ying jested, Ruoqi, your flower protector has arrived. Flower protector, you say? Last time, your cheap fiancé knocked him down with a single punch. Wang Ruoqi was aware of Han Ying's engagement to Jiang Yu and found it perplexing that Han Ying had chosen such a rustic man. Han Ying explained that she had resorted to Jiang Yu as a shield in a moment of crisis, which brought her some relief. However, she still felt that Han Ying's actions were inappropriate and occasionally teased her about her fiancé. Li Zhao approached Wei Yong, who was cowering and forced a smile, saying, Senior, is there something you need? Li Zhao raised his chin, looking down at Wei Yong. Are you the one stalking my sister Ruoqi? Wei Yong, feeling cornered, replied, Senior, you misunderstand. I wasn't stalking her. I just came in for a milk tea and happened to run into her. No need to explain. A man understands another man. But you should take a good look at yourself. Do you really think you deserve my sister Ruoqi? I warn you, if you dare to stalk her again, I will break your legs. Wei Yong gulped nervously, his face turning pale. Just then, Jiang Yu strolled in leisurely, who is threatening to break my friend's legs. He slowly approached Wei Yong, causing panic among Li Zhao and his group. The reputation of this man, taking on 7 opponents, was well known, and they feared being left battered and bruised. We're in trouble. He's a formidable fighter. Damn it, who can I turn to for help? The group retreated until they backed against the wall, with nowhere left to go. Jiang Yu walked over and gently patted Wei Yong's shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. He then turned to Li Zhao and said, "He is my friend. If you dare to break his legs, I will take your life. Do you believe me?" Li Zhao gulped again, awkwardly stammering, "I was just joking with him." However, he quickly added, "But I realized that this joke isn't funny. Yes, I apologize. It was my mistake. Get lost, and don't let me see you again." Jiang Yu waved his hand, and Li Zhao and his group scurried away in defeat. Turning to Wei Yong, Jiang Yu encouraged, "Be bold and pursue Wang Ruoqi. If that guy gives you trouble, just call me, and I will take care of him." Wei Yong instantly felt emboldened. "I will follow your lead." Jiang Yu then turned towards Han Ying, while Wei Yong remained seated, watching them. Han Ying's expression was cold, while Wang Ruoqi wore a look of disdain. "Oh, is this not our Han Ying's cheap fiancé? Truly shameless, back at school again." Wang Ruoqi spared no kindness in her words, dripping with sarcasm. "Haven't you realized your place? You are merely a pawn. Surely you don't still harbor illusions of advancing your relationship with Han Ying?" Wang Ruoqi's remarks did not provoke Jiang Yu. Instead, he casually sat beside Han Ying and remarked, "Even if I am a pawn, I am now recognized as the prospective son-in-law of the Han family." With that, he casually draped his arm around Han Ying's shoulders, inciting Wang Ruoqi's fury. "Rustic fool, remove your dirty hands." Wang Ruoqi sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Yu as she unleashed her wrath. Jiang Yu remarked coolly, "It's none of your business if a dog catches a mouse. My fiancé is unfazed, so why are you prattling on? Are you envious because you can't find a boyfriend?" Wang Ruoqi, seething with indignation, retorted through clenched teeth, "I can't find a boyfriend? The line of suitors for me could stretch all the way to the cafeteria. Do you believe me when I say that with a single word, someone would rush over to be my boyfriend?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Yong darted over like a gust of wind, declaring with conviction, "Ruoqi, I am at your service any time." Wang Ruoqi nearly lost her composure, angrily exclaiming, "Can you just vanish from my sight? The day I find you appealing is the day I lose my eyesight." Observing her fierce demeanor, Jiang Yu thought it ungrateful that Wei Yong, who had come to offer assistance, was met with such wrath. Jiang Yu whispered to Han Ying, who wore a grim expression, and uttered 2 words, "Let go." Jiang Yu replied, "That won't do. The old gentleman instructed me to spend more time with you to nurture our relationship." "Have you seen my grandfather today?" Han Ying asked seriously. This morning, their household was in an uproar. The old gentleman had left a letter and departed from home. Han Tianming had rushed to the various stations to intercept him, but to no avail. Realizing he had inadvertently let something slip, Jiang Yu hastily clarified, "No, the old gentleman spoke to me yesterday." "What's the matter?" Han Ying sighed, "My grandfather has left home." "Really?" Jiang Yu feigned surprise. Han Ying continued, "It's not quite accurate to say he left home. He left a letter this morning stating that he intended to travel alone, to explore the beautiful landscapes of our country during the final moments of his life." Jiang Yu reassured her, "What is there to worry about? He is not a child, and there are no abductors targeting the elderly." Han Ying shot him a glare. "What do you know? My grandfather is elderly and in poor health. He has just been discharged from the hospital. If something were to happen while he is alone out there, who would care for him?" It was evident that Han Ying was genuinely concerned for her grandfather, which stirred unease within Jiang Yu. Calculating the time, he realized that the old gentleman would soon depart this world to join his late wife, yet the Han family remained oblivious to this reality. Having returned from the hospital, the old gentleman appeared vigorous, leading the Han family to believe he would live for many more years. Jiang Yu still retained the letter from the old gentleman in his pocket. He reached to touch it, but ultimately decided against revealing the truth to Han Ying just yet. He promptly stood and shifted the topic, saying, "Let us return home. Some individuals are blinding me with their incessant presence." Wang Ruoqi scoffed, "Oh, truly? You think too highly of yourself? Do have a modicum of self-awareness as a mere prop." Despite her reluctance, Han Ying rose to her feet. Jiang Yu inquired, "Your home is not far from the school, is it?" Han Ying replied, "Not far. It is a 5-minute walk." In a fit of anger, she had found an apartment close to the school for convenience. Wang Ruoqi's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "Han Ying, Are you seriously bringing him home? Aren't you afraid he might have ulterior motives? Jiang Yu provocatively interjected, we are already engaged, and it is mutual. Have you seen the photos of us kissing in the media? Let me let you in on a secret. It was her initiative. The term initiative nearly caused Wang Ruoqi to lose her composure. Chapter 76, A Message. Wang Ruoqi indeed saw the photograph, but Hanning explained that she had no choice at the time. However, Hanning did not mention that it was she who took the initiative. Jiang Yu pulled Hanning and headed outside, leaving Wang Ruoqi stunned and momentarily speechless. Wei Yong languidly suggested, Ruoqi, why not just leave? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Ruoqi's fierce retort sent him retreating in fear. Upon exiting the milk tea shop, Hanning shook off Jiang Yu's hand and admonished, although we are engaged, you would do well to refrain from any unwarranted physical contact without my consent. Jiang Yu, with a playful grin, replied, doesn't that just make it seem like we're affectionate? If we don't play the part convincingly, how will you fool your father? What if he insists you marry that young Master Zhao? Hanning assured him, rest assured. You are the designated son-in-law of the Han family, and as long as my grandfather lives, my father would not dare to act against that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly understood. No wonder the old man had quietly returned to his hometown. He was employing this strategy to constrain Han Tianming. If he were to pass away at home, Han Tianming would likely nullify the engagement between Jiang Yu and Hanning the very next day. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the lengths to which the old man had gone for this marriage arrangement. He also surmised the timing the old man mentioned was likely intended for after Jiang Yu and Han Ying's wedding, when he would reveal that letter. Yet, Jiang Yu still found himself puzzled. Was the old man acting for his benefit or for Han Ying's? Or was it merely a matter of honoring a past kindness? A promise made long ago. Han Ying's apartment, rented near the school, was a luxurious two-bedroom unit with European decor, fully furnished with modern appliances. Jiang Yu remarked, renting this place must cost quite a bit each month, right? Hanning replied nonchalantly, not much, just 3,000. Jiang Yu exclaimed, 3,000 isn't a lot? The majority of people in Tianjin City earn only that in a month. Indeed, for those accustomed to wealth, money often becomes just a mere string of cold numbers. Hanning tossed the keys to Jiang Yu, stating impassively, as long as we have not formally broken up, you may stay here. Jiang Yu inquired, which room can I occupy? Hanning replied, whichever you choose. Whichever I choose. Jiang Yu smirked mischievously, why not share a room? Hanning scoffed coldly, dream on. I will not return here until we officially part ways. Then where will you stay? He asked. At home, at school, or I might rent another place. I know you moved out due to the Zhao family's engagement. Since that matter is resolved, I believe it is best for you to return home. After all, we are family, and there's no need to escalate tensions. Oh, so you consider yourself part of the Han family now? Hanning shot him a sideways glance. I warn you, do not harbor any illusions. Are you planning to sever ties once you've crossed the river? Jiang Yu retorted, even if I am merely a tool, I have been of great assistance to you. If you continue with this attitude, I might just announce our breakup to the media right away. You wouldn't dare? Hanning snapped. Breaking up requires a suitable moment. It is certainly not now. Since you still have a need for me, mind your demeanor. Who are you trying to impress with that perpetual frown? Am I not doing my best? No need for half-hearted attempts. Smile for me. Let me see. You can't even manage a smile? Han Ying's grin was stiff, resembling a grimace more than a smile. Though she had a dormitory at school, she was not accustomed to sharing her living space with others, leaving her bed unoccupied. Ultimately, she chose to return home. As Jiang Yu mentioned, the union with the Zhao family had come to an end, rendering any lingering resentment unnecessary. Jiang Yu took residence in the guest room and, after purchasing some daily necessities, made his way straight to Yuyan Company. Despite having distanced himself from Wen Huan, finalizing matters was imperative. Calculating He Qingyuan's actions necessitated involving Wen Huan. Although Jiang Yu had experienced considerable events with Wen Huan, the company staff remained oblivious to them. Upon his arrival, many greeted him warmly. The notice regarding Wen Huan's name change had been disseminated by Su Xian the previous day, yet it bore little impact on the employees, who perceived it merely as a change of name, and none dared to address her directly. Ah, Jiang Yu, you're here. It's been several days. I thought you had resigned. An acquaintance called out to him. Jiang Yu replied, I haven't resigned. It's just that President Wen granted me a few days off. Are you back to work today then? One might say that. Why didn't you come in the morning? President Wen and Secretary Su went to the provincial capital to discuss cooperation details. You, as her bodyguard, should have accompanied her. President Wen is in the provincial capital? When will she return? tomorrow, or the day after. It seems I have come at an inopportune moment. In fact, when Fuyao had been attempting to reach him yesterday, but his phone had been switched off. Today, with his phone on, he found when Fuyao preoccupied with matters concerning Mengdai Group. And thus the discussion regarding their situation was temporarily shelved. Jiang Yu could only wait for her return for further deliberation. During his free time, he visited Jian Company again. As he prepared to take the elevator to the upper floors, he unexpectedly received a call from Jin Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, who expressed a desire to meet urgently. He promptly made his way to Qingyuan Club, marking his third visit there. This time, Jin Hu was waiting at the entrance to greet him, treating him as an esteemed guest. Upon reaching the top floor, Jin Hu had a pot of fine Dahongpo brewed, dismissed his subordinates, and engaged Jiang Yu in a private conversation. Jiang Yu, lacking the inclination for idle tea drinking, cut to the chase. Jin Laoda, please be direct. I prefer straightforwardness. Dare I address you as Brother Jiang? Jin Hu cautiously inquired, noticing Jiang Yu's lack of response before continuing, Brother Jiang, I summoned you today primarily to share some news. What news? News regarding He Qingyuan. He has not given up, constantly scheming against Yiyan Company and Wen Yihuan. Today, one of my subordinates caught wind of a plot. He Qingyuan intends to take Wen Yihuan's life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. That old scoundrel still hasn't given up? It hasn't been long since the assassination incident, and he has concocted a new scheme. Jiang Yu pressed. What does he plan to do to Wen Yihuan? A car accident. Jin Hu replied. It is said that when Yihuan has gone to the provincial capital to negotiate collaboration with the Dream Butterfly Group, and He Qingyuan has dispatched someone to create an accident on the highway during her return journey. Jiang Yu squinted his eyes in confusion and asked, Weren't you previously assisting He Qingyuan? Jin Hu quickly replied, I merely act for a fee. I share this news with you today solely to forge a friendship with you, Brother Jiang. He slowly lifted his teacup, anxiously awaiting Jiang Yu's response. Chapter 77. The words of the wealthy hold weight. Jin Hu was attempting to ingratiate himself with Jiang Yu. The latter was well aware of this and gently clinked his cup with Jin Hu's. Jin Hu displayed a relaxed and joyful smile, secretly relieved. Forming an alliance with Jiang Yu would be advantageous for the Black Tiger Hall. Brother Jiang, I possess certain connections in Tianyan City. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Jin Hu pledged. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu stated, There is indeed a matter at hand that requires your help, Brother Jin. Feel free to speak, Jin Hu encouraged. At present, I wish to avoid direct confrontation with He Qingyuan. So I would like to request that you send a few individuals to Linzhou City to ensure Wen Yihuan's safe return. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. Jin Hu replied confidently, having already devised a strategy before notifying Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had faith in the operational efficacy of the Black Tiger Hall. After leaving Qingyuan Club, he promptly called Wen Yihuan, hoping she would cooperate with the individuals from the Black Tiger Hall. However, her phone was once again turned off. Wen Yihuan was in a meeting with the senior executives of the Dream Butterfly Group, and incessant ringing would undoubtedly irritate them. Nonetheless, Su Xian's call went through. Jiang Yu warned her of potential danger and informed her that individuals from the Black Tiger Hall were on their way to provide support. Su Xian was already aware of the relationship between Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan, but refrained from mentioning it prematurely, recognizing that Wen Yihuan took this matter seriously. Thus it was best for the parties involved to clarify their identities. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu prepared some food for himself and then took out the marriage certificate given to him by Old Master Han for examination. The back of the certificate was adorned with a pattern resembling a mountain range, albeit incomplete, and the map appeared to be hand-drawn, simplistic in nature. Han Ying had left without taking anything, leaving behind a laptop on the coffee table. Jiang Yu opened the computer to compare various maps. As Old Master Han had stated, he was unable to find a matching or similar location, leading him to question whether the old man had merely sketched it to deceive him. The task of comparing maps was extensive, and before he realized it, night had fallen. Through the window, he could see the playground of Tianyin University illuminated by high-pressure sodium lights, bustling with people, some strolling, some exercising, and others embracing in affection. Jiang Yu stood by the window, stretching lazily while pondering whether Han Ying might unexpectedly appear on the playground when, as if summoned, she walked into the living room, downcast. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Oh, what brings you here? Did you not say you would never return before our breakup? We have just gotten engaged. Who speaks of breaking up? Han Xiong entered, casting a stern glance at Jiang Yu. The old man announced your engagement in front of so many people. You must not take it lightly. Xiong Jia, What brings you here? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing trouble as the two relatives appeared together. On the day of the old man's birthday banquet, he had already been ensnared by these two. Calling me Qiong, you two are engaged now. You must refer to me as aunt from now on, understood? Han Qiong stated firmly. Jiang Yu teased, aren't you afraid I might call you old? Traditions must be upheld. Han Qiong, visiting Han Ying's rented apartment for the first time, surveyed the space and remarked, is this where my eldest niece resides? Do you find no issue with it? What is wrong with it? Han Ying sulked, ignoring Han Qiong. While Jiang Yu, intrigued, inquired further. Han Qiong replied, such a small place for living? How about I buy you a larger apartment nearby as an engagement gift? Jiang Yu gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the affluent spoke with such ease. Although the housing prices in Tianyuan City were not as steep as the provincial capital, they were still considerable. For this neighborhood, a 100-square-meter apartment would likely cost around $1.5 million. Han Qiong spoke of it as casually as if buying a toy for a child. I don't need it, aunt. Could you please allow me some peace? Han Ying remained dejected, unaffected by the prospect of such a lavish gift. Jiang Yu curiously remarked, what is wrong with her? Her face looks like a thundercloud. Who upset her? Han Qiong responded, who else could it be? Her father. Initially, Han Ying had planned to return home, but once there, Han Tianming incessantly nagged her about how unsuitable Jiang Yu was, insisting that the union with the Zhao family would be far more advantageous. Unable to bear it any longer, Han Ying retorted in defiance that if he mentioned Zhao Shua again, she would move in with Jiang Yu. Her father was unyielding, declaring that if she had the capability, she could do as she pleased. He would not provide her another cent, eager to see how long she could endure this arrangement. Han Qiong, reveling in the spectacle, promptly took Han Ying out, claiming to support her decision, insisting that since they were engaged, it was only fitting for them to reside together to nurture their relationship. She even suggested that if they ever needed money, they could approach her, as she was determined to oppose her elder brother. Han Ying had only made that statement in a fit of pique, but to her surprise, Han Qiong took it seriously. With her father having severed her financial support, she had no means to rent another place and was left with no choice but to return home. I have delivered her back to you. She is currently sulking. So you, her fiancé, ought to comfort her, Han Qiong advised. Jiang Yu, perplexed, asked, is it just about bringing her back? Han Qiong replied, it's also to familiarize ourselves. I still need to seek your medical expertise, don't I? Unaware of Jiang Yu's medical skills, Han Ying exclaimed, aunt, you're seeking treatment from him? Please don't let him deceive you. Han Qiong stated, there is something the family has not disclosed to you. Now that you are engaged, I believe it is essential for you to know. What is it? Actually, you and Jiang Yu were betrothed over a decade ago. What? Han Ying's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Han Qiong elucidated, years ago, your grandfather fell gravely ill, and despite the hospital's efforts, he was nearing the end. Fortunately, a renowned physician, Zhong, appeared and miraculously cured your grandfather's ailment. Subsequently, a marriage pact was established with Zhong. Why have you never mentioned this to me? What purpose would it serve? Zhong's whereabouts are ever-changing, and we can only wait for his disciple to present the marriage contract to us. That seems rather unjust. If he never returns, must I wait a lifetime? Certainly not. Zhong once proclaimed that if his disciple had not arrived by your 24th birthday, the marriage contract would automatically become void. Is that so? Jiang Yu expressed astonishment, as the old man had never disclosed that the contract would lapse. However, upon reflection, he surmised that the old man might have deliberately concealed this information, fearing that Jiang Yu, upon learning of the contract's expiration, would procrastinate in fulfilling it. Nevertheless, regardless of the contract's validity, Jiang Yu dared not delay, for each marriage document held vital clues about his lineage. Han Ying cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu. Are you truly the disciple of Zhong? Absolutely. Is your medical prowess genuinely so extraordinary? Why not allow me to examine your health, so you may experience it firsthand? Go away. Chapter 78. The young socialite having publicly announced their engagement. Han Ying found the earlier marriage contract somewhat acceptable. Yet, she felt a twinge of discontent, realizing she had been kept in the dark as the principal party involved. Once Han Qiong departed, Han Ying sat quietly on the sofa for a moment before suddenly rising and declaring, let us go. Accompany me for a drink. Feeling dejected, Jiang Yu readily agreed, hoping to drown her sorrows in revelry. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Yu inquired, which bar shall we visit? I'll call a cab. Han Ying replied languidly, what bar? My father has cut off my funds. I can't afford it. As she spoke, she strolled towards a barbecue stall near the school. She had not yet secured employment and had no savings. Whenever she needed money, her father would readily transfer funds, allowing her to spend as she wished. Thus, with Han Tianming suddenly halting her financial support, she found herself in dire straits, though Han Xiong had generously provided her with 100,000 yuan. 100,000 is no trifling sum, yet for Han Ying, it could sometimes equate to merely a day's expenses. Consequently, she deemed it insufficient and resolved to budget meticulously. Near Tianjin University lies a bustling street of delicacies, thriving with business every evening. By 9 o'clock, the barbecue stalls are typically teeming with patrons. She ordered a selection of barbecue and a case of beer, opting not to toast with Jiang Yu, instead consuming a bottle solo in quick succession. As the belle of Tianjin University, Han Ying's presence naturally drew attention. Many male students had fantasized about being the one seated beside her, fostering feelings of envy towards Jiang Yu. However, they dared not provoke him, for he was a legendary figure at the school, known as the one who could single-handedly take on 7 opponents. After downing a bottle of alcohol without uttering a word, Han Ying's silence made Jiang Yu somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to seek conversation. By the way, why do I get the impression that your aunt consistently opposes your father? What is the nature of their strained sibling relationship? It is not merely my father's authoritarian nature that troubles me. A few years ago, my aunt found herself a boyfriend devoid of status or recognition, and my father, with a heavy hand, shattered their romance. Since then, my aunt has harbored a lingering resentment, opposing my father at every turn. If your father were to sever our bond, would you not become the next Han Xiong? Do not flatter yourself. Han Ying rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that you are merely a tool in my hands. It remains unclear how Wei Yong caught wind of the situation. But upon hearing that Jiang Yu and Han Ying were enjoying skewers at the snack street, he shamelessly appeared, determined to play the unwelcome third wheel. Wang Ruoqi held a disdain for Wei Yong, yet Han Ying felt differently. Of course, Han Ying harbored no fondness for Wei Yong either. Treating him as but a transparent presence, his existence or absence made no difference, as she was not on a date with Jiang Yu. Wei Yong, however, wasted no time and ordered an abundance of meat skewers, insisting, "You two chat, don't mind me." Yet Han Ying winced at the sight of the meat. It seemed he intended to indulge without regard for the bill. "How long has it been since you last had meat? Could you perhaps order something vegetarian?" she inquired. Wei Yong looked bewildered. It was well known in their circle that Han Ying hailed from a wealthy family and was renowned for her generosity. Thus, it puzzled him that she would be displeased by his request for skewers. This was not the Han Ying they knew. In the past, during their time at the bar, she would not bat an eye at spending tens of thousands on a bottle of wine. Wei Yong pondered, could it be due to Wang Ruoqi? The skewer he had just taken a bite of became lodged in his throat, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Jiang Yu kindly suggested, Han Ying is not the same as before. She is no longer the spendthrift she once was. Wei Yong mused, has the Han family gone bankrupt? Han Ying shot him a glare and retorted, your family is the one that's bankrupt. Can you not speak? I apologize, sister-in-law. It is my fault for lacking tact. Wei Yong quickly offered his apologies, glancing at the mound of skewers with a troubled expression, unsure of how to proceed, as they could not be returned. Jiang Yu calmly reassured him, eat freely. This meal is on me. Although he was not as affluent as Han Ying, he could certainly afford a meal of barbecue. And given Wei Yong's previous efforts in assisting him, it was only right to reward him. His strategy had proven effective as well. Wei Yong's relentless pursuit of Wang Ruoqi had made her hesitant to show her face in the dormitory, thereby reducing her interference with Han Ying. Wei Yong's presence had incited envy among many. Being able to enjoy skewers with Han Ying was indeed a stroke of luck. However, Jiang Yu's reputation as a formidable figure was not to be taken lightly, and few dared approach them casually. Nevertheless, exceptions always exist. While students within the school feared the formidable Jiang Yu, outsiders were far less intimidated, as they had never heard of his infamous reputation. Numerous young men from the surrounding area frequented the snack street each evening, their intentions clear. Their targets were the attractive female students, with some merely seeking a WeChat contact, while others were more brazen, concocting excuses to take advantage of the situation. Indeed, for young men swaggered into the snack street, their eyes scanning the surroundings in search of beautiful female students. Hey, classmate, how about we exchange WeChat? Classmate, why not join me for a drink at the bar? Classmate, your hairstyle today is quite lovely. I must say, I admire it. They approached the beautiful ones without hesitation, often crossing the line. The students are generally reluctant to provoke these delinquents, opting instead to endure in silence or hastily retreat. Anger without expression has become the norm. However, today, someone has set a trap for these ruffians. A male student approached them and said, "Brother gang, there's a stunning beauty over there, a true campus goddess." Instantly intrigued, they inquired, "Does the campus goddess indulge in barbecue stalls?" Where? As they turned their gaze, upon seeing Han Ying, their eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, she is beautiful. One cannot deny the exceptional quality of the campus goddess at Tianjin University. "Brothers, let us go join her." They marched boldly towards Han Ying, their lustful gazes nearly indescribable. The nearby students, while eating, stifled their laughter and whispered among themselves. "Look at their disgusting expressions. Ever since they arrived, I've lost my appetite." These miscreants routinely harass female students, but today, at last, someone is poised to put them in their place. The owner of the food stall gave a thumbs up to the student who had set the trap. "Well done." Each time these delinquents show up, the shopkeepers are left exasperated. The student murmured, "The leader, Chao Gang, is exceedingly arrogant, relying on his years of martial arts training. As if he believes no one can handle them. Chao Gang's skills are indeed formidable. Can Han Ying's companion measure up? He must, for he is a legendary figure at our school, capable of taking on 7 opponents. Chapter 79. A good fight. Jiang Yu is not a student of Tianjin University, yet he is a legendary figure there. Forcing young master Zhao to kneel in apology will surely be spoken of for years to come. "Beauty, do you mind if we share a table?" Chao Gang inquired, disregarding whether Han Ying cared or not, as he pulled over 4 chairs, pushing Wei Yong aside. Jiang Yu's expression darkened as he asked Wei Yong, "Are they your friends?" Wei Yong shook his head, "I do not know them." Jiang Yu then turned to Han Ying, "Are they your friends?" Han Ying also shook her head, "I do not recognize them." As the daughter of the Han family, she was not particularly intimidated by these delinquents, calmly enjoying her skewers. Even if they were unaware of her identity, Jiang Yu was by her side. She felt no concern. Jiang Yu, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, "Gentlemen, we do not have a custom of sharing tables. Kindly find another place." Though his tone was polite, Chao Gang and his companions paid no heed, their eyes fixated solely on Han Ying. "Beauty, your hairstyle is quite lovely. Where did you get it done?" one of them said, reaching out to touch Han Ying's hair. Smack! Jiang Yu slammed his palm on the table, admonishing, "Are you deaf?" Chao Gang, while munching on a skewer, nonchalantly replied, "If you don't want to get beaten, it's best to keep quiet." The one reaching for Han Ying's hair did not relent, and she did not flinch either. Instead, she looked at Jiang Yu and calmly remarked, "As my fiancé, is this how you choose to gaze at me? Oh, young man, you are indeed fortunate." Chao Gang continued to jest about Jiang Yu, remarking on how such a beautiful girl must surely be rather enticing. "Enticing my foot." Before Jiang Yu could react, Wei Yong hurled a bottle at Chao Gang's head, cursing vehemently, "How dare you disrespect my sister-in-law? What do you think you are?" Wei Yong, typically a timid individual, a fact Jiang Yu was well aware of, was now bravely defending both himself and his fiancée, which moved Jiang Yu deeply. Of course, Wei Yong's audacity stemmed from his unwavering trust in Jiang Yu. He knew she would not abandon him in a brawl. Suddenly, the 3 other young men sprang to their feet, brandishing chairs to strike Wei Yong. "You must be out of your mind to challenge our brother gang." As they swung their chairs, a series of swift sounds pierced the air, and 3 chopsticks flew forth. "Ah!" the trio cried out in unison, their chairs clattering to the ground as they trembled in pain, grimacing in agony. At that moment, Chao Gang coldly smirked and leisurely rose to his feet. He touched his head, realizing that Wei Yong's bottle had not left him bloodied. With eyes like a venomous serpent, he fixed his gaze on Wei Yong. "Do you have any idea what price you will pay for this?" The menace in Chao Gang's eyes made Wei Yong's heart skip a beat. However, a glance at Jiang Yu rekindled his resolve. "Do you think I fear you?" "Very well," Chao Gang declared as he took a giant step forward, executing a grappling move that seized Wei Yong's shoulder. "Ah!" Wei Yong screamed, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter. "Feeling pain now?" Chao Gang said coldly. "Knowing pain is good. I just learned a technique for dislocating bones, and you shall be my practice dummy." Upon hearing the term bone dislocation technique, Wei Yong's face drained of color. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as a bone was dislocated, causing a cold sweat to bead on Chao Gang's forehead. He staggered back 2 steps, his left arm dangling uselessly, having been dislocated. "The bone dislocation technique seems rather formidable. I would like to experience it myself," Jiang Yu declared with a chilling demeanor. Wei Yong swiftly darted behind Jiang Yu for protection. Han Ying remained seated, calmly sipping her drink and skewering meat, stating nonchalantly, "Jiang Yu's treating, Sit down and enjoy the show. Jiang Yu's swift takedown of Chao Gang's shoulder had also frightened the other three young men, who now cowered behind him. With venomous eyes, Chao Gang glared at Jiang Yu, gritting his teeth. So, you are a practitioner as well. No wonder you are so arrogant. With a hint of skill, he grasped his left arm and forcefully twisted it back into place. He then flexed his arms, a sinister grin spreading across his face. It's rare to encounter a worthy opponent. I hope you don't kneel and beg for mercy too soon. As the words left his lips, Chao Gang lunged at Jiang Yu with a powerful strike, creating a gust of wind. The three young men behind him shouted, "Brother Gang, finish him off." Everyone except Han Ing scattered, fearing they might become collateral damage. Students gathered around, silently cheering for Jiang Yu, though they dared not voice their support. Bang! Jiang Yu remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain, waiting for Chao Gang to approach before casually delivering a single punch. However, Chao Gang's palm struck as if it were hitting iron, causing him to stagger back approximately 3 meters before he could regain his balance. He adjusted his breath and launched another assault, this time with significantly increased speed, launching a flurry of punches that dazzled the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, Chao Gang unleashed 36 strikes, each infused with his utmost strength. Yet, Jiang Yu remained rooted, shifting not an inch, effortlessly using a single hand to deflect and parry Chao Gang's relentless barrage. Eventually, Jiang Yu seized upon a flaw in Chao Gang's defense, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Oomph! Chao Gang emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward. Had it not been for the support of the three young men beside him, he might have toppled over. Nevertheless, even with their combined effort to absorb the impact, Chao Gang was pushed back over 10 meters, struggling to catch his breath. His face flushed with exertion. Jiang Yu smirked disdainfully. "Is that all you've got?" The surrounding students felt invigorated, secretly cheering and applauding. Enraged, Chao Gang bellowed, "I'm serious now." He assumed a hoarse stance, inhaling deeply, his energy sinking to his dantian. In the next moment, Chao Gang approached with a distinctive gait, continuously altering his techniques, each movement creating a rustle in his clothing. "It is commendable that you possess such skill at your age, but alas, it is misapplied," Jiang Yu remarked sagely before launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Yu's speed was unfathomable. Chao Gang found himself momentarily dazed, his mind blanking on the techniques he had learned, unsure of how to defend himself. The martial arts of the world cannot be withstood, only speed remains unbroken. Jiang Yu struck first, and with a resounding crack, Chao Gang was sent flying like a straw doll, one arm grotesquely twisted as if it were a brittle branch. With a heavy thud, Chao Gang crashed to the ground, prompting the onlooking students to erupt in cheers. Well done. Chapter 80, A Grand Display. The three young men were left dumbfounded. Having followed Chao Gang for countless brawls, they had never witnessed him falter when he took the lead. He often fought against multiple opponents and had never tasted defeat. To see him lose in a one-on-one confrontation was unprecedented. With one arm broken by Jiang Yu, Chao Gang gritted his teeth and, enduring the excruciating pain, rose to his feet, proclaiming, "Today, I concede. We are leaving." But Jiang Yu was not inclined to let him go. "Did I permit your departure? You insolent fool." Chao Gang turned back, glaring furiously. Jiang Yu replied calmly, "Indeed. I intend to press my advantage. Breaking one of your hands does not satisfy my desire for retribution." He slowly advanced, causing Chao Gang's heart to race with trepidation, prompting him to retreat repeatedly. "If you dare lay a finger on me again, I swear you shall spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair." Chao Gang continued to bluster, while the three young men beside him added their voices in solidarity. Brother Gang is the nephew of Master Chao Bin, a martial arts grandmaster in Tianyan City. If you dare to act recklessly, Master Chao will not let you off lightly. At this moment, Wei Yong scoffed. "As if anyone here isn't a master. Listen well, you lot. Standing before you is the esteemed martial arts master, Jiang Yu, acknowledged even by the head of the Tianxing Martial Arts School. With such youthful audacity to masquerade as a master, I scoff." Chao Gang spat and swiftly turned to flee. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of jeers, while Jiang Yu picked up a chopstick from the table and, in an instant, hurled it forth. Whoosh! The chopstick flew like a bullet, and before Chao Gang could escape a few paces, a pain scream escaped his lips as the chopstick pierced through his right palm, blood gushing forth. Not daring to linger, Chao Gang fled desperately, but not before turning back to curse. "Damn it, just you wait." Unfazed, Jiang Yu resumed his barbecue feast. The crowd that had dispersed moments ago returned to their seats, animatedly discussing Jiang Yu's decisive handling of Chao Gang. At that moment, the kind-hearted barbecue vendor approached and advised, "Young man, you should leave quickly. I shall not charge you for this meal." Jiang Yu replied cheerfully, "Such generosity? However, I am not one to dine without paying." The vendor insisted, "I am doing this for your own good. I've heard of Master Chao Bin, reputed as the foremost expert in Tianjin City. If he arrives, you might find it impossible to leave." The mention of the top expert chilled Wei Yong to the bone. While he believed in Jiang Yu's prowess, he did not think Jiang Yu could stand against the best. Han Ning, who had been silent for a while, suddenly stood up, wiped her mouth, and declared, "I am full. You settle the bill." With that, she walked away. The vendor prepared the bill, packaging the leftovers. Jiang Yu paid and handed the takeaway to Wei Yong, then hurried after Han Ning, a warm feeling swelling within him. "Worried about me?" he asked with a grin. Han Ning shot back, "Why are you so conceited? I'm not worried about you." Though she didn't articulate it, he understood. If not for her concern over Jiang Yu facing retaliation from Master Chao, she would not have abruptly left. "You understand nothing. I simply wanted to return home to rest after a satisfying meal. In truth, there's no need for concern. The top expert in Tianjin City may not even be my match." "Huh? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Just because you bested Chao Gang, you think you can strut about? Do you think the title of the top expert in Tianjin City is merely a fade? I genuinely wonder where your confidence stems from. If Chao Gang truly seeks vengeance, you cannot escape. So now you're frightened?" Han Ning shot him a sidelong glance. "Regardless, you are still the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. I will speak to my father, urging him to find a way to mediate. Give me a break. Your father dislikes me immensely. He would relish the thought of my demise. Once I'm gone, he can rightfully marry you off to Zhao Shua." Han Ning halted abruptly. Turning to Jiang Yu with conviction, "Rest assured, I will exhaust every means to ensure your safety." Jiang Yu chuckled, "I knew you were concerned about me." "I can't be bothered with you," she retorted, sweeping away, returning home to immediately call Han Xiong for assistance. Still upset with her father, she would only seek his help as a last resort. She spent half an hour conversing with Han Xiong in her chamber. The following morning, Han Xiong arrived bright and early, knocking at the door. Jiang Yu and Han Ning were still in a state of drowsiness. Last night marked their first night under the same roof, and Han Ning harbored considerable anxiety, fearing that Jiang Yu might possess questionable character. Her concerns lingered until the early hours of the morning, when she finally succumbed to a deep slumber. As for Jiang Yu, he had spent a considerable amount of time online researching, resulting in a late bedtime. Upon hearing the doorbell, both rose from their slumber. Jiang Yu went to answer the door while Han Ning, clad in her pajamas, sat yawning on the sofa. Upon seeing Han Xiong, Jiang Yu expressed his displeasure, saying, "Sister Qiong, why disturb one's peaceful dreams so early in the morning? You ought to call me Andy." Han Xiong retorted sharply, "Do you think I wish to be here at this hour? I am here for your sake." "For me?" Jiang Yu was perplexed, unaware of Han Ying's request for her aunt's assistance the previous night. Han Xiong continued, "I heard you injured Chao Bin, Master Chao's nephew, yesterday. You certainly have a knack for attracting trouble. Did Han Ning tell you?" Jiang Yu asked. "Then you must understand my reasons for confronting him. If I were unaware, I wouldn't have come to assist you. After all, you acted for my niece. We are in the right here, and it should be easy to settle this matter. Freshen up, and I will take you to buy some items and pay a visit to Master Chao. I shall accompany you." Han Ning suddenly perked up and dashed into the washroom, eager to witness the prowess of the most formidable master in Tianjin City. Jiang Yu initially had no desire to go, but Han Xiong's incessant chatter proved unbearable. He acquiesced to her wishes, seeking a moment of peace. Han Xiong demonstrated her sincere intent for reconciliation, spending over 100,000 on gifts for the visit. Master Chao resided on Luda Mountain, outside the city, where he had constructed a small courtyard at the mountainside, favoring the tranquility that such a locale offered to martial artists. Han Xiong led Jiang Yu and Han Ning to the entrance, and after knocking, they were greeted by a young man, a disciple of Master Chao. "I'm sorry, but the master is not receiving visitors today." They were met with a firm refusal, without even being asked for their identities. Han Xiong politely requested, "Please inform him that Han Xiong from Han Group is here." Upon hearing the name of the Han Group, the disciple granted them due respect and promptly went inside to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, he returned, shaking his head, "I'm sorry, but the master insists that you leave." Han Xiong smiled. "Then please ensure these gifts are delivered to Master Chao. We shall visit again another day." After taking the items inside, Han Ning grumbled, "This person certainly has an inflated sense of importance. In the courtyard, Chao Gang knelt properly before the altar, his left arm in a cast and his right hand bandaged. Before him stood an elder nearing 60, sporting a goat-like beard and clad in gray martial arts attire, with his hands clasped behind his back. You've always been one to stir up trouble. Perhaps now you realize that there are greater talents beyond your own. With your meager skills, you have brought shame upon me. This seemingly unremarkable elder was none other than Chao Bin, the foremost martial artist in Tianyin City, who was both Chao Gang's uncle and master. Chao Gang, refusing to admit fault, insisted, "Uncle, I've been beaten to this state. You must avenge me." "Avenge you? How dare you speak of revenge? Do you even know whom you provoked yesterday?" Chao Gang muttered, his eyes ablaze at the mere mention of Jiang Yu. With a sudden motion, Chao Bin retrieved his phone and threw a photograph onto the table before Chao Gang, exclaiming, "Look for yourself." The image depicted Han Ying. Chao Gang, bewildered, inquired, "Uncle, do you know that female student?" "Humph." Chao Bin scoffed coldly. "Do you have any idea who she is? She is the daughter of the Han family. And you had the audacity to flirt with her." Chao Gang chuckled. "So she is the heiress of the Han family. No wonder she is so beautiful." Crack. Chao Bin slapped Chao Gang across the face, scolding, "What nonsense fills your head? Just moments ago, they came to our door." Chao Gang shrugged off the warning. "So what? Do you think they would dare lay a finger on you, uncle? They cannot harm me. But do you truly believe that brute force can resolve everything?" "At the very least, it can address most issues," Chao Gang murmured. "Uncle, even if she is the Han family's daughter, wouldn't Han Tianming still show you some respect? I might have been beaten, but I am indifferent. The real concern is your reputation. You think I care about my reputation while I am out here causing chaos? So what? Should we swallow our pride and be submissive?" Chao Bin turned away, clasping his hands behind his back, murmuring, "Revenge must be taken. But the time is not yet ripe." Chao Gang immediately leaned closer and asked, "Uncle, when will the time be right?" Chao Bin's expression darkened. "Did I permit you to rise?" Chao Gang obediently knelt back down. With narrowed eyes, Chao Bin gazed at the distant mountains, a glint of chill in his gaze. On the way back, Han Ying continuously complained about Chao Bin's arrogance. Jiang Yu, however, remained unfazed, reclining in the back seat with his eyes closed. Han Ying, visibly displeased, remarked, "We were turned away, and you still have the composure to sleep?" Jiang Yu slightly opened his eyes and shrugged. "What else should I do? Should I kneel at the door and plead for an audience? Have you been watching too many dramas? Hey, what kind of attitude is that? We are helping you. Did I ever request your assistance? I already mentioned that Master Chao might not even be my match. Why should we grovel for a reconciliation?" Han Xiong interjected, "In business, it's better to resolve enmities than to create them. Having more friends is preferable to having more enemies. Besides, Master Chao holds significant influence in Tianyin City. But Master Chao clearly disregarded us. He is merely trying to intimidate us. That's all right. I shall return tomorrow." Han Xiong seemed genuinely invested in the matter, treating Jiang Yu as if he were already a member of the Han family. She drove Han Ying back to school, simultaneously insisting that Jiang Yu exit the vehicle, under the pretense of encouraging him to attend classes and broaden his knowledge. In reality, she was forcing Jiang Yu to develop a bond with Han Ying. She even wielded their engagement as leverage, warning Jiang Yu that if he did not comply with her wishes, he could forget about obtaining the marriage certificate from the Han family. Unbeknownst to Han Xiong, Jiang Yu had already secured the marriage certificate. Yet, he dared not reveal this to her, for once unveiled, the old man's affairs would inevitably come to light. He had promised the old gentleman to find an appropriate moment to deliver the letter to the Han family, and he was determined to honor that commitment. Jiang Yu accompanied Han Ying to the teaching building, attracting a considerable amount of attention. Han Ying was the belle of Tianyin University, always captivating those around her. Jiang Yu, a legendary figure at the university, had recently added a remarkable chapter to his saga by decisively defeating Chao Gang the previous night. In front of the teaching building, they encountered Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi appeared quite haggard these past few days, lacking energy, yet upon spotting Jiang Yu, she seemed to be invigorated as if she had received an adrenaline rush. She immediately approached and linked arms with Han Ying, pulling her away from Jiang Yu. "How shameless can you be? You're merely a tool, aren't you? Is it amusing to cling to my Han Ying every day?" "Amusing? Of course it is. The joy in this situation, I dare say, resonates with both Wei Yong and myself." Upon hearing Wei Yong's name, Wang Ruoqi became alert, akin to a startled rooster, glancing around anxiously. "Hey, Ruoqi, good morning." Wei Yong emerged like a ghost, extending a hand to greet Wang Ruoqi with a broad smile. Wang Ruoqi, overwhelmed, released Han Ing and dashed into the teaching building. Jiang Yu gave Wei Yong a thumbs up, remarking, as the old saying goes, every creature has its match. Han Ing, exasperated, advised, Wei Yong, could you tone it down a bit? If this continues, I fear Ruoqi will truly lose her mind. Pursuing a girl is not done in this manner. She shook her head and entered the building. Jiang Yu patted Wei Yong on the shoulder, saying, don't mind her nonsense, just keep at it. Look, you've already made significant progress. Wang Ruoqi isn't even scolding you anymore. Wei Yong chuckled, I shall certainly persevere. Jiang Yu only escorted Han Ing to the entrance of the building. As he had no intention of attending classes, he had pressing matters to attend to. He originally planned to visit Jiyun Company to find Wen Qiyun. But Jin, who called to inform him that Wen Yihuan would be returning and would likely arrive at the company around 11 o'clock. Thus, Jiang Yu went directly to Yuyin Company to wait, keeping his phone readily available. Although the boss was absent, the employees continued their work diligently, bustling about since early morning as they focused on promoting the new products of Mengdai Group. He made his way to Wen Yihuan's office and reclined on the sofa, while the head of the HR department kindly brought him a cup of tea. The staff could clearly see that Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan shared a close relationship, and many sought to ingratiate themselves with him. You arrived quite early, Jiang Yu. Have some tea. President Wen is returning today, but she probably won't be here until noon. The HR manager placed the tea on the coffee table and continued, our President Wen is truly remarkable, defeating He Qingyuan to secure the contract with Mengdai Group. Our company will undoubtedly soar to great heights, just like her name. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? How does her name signify soaring? Don't you know? Our President Wen's real name isn't Wen Yihuan. She is called Wen Fuyao, Fuyao, soaring high to the heavens. Chapter 82. The plan. Jiang Yu was taken aback for approximately 10 seconds. Wen Fuyao? Are you joking? He could hardly believe his ears. His reaction was quite intense, leaving even the Minister of Human Resources feeling somewhat insecure. Indeed, it was Wen Fuyao, as the name boldly proclaimed on her desk. Chairwoman Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu rushed forward, scrutinizing the nameplate for an eternity, incredulously exclaiming, no way, no way. The general manager is Wen Fuyao? The fiancé he had searched for so long was right beneath his nose, and they had cohabited under the same roof for such an extended period. Why hadn't she confided in him? Why the secrecy? Reflecting back, Jiang Yu recalled that when he first met her, she had stated her purpose for visiting Tianjin City was to annul the engagement with Han Ing and Wen Fuyao. Was she unaware? Or was it merely a case of sharing the same name? The revelation of Wen Fuyao left Jiang Yu astounded. Yet he hesitated to confirm if this was indeed his fiancée. He would have to confront Wen Fuyao directly upon her return. His mind was in turmoil. He had always believed that Wen Yihuan was a wonderful person, gentle, kind-hearted, and understanding. Whoever married her would be fortunate. Yet, due to his numerous engagements, he had refrained from getting too close. The Wen Fuyao, who was bound to her by a contract, was a stranger to him, and the prospect of breaking that engagement weighed lightly on his conscience. But now, everything had changed. Wen Yihuan was Wen Fuyao. The woman he admired had become one with his fiancée, and he found himself wavering. How was he to approach her about this marriage? Should he still consider the annulment? For the next few hours, Jiang Yu was mired in conflict. At 10:30, Jin, who called to inform him that Wen Fuyao had safely arrived in Tianjin City. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, rendering him hesitant to face Wen Fuyao. He paced back and forth in the office, endlessly examining the nameplate. At 10:45, Wen Fuyao arrived at the company. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu was in his office, she rushed over, disregarding her image. As she reached the office door, she halted abruptly, their gazes locking in silence. Su Xian stood at the entrance, her expression peculiar, as an indescribable feeling stirred within her. Wen Yihuan took a deep breath before slowly stepping inside, softly inquiring, "You already know?" The moment those words escaped her lips, Jiang Yu found his answer. It was she. The woman before him was indeed his fiancée, Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu forced a wry smile. With such a conspicuous nameplate here, it would be impossible not to know. Wen Fuyao, oh Wen Fuyao, you've concealed this from me so well. Wen Fuyao's face was filled with remorse. I apologize. I had my reasons. When I first met you, I was unaware of your character. So even though there was an engagement, I wished to observe you for a while longer. And now, your actions suggest that my assessment is complete. Indeed, you are a person worthy of lifelong commitment. However, I am aware that you are engaged to Han Ing. Yet, I am also your fiancée. My father stated that Han Ing and I are still on the same starting line. Speaking of your father, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss on how to confront Wen Fuyao regarding their engagement and diverted the topic. He must have known my identity already, hasn't he? He recognized it the first time he saw you. Is he the owner of Jiang Company? Yes. You and your father truly leave me speechless. Jiang Yu shook his head, expressing his frustration. I have visited Jiang Company several times, and during that period, I even had a few chance encounters with your father. Yet, I, Jiang Yu, have never felt so thoroughly manipulated before. Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao's heart sank, and she hastily explained, please do not hold it against my father. It was I who asked him to keep this from you. In fact, he struggled greatly to conceal it and urged me several times to be honest with you. She approached Jiang Yu, their distance shrinking to less than a meter, gazing at him with deep affection. Now that you know who I am, what are your intentions regarding our engagement? Jiang Yu had originally come to annul the engagement, but at that moment, he found himself unable to utter the words. That night, as he moved out from Wen Fuyao's home, he witnessed her sorrow and heartbreak, and he could not bear to inflict further pain upon her. Wen Fuyao anxiously awaited Jiang Yu's response, her heart racing like a startled deer. We shall discuss this matter later. I have something important to confer with you about. Jiang Yu once again diverted the topic, yet Wen Fuyao smiled brightly, releasing a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Yu did not mention the annulment, it signified that there was still room for negotiation. She cheerfully took a seat and inquired, what is it? It concerns Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Recently, I traveled to Linzhou City to treat the vice president of Shangya Group, and she offered me a strategy to deal with Jiang Yuan. Shangya Group? Wen Fuyao was astonished. Jiang Yuan was the general agent of Shangya Group in Tianjin City. How could their vice president assist you in confronting Jiang Yuan? She worried that Jiang Yu might be deceived. Rest assured, Lin she still requires my follow-up treatment, so she is unlikely to be dishonest. Please listen to my plan. Jiang Yu's scheme was to masquerade as a prominent businessman and spread rumors of a substantial 20 million contract with Jiang Company. Once Jiang Yuan caught wind of this, he, eager to undermine Jiang Company, would undoubtedly attempt to sabotage or intercept the deal. As soon as he intervened, half of the plan would be successfully executed. Wen Fuyao remarked, the plan is feasible, but will Jiang Yuan fall for it? Jiang Yu replied, firstly, Jiang Yuan is obsessed with wealth. A 20 million contract would yield him at least 2 to 3 million in profit. Secondly, he harbors deep-seated hatred towards you. He will certainly obstruct anything beneficial to you. Combining these two factors, I am confident he will be deceived. However, Wen Fuyao still harbored doubts. Even if he is deceived, when it comes time to sign the contract, Jiang Yuan will undoubtedly demand a 20% deposit up front. We are currently focused on promoting the products of Mengdai Group, and I do not possess such liquid capital at this moment. I had not considered that, Jiang Yu mused, furrowing his brow. He was financially constrained and unable to produce such a sum as bait. Just then, Su Xian entered, casually suggesting, aren't you the prospective son-in-law of the Han family? Borrowing 400,000 shouldn't be too difficult, right? Her tone was peculiar, leaving uncertainty whether she was genuinely offering advice or teasing Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu responded, how could that be possible? Setting aside whether they would lend me the money, if they were to inquire why I needed such a large sum, how could I explain it? To assist another woman? It is evident that such a plan would not work, especially since he was merely a tool in this arrangement. After pondering for a while, Wen Fuyao suddenly inquired, Su Xian, how much does the Tingyun Merchant Association still owe us? 3,200,000, came the response. Chapter 83, Debt Collection. The Tingyun Merchant Association was founded by Du Lang, a man with a questionable background, colloquially known as Wolf Brother in the underworld. The early success of the association mirrored that of the Black Tiger Hall, yet Du Lang possessed a sharper business acumen than Jin Hu, adept at risk avoidance. Several years prior, he transformed the hall into a merchant association, gaining numerous local business owners as members. Many individuals associated with the association, including their wives and girlfriends, purchased cosmetics predominantly from stores under the Jiang Company, yet they seldom settled their bills, opting instead to charge their purchases to the Tingyun Merchant Association. Over 2 to 3 years, the debt accumulated to over 3 million. Wen Fuyao had previously attempted to collect the debt, but each time she was met with disappointment. Du Lang neither outright denied the debt nor confirmed it, consistently deferring payment with empty promises. However, it was evident to discerning minds that he intended to default. Wen Fuyao felt reluctant to offend either the Black Tiger Hall or the Tingyun Merchant Association. And given that her business had been thriving without any liquidity issues in recent years, she had refrained from pressing for payment recently. Su Xian remained skeptical, believing it would be challenging to recover the funds. President 1, perhaps we should consider alternative approaches. The Tingyun Merchant Association is not to be trifled with, she suggested. Wen Yihuan sighed, expressing her disdain for dealing with such individuals. Suddenly, Jiang Yu interjected, it is only just and proper to repay debts. We shall reclaim what the Tingyun Merchant Association owes us. The remaining 800,000 will then be inconsequential. Su Xian scoffed, and how do you propose to collect it? Are you going to do it yourself? Jiang Yu confidently proclaimed, of course, I will go. While I am pursuing the debt, you should ensure that He Qingyuan hears about it. When Fuyao cautioned, I understand what needs to be done. But are you truly prepared to face the Tingyun Merchant Association alone? Jiang Yu was indeed capable. Yet when Fuyao understood that one's fists could only do so much against many, Su Xian suggested, why don't I accompany him? Jiang Yu retorted, what purpose would you serve? To be a cheerleader? Su Xian coldly replied, in case you get into trouble, I can at least call an ambulance. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her sudden hostility. Had he inadvertently offended her? Upon glancing at the nameplate, he experienced a moment of realization. Could it be that she was aware of his engagement to Wen Fuyao and was thus consumed by jealousy? This woman certainly had an unusual disposition. Hand me the ledger. I will handle this alone. You all can await my good news here, Jiang Yu declared, brimming with confidence. If he could not even reclaim a ledger, all the years of martial training would have been in vain. Finally, when Fuyao retrieved the ledger from her drawer, cautioning, be careful, if you truly cannot recover the debt, we shall devise another plan. Your safety is paramount. Her concern for Jiang Yu was apparent and unmasked. I am off to work. Su Xian huffed, turning away in a huff. As Jiang Yu exited with the ledger, he caught Su Xian's hostile gaze, causing him to shudder. A jealous woman truly was formidable. After having lunch, Jiang Yu took a taxi at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the end of Mingyang Street, where a 6-story building stood. A plaque bearing the name Tingyun Chamber of Commerce hung at the entrance, its golden letters dancing upon a black background. A few idlers gathered at the door, smoking and chatting. As Jiang Yu approached, they surrounded him with unfriendly expressions. Who are you looking for? One of them inquired. Jiang Yu replied politely, I am from Yuyan Company. My name is Jiang Yu, and I am here to settle accounts with Boss Du Jiang Yu. Here to collect debts? The group erupted in laughter. Kid, do you even know where this is? How dare you come here to demand payment? Are you tired of living? Repaying debts is a matter of principle, Jiang Yu stated calmly. One of them retorted, get lost. We owe money to Wen Yihuan, the boss of Yuyan Company. This has nothing to do with you. If you want to collect, have her come personally. Jiang Yu replied coolly. President Wen has entrusted me with full authority to handle this matter. Hey, you're asking for trouble, aren't you? Brothers, teach him a lesson. One of them immediately raised his leg, aiming a kick at Jiang Yu's abdomen. With a swift motion, Jiang Yu struck down with his palm, causing the assailant to split into a painful position on the ground, his face turning green from the agony. Who do you think you are? Acting like a lord when you owe money? Call your superior out here. Who do you think you are to even want to see our wolf brother? Another taunted as the others closed in, ready to impart a thorough lesson to Jiang Yu. With a sharp slap, Jiang Yu sent one of them flying back 2 to 3 meters. Before the man could even scream, Jiang Yu jumped and executed a sweeping kick, sending the remaining assailants crashing to the ground. In a flash, he dashed forward and slipped into the Chamber of Commerce. Since they refused to summon Du Lang, Jiang Yu decided to seek him out personally. Upon entering, Jiang Yu bellowed, Who is Du Lang? Come out here. His roar undoubtedly stirred the ire of the chamber. And within moments, the members surged forward, armed and ready for confrontation. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Yu found himself encircled by 40 individuals, their weapons clanging against the floor, their eyes filled with disdain as if he were a fool. In this day and age, someone dares to stir trouble here? Kid, do you want to die? You must be tired of living. You think you can call out our wolf brother's name? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Unfazed by the threats, Jiang Yu remained as steady as a mountain. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a middle-aged man with a bald head descended, a 2-inch-long scar running down his face, giving him a fearsome appearance. Wolf brother. The 40 individuals shouted in unison, their voices resonating with authority. The bald man, Du Lang, the head of the chamber, approached Jiang Yu, and someone promptly brought him a chair. After sitting down, another person handed him a cigar, which he lit with a leisurely draw. Du Lang inhaled deeply, slowly releasing smoke rings before finally speaking. I hear you have come to collect debts from me? Jiang Yu retrieved the ledger that Wen Fuyao had given him and stated, This document records the debts owed by the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce to the Yuyan Company. Would you like me to recite them for you, one by one? The young man displayed audacity, but if he intended to reclaim money from me, he ought to first consult my brothers to see if they would consent. Mr. Du, are you attempting to leverage your numbers to evade your debts? Jiang Yu retorted with a cold smile. Is having a multitude truly impressive? If he feared the crowd, he would not have come to collect debts. Du Lang pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yu and admonished, Young man, you must think before you speak. Here, I may overlook your youthful ignorance. But should you dare to claim I am defaulting on debts and tarnishing my reputation outside, I will show no mercy. With that, he rose and turned, declaring, Show him out. Chapter 84. I offer you the chance to call for help. Show me out? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, for Mr. Du's actions would make it difficult for him to report back. A voice from the crowd jested, Kid, don't refuse a toast only to suffer a penalty drink. If you don't leave now, you might find yourself carried out later. So, is Mr. Du threatening me? Upon hearing this, Du Lang turned back, a hint of menace flaring in his brow. You have 10 seconds, he said, raising his hand to check his watch. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Du Lang counted down, an unusual silence enveloped the chamber. Jiang Yu chose not to interrupt and patiently awaited the conclusion of his count. 3, 2, 1. Upon finishing, Du Lang uttered no further words but simply beckoned with his finger. Instantly, 2 men brandished baseball bats and swung them towards Jiang Yu. He had already extended an opportunity, yet Jiang Yu had failed to appreciate it. Recognizing that Du Lang was not a reasonable man, Jiang Yu refrained from further dialogue. With a surge of strength, he evaded the baseball bats and executed a powerful move. Bang! The young man wielding the bat was sent flying, colliding with the crowd and toppling several others, leaving the assailant unconscious. His initial strike astonished Du Lang. With extensive experience and having encountered several martial arts masters in Tianyan City, Du Lang could swiftly discern that Jiang Yu was a skilled fighter. Regaining his composure, he remarked, No wonder you are so brazen. It appears you have some martial arts training. Tell me, how many do you believe you can defeat? I'm not certain how many I can take on. But as for you ragtag bunch, no matter how many come, I shall handle them all. This declaration incited the ire of the crowd. Damn, I've never seen such arrogance. You think you can take us on? Have you lost your mind? What a foolhardy statement. In an instant, over 10 individuals surrounded him. The space on the first floor was limited, and if 40 or so people surged forward, it could easily result in injuries among their own. These 10 were seasoned fighters. Though they lacked formal training, they were adept at brawling. Fueled by rage, they were determined to teach Jiang Yu a severe lesson. However, Jiang Yu suddenly sprang into action, moving like a fish through water, deftly navigating among the group. His speed was remarkable, and his strikes even swifter. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere moments, 5 men crumpled to the ground, clutching their abdomens and rolling in agony, sweat beading on their foreheads. Gulp. Many involuntarily swallowed, fear creeping into their hearts. I will finish you. A man charged forward wielding an iron rod, striking heavily at Jiang Yu's head. Enraged, Jiang Yu reacted swiftly. This was an attempt on his life. Without hesitation, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful palm strike, sending his assailant crashing to the ground. He then stomped down with ferocity. An agonizing scream pierced the air, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, echoing endlessly. The man's right arm was crushed beneath Jiang Yu's foot, visibly mangled, undoubtedly suffering a shattering fracture. Those who watched winced in sympathy. Jiang Yu's wrath only intensified the fear in his adversaries. Even Du Lang began to feel anxious, retreating a step and commanding, everyone, attack together. The remaining 30 or so men roared in unison, surging forward in a frenzy. They formed a tightening circle around Jiang Yu, leaving him no escape. When Jiang Yu found his movement restricted to less than a meter, he suddenly leapt into the air, twisting and turning gracefully before landing beside Du Lang. The space around Du Lang was devoid of allies. As Jiang Yu touched down, he delivered a resounding slap. Still not paying up? Jiang Yu's voice boomed. Du Lang's face instantly bore 5 vivid red marks, leaving him utterly dazed. He had just been struck in front of his men. Such humiliation was intolerable. After years in the underworld, he had endured many injuries, yet none had dared to slap him. How dare you hit our brother wolf? His subordinates snapped back to reality, cursing furiously as they turned to encircle Jiang Yu once more. Seizing a nearby teacup, Jiang Yu smashed it against Du Lang's head with a crash, declaring, "If you don't want your boss to end up like this." Before he could finish, the underlings closed in, swinging their clubs. Jiang Yu had intended to subdue their leader first, but this gang of lackeys was not easily intimidated. With no other choice, he resolved to take care of them first. His fists and palms moved like the wind, each strike infused with a powerful force, causing anyone who dared to approach to collapse. Amidst the chaos, Du Lang managed to escape, seizing a watermelon knife from beneath a table, shouting, "Kill him. Finish him off. A reward of 10,000 for each of you." His orders were merely for show. The knife was primarily for self-defense, fearing Jiang Yu might leap at him again. Du Lang's arrogance was palpable, demanding Jiang Yu's life at every turn. Yet, the fury on his face gradually morphed into terror. He watched helplessly as his 40-odd subordinates fell one by one, while Jiang Yu remained unscathed. This is absurdly powerful. Minutes later, the first floor of the chamber lay strewn with bodies, cries of anguish rising and falling like a mournful symphony. Cold sweat streamed down Du Lang's back. In all his years, he had encountered formidable fighters, but none were as formidable as this. After dispatching all his foes, Jiang Yu advanced step by step towards Du Lang. The latter swallowed hard, his hands trembling. A primal fear enveloped him, as if a god of death from the underworld was drawing near. With a furious roar to bolster his courage, he swung the knife toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu merely flicked his fingers, producing a resounding clang. The sharp and resolute watermelon knife was unexpectedly snapped in two, leaving Du Lang weak-kneed. Could it be that a mere finger could break such a knife? Is this even human? Jiang Yu slowly raised his hand, and Du Lang trembled as he stammered, "What do you intend to do?" Smack! As the words fell, Jiang Yu delivered another resounding slap, leaving the other side of Du Lang's face flushed red. Covering his face, Du Lang mustered the courage to retort, "Kid, don't push your luck." "I shall indeed push my luck. What can you do about it?" Smack! With that, Jiang Yu struck Du Lang again, causing his face to swell. "Ah!" Du Lang roared in fury. "You've barged into my business association, repeatedly humiliating me. I, Du Lang, swear that the Tingyun Business Association will not let this rest. Not let it rest." Smack! Jiang Yu replied with another slap. "So you think numbers matter, huh? Come, I give you a chance. Call for more people. I'm eager to see how many from the Tingyun Business Association can withstand my blows." Jiang Yu then pulled over the chair Du Lang had been sitting on and sat down, observing him quietly. Du Lang fished out his phone, yet after pondering for a long while, he remained uncertain about whom to call. He indeed had numerous underlings, but they were no different from the group sprawled on the ground. Summoning them would be futile. Just as he found himself in a quandary, one person struggled to his feet and whispered in his ear, "Wolf brother, call the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. Don't they practice martial arts? I don't believe they can't handle him." Yes, the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. Du Lang seemed to have grasped a lifeline and promptly dialed the number of the hall's master, Wei Xiao. On the other end of the line, Wei Xiao joked, "Oh, President Du Lang, what a surprise. Calling me out of the blue. Are you inviting me to dinner?" "Master Wei, my business association is in a bit of trouble, and I hope you can come to our aid, preferably with a few more people. Rest assured, I want to let you assist for free. Hurry." After hanging up, Du Lang let out a long sigh of relief. Reinforcements were on their way. The business association fell eerily silent, the few who had regained their feet slinking behind Du Lang, none daring to exhibit the bravado they had moments ago. Though the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall's members were en route, none could confront Jiang Yu at that moment. Should they dare to issue threats, they would undoubtedly face another beating. Silence was indeed the wisest choice. Jiang Yu stood alone against over 40 individuals, none of whom dared to meet his gaze. Even the slightest of his movements sent shivers down their spines. After enduring a tense 15 minutes, a cacophony erupted at the entrance as over 20 members of the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall arrived. "President Du Lang, what on earth has happened?" Wei Xiao's voice rang out, and Du Lang finally glimpsed his savior, dashing to the door, followed by his 40-odd underlings, who now held their heads high. "Kid, your time is up." They resumed their arrogance. "Now that the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall is here, let us see how long you can remain smug. You think you're tough? Prove it by taking down the members of the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall." Du Lang seethed, "Damn it. That punch earlier nearly took my life. Once the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall handles him, I'll be sure to kick him while he's down." Du Lang recounted the situation to Wei Xiao, who was visibly astonished. "President Du, are you jesting with me? Over 40 individuals unable to defeat a single one? Master Wei, that young man's martial prowess is truly formidable. I find myself utterly at a loss, or else I would not have sought your assistance." "And where is he?" "He's sitting right over there." Jiang Yu sat with his back to Wei Xiao, and as Wei Xiao observed his silhouette, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him. At that moment, Du Lang whispered. Master Wei, when the time comes, do not hold back. If he perishes, I shall take full responsibility. Wei Xiao remained silent, a foreboding sensation gnawing at his mind. The disciples of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, however, boasted confidently, "Rest assured, President Du, with over 20 of us, we will certainly help you reclaim your honor. Who does this wild brat think he is, daring to cause trouble at the Tingyun Trading Company? Just tell us how you wish him to meet his demise." The disciples exuded confidence, as though they had already sealed their fate. "Master Wei, it has been a long time." Jiang Yu's voice suddenly resonated. Wei Xiao's heart jolted. There was something hauntingly familiar about that voice. He rose and slowly turned around. Wei Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "It's you." The disciples of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy fell silent, their faces paling in dismay. Jiang Yu remarked coolly, "So, it turns out the reinforcement's president Du called upon are you all. I wondered who it might be. What's this, Master Wei? Do you wish to engage me in combat once more?" Wei Xiao forced a strained smile. "Master Jiang, you jest. Our academy members are merely passing through. We have no intention of intervening in this matter." "What?" Du Lang nearly choked on his words. "Just passing through? Goodness. Could you at least attempt to be somewhat convincing in your lies? Master Wei, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing." Du Lang grasped Wei Xiao's arm. Desperation etched on his face. Wei Xiao shrugged him off, coldly replying, "Du Lang, it is not that I refuse to assist you, but this predicament is beyond my capabilities. Of all the people you could have offended, why did it have to be Master Jiang?" "Master Jiang? You know him?" Wei Xiao leaned in and whispered, "President Du, do not blame me for not warning you. His name is Jiang Yu, a martial arts master whose strength surpasses my own." The realization sent a chill down Du Lang's spine. With that, Wei Xiao turned and waved his hand dismissively, calling out, "What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be training? Continue your morning run." The disciples of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy scattered like a receding tide, each fleeing faster than the last. Du Lang was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. It was already afternoon, yet they spoke of a morning run? The members of the trading company, who had once been brimming with bravado, now appeared as though they had ingested something foul. Even the disciples of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy hastily vacated upon seeing him. Who, exactly, was this individual? Du Lang forced a strained smile and weakly said, "Master Jiang, please forgive my lack of discernment." Jiang Yu suddenly interjected, "What's this? No further attempts to summon assistance?" Du Lang was nearly in tears. If even the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy was of no use, who else could he call upon? The foremost expert in Tianyan City? He would have to be capable of summoning such a person. "Master Jiang, please do not jest at my expense. Had I known you were a martial arts master, I would not have dared to owe you even a fraction of a debt. Let it be clear, you owe the account to Yi and Company, not to me personally." "Indeed, Master Jiang is correct. Please, Master Jiang, follow me. I shall settle the outstanding balance for you." Du Lang, with utmost respect, escorted Jiang Yu to the office upstairs, where premium Longjing tea awaited. In merely 10 minutes, his subordinates returned from the bank, a suitcase brimming with cash in hand. "Master Jiang, here lies a total of 4 million. Please accept it." Jiang Yu handed him the ledger, stating, "I am not a bandit. You owe precisely what is recorded, 3,200,000. Indeed, we owe 3,200,000, but considering it has been 2 years, some interest should be due. The additional 800,000 is compensation for Yu and Company. Please do not decline, Master Jiang." The 4 million was exactly sufficient for the deposit Jiang Yu had planned, eliminating the need for Wen Fuyao to scrounge for funds. Jiang Yu did not refuse further. "Chairman Du, as the head of the Chamber of Commerce, I implore you to convey my words to your associates. Henceforth, I do not wish for anyone within the chamber to incur debts with Yi and Company." With that, Jiang Yu left, suitcase in hand. Du Lang bowed deeply, assuring, "Rest assured. Master Jiang, I will relay this message and ensure such matters do not recur. Safe travels, Master Jiang." Once Jiang Yu vanished from his sight, Du Lang collapsed onto the sofa, his back soaked with cold sweat. The wait for his subordinates to retrieve the money felt interminable. A few underlings cautiously entered, inquiring, "Brother Lang, is everything settled?" Du Lang took a deep breath and sighed. When did Tianyan City produce such a youthful hero, one whom even Wei Xiao finds admirable? Is he truly that formidable? Weren't you just privy to it firsthand? How does he compare to the foremost master, Master Chao? How would I know? Perhaps you should invite Master Chao to meet him. Do I possess such influence? Why ask if you already know? Immediately disseminate the order. No one within the chamber is permitted to incur debts with Yu Company. Violators will face the consequences. Chapter 86. The Fish is Hooked. Du Lang, a prominent figure in Tianyun City, had built his reputation through sheer strength. In his eyes, power equated to authority. Today, however, he found himself subdued by Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu placed 4 million in cash on Wen Fuyao's desk, both she and Su Xian were left speechless. The debts owed by the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce had eluded them for 2 years, growing increasingly burdensome, leading Wen Fuyao to regard it as a lost cause. They understood the chamber's origins well. Even with legitimate legal action, Du Lang could easily devise excuses to delay payment. Her greatest fear was that Du Lang would resort to underhanded tactics, as Jean who had previously done. Being a legitimate businesswoman, she dreaded entanglements with unscrupulous elements. Thus, she adopted a mindset of accepting losses to avoid conflict with the Tianyun Chamber, waiting for the day her company could grow strong enough to confront them directly. Yet, this waiting period could stretch on for years, perhaps 5, 10, or even longer. Little did they anticipate that this seemingly dead debt would be resolved by Jiang Yu in less than an afternoon, and he returned with an additional 800,000 in interest. Who exactly is Du Lang? He has always been one to consume the wealth of others. Who could ever expect to take from him? If he were to repay his debts, one might as well light incense and offer prayers. Who would dare to hope for interest from him? For a million, how did you persuade Du Lang? Su Xian's eyes nearly bulged out as she fixated on that sum. It felt as though she were in a dream, yet a whole box of money lay undeniably before her. Jiang Yu shook his fist and declared, in dealings with someone like Du Lang, reason is futile. The only truth lies in the strength of your fist. Su Xian scoffed. Keep dreaming. The Tianyun Chamber of Commerce has more members than the Black Tiger Hall. Do you think you are Zhao Zilong? Charging in and out with a silver spear, claiming the enemy general's head? Allow me to correct you. Zhao Zilong did indeed charge in and out. But it was Guan Yu who claimed the enemy general's head amidst thousands of troops. Do not confuse the two. Am I now discussing historical knowledge with you? Su Xian rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that a person who never even attended university had the audacity to lecture her. Wen Fuyao never questioned the reasons. Recovering the money was a good thing. Now that the funds were on their way back, we could proceed with the first step of our plan. Jiang Yu inquired, has the news been disseminated? Su Xian coldly replied, are you questioning my work efficiency with that question? Jiang Yu's lips twitched, pondering how her mindset would have suited a career as an editor. He refrained from engaging in banter with Su Xian and continued, release another piece of information, stating that I am residing at the Xinghe Hotel. I will head over shortly. For the next couple of days, let us avoid meeting. We can communicate via phone if necessary. Su Xian questioned, do you genuinely believe He Qingyuan will accept your identity as a young entrepreneur? Jiang Yu confidently asserted, wealth can dispel all doubts. Furthermore, I am now the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. Surely, that status is credible enough for He Qingyuan? Bah! Scoundrel! Su Xian's expression was far from pleasant. Wen Fuyao's demeanor was also somewhat peculiar, fearing the conversation might shift to the engagement. Jiang Yu promptly made his way to the Xinghe Hotel. He instructed the lobby manager to inform him by phone should anyone seek him out. That night, in a villa at Guanhejia, He Qingyuan sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine, while a middle-aged man stood respectfully before him. Mr. He, I have received word that Yu Company is on the verge of securing a major deal. Our sales figures have been declining day by day for the past 2 months. At this rate, I fear Yu Company may surpass us and become the leader in Tianyun City. Humph, a mere girl thinks she can contend with me. I have heard the news. Hasn't he that boss yet signed a contract with her? Indeed. It is said that the boss is staying at the Xinghe Hotel and intends to sign with Yu Company either tomorrow or the day after. Yu Company's scale and strength cannot compare to ours. If we act first, Wen Yihuan will be left watching helplessly. Oh, by the way, I heard she has changed her name to Wen Fuyao. As if a mere name change could surpass me? He took a sip of red wine, a disdainful smile spreading across his face. So, Mr. He, what shall we do? Organize the company's materials. You will accompany me to meet that boss tomorrow. Understood. After the middle-aged man departed, He Qingyuan smashed the wine glass onto the floor with a resounding crack, his face contorted with rage. Wen Fuyao, oh Wen Fuyao. It's a miracle you're still alive after our last encounter. The following day, while Jiang Yu was still lost in slumber, the front desk called to inform him that a certain Mr. He wished to meet. Recognizing it was He Qingyuan, Jiang Yu promptly rolled out of bed and instructed the front desk to convey to Mr. He that he was currently unavailable and requested that he wait. Without delay, he dialed Wen Fuyao's number, exclaiming, "The fish has taken the bait. Come quickly." Competition was essential to provoke He Qingyuan into a hasty contract signing. He Qingyuan waited for a full 30 minutes before Jiang Yu finally allowed him to ascend. Jiang Yu had even arranged for the lobby manager to procure a sharply tailored suit for He Qingyuan, enhancing his appearance. Upon opening the door, Jiang Yu feigned confusion, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" He Qingyuan, donning a broad smile, bowed slightly, saying, "Hello, I am He Qingyuan, the owner of Xingyuan Company. And this is the head of our sales department. We are here to pay a visit to Mr. Jiang." He Qingyuan's gaze was unfamiliar, and Jiang Yu surmised he did not recognize him. Although his engagement to Han Ning had been widely publicized, the fervor had only lasted a day or two. Not everyone in Tianjin City was invested in the affair, and it was evident He Qingyuan was not among them. He had merely heard that the Han family's daughter was engaged, knowing only that her fiancé was named Jiang Yu, without having seen any photographs. The information disseminated by Su Xin had not revealed Jiang Yu's true name, only referring to him as a wealthy Mr. Jiang. "Please, come in." Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa and poured tea for He Qingyuan. The sales director stood rigidly behind him, holding a briefcase. After surveying the room, He Qingyuan inquired, "Is Mr. Jiang not present?" Jiang Yu replied, "I am he." He Qingyuan was taken aback, for Jiang Yu appeared quite youthful. Yet, having navigated the business world for many years, He Qingyuan understood that appearances could be deceiving. Perhaps Jiang Yu was a wealthy second-generation heir. He masked his surprise, stating, "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed youthful and accomplished." Jiang Yu maintained a composed demeanor and replied coolly, "There is no need for flattery, Mr. He. If you have business to discuss, please be direct. I do not favor circumlocution." He Qingyuan chuckled heartily. "Mr. Jiang is indeed straightforward. I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard that you intend to purchase a substantial quantity of cosmetics. May I inquire as to your intentions? This pertains to my company's affairs." "I see no necessity to disclose details to Mr. He," Jiang Yu retorted. "I apologize for my indiscretion," He Qingyuan quickly amended. "I have also heard that you are considering a collaboration with Yi & Company." He Qingyuan did not broach the subject of collaboration with Jiang Yu directly, instead opting for a gradual approach. Indeed, Mr. Wen mentioned drafting a detailed contract, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be signed today. However, Mr. Jiang may not be aware that in the cosmetics industry, Yi & Company is merely an emerging contender, while our Xingyuan Company possesses far superior strength. Therefore, I believe Mr. Jiang should proceed with caution regarding the contract. "Caution? What do you mean by that, Mr. He?" "My point is that you might consider our company as well. Please do not be hasty in your rejection. Review our company's information before making a decision." He Qingyuan exchanged a glance with the sales director, who promptly retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. Jiang Yu received the file, feigning interest as he perused its contents, nodding intermittently. Indeed, Mr. He's company possesses more credentials than Yi & Company. He Qingyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Jiang Yu's implication was clear. However, Jiang Yu closed the document and shook his head, stating, "Mr. He, as a businessman, you must value integrity. I have already discussed matters with General Manager 1, and your sudden intervention complicates things on my end." He was not directly agreeing and was subtly laying a trap for He Qingyuan, anticipating that he might hesitate to sign the breach of contract later. He Qingyuan, being seasoned in the trade, swiftly retorted, "Mr. Jiang, your assertion is misguided. Even a common consumer knows to compare prices before making a purchase. With such a significant transaction, it is only prudent to consider all options. Regardless of whether our business succeeds, St. Yuan Company can certainly provide you with a comparison, lest you fall victim to deceit." Mr. He makes a valid point. Jiang Yu acknowledged, raising his cup, "Let us enjoy some tea." Sensing that Wen Fuyao might soon arrive, Jiang Yu finished his tea just as the front desk called, announcing Wen Fuyao's arrival. After taking the call, he turned to He Qingyuan. "Perfect timing. General Manager 1 has come to finalize the contract. Your expertise in the cosmetics industry would be invaluable." "Naturally, I would be delighted to assist," He Qingyuan replied. A smile plastered on his face while his mind raced with schemes to sabotage Wen Fuyao's endeavors. Wen Fuyao entered alongside Su Xin, who carried a bulging briefcase, evidently filled with substantial materials. Although they were rivals, both He Qingyuan and Wen Fuyao greeted each other with cordial smiles. as if they were old acquaintances. He Yuan was the first to rise. "Ah, General Manager 1, your recent accomplishments are remarkable. Having just secured the agency rights for Mengdai Group and now poised to sign another significant contract." When Fuyao replied, "That pales in comparison to Mr. He's achievements. Our company still has a long way to go. However, I am here to discuss collaboration with Mr. Jiang." "What brings you here?" He Yuan responded. "I have long heard of Mr. Jiang's esteemed reputation. His youth and talent surely indicate a promising future. I merely came to familiarize myself. Please proceed with your discussions as though I am not present." Su Xian stifled a laugh, thinking to herself how He Yuan was oblivious to the pitfall he had fallen into. Once when Fuyao sat across from Jiang Yu, Su Xian produced a thick stack of contracts from her briefcase. "Mr. Jiang, we have drafted the agreement overnight. Do take a look and see if there are any modifications needed." Jiang Yu glanced over the documents and remarked, "General Manager 1, the timeline seems a bit tight. I can only allocate 3 days at most." When Fuyao, looking exasperated, replied, "Mr. Jiang, with 100,000 units, we simply do not have that much inventory on hand. Even sourcing from manufacturers, 3 days is insufficient. I implore you for a few more days." Jiang Yu frowned, displaying a troubled expression. At that moment, He Yuan seized the opportunity to disrupt the conversation, stating, "If you lack the means, you should not undertake such ambitious projects. If you cannot supply 100,000 units, what business do you have?" When Fuyao retorted angrily, "As if you possess such an abundance of stock yourself." He Yuan boastfully declared, "Although I do not possess such resources, with just a word from me, I could summon 100,000 sets of products from Lingzhou by tomorrow. Can you believe it?" When Fuyao, exasperated, retorted, "He Yuan, is it really necessary for you to snatch business in such a manner?" He Yuan, still full of himself, responded, "This business is as good as mine." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Does Mr. He truly possess such capabilities?" He Yuan patted his chest confidently. "Boss Jiang, as long as you entrust the order to me, I assure you that the goods will arrive punctually, without a single minute's delay." When Fuyao, now anxious, interjected, "Boss Jiang, we were the ones who initiated discussions regarding this business. How could you abruptly transfer it to someone else? Isn't that rather, well, ungracious of you?" He Yuan, reveling in the situation, replied, "Boss Jiang has extended you an opportunity. It is merely your lack of capability that has led to this predicament. You cannot fault him for being ungracious." Jiang Yu, with a calm demeanor, added, "President 1, it is not that I am ungracious, but time is of the essence for me." When Fuyao urged, "Boss Jiang, please reconsider. We truly value this collaboration. Could you grant us a few more days? Just 5 days. How does that sound?" Jiang Yu shook his head, visibly troubled. "President 1, I sincerely apologize, but to be frank, I am merely facilitating matters for someone else. If you cannot deliver on time, it would result in significant losses for me. 3 days is truly the limit." He Yuan, with a smug expression, remarked, "President 1, since you lack the ability, perhaps it is best for you to step aside." When Fuyao, now infuriated, shot back, "Without a signed contract, your victory is far from assured." He Yuan immediately instructed his sales manager, "Have the team draft a contract post-haste." The middle-aged man promptly made a call. Their contract template could be modified and delivered swiftly. He Yuan, filled with triumph, taunted, "Since President 1 refuses to relent, let her remain and witness me sign the contract." When Fuyao, on the verge of exasperation, seized the contract from the table and stormed out, He Yuan intercepted her, basking in his small triumph, his face alight with a smug smile. Bang! When Fuyao and Su Xian slammed the door behind them, and as they entered the elevator, they erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, President 1. Did you see how smug He Yuan was just now?" Su Xian giggled uncontrollably. "I doubt I will ever forget that moment." When He Huan chimed in, He Yuan resorted to despicable means, even hiring assassins against me. He deserves this fate. Now, the focus shifts to Jiang Yu. I am eager to see what unfolds. President 1, what do you think the scene will be when He Yuan finds himself bankrupt and destitute? We have merely taken the first step. The crucial aspect still hinges on Shanya Group's response. President 1, there won't be any complications from that side, will there? The plan was proposed by him, so he should have confidence. Vice President Lin Shi of Shanya Group seems to have a good rapport with him. He still has ties with Lin Shi? Bah, what a scoundrel. Chapter 88. A double victory in his suite. Jiang Yu suddenly sneezed, quietly wondering who was speaking ill of him behind his back. He Yuan exhibited remarkable efficiency. By the time Jiang Yu finished his breakfast, the contract was already laid before him. Jiang Yu, unable to comprehend the document, requested He Qingyuan to return later, promising to respond once he had reviewed the contract thoroughly. After dismissing He Qingyuan, Jiang Yu summoned Wen Fuyao and Su Xian to the suite, and the three of them diligently scrutinized the contract for an entire morning. The contract was devoid of issues. Su Xian, upon reading the penalty clause for breach of contract, could not suppress her laughter once more. A 20 million deal, with a penalty of 10 times the amount for late delivery. How audacious of He Qingyuan. A tenfold penalty equated to 200 million. Given He Qingyuan's current wealth, such a sum could indeed lead him to ruin. Jiang Yu remarked, if the contract is sound, I shall inform He Qingyuan to come and sign. You two may leave for now. When Yihuan advised, you must keep an eye on Shanya Group. Should He Qingyuan deliver punctually, it would pose a significant problem for you. I am aware, Jiang Yu replied, as he could not produce the 16 million in remaining payment. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, He Qingyuan arrived at the hotel, beaming, to sign the agreement with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu paid him a 20% deposit, after which He Qingyuan immediately set off to procure the goods from Shanya Group. Jiang Yu promptly contacted Lin Shi. The bait was set, but he granted He Qingyuan 3 days, instructing Lin Shi to delay him without outright rejecting the request for goods to prevent He Qingyuan from sourcing elsewhere. He Qingyuan approached manager Zhu at Shanya Group, who assured him that the goods were available, but the quantity he required was excessive and necessitated approval from General Manager Lin, urging him to wait. Unfortunately, this wait extended to 2 days. The delivery from Linzhou City to Tianjin City typically took no more than half a day. Initially, He Qingyuan was unperturbed, but by noon on the 3rd day, he grew restless. He returned to Shanya Group in search of Manager Zhu. Manager Zhu, what is going on? It is the 3rd day. Why are the goods still not dispatched? Manager Zhu sighed apologetically. Mr. He, I sincerely apologize. I consulted General Manager Lin, and she indicated that this year, they are considering appointing a new agent in Tianjin City, thereby pausing our collaboration. The news struck He Qingyuan like a thunderbolt. A suspension of cooperation meant he could no longer procure goods from Shanya Group. Mr. He, please understand, without General Manager Lin's approval, I am truly unable to assist you. You must contemplate alternative solutions. Zhu, are you attempting to ruin me? He Qingyuan erupted in fury, nearly overturning the table. Manager Zhu's expression darkened as he retorted, He Qingyuan, do not overstep. This is Shanya Group, and your outbursts are intolerable. Damn it. You could have informed me about the suspension of cooperation sooner. Why drag it out until now? With merely half a day left, where am I to procure 100,000 sets of goods? General Lin has only just responded to me. General Lin? I demand to see her. I need to ascertain whether this is a deliberate attempt to sabotage me. He Qingyuan, I strongly advise against such actions. You would be better off contemplating other strategies. To hell with that, I must see General Lin. Without the support of Shanya Group, it is not merely a matter of half a day. Even if given an entire week, he would likely be unable to produce 100,000 sets of products. Each manufacturer has a predetermined output each month, and the distribution to various dealers and agents is fixed. It is not a matter of desire, but rather an established norm. He Qingyuan, what does it matter if you meet General Lin? You are well aware of the kickbacks you've received from our group over the years, are you not? General Lin has merely terminated the cooperation, which is already showing you considerable leniency. Depart. He Qingyuan, consumed by rage and helplessness, was ultimately expelled by the security of Shanya Group. He had no choice but to hastily return to Tianjin City to plead with Jiang Yu for an extension of a few days. During these days, Jiang Yu had been residing in a hotel, yet he was fully aware of He Qingyuan's predicament. Just moments ago, Lin Shi had called him to say preparations for a celebration were in order. Jiang Yu expressed his gratitude. Without Lin Shi's assistance, he would not have been able to outmaneuver He Qingyuan. Naturally, he also cautioned Lin Shi that with He Qingyuan's downfall, it was time to consider new candidates. With He Qingyuan out of the picture, the most qualified contender in Tianjin City would undoubtedly be Yu Company. Jiang Yu's plan thus served a dual purpose. 3 hours later, He Qingyuan anxiously knocked on Jiang Yu's door. General Jiang has arrived. Please come in. How is the preparation of goods progressing? Jiang Yu feigned ignorance and invited He Qingyuan inside. He Qingyuan appeared haggard, as if he had aged several years in an instant, his eyes clouded. Upon entering the room, He Qingyuan knelt on the ground and deeply bowed his head. Jiang Yu was astonished. General He, what is the meaning of this? He Qingyuan pleaded, Boss Jiang, I have encountered some issues with my supply, I truly cannot deliver on time. I hope you can grant me a few more days. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. General He, you assured me with utmost confidence when we signed the contract. How is it that having accepted my deposit, you now refuse to fulfill your obligations? Boss Jiang, I am genuinely facing difficulties. I have been deceived by someone from Shangya Group. Who deceived you is of no concern to me. If you cannot deliver on time, we shall proceed according to the contract. Please, Boss Jiang, a penalty of 200 million is beyond my means. If you cannot afford it, then why should I bear the burden? Boss Jiang, I implore you, I have bowed before you. Just 3 days. Grant me 3 more days, if you would. That is impossible. If I were to extend this deadline, why did I not simply choose to cooperate with Wen Fuyao from the start? Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. His initial confidence stemmed from the formidable backing of Shangya Group. Although he had harbored doubts about Jiang Yu, once the contract was signed and the deposit received, he believed Jiang Yu would be compelled to pay upon timely delivery. Otherwise, he could simply hold back some stock and refund the rest. However, he never anticipated that disaster would strike from within. General He, spare me your words. We will adhere to the contract. I will arrive at your company promptly tomorrow morning to collect the goods. Please leave. He issued a clear dismissal. This had always been a trap. He had no intention of granting Jiang Yu any opportunity. Jiang Yu reluctantly approached the door, suddenly turning back. Boss Jiang, please grant me another chance. Bang! Jiang Yu slammed the door shut. Outside, Jiang Yu's furious roar echoed. You want me dead, don't you? You truly wish for my demise. Inside, Jiang Yu's expression darkened instantly, muttering to himself, Indeed, I desire your death, to make your existence a living hell. Chapter 89. Those who commit unjust acts will bring about their own demise. The second phase of the plan had been successfully executed. There were no significant obstacles ahead. Merely waiting for the morrow to present the contract and demand the penalty for breach. That night, he unexpectedly invited Han Xiong to dinner. In a hot pot restaurant, steam billowed from the bubbling pot as Jiang Yu and Han Xiong sat across from each other. What prompted you to invite me to dinner all of a sudden? Haven't you always been reluctant to see me? Han Xiong asked, cooking a slice of beef tripe while eyeing Jiang Yu with curiosity. Jiang Yu poured her a drink, chuckling. You are my aunt. Is it not natural for me to treat you to a meal? You have been so keen on matchmaking me with Han Ing. I have long sought an opportunity to express my gratitude. Flatter away, but don't think I'm unaware of your and Han Ing's intentions. The day I suggested bringing you onto the stage, you must have wanted to kill me. Aunt, how could you say that? I am not one to forget a kindness. All right, enough with the sweet talk. If you need something, just ask directly. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yu's face as he thumbed up in admiration. Truly, nothing escapes your discerning eyes, Aunt. Han Xiong frowned. Who have you offended this time? I went to seek Master Chow today, only to be turned away again. Can you not stir up trouble? If you have too much time on your hands, I can arrange some work for you in the group. I haven't offended anyone. Rather, someone has wronged me. Jiang Yu explained, I purchased some items and signed a contract, but the other party cannot deliver on time, so I intend to sue them. Go ahead and sue, but why come to me? The amount is considerable, and I fear the process may be complex. I'm uncertain how long it will take from filing to judgment, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone who could expedite my case. How much is the amount? 20 million in the contract, with 200 million in penalties for breach. 20 million? When did you become so wealthy? If memory serves, when you first arrived in Tianjin City, you were just a penniless wretch. Care to share this lucrative opportunity with me? I don't possess that much money. The contract is for 20 million, but I've only paid 4 million as a deposit, and that was with someone else's funds. Using empty hands to catch a wolf, eh? Quite the clever lad. That is not entirely accurate. In any case, Aunt, could you please think of a way? I fear that the longer this drags on, the more complications may arise. Not a problem. I know a few people at the court who can expedite the hearing of your case. Thank you so much, Aunt. I will file the lawsuit tomorrow. Please arrange it as soon as possible. Han Xiong gestured affirmatively and continued cooking her hot pot. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Yu arrived at Xingyuan Company with the contract. In contrast to the usual bustling environment at 9 in the morning, the company appeared sparse. With only a few figures present, Jiang Yu was unable to deliver the goods, and his company was on the brink of collapse. Early in the morning, a notice was issued, informing employees that they need not come to work today. Jiang Yu sat despondently in his office, facing the company's financial statements. Currently, the company had 20 million in its accounts, and Jiang Yu himself possessed 10 million in his personal bank account. Yet this sum was insufficient to cover his liabilities. 200 million. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? Once Jiang Yu initiated a lawsuit, the contract was clear: he would undoubtedly lose. Even if the court ruled that he could pay a lesser amount, he would still face ruin. Mr. He, where are my goods? Jiang Yu swaggered into the office. Noticing the despondent He Qingyuan, in a daze, replied, Boss Jiang, could you possibly grant me a few more days? Jiang Yu responded, everything must adhere to the contract. He Qingyuan pleaded, Boss Jiang, grant me a lifeline. I will compensate you double the deposit. Jiang Yu retorted, if I grant you a lifeline, who will grant me one? Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose if the goods are not delivered? Since you cannot provide the goods, I regret to inform you, Mr. He, we shall meet in court. Jiang Yu's visit today was merely a formality, and he promptly proceeded to file a lawsuit. Due to Han Xiong's involvement, the case was swiftly processed, and the court staff informed him that the hearing would take place tomorrow. Such efficiency was unparalleled. That same day, He Qingyuan's assets were frozen. Upon returning to the hotel, Jiang Yu informed Wen Fuyao that the court session was set for the following day. At this juncture, He Qingyuan's defeat was inevitable, and he invited Wen Fuyao to dinner that evening to celebrate in advance. He Qingyuan realized he could not withstand this crisis. He had initially planned to transfer his assets swiftly, but he never anticipated Jiang Yu's connections were so formidable, resulting in the immediate freezing of his funds. Undeterred, he persistently called Jiang Yu, begging for mercy. Jiang Yu simply turned off his phone. A lifeline for you? Have you ever considered extending one to Wen Fuyao? Bereft of funds, how would you contend with Wen Fuyao? How would you employ an assassin? After Jiang Yu's phone was turned off, He Qingyuan made his way to the Star River Hotel, but security would not allow him entry. Thus, he waited at the entrance. At 7 in the evening, Jiang Yu set off to dine with Wen Fuyao. As he settled into his vehicle, He Qingyuan followed closely behind. At the corner Western restaurant, Wen Fuyao and Su Xian had arrived early, both wearing expressions of triumph and relief, finally liberated from the fear of He Qingyuan's underhanded schemes. Wen Fuyao opened a bottle of Lafite, and as the server poured their wine, Su Xian inquired, I'm curious, how did you persuade the vice president of Shanya Group? You don't know? How would I know? I assumed Su Wan had informed you. Does this matter involve Su Wan? I was introduced to Lin Shi through Su Wan for treatment. I did not request a consultation fee. I merely asked Lin Shi for a favor. At that time, Lin Shi was also contemplating eliminating He Qingyuan as an agent, so we hit it off well. Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao remarked languidly, see, I told you Jiang Yu is not that kind of person. What kind of person? What are you two saying about me behind my back? Oh, nothing at all. Let us raise a toast. Wen Fuyao hesitated and evaded the conversation, while Su Xian had persistently criticized Jiang Yu, accusing him of being a scoundrel and insinuating that he was involved in an improper relationship with Lin Shi. After listening to Jiang Yu's explanation, Su Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment and downed a glass of wine in one gulp. How dare you conspire against me? I will make you pay. He Qingyuan, who had followed them to the restaurant, suddenly realized the situation. This was a trap. Enraged and irrational, he seized a set of cutlery and charged at Jiang Yu, eliciting screams from the patrons of the restaurant. Jiang Yu, quick on his feet, subdued He Qingyuan with a swift maneuver, pinning him to the ground. He Qingyuan struggled and shouted, you bunch of bastards dare to plot against me? I will not let this go. Those who engage in wicked deeds will ultimately bring about their own downfall. You know well how you have treated General Manager One. At the very least, you should maintain some decorum as a boss. Our grievances will be settled in court, Jiang Yu retorted. Chapter 90. Not even Jesus could stop it. You think I will pay a single penny after conspiring with this wretched woman against me? He Qingyuan's face flushed with rage, but Jiang Yu felt like a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him unable to rise. With such a lack of decorum for someone in his position, he resorted to vulgar insults. If you claim we schemed against you, present your evidence to the court. If you lack any, prepare for bankruptcy. With He Qingyuan's disruption, they could no longer enjoy their meal. He allowed Wen Fuyao and Su Xian to leave first before finally releasing He Qingyuan. As He Qingyuan was restrained by security, Jiang Yu paid the bill and departed. The following day, He Qingyuan arrived at court punctually, compelled by the freezing of his assets. Failure to appear would eliminate any chance for a defense. Despite hiring a lawyer, he could provide no favorable evidence and was consumed by impotent rage, claiming he was framed by Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyao, nearly getting himself thrown out by the judge. At the conclusion of the trial, the court ruled in favor of Jiang Yu, declaring Jiang Yu bankrupt due to insufficient assets to cover the compensation. Jiang Yu's compensation was not immediately disbursed, as the court needed to liquidate his assets, and bankruptcy compensation follows a specific order. Employee wages and severance are prioritized, followed by tax liabilities, before Jiang Yu's claims would be addressed. However, Jiang Yu was indifferent. His sole objective was to bring down Jiang Yu, and whether or not he received payment was inconsequential. As Jiang Yu exited the courthouse, he resembled a withered plant, his years of hard work collapsing in an instant. Passing by Jiang Yu, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "If you want me dead, I will ensure you suffer as well, along with that wretched Wen Fuyao." "Just wait." Jiang Yu scoffed. "Do you even have any money left? Can you still afford a hitman? We shall see." Jiang Yu's threats fell on deaf ears. He was now a destitute man, incapable of causing further turmoil. A person so despicable had connections that were as fragile as sand sculptures, ready to crumble at a mere gust of wind. After the ordeal, Jiang Yu chose not to return to the hotel. Instead, he headed to Han Ying's apartment. Throughout the journey, he felt a nagging sense of forgetting something, yet he could not recall what it was. In the living room, Han Ying munched on potato chips while engrossed in her computer. Upon Jiang Yu's entrance, she adopted a stern demeanor. "It's been several days since I've seen you. Where have you been gallivanting? Do not forget your current status. If you dare engage in any actions that tarnish the reputation of the Han family, I will not spare you." "Gallivanting? My boyfriend has accomplished something significant these past few days." Jiang Yu boldly seated himself beside Han Ying, casually resting his hand on her shoulder as he peered at her screen. "What are you watching?" Startled, Han Ying shrugged him off, her voice laced with anger. "Keep your distance." Jiang Yu replied. "There's no one else here. Why be shy?" A piercing glare from Han Ying sent chills down his spine, prompting him to retreat slightly, chuckling awkwardly. "I was merely joking. Is it necessary to be so serious? We're not yet at the stage of playful camaraderie." Fine. I want to joke with you. Can I borrow your computer?" Jiang Yu pressed on, determined to compare maps, hoping to find similarities and avoid waiting until he gathered all 9 marriage certificates. Han Ying decisively refused. "Absolutely not. Is it really that stingy? It's just a matter of borrowing a computer, not taking a piece of your flesh. What's wrong with being stingy? If you want to play, buy your own. By the way, how much did your computer cost?" "Not expensive, just 17,000. "What? 17,000? Isn't that considered expensive? He has been a bodyguard for Wen Fuyao for so long, and hasn't he earned that much? Is this the voice of the affluent?" Jiang Yu grinned, inching closer to Han Ying. Suddenly, she turned her face, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. "Keep your distance." Jiang Yu meekly replied, Can we discuss something? Speak your mind, but maintain your distance. I know you see me as a mere tool, yet this still constitutes managing my time. I think it's fair to consider me half a worker, right? What exactly do you want to say?" "As a worker, naturally, I deserve compensation. I want to take money from you, but could you buy me a computer like yours?" It was inconceivable that just days ago, he had spent 4 million on designing Jiang Yu, and now he was humbling himself for a laptop worth over 10,000. Jiang Yu found the petite laptop quite practical, envisioning taking it along for internet access and map comparisons wherever he went. However, it was rather pricey. He couldn't bear to spend his own money, nor did he have it to spare. Han Ying coldly remarked, "We're merely engaged, and you're already thinking of living off me?" Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. "Is this living off you? Please, get your facts straight. I'm merely requesting the rightful compensation for my services. Do you think I have ample leisure to indulge in your theatrics?" Han Ying glared at him. "Are you attempting to threaten me with a breakup again?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly smiled. You've reminded me." Han Ying wished she could slap herself, thinking how foolish she was to speak so carelessly. She quickly donned a pitiable expression, adopting a soft tone. "My father has cut off my financial support. I am quite impoverished now. Please don't bully me, all right?" As she spoke, she even winked at Jiang Yu, nearly causing him to succumb to her charm. Jiang Yu steadied his mind and resolutely declared, "Do not attempt to manipulate me. I have made my decision regarding the computer, and nothing, not even Jesus, can deter me from this course." How can one be so shameless? Speaking of shamelessness, I must recount the events of the old man's birthday banquet, where certain individuals, without my consent, dragged me onto the stage as a human shield and even forced a kiss upon me. Who is truly the shameless one here? Silence. Han Ying retorted furiously. Initially, she had acted out of necessity, and that kiss had been a concession. Yet he, having gained from the situation, feigned innocence and accused her of being shameless. Jiang Yu extended his hand and said, "You may silence yourself, but but only if you provide me with the funds to purchase the computer. Han Ing, at her wit's end, asked for his WeChat ID, offering to pay via Alipay as well. I do not possess either, he replied. What? In this day and age, there are still those without WeChat or Alipay. Jiang Yu questioned. What use would I have for such things? He and the old man were either transient or residing in Boki Mountain, never engaging in online shopping, and he had virtually no friends, rendering such applications unnecessary. Without WeChat or Alipay, how am I to provide you with payment? I do not carry that much cash. Is that so? Jiang Yu took out his phone and remarked. Then assist me in registering for WeChat and Alipay. I ought to acclimatize to a cashless lifestyle. Cash. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly rose, startling Han Ing, who angrily retorted. What is the matter with you? I must step out for a moment. We shall discuss the computer later. Finally, he recalled what he had overlooked. Cash. Although He Qingyuan's assets were frozen, he still had 4 million in cash, which was provided by Jiang Yu. 4 million, sufficient to purchase a life. Chapter 91. Pure curiosity. Jiang Yu rushed to Wen Fuyao's residence, consumed by worry, so much so that he forgot to make a phone call. Upon seeing Wen Fuyao safe and sound in her home, he exhaled in relief. What has happened now? Observing his anxious demeanor, Wen Fuyao felt her own heart tighten. Jiang Yu shook his head and replied, It's nothing. I was merely concerned about He Qingyuan seeking revenge against you. He gazed intently at her face, noticing the lingering dark aura. The crisis had yet to pass. He believed He Qingyuan would seek retribution against her. Given He Qingyuan's current predicament, he was capable of anything. He Qingyuan is bankrupt. Surely he lacks the means to retaliate against me now? Wen Fuyao reasoned. Do not forget. Just a few days ago we provided him with 4 million in cash. The courts cannot freeze cash. Do not worry. If I were He Qingyuan, I would take that 4 million and flee to start anew. 4 million in cash was ample for him to initiate a second venture. With a bit of maneuvering, he could easily circumvent the troubles arising from his bankruptcy. Let us hope he chooses that path. Yet Jiang Yu was certain He Qingyuan would retaliate, for the murderous intent had been evident in his gaze outside the courthouse. However, he refrained from voicing this concern, wishing to spare Wen Fuyao any undue anxiety. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Do remain vigilant in the coming days. Understood. Wen Fuyao replied with a radiant smile, You have yet to dine. Come in and share a meal with me. Not now. I have matters to attend to. Will you return tonight? Jiang Yu was filled with confusion, pondering the meaning behind it all. Hadn't he already moved out? Wen Fuyao gently urged him, Come back. Her decision to let Jiang Yu leave had been impulsive, and she now regretted it, realizing she had forfeited the opportunity to be close to him. Jiang Yu, however, was uncertain about how to confront Wen Fuyao. He was torn between acceptance and rejection, caught in a web of conflicted emotions. I cannot return at this moment, he replied hesitantly. Publicly, I am the son-in-law of the Han family. If I were to move back in with you, it would inevitably stir gossip, which would not be beneficial for either of us or the Han family. Wen Fuyao nodded gently, her understanding tinged with an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Jiang Yu then visited the Qingyuan club once more, seeking out Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu poured him a cup of tea and remarked with admiration, Brother, I heard about your uproar at the Tianyun Merchant Association. Impressive. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing to boast about. Defeating a few dozen ordinary individuals is hardly noteworthy. Jiang Hu chuckled and inquired, What brings you here at such a late hour? Jiang Yu candidly stated, I need your assistance. Just say the word. No need for formality. What is the matter? You have many members in the Black Tiger Hall, and I would like you to keep an eye on someone for me. Who? He Qingyuan. Consider it done. It's a trivial matter. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I have the chance. Why wait for a special occasion? Let us dine here at the club. Jiang Hu suggested with a wink. Although my establishment may not rival that of Lingzhou, it has everything you could desire. I assure you it will be an enjoyable experience. Jiang Yu's interest was piqued. He had never experienced the club's offerings before and was eager to discover what had captivated Jiang Hu so thoroughly. After spending 2 hours drinking with Jiang Hu, who had become quite inebriated, Jiang Yu was escorted by the manager to a room filled with alluring ambience. A circular waterbed was positioned against the wall, and as Jiang Yu reclined upon it, he found it to be a rather unique experience. Within minutes, a stunning woman clad in a cheongsam entered, her high slit revealing long, graceful legs. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing both beauty and charm. Hello. I am the number 8 technician at your service. What services do you offer? Jiang Yu inquired, his curiosity piqued. The woman raised an eyebrow, internally questioning his ignorance of the offerings available. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's personal recommendation, she might have suspected Jiang Yu's intentions. This includes massage and wellness treatments, among other things. Can you be more specific? Leaning closer, the woman whispered a few enticing details into Jiang Yu's ear, and he suddenly understood why Jiang Yu was so enamored with this lifestyle. It seemed that Jiang Yu had sent him here to explore an unrestrained side of life. No wonder he had been difficult to find upon returning home. Feeling a bit awkward, the woman suggested, "Shall I prepare the bath for you first?" Jiang Yu shook his head and replied, "No need, you may leave." I'm a bit tired and wish to rest. Perhaps next time," he added. Jiang Yu was merely curious and had no intention of genuinely engaging. The words spoken by the beautiful woman earlier had indeed resolved a long-standing question in his heart. As the night deepened, Jiang Yu chose not to return home and instead stayed at the club. The following day, Jiang Yu, still groggy, knocked on Jiang Yu's door. The first thing he inquired being whether Jiang Yu had enjoyed himself the previous night. Jiang Yu casually responded that it was satisfactory, and Jiang Yu encouraged him to visit more often. Jiang Yu thought to himself that he had 9 fiancées, each more stunning than the last. So what was the need to come here? He dared not speak of Han Ying, but for Wen Fuyao, if he so desired. He could win her over in an instant. By the way, there's something I must discuss with you. My subordinates have not located He Qing Yuan. Jiang Yu transitioned to serious matters. What do you mean you haven't found him? My men have searched both his company and villa, yet He Qing Yuan remains elusive. I've heard he has gone bankrupt. Could he have left Tianyan City? Jiang Yu was unaware that He Qing Yuan's downfall was due to Jiang Yu's actions. Jiang Yu frowned, insisting he must still be in Tianyan City, continue searching for him. The more elusive He Qing Yuan became, the more anxious Jiang Yu felt. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a spear but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. After leaving the Qing Yuan club, he called Han Xiong, requesting her to leverage her connections in hopes of locating He Qing Yuan. On the phone, Han Xiong remarked, "One should show mercy when possible. You've already driven him to bankruptcy, yet you still want to let it go?" Jiang Yu replied, "I am merely concerned about potential retaliation. I harbor no other intentions." Han Xiong countered, "There is no time for this now. I am currently cleaning up your mess at Lutong Mountain." She had returned to Chao Bin's residence, but was once again met with a shut door. Chao Bin had no intention of reconciling and refused to meet her. Even the most patient can become exasperated. After 3 failed attempts, Han Xiong was enraged. If he refuses to negotiate, then let it be. The Chao family will face the consequences. With that, she stormed off. Not long after her departure, Chao Gang arrived, calling out from a distance, "Uncle, isn't the timing right yet?" Chao Gang was simmering with frustration. He could not enjoy himself until vengeance was served. Chao Bin stepped outside, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant green mountains. Opportunities do not come easily. If it were merely a matter of dealing with Jiang Yu, it would be simple. However, with the involvement of the Han group, Chao Bin dared not act recklessly. "Uncle, I have been unable to hold my head high among my friends these past few days. What are you truly concerned about?" Chao Gang asked. Chao Bin replied, "The Han family and the Han group are among the most prominent enterprises in Tianyan City, and their connections are beyond your imagination. Do you think my position as the president of the Martial Arts Association is sufficient to challenge them?" Chao Gang's expression darkened further. "So was my beating in vain? Uncle, while they may have struck me, it is tantamount to a provocation against you." Chao Bin shot him a glare. "Do not try to provoke me. As the old saying goes, one must have legitimate reasons for action. If I were to act solely because of a squabble between your generation, how would my peers perceive me? They would say I am bullying the weak, and that would be truly humiliating." Upon reaching such a prestigious status, reputation holds paramount importance for Chao Bin. "Master," a voice called from the entrance. Sun Yu, a disciple of the Tianqing martial arts school, stood respectfully at the door. Despite the gate being wide open, he dared not step into the courtyard without the owner's consent. Among the many disciples of the martial arts school, Chao Bin recognized few, but Sun Yu was one of them. However, the two brothers had never shared much camaraderie due to their differing temperaments. Chao Gang peered outside and inquired, "Uncle, who is he?" Chao Bin, seated elegantly on the wooden chair in the main hall, replied softly, "He is the disciple of your Shi Shu. Let him in." Only then did Chao Gang approach the entrance and beckon Sun Yu to enter. As they passed each other, Chao Gang noticed Sun Yu's empty hands and could not help but jest. "You come to visit relatives, yet bring no gifts?" Sun Yu, slightly embarrassed, hurriedly explained, "Brother, I came in quite a rush. Chao Gang coldly chuckled. Spare me the pleasantries. What business do you have with my uncle? In the next moment, Sun Yu stepped into the hall and, with a thud, knelt on the floor, exclaiming, Please, master, stand up for us. Stand up for you? Are you not aware of the discord between me and your master? Chao Bin inquired. I am aware, but master, I truly have no other recourse. Originally, my master forbade me from coming, but that scoundrel has insulted my school, showing no regard for even you, master. I can no longer endure this. Chao Bin rose, asking, What exactly transpired? Chao Gang, intrigued, slowly approached. Sun Yu, filled with indignation, recounted, Not long ago, someone came to our martial arts school seeking to challenge us. Overestimating his own strength, he severely injured my master and insulted our school. I told him that Master Chao, the foremost expert in Tianyan City, is our Shu, a member of the Hongwu sect, yet that scoundrel remained arrogant, claiming that even if Master Chao arrived, he would not hold back. In a bid to incite Chao Bin to seek vengeance, Sun Yu maliciously slandered Jiang Yu, fabricating stories that had never occurred. Upon hearing this, Chao Gang erupted in fury. Who dares to insult my uncle? Chao Bin's expression darkened as he queried, What is his name? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Both Chao Bin and his nephew were momentarily taken aback. Chao Gang quickly retrieved a photo from his phone and asked, Is it this Jiang Yu? Indeed, that is him. The mere sight of Jiang Yu's photo ignited a fiery rage in Sun Yu's eyes. This man harmed my master and insulted my school. I would recognize him even in ashes. It must be said that Sun Yu's acting was commendable. Chao Gang suddenly grinned. Uncle, now we have a legitimate reason to act. As he insulted us first, Chao Bin slammed his palm down on the table, leaving an imprint in the wood. Ignorant wretches, they overstepped their bounds. His profound strength caused the sleeves of his robe to ripple. Master Chao. Another voice called from the entrance. Chao Gang hurried to the door and exclaimed, Uncle, General Zhao from the Dingxing group has arrived. Chao Bin immediately restrained his fury, straightened his attire, and briskly stepped outside to greet him. What brings such a distinguished visitor today? Master Chao, I trust all is well. Zhao Zhizhong performed a respectful salute customary among martial artists, and then signaled to Zhao Shua beside him, who promptly presented a gift. This is my son, Zhao Shua. Zhao Zhizhong briefly introduced a person and then cast a sideways glance at Zhao Shua, stating, This gentleman is the foremost master in Tianyan City. Do not delay in calling him. Zhao Shua hurriedly exclaimed, Master Chao. Chao Bin scrutinized Zhao Shua and complimented, Your son is undoubtedly a dragon among men. You flatter me. Master Chao. Mr. Zhao, please come inside. Chao Bin welcomed the Zhao father and son into the room, instructing Chao Gang to brew tea. He introduced, This is my nephew. Chao Gang. He is the disciple of my fellow apprentice, Wei Xiao. Zhao Zhizhong nodded lightly. He recognized Wei Xiao but was unfamiliar with Sun Yu. After sipping his tea, Chao Bin inquired, Mr. Zhao, you are usually occupied with duties. What brings you here today? Zhao Zhizhong, straightforwardly, stated, I have a request to make. Please, go ahead. Master Chao, I seek your assistance in dealing with someone. Who? Jiang Yu. At this revelation, both Chao Bin and Chao Gang were taken aback. What was happening today that everyone was seeking his assistance to confront Jiang Yu? Sun Yu remained impassive. He was aware of the long-standing feud between the Dingxing group and Jiang Yu. Zhao Shua produced a photograph, gritting his teeth. Master Chao, this is the individual. The person in the photograph was the same adversary as Chao Gang. Chao Gang was stirred with excitement. Zhao Zhizhong's request indicated that his uncle would surely take action. However, Chao Bin maintained a calm demeanor and asked, May I inquire about your grievances with this individual, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Shua interjected. He has insulted me and taken my fiancée. This enmity is irreconcilable. Chao Bin further queried, What do you wish me to do? Zhao Shua's eyes glinted with malice as he stated emphatically, I want him dead. Chao Gang, equally fervent, echoed, Mr. Zhao. Our thoughts align perfectly. Chao Gang, do you also have a vendetta against him? Chao Gang lifted his plastered hand, saying, This is due to his doing. Chao Bin furrowed his brow, shooting a stern glance at Chao Gang, who immediately stood upright, silenced. He then said, Mr. Zhao, I would normally feel obliged to assist, but you must be aware that the young man is the prospective son-in-law of the Han family. I worry. Master Chao, there is no need for concern. I will handle matters with the Han family myself. You may focus solely on dealing with Jiang Yu. Chao Bin chuckled heartily, rising to declare, with your assurance, Mr. Zhao, I am at ease. Chao Gang, uncle, prepare a challenge for that young man. 1 week hence, We shall determine life and death atop Lutong. Chapter 93. The constant mention of money with the robust support of the Dingxing group, Xiao Bin felt no apprehension. While Jiang Yu was still scouring for He Yuan, he remained unaware that the challenge from Tianyun City's foremost master had already reached the Han family. He Yuan seemed to have vanished completely since his appearance at the courthouse. No one had seen him, nor had he contacted anyone. This left Jiang Yu feeling uneasy. He was not particularly concerned for himself. He could withstand any of He Yuan's tactics, but when Fu Yao was another matter entirely. As a woman of delicate constitution, she was ill-equipped to confront the ferocity lurking in the shadows. He first visited Guanhu residence, where He Yuan's villa was indeed deserted. Through connections, he even enlisted Wang Yu's help to retrieve surveillance footage from the community. The surveillance footage revealed that He Yuan, after losing the lawsuit, had returned once, departing from the villa with a substantial suitcase. Jiang Yu recognized that suitcase, a gift from Du Lang, which contained 4 million in cash. Although the city was under a comprehensive surveillance network, Jiang Yu lacked the authority to access the footage. He spent the entire morning searching in vain. Navigating the vast city alone felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He could only hope that Jean Hu would bring him good news. Jiang Yu instructed Jean Hu to discreetly assign a few individuals to protect Wen Fuyao, believing that as long as He Yuan did not employ professional assassins, they could manage the situation. By noon, he returned home, exhausted, grappling with the aftermath of He Yuan's actions. Slumping onto the sofa, he rubbed his temples and suddenly noticed a brand new laptop resting on the coffee table. A warmth spread through him as he murmured, "Though I verbally refuse. My body is quite honest." It was clear that the laptop was a gift from Han Ying. While it appeared less expensive than Han Ying's own laptop, it was more than sufficient for Jiang Yu, who only needed it for research. He promptly opened the computer and began fiddling with it. Rarely using a computer, he found many functions unfamiliar and his typing speed alarmingly slow. His sluggish typing significantly hindered his research progress. Having finished her classes, Han Ying purchased a boxed meal near the school gate before heading home. With another class in the afternoon, she planned to rest for about an hour before returning. Upon entering the house, she spotted Jiang Yu pecking at the keyboard with one finger. She mocked, "With typing speed like that, how dare you ask me to buy you a computer? Haven't you learned Pinyin?" Jiang Yu had never attended school. He learned characters from an elder. "Should I buy you a handwriting tablet instead? Since you've already splurged on a laptop worth several thousand, I suppose a handwriting tablet wouldn't be a concern." "That's unnecessary," Jiang Yu retorted, his pride ignited. "Just give me 2 days to figure out Pinyin, and I'll type faster than you. Go ahead and boast. After all, boasting isn't taxable. How about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "In 2 days, if my typing speed exceeds yours, you owe me 10,000 yuan. What do you say? Have you lost your mind? Always talking about money?" Han Ying scoffed before adding with a mischievous grin, "Nonetheless, I accept your wager. Let us make it 20 days instead. I've been using computers since I was 3, and my typing speed is lightning fast. I doubt you can make any significant progress in 2 days." With an opportunity to earn money, she was not about to refuse. "All right, 20 days it is. And no backing out." "Humph," Han Ying huffed, placing her boxed meal on the table while scrolling through her social media. Jiang Yu glanced up and mumbled, "What about mine?" Han Ying had only bought 1 boxed meal. "There's none for you. If you're hungry, cook for yourself." She shot back without looking up. Jiang Yu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. After all, she is the daughter of the Han family. Why is she so stingy? Han Ying immediately raised her head, a fierce glint in her eyes. "First of all, I had no idea you were home. Secondly, providing you with a place to stay is already generous enough. Do you expect me to cover your meals as well? I am currently your tool, laboring for you. Spare me the rhetoric. I have already compensated you for your services." Han Ying swiftly finished her meal and retreated to her room for rest, while Jiang Yu continued to tinker with his computer, diligently searching for videos to learn Pinyin in hopes of winning that 10,000 yuan. At 2 in the afternoon, Han Ying groggily arose from her slumber. "Are you free this evening?" she inquired just before stepping out. "What is the matter? Are you inviting me to dinner?" "My father is inviting you." "Huh." Jiang Yu abruptly lifted his head. "Your father? Given that he holds me in such low regard, is this invitation not a trap?" Han Ying replied, "My father just called and asked us to come home for a casual dinner. He wants to discuss a few matters with you." Jiang Yu muttered, "What could I possibly have to discuss with your father?" "I have no idea. I'm merely informing you. Whether you choose to attend is entirely up to you." All right, I understand. Now go to your class and don't disturb me while I study Pinyin." Han Ying chuckled, her laughter vibrant and lively. I've never seen someone nearing 20 learning pinyin. Would you like me to teach you? Away with you. Do not let the order of the English alphabet cloud my thoughts. He retorted with a laugh as Han Ning exited, her laughter echoing behind her. After an hour of pinyin practice, Jiang Yu received a call from Su Wan, who was waiting for him at Yuyin Company. Su Wan mistakenly believed he was still employed there. He hurried to the base of the Yuyin Company building, where Su Wan stood in a checkered dress, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. A beautiful woman is always the center of attention, wherever she may be. Has payday come around so quickly? Jiang Yu assumed Su Wan was only seeking to repay her debt. With an awkward smile, she replied, payday is still a while away. Do you need money? If so, I could arrange to repay you part of it now. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. I do not require money. What else do you need from me? Su Wan explained, my father's health has improved significantly. Initially, my mother wanted him to rest a bit longer, but he insists on returning to work. I would like to ask you to check on him to see if he is fit to work normally, to prevent any quarrels between them. A follow-up check? No problem. Jiang Yu thought it was a minor issue. Honestly, you don't need to come all the way here. Just give me a call, and I can go myself. I can find my way, or if worse comes to worst, I could ask your cousin to accompany me. Su Wan softly replied, I mentioned this to my mother, but she insisted I return to personally invite you, claiming it would be more courteous. Her head lowered slightly, her cheeks flushing. Deep down, she likely understood her mother's intentions. Her mother had taken a liking to Jiang Yu. Look at you, blushing like a shy little bird. Let us not linger. Let us go. Ah, yes, yes. Su Wan hurriedly trotted to the curb to hail a taxi, her face nearly crimson. Jiang Yu observed her, bemused by the contrast between her bashful demeanor and Su Xin's assertive nature. Could they truly be related? Chapter 94. The grievances between men. Silver willows flourished everywhere, radiating verdant vitality. Most of the fields in Silver Willow Village had been leased out, leaving behind the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The elderly sat languidly at their doorsteps, fanning themselves with bamboo fans. As Su Wan passed by, she greeted each of them politely. Su Wan, you're back. Is that your boyfriend? Su Wan, your boyfriend is quite handsome. Su Wan, when will you get married? Whenever the village's young people returned, the elderly tended to engage in such discussions. Su Wan explained along the way that Jiang Yu was merely a friend. She refrained from mentioning that Jiang Yu was a doctor, for the villagers had already spread tales of Su Delyang's miraculous recovery from the brink of death, attributing it to a divine encounter. If Su Wan were to disclose that Jiang Yu was the physician who treated her father, he would be besieged by the elderly seeking his medical expertise. Finally reaching her home, Su Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, Mom, Jiang Yu is here, she announced. Su Delyang and his wife hurried out to greet him, ushering him into the house, where a lavish spread of food awaited, displaying their utmost hospitality. Meanwhile, the village elders continued discussing Su Wan and her supposed boyfriend, while idle onlookers, Qian Lai and Zhu Chao, rushed toward the Su residence with fervor. Jiang Yu meticulously examined Su Ditsai's health, and the latter cautiously inquired, Dr. Jiang, how is my health? Am I all right? You're fine, came the reply. Can I get back to work? Of course, but you must not discontinue the medication. Take 2 more doses for reinforcement. Su Ditsai was elated. Dr. Jiang, you are truly a miraculous healer. At that moment, Zhang Guru exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ditsai and then pulled Su Wan aside into the courtyard. With a smile, she said, Dr. Jiang, may I have a word with my daughter? Once outside, Zhang Guru glanced into the living room and asked, My dear, what are your thoughts? Su Wan's cheeks flushed. What do you mean? I mean about you and Dr. Jiang. He is not only handsome, but also an excellent physician. You would not be at a loss with him. I believe it could work. Mom, what are you saying? My cousin told me that Dr. Jiang has a fiancée. What does it matter? They are not yet married. Be proactive. You might just succeed. You have the figure and the looks. You are not lacking in any regard. In the living room, after praising Jiang Yu's medical skills, Su Ditsai also inquired, Dr. Jiang, what do you think of my daughter? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Uncle, what do you mean? Su Ditsai replied, I heard what my daughter said when you first visited. Although she spoke out of desperation, I think you are a good man, and this could work. Dr. Jiang, although our family circumstances are modest, my daughter is exceptional. Please consider it. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless, glancing outside to see Su Wan's flushed face, realizing that the couple was likely conducting their own matchmaking efforts. What on earth is happening? Am I to cure ailments and simultaneously acquire a girlfriend? Best not to entertain such notions, especially with the 9 marriage proposals already weighing on my mind. Uncle, I must clarify that I have a fiancée. I just got engaged recently. Ah. Su Ditsai's face fell in disappointment as he slowly retrieved a cigarette to smoke. The atmosphere in the living room became somewhat awkward. Jiang Yu then stood up, saying, Uncle, there is no need for concern. I shall take my leave now. He walked into the courtyard, and Jean Garay immediately approached him, inquiring, How did your conversation with your uncle go? As she spoke, she exchanged knowing glances with Su Ditsai, seemingly seeking more information. Su Ditsai stood at the entrance of the living room, taking a drag from his cigarette, shaking his head in resignation. Jean Garay shot him an accusatory glare, filled with reproach. Suwon felt a bit awkward and quickly said, Dad, since you're feeling better, we should be on our way. There are many matters to attend to at the company. Child, remember what your mother said. Jean Garay continued to admonish Suwon. Suwon cast an apologetic glance at Jiang Yu, who appeared unfazed by the exchange. As they reached the front gate, they spotted Qianlai and Zhu Chao rushing towards them like frenzied hounds. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, they abruptly halted, panting heavily while leaning on each other for support. Zhu Chao gulped and exclaimed, Hey bro, it's him. This kid had the audacity to come back after we gave him a beating. Qianlai's fury ignited upon spotting Jiang Yu, his venomous gaze resembling that of a predator ready to strike. He harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Yu. Qianlai had long pursued Suwon, but she, with her high standards, had never regarded him. He understood well that, given Suwon's qualities, finding a wealthier and more handsome suitor in the province would be quite feasible. Su Ditsai's illness had presented him with a fleeting opportunity, his only chance. Had Jiang Yu not appeared, Suwon's filial piety would have undoubtedly led her to sacrifice her own happiness for her father's treatment. Qianlai cared not for Suwon's affections. He was solely fixated on her physical presence in his life. Yet, Jiang Yu's timely intervention, restoring Su Ditsai's health with a few doses of herbal medicine, shattered Qianlai's aspirations. In the following days, Qianlai dreamt incessantly of pursuing Jiang Yu, envisioning his demise in myriad ways. Jiang Yu, equally astonished, pondered how these two could dare show their faces again after he had refrained from retaliating against their previous assault. Qianlai, glancing around in search of a weapon, retreated a step and picked up a half-brick from the roadside, feeling somewhat emboldened with this makeshift armament. How bold of you to return to our Silver Willow village. Today, I shall ensure you leave without a trace. Zhu Chao, where's Zhu Run? Upon turning, Qianlai noticed Zhu Chao had retreated even further. Both understood that together, they stood no chance against Jiang Yu. Zhu Chao murmured, Bro, we're unarmed. We can't confront him directly. Qianlai, gritting his teeth, whispered, The hatred of a rival for a beloved cannot be overlooked. We cannot let this go unpunished. Zhu Chao replied, Isn't Fengyang back? He trained in a martial arts school in the city for several years. He should be able to handle this kid. Is he? Wasn't he recently hospitalized after being kicked in the kidneys? Surely, it was by someone stronger at the school. Fengyang should be more than capable of dealing with him. Right? Jiang Yu, observing their hushed conversation, smirked and taunted, If you intend to fight, step forward. If not, step aside. Do you not know that a wise dog refrains from blocking the path? Fuming, Suwon interjected, Who is your girlfriend? Qianlai, stop talking nonsense. I have no connection with you. Suwon, this matter does not concern you. It is a dispute among men. With that, he brandished his phone, shouting, You brat. Just wait. I will summon my people to deal with you. Chapter 95. We outnumber him. What are we afraid of? A dispute among men? Jiang Yu found this individual rather intriguing and replied nonchalantly, If I manage to subdue you this time, will you cease your pursuit of Suwon? Then if I subdue you, will you stop contesting with me? Jiang Yu nearly burst into laughter. Which of your eyes has seen me vying for your girlfriend? He solemnly stated, I am granting you this opportunity. I shall do a good deed to the end and assist Suwon in removing this leech. All right. Qianlai's eyes gleamed with malice. Do you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel or a group fight? Whichever you prefer. Very well. Then I shall give you time to gather your allies. It shall be a group fight. Qianlai lacked confidence in a one-on-one confrontation. Jiang Yu replied indifferently, For you, I need not call upon anyone. Qianlai's heart leapt with joy. Now, you said it yourself. Don't complain later about me having more people to bully the fewer. Zhu Chao taunted, You're doomed. Kid, my friends are trained fighters. Jiang Yu dismissed him. Do you truly think your numbers can surpass the Black Tiger Hall or the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce? Can you fight better than the Tianxing Martial Arts School? Qian Lai made a phone call. Feng Yang, come to Su Wan's place, now? There's an audacious fool attempting to steal my woman. Help me teach him a lesson. After hanging up, Qian Lai stood tall, brimming with confidence. Jiang Yu found the name Feng Yang somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had heard it. He couldn't possibly remember every minor character he had dealt with. He stood nonchalantly at the entrance, but Su Wan grew anxious, grasping his arm and whispering, "Let us go? If something happens to you, I will be too ashamed to face you." Jiang Yu replied calmly, "Do not worry, I will be fine." "But no buts. Do you not wish to shake off those two overweight fools? Allow me to assist you." Upon hearing the term overweight, Qian Lai immediately retorted, "Brat, clean up your mouth. Where am I fat?" Compared to Zhu Chao, who weighed around 180 pounds, Qian Lai was not fat, yet when compared to Jiang Yu, he was indeed quite portly. Zhu Chao chimed in, "We possess standard physiques. We are both imposing and handsome. Who can compare to us?" Jiang Yu mocked, "A standard physique at 180 pounds? Imposing and handsome? Self-love should have its limits. Haven't you ever startled yourself while looking in the mirror?" Zhu Chao angrily shouted, "What do you know? A pretty face is commonplace, but an interesting soul is rare." Jiang Yu retorted, "Ah yes. An interesting soul at 180 pounds. Zhu Chao's face turned green. "Try mocking my weight again and see what happens." Under the blazing sun, Feng Yang hurriedly pedaled his bicycle, drenched in sweat. Upon his arrival, Qian Lai and Zhu Chao were filled with smug satisfaction. "My buddy is here. You are finished." Qian Lai tossed a half brick in his hand, revealing a sinister grin. Feng Yang dismounted at the corner, pushed his bicycle to the roadside, and rolled up his sleeves, shouting, "Who dares to steal my brother's girlfriend?" Qian Lai beckoned to him. "People are at Su Wan's doorstep." After the three convened, Feng Yang took his position while Qian Lai and Zhu Chao flanked him, with Zhu Chao tossing a red brick as they marched boldly towards Su Wan's home. During their wait, Su Wan had brought a stool for Jiang Yu and sliced a watermelon. Qian Lai was seething with anger. He was nearly baked under the sun while they leisurely enjoyed watermelon in the shade. The more he thought about it, the more incensed he became. Pointing at Jiang Yu and declaring, "Feng Yang, that's the kid. He's incredibly arrogant. Let's go after him. Beat him up." Zhu Chao roared, and both rushed forward. However, just as they were about to reach Jiang Yu, they abruptly halted and scrambled back in a panic because Feng Yang hadn't moved an inch. "Feng Yang, don't betray us. We agreed to charge together." Qian Lai scolded, then added, "Follow my lead. On the count of 3, we rush in together. 1, 2, 3. Qian Lai and Zhu Chao launched a second charge, but retreated hastily once more. Feng Yang remained stationary, swallowing hard. Zhu Chao, frustrated, exclaimed, "Feng Yang, what's wrong? We didn't bring you here to watch a show." Qian Lai inquired, "Could it be the heat has made you dizzy? Look at him. His lips are turning white." Indeed, Feng Yang's lips had turned pale, but it was from fear. Jiang Yu might not remember him, yet he would never forget Jiang Yu. Long ago, when Jiang Yu had stormed into the martial arts school, he had swept through with unmatched vigor, leaving a lasting impression. Moreover, Feng Yang had suffered an injury to his lower back at Jiang Yu's hands. How could he forget the instigator of his pain? Zhu Chao fanned Feng Yang, suggesting, "How about I get a watermelon too, to help Feng Yang cool down?" Qian Lai concurred, realizing that without Feng Yang, they were nothing but easy targets for a beating. Jiang Yu took a bite of watermelon and languidly remarked, "Are you still going to fight? Is there not enough of you? I could give you more time to gather reinforcements." Qian Lai boomed, "Don't get too cocky. My buddy is just overheated. Once he recovers, you'll see us beat you to a pulp." Feng Yang swallowed again, bewildered. These two fools still dared to threaten? "Listen to my advice. Don't provoke him." Feng Yang stammered, his voice trembling. "We have the numbers. Why should we fear him?" Qian Lai retorted. Feng Yang adjusted his waist, groaning, "I'm the one who is scared. I've only just been out of the hospital and don't wish to return." Zhu Chao pressed, "Feng Yang, are you lacking confidence? Didn't that kid just say for us to gather more people? If you're unsure, call a few senior brothers. I'm sure we can handle him." Qian Lai added, "Don't worry about the money. I'll give each of your senior brothers 5,000 as a token of gratitude, just to help me vent my anger." Feng Yang grimaced, "Should I call my master too?" At this, Qian Lai was elated. "If that is possible, even better. I've heard your master is one of the top 10 experts in Tianyan City, correct?" "Top 10 experts?" Zhu Chao exclaimed excitedly. "Feng Yang, why didn't you mention this earlier?" Qian Lai immediately raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yu, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, little brat, you're doomed. My buddies know the top 10 masters of Tianyan City." Zhu Chao joined in the laughter. "Do you know who it is?" the head of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Wei Xiao, a formidable master of martial arts. Feng Yang was almost in tears and shouted, "Stop laughing." Qian Lai and Zhu Chao were taken aback, turning to ask, "What on earth are you talking about?" Feng Yang inquired, "Do you even know who he is?" "Of course, he's just some quack doctor, right?" "A quack doctor? Do you have any idea that he is also a master of martial arts? Even my master is no match for him." You actually dared to challenge him. Are you trying to get me killed?" Chapter 96. One must know the ambitions of youth. Feng Yang gazed helplessly at the sky, feeling a subtle pain in his waist. Qian Lai and Zhu Chao felt as though they had been struck by lightning, and the world around them turned dark. "What? Master Jiang? More powerful than the top master? Wei Guanzhu? Are you kidding me? Isn't he just some quack doctor?" After a long pause, Qian Lai finally regained his senses and weakly asked, "Feng Yang, you can't be joking, can you? Do I look like I'm joking? My waist injury was inflicted by him, right in front of dozens of people at the Martial Arts Academy." Upon realizing the truth, tears nearly brimmed in Qian Lai and Zhu Chao's eyes. What unfortunate fate had they encountered to cross paths with such a martial arts master? No wonder others were so fearless. Jiang Yu leisurely approached after finishing a piece of watermelon. "I don't have much time to waste. If you don't take action, I won't hold back." As he made a move, Feng Yang immediately knelt down, his face full of grievance. "Master Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. You know me?" "Of course, I do. I am from the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. I was present when you challenged the academy, and you even struck me." Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the statement, as if being struck by him was a privilege. Qian Lai and Zhu Chao, not wanting to be outdone, also knelt down. It is said that a man's knees are worth gold, yet they knelt with such naturalness. What could they do? He was someone far more formidable than Wei Guanzhu, capable of killing them with a single punch. In comparison to their lives, what value did their knees hold? "Master, we were wrong, truly wrong." Zhu Chao continually bowed. "We were just joking. Please don't take it to heart." Qian Lai added, "Master Jiang, we shouldn't have fought you. I will compensate you, whatever the amount." Feng Yang's eyes nearly bulged out, momentarily regarding Qian Lai as a miraculous being. This fellow actually fought Master Jiang. He felt as though the one kneeling beside him was not a person, but a pit of fire. Jiang Yu had thought he would need to demonstrate some skills to resolve the matter, yet the turn of events was utterly unpredictable. He waved his hand dismissively. "I do not require your compensation." To him, those two were no more than a mere itch. Qian Lai raised his thumb in admiration. "Master Jiang is indeed magnanimous. I am in awe." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Stop flattering me. Just remember what I said." "What did you say?" Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Qian Lai realized. I remember. Rest assured, Master Jiang, I shall never again disturb Su Wan, your girlfriend. How could I dare to encroach?" Jiang Yu felt no inclination to elaborate and merely nodded gently. He then turned to Su Wan and said, "It's over, let us depart." Qian Lai, eager to assist, rose and inquired, "Master Jiang, are we heading into the city?" "What else could it be? Am I to visit your home for tea?" Jiang Yu replied, "Master Jiang, our village is quite distant from the city. The bus only arrives every half hour, and taxis are scarce. Please wait a moment, I shall drive you." Considering the distance from Su Wan's home to the main road, Jiang Yu did not decline. After nodding, Qian Lai retrieved Feng Yang's bicycle, which had been abandoned by the roadside, and swiftly rode home. In less than 10 minutes, a Passat halted in front of Su Wan's residence. Qian Lai exited the vehicle, opened the door with a bow, and said, "Master Jiang, please, mind your head." Jiang Yu mused that Qian Lai would have a promising future as a lackey, given his brazen demeanor in the village. Jiang Yu entered the car, and Su Wan, feeling no apprehension, bid farewell to her parents before joining him. As the automobile gently rolled away, Su Dezai and his wife stood at the gate, filled with sentiments. Zhang Guoei remarked, "Dr. Jiang truly possesses remarkable skills. Even the typically brash Qian Lai has been tamed by him. Did you not hear? Just now, Qian Lai mentioned that Dr. Jiang surpasses any martial arts master. If only Wan'er could marry him. That would be difficult. Dr. Jiang has already stated that he is engaged. So what if he is engaged? Until the wedding vows are exchanged, nothing is set in stone. Our daughter still has a chance." "What chance is that? Do you wish for our daughter to be a mistress?" "Hey, how can you speak like that? I am merely encouraging her to pursue her own happiness. Dr. Jiang saved my life. We cannot engage in such unscrupulous behavior." "What is unscrupulous about it, Su Dezai? You must clarify." The couple soon found themselves in a heated argument. Meanwhile, Qianlai, like a relentless chatterbox, continued his incessant monologue throughout the journey. Master Jiang, to be candid, I have harbored a dream of martial arts since childhood. I wished to apprentice under a master of great renown, but alas, my family's circumstances were not conducive at the time. When Feng Yang attended the martial arts school, I desired to join him, but my father insisted he work instead. However, I have come to realize that I must pursue martial arts. It is my dream. Master Jiang, would you consider taking me as your disciple? I would pay any tuition required. He had spoken extensively, laying the groundwork for this request. Jiang Yu casually deflected, you lack the talent. Surely not. I have visited several martial arts schools, and the masters there proclaim me a prodigy. I am merely older now, but with perseverance, I could still become a renowned figure. Jiang Yu's lips curled slightly in amusement. A renowned figure indeed. Did he not perceive that others were merely flattering him to extract his money? Qianlai continued to speak fervently, and out of politeness, Jiang Yu occasionally interjected. Su Wan, however, remained silent. She had little to converse about with Qianlai. Yet, she was somewhat pleased that throughout the journey, Qianlai had not addressed her directly, and the discussion remained focused on martial arts. Had it been in the past, if they had found themselves in the same vehicle, Qianlai would have surely monopolized her attention. Su Wan disembarked at the station, needing to return to Lin City. As she was about to leave, she informed Jiang Yu that President Lin had been rather busy these days and inquired if Jiang Yu could go to Lin City for treatment. Reflecting on the significant assistance she had provided him, Jiang Yu readily agreed. Qianlai merely bid Su Wan farewell and then resumed the conversation about martial arts. Upon returning to the city, it was already 6 o'clock, and Jiang Yu instructed Qianlai to take him directly to Guanhaj. Qianlai was taken aback. Master Jiang, I never imagined you were so wealthy, he exclaimed, seeing Jiang Yu's modest attire, which was far less expensive than his own socks. He had assumed Jiang Yu was merely a poor fellow. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Jiang Yu resided in Guanhaj. Qianlai's family had recently come into wealth and was the richest in the surrounding villages. Yet even if he spent all his fortune, he could not afford a villa in Guanhaj. His father often admonished him that appearances can be deceiving, a lesson he had never taken to heart until now. Today, he grasped the truth of that saying. An unassuming and seemingly impoverished doctor possessed a status that left him in awe. This realization only solidified Qianlai's resolve to become Jiang Yu's disciple. Watching Jiang Yu's retreating figure, Qianlai felt a surge of emotion and, unbidden, recited a line from a poem he had learned from television. One must know the aspirations of youth. Once promised, the pinnacle of excellence awaits. Chapter 97. The theatrical performer Qianlai mused that if he could persist in his dreams of martial arts during his youth, perhaps he too could attain the level of a martial arts master at Jiang Yu's age. That was his belief. He lingered at the entrance of Guanhaj for quite some time until Wang Yu came to shoo him away. In his arrogance, he retorted to Wang Yu, "What do you think you're doing, you mere security guard? Do you know who my master is? The youngest martial arts master in Tianyin City." Having spent a considerable amount of time in Tianyin City, this was Jiang Yu's second visit to the Han family villa. He stood at the doorway, filled with sentiment. Initially, he believed he could easily secure the marriage certificate and leave, but he had not anticipated the many complications he would face. "What are you dawdling for? Afraid my brother will eat you?" Han Xiong appeared at the door, smiling at him. Jiang Yu stepped forward, saying, "What is there to fear? I would be delighted to dine with you, aunt." Han Xiong smirked and replied, "You've certainly learned to charm during your time in the city." She led Jiang Yu inside. Conversing as they walked, "There's no need to be anxious. It's just a family dinner with me, my brother, and Xiaoying." In the kitchen, the housekeeper was busy, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. "My brother is in the study," and Xiaoying went to her room when she returned. "Please have a seat. I'll go fetch them." "Wait, just us?" Jiang Yu asked, feigning ignorance, but he needed to ask. The arrangement of his engagement to Han Ing was orchestrated by the elder, and if Jiang Yu arrived without acknowledging him, Han Xiong might grow suspicious. Upon hearing this, Han Xiong's expression dimmed. "Don't mention it." The day after the birthday banquet, the old man left a letter, saying he was off to explore the beauty of our country. At his age, is it really appropriate to be so impulsive? Jiang Yu chuckled. Perhaps he has become more open-minded with age, living life as he pleases. He may live freely, but do you have any idea how worried we are? After days of searching, there has been no news, causing great anxiety. By the way, if the old master contacts you, do ensure to inform us at the earliest opportunity. Certainly. With that, Han Xiong ascended the stairs, while Han Ing promptly descended at the call. However, Han Tianming remained silent in his study. Han Ning lounged casually on the sofa. Han Xiong reminded her, "There are guests present. Do be mindful of your appearance." Han Ning retorted, "Aunt, haven't you already treated him like family? Why should I be concerned about my image in front of family?" Han Xiong was left speechless. Han Ning peered into the kitchen and called out, "Aunt Zhou, how much longer until dinner? I am absolutely famished." The housekeeper's voice floated in from the kitchen. "It will be ready shortly." Han Xiong inquired, "Look at you, resembling a starving ghost. Did you not have lunch?" Han Ning immediately cast a look of feigned innocence at Han Xiong. "Yes, Aunt, I can scarcely afford meals anymore. Will you not offer me some assistance?" "You can't afford meals?" Jiang Yu mused. "Was the lunchbox fed to the dogs? Did you not just receive 100,000? How could it be gone so soon? 100,000 is hardly sufficient, and besides, it's not just for me." Jiang Yu was taken aback. 100,000 is insufficient? The typical student's monthly expenses are just over 1,000, right? Wait, what do you mean it's not just for you? Han Ning shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you not human?" Jiang Yu nearly blurted out an expletive. "When did I ever use your money? You can't even spare a lunchbox for me, so what do I need your money for?" Han Ning seemed to read Jiang Yu's thoughts and declared emphatically, "Wasn't he the laptop I bought for you? The laptop? That is quite." Jiang Yu's words faltered as Han Ning suddenly lunged forward, covering his face with her hands. She whispered in his ear, "If you wish for a better life, cooperate with me. Just give a sound of agreement." Eep. Han Ning finally released him, and Jiang Yu gasped for breath. "Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Beside them, Han Xiong wore an odd smile. "Oh, it seems your relationship is progressing rather swiftly, engaging in flirtation right before my eyes." Han Ning then threw herself on a Han Xiong, pouting, "Aunt, you have no idea. He is both resourceful and useful. I truly have no money." She blinked, her eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Yu was genuinely impressed. Such acting talent should not be wasted on anything less than the stage. "Initially, it was you and grandfather who insisted on my engagement to him. Now, as you wished. I have offended my father. If only grandfather were here, he would never allow me to go hungry. I am quite pitiable. Enough, enough, spare me the theatrics. After dinner, I shall transfer another 100,000 to you," Han Xiong interjected. Han Ning planted a kiss on Han Xiong's cheek, exclaiming joyfully, "Yay, Aunt, you are the best." Just then, Han Tianming appeared at the railing on the second floor, his expression dark as a thundercloud. He sternly admonished, "Young ladies should not create such a commotion." "Humph." Han Ning scoffed lightly and turned her head away, refusing to look at her father. She whispered to Han Xiong, "Aunt, what does my father mean? He clearly invited us for dinner, yet he has worn a stern face since I entered the room." "I am not quite certain either," Han Xiong replied. Han Tianming was taken aback when he suggested inviting Jiang Yu for dinner, and Han Xiong stared in disbelief, feeling as if the sun had risen in the west. "President Han," Jiang Yu politely greeted, feeling a bit uneasy under Han Tianming's unfriendly gaze. It all felt like a banquet of intrigue. Han Xiong reminded him, "Still calling him President Han? You should change how you address him." Han Ning casually inquired, "If not President Han, then what should he call him?" Han Xiong asked, "What do you call me?" "Aunt," Jiang Yu responded, now addressing me as such. "So what should he call your father?" "No need," Han Tianming interjected. "Before he has had the chance to drink the toast tea, there's no need for casual titles." Han Xiong smoothed things over, "But they are engaged. Calling him uncle isn't unreasonable, right?" Yet Han Tianming remained steadfast. "It's unnecessary. I believe it is best to maintain a distance between us." Han Xiong rolled her eyes. "Your daughter is about to marry him. What distance is left? Honestly, if you keep that stern face, this dinner is hardly worth having." "Indeed." Han Ning nodded vigorously, with such a scowling face. Who could possibly enjoy the meal? Han Tianming remained silent, turning towards the kitchen, asking, "How long until dinner is ready?" The housekeeper replied, "Just the last dish, President Han. You may take your seats now." Han Tianming entered the dining room, coldly stating, "Dinner is served." Jiang Yu took a deep breath. The palpable tension made it feel less like a meal and more like an interrogation. It was evident that Han Tianming was still displeased with him as a prospective son-in-law. What was the true purpose of this dinner? "Come on, let us eat." Han Xiong patted his shoulder, offering her support. At the dining table, Han Tianming was solemn and serious, but lacked any true intimidating presence. Han Xiong and Han Ning ignored him, indulging in their meal and clinking their glasses together. Jiang Yu wanted to relax, yet Han Tianming's unyielding gaze kept him on edge. "Can we get to the point? Must you stare at me so?" Jiang Yu set down his chopsticks, meeting Han Tianming's gaze with composure. "Uncle, If you have something to say, please do. Han Tianming took a small sip of wine, his voice low and grave. Do you think that being engaged to my daughter gives you the liberty to act as you please? Act as I please. Uncle, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Have you considered how many people you have offended in recent days? I haven't counted, but it shouldn't be many. I never provoke trouble. Humph. Han Tianming slammed the table. You dared to offend Master Chow as well. You truly bring shame to our Han family. Han Xiong looked up, displeased. What is this outburst during dinner? It's none of your business. None of my business? Do you not realize why Jiang Yu offended Chow Bin? It is precisely because of your precious daughter. Father, this is truly not his fault. It was Chow Master's nephew, Chow Gang, who instigated things first. Han Ning defended Jiang Yu, occasionally harboring disdain for him, yet still possessing a sense of fairness. Is it merely because you offended Chow Gang that Master Chow would personally deliver a challenge to our home? Han Tianming's face was full of rage. Han Xiong frowned. What challenge? Jiang Yu echoed. What challenge? Han Ning, equally curious, asked, what challenge? Han Tianming directly threw the challenge letter to Jiang Yu, urging him to read it himself. Upon opening it, two small heads leaned in closer. Han Xiong read aloud. Recently, it has come to my attention that you, in your arrogance, have harmed my junior and disgraced my sect. Therefore, I, in accordance with the wishes of the people, issue this challenge, 7 days hence. We shall duel at the peak of Lutong, with life and death left to fate. Signed, Chow Bin. The brief words elucidated the reason for the challenge, along with the time and place of the impending confrontation. Han Xiong was incensed. Chow Bin, as an elder and the president of the Martial Arts Association in Tianyin City, dares to challenge Jiang Yu. Is this not blatant bullying? Han Tianming retorted, bullying? The letter explicitly states the reason. Master Chow has a justified cause. Jiang Yu interjected. I acknowledge harming his junior, but I do not accept the claim of dishonoring his sect. Han Tianming gritted his teeth. This alone is sufficient for Master Chow to take action. Are you still unaware of the imminent danger? I hear you indulged in revelry at Qingyuan Club last night. At this, both Han Xiong and Han Ning shot him a murderous glare. Han Ning scolded. You are tarnishing our family's reputation. Han Xiong sighed. Jiang Yu, you ought to reconsider. Our dearing is not lacking in any regard. Was it necessary for you to visit a club? Han Ning turned sharply, glaring angrily at Han Xiong. Aunt, what are you saying? Jiang Yu felt utterly wronged. He had indeed gone to Qingyuan Club, but it wasn't for debauchery. He clarified. I went to meet Jin Hu for business. Han Tianming pressed. Does business require an entire night? Jiang Yu explained. I had a few drinks with Boss Jin and became a bit tipsy. He offered me a room to rest. Nothing more. Humph, who would believe that? Han Ning scoffed coldly. She had seen Jiang Yu's drinking prowess and doubted that a mere Jin who could render him inebriated. So, you still have ties with those underground organizations? Our Han family conducts legitimate business. We cannot tolerate your recklessness. Han Tianming was infuriated and declared, for the sake of the old master, I shall overlook this incident. But should anything similar occur again, I will immediately annul your engagement with Han Ning. Han Xiong interjected. Let us set other matters aside for now and discuss the challenge. Brother, Chow Bin's challenge disregards our Han family entirely. I believe it is imperative for you to intervene. He has caused this trouble. Let him handle it. Han Xiong insisted. Brother, we are dealing with Master Chow, and the letter states that life and death are left to fate. What if Jiang Yu is killed? That would be his own folly. Han Tianming shot back, rising in anger and sweeping out of the room. Although he had been invited to dinner, he had not touched his chopsticks. Han Xiong scoffed. This man has no sense of humanity whatsoever. Jiang Yu tucked away the challenge letter and mused. He is right. I will resolve my own issues. After all, am I not the foremost expert in Tianyin City? Is that so easy to say? Han Xiong exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. Do you have any idea how formidable Master Chow is? Do you realize you could be killed? Aunt, you are merely inflating his arrogance while extinguishing our own. He is but a master. There is nothing to fear. Han Ning questioned. Are you truly unafraid of death? Jiang Yu replied. I fear death, but I shall not perish. He rose to his feet and stretched, feeling a sense of languor. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in a vigorous battle. Aunt, could you find me a tranquil place? I have a few days left and need to prepare thoroughly. Though his words were casual, his demeanor remained solemn. Han Xiong replied. I have purchased a residence outside the city, spacious enough for you to practice without disturbance. She understood that no amount of words could change the situation. She could only do her utmost to support Jiang Yu. After dinner, Han Xiong escorted Jiang Yu to the estate outside the city, a mere 15-minute drive from Lutong Mountain. The news of Master Chao challenging a younger opponent quickly spread throughout Tianjin City like wildfire. Master Chao, having gained fame over the years, served as the president of the Martial Arts Association in Tianjin City and was held in high esteem. Since assuming the presidency, he had refrained from engaging in sparring matches, making this challenge akin to a bombshell, stirring up waves of excitement in the city. Numerous media outlets sought interviews with Chao Bin, but he declined them all. This duel was to be a life-and-death struggle, and he wished to keep the media at bay. The Shengsheng Group had already set up arrangements at the summit of Lutong, ensuring that only a limited number of spectators would witness the event. Although Master Chao had not fought in years, he had maintained his training, yet he felt somewhat out of practice. Thus, he scheduled the duel for 7 days later to give himself time to sharpen his skills. The news spread rapidly, garnering attention even from prominent figures in Linzhou. While Jiang Yu devoted himself to martial arts practice at the residence, he had grown somewhat complacent during his time in Tianjin City. In stark contrast to the throngs surrounding Chao Bin, Jiang Yu, as one of the duel's main protagonists, found himself in solitude. No one paid him heed. Chao Bin remained the sole focus. Master Wen Fuyo also received the news, leaving her restless in the days that followed. Unable to reach Jiang Yu by phone, after much inquiry, she discovered his whereabouts at the estate outside the city and sought him out the day before the decisive battle. It was said that Jiang Yu had faced near-death experiences. There were words she felt compelled to share. Chapter 99. Today, I am in good spirits in the courtyard. Leaves cascaded to the ground. Jiang Yu's fists and feet moved with grace, executing a series of techniques that flowed seamlessly, the fallen leaves dancing in rhythm with his movements. His boxing style could be described with 4 words: a feast for the eyes. Wen Fuyo had never witnessed Jiang Yu training before. She stood at the entrance of the estate, leaning against the doorframe, careful not to interrupt him. It was not until he finished his practice that he noticed her presence. "Ah, Ms. Wen, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu asked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached her. Wen Fuyo gazed at him with eyes full of longing, her expression tender. "Is something wrong?" Jiang Yu inquired. "About your match tomorrow, could you not go?" Wen Fuyo's voice trembled with concern. "You've heard? The city is abuzz with talk, and they say you are certain to lose and may perish on Lutong Mountain. Do not worry, I am not yet married, and I certainly won't meet my end so soon." Wen Fuyo bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before suddenly throwing herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. I have something to tell you." Jiang Yu felt somewhat at a loss, caught in a dilemma of whether to embrace or push away. "I am aware of your engagement, yet there are words I must express, for I fear I may not have another opportunity." Jiang Yu had nearly discerned the sentiment she was about to convey. When Fu Yao released him, gazing deeply into his eyes, her emotions laid bare. "Jiang Yu, I have feelings for you." This confession, uttered in a drunken state, had slipped from her memory. "From the moment you shielded me from harm, I resolved to marry none but you." The declaration struck Jiang Yu's heart profoundly. It was not mere jest. Jiang Yu, attempting to lighten the mood, remarked, "Tomorrow I shall duel with Chao Bin. Should I perish, would you not be left a widow?" "I would not mind. You need not respond. I know you have a fiancée. I can wait. 1. Please refrain from calling me when in the future. Address me as Fu Yao." "Very well, Fu Yao. However, there is something I have yet to disclose." "What is it?" "In truth, I have 9 fiancées like you." When Fu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You jest." Jiang Yu sighed. "It is no joke. It is the work of my father, perhaps out of concern that I might remain single. During my travels, he procured 9 marriage contracts for me, and you are but one among them." When Fu Yao's mind became a whirlwind, lost in confusion, Jiang Yu sensed her turmoil as her delicate hand nearly crushed his. "You, Jiang Yu, let my aunt find you a quiet place. It seems you are clandestinely meeting with other women." An irate voice interrupted, and Han Ning stood at the doorway, her eyes aflame with fury. When Fu Yao snapped back to reality and quickly released Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She glanced at Han Ning, their eyes locking. Jiang Yu felt overwhelmed. His 2 fiancées had finally crossed paths. However, while when Fu Yao recognized Han Ning, the latter was oblivious to her identity. All Han Ning knew was that when Fu Yao was strikingly beautiful, akin to a lotus emerging from clear waters, stirring a twinge of jealousy even within her, the campus belle. Han Ning felt a pang of discontent. Although Jiang Yu was merely a tool for her, witnessing another woman so close to him irked her, especially since the woman was exceptionally attractive. In the past few days, Han Ning had been restless, alone in her rented room. She believed herself indifferent to Jiang Yu. Yet fate had led her here today to witness this scene. When Fu Yao's cheeks flushed as she hesitated for a moment before hastily departing, Han Ning did not impede her exit, for she had no justification to do so. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu, demanding, "Who is she?" "A friend." Jiang Yu replied. "Friends do not behave so intimately. Where's the intimacy? You were holding hands. What, are you jealous?" Jiang Yu smirked. "You wouldn't happen to have developed feelings for me, would you? Spare me your self-adoration." Han Ying's gaze flickered, reminiscent of a plot being uncovered. Jiang Yu inquired, "Then why have you come to see me, if not out of concern?" Han Ning coldly retorted, "I merely wished to see if you were still alive." Jiang Yu replied, "I am not one to perish on the eve of a decisive battle." Han Ning responded with a mere "oh," and silence enveloped them. She gradually stepped into the courtyard, surveying her surroundings, yet showing no intent to leave. Unbeknownst to her, upon arriving, the restless feelings dissipated. Standing in the courtyard, their silence created an awkward atmosphere. Jiang Yu assumed she would depart shortly. Thus he began practicing his punches. Each movement was vigorous and powerful. At some point, Han Ning had fetched a chair from inside, cradling a cushion, and sat under the eaves, quietly observing him. After finishing his set, Jiang Yu asked, "Aren't you attending class today?" Han Ning replied, "It's a holiday." Jiang Yu continued, "Aren't you leaving?" "What? Do you wish to chase me away? This is my aunt's residence. You have no authority to expel me. Have you missed me during our brief separation? If so, why not stay with me tonight?" Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. But Han Ning rolled her eyes and hurled her cushion at him, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I can't be bothered with you." She turned and entered the living room, switching on the television and reclining on the sofa. Jiang Yu ignored her and resumed his practice. As twilight descended, stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and the city beyond lay shrouded in darkness devoid of neon lights. Feeling hunger pangs, Jiang Yu returned to the living room only to find Han Ning asleep. He refrained from waking her, tiptoeing into the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. The aroma wafted into the air, stirring Han Ning from her slumber. As she opened her eyes to see Jiang Yu dining alone, irritation welled within her. "Must you be so selfish, cooking only for yourself?" Jiang Yu, taken aback, looked up and said, "Oh, you're awake. I saw you sleeping, and didn't he have the heart to disturb you?" Han Ning fumed. "You simply didn't want to make me noodles." Jiang Yu countered, "There are plenty of noodles left in the kitchen, if you wish to eat." Han Ning gazed at him longingly. "Go cook for yourself," she snapped, her fists clenched in frustration. "No wonder you remain single." With that, she stormed into the kitchen, deliberately creating a clamor to express her discontent. 5 minutes later, she emerged from the kitchen. "Is that all there is, just noodles?" Jiang Yu nodded. Han Ning shot him a sidelong glance and promptly dialed a restaurant in the city. "I would like an order of boiled beef, sweet and sour ribs, Australian lobster, and squirrel fish. I will send you the address shortly." She ordered 10 dishes in one breath, leaving Jiang Yu astonished. "Are you truly going to eat all that by yourself?" Han Ning puffed out her chest proudly. "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall treat you." Chapter 100. The eve of the decisive battle. Although the residence was situated far from the city, the meal ordered by the young lady of the Han family arrived in no time. A feast that was both visually and aromatically delightful, steaming with freshness. Jiang Yu's gaze was filled with longing. Han Ning generously remarked, "What are you staring at? Don't be polite, dig in." Jiang Yu retorted, "I just devoured a large bowl of noodles. I have no appetite left. What more is there to say? It seems you are deliberately seeking to take revenge on me. If you genuinely wish to invite me, why did you not speak up sooner? Don't look at me with that resentful gaze of yours. Am I to understand that you would be displeased if I treated you to a meal?" "Huh." Jiang Yu chuckled coldly. "Would you truly be so benevolent?" "Generally, I would not be so charitable. But tomorrow you are to face a decisive battle." Han Ning cracked a lobster leg, eating as she spoke. In ancient times, it was customary for those sentenced to death to be treated to a fine meal the night before their execution. "You must be joking." Jiang Yu's face turned pale, realizing that this meal was a farewell for me. Was it? How is this any different from cursing me to death? Indeed, everyone claims your demise is certain. After all, we are engaged. While I cannot assist you in other ways, I can at least bid you farewell. She readily admitted this. After speaking, she discreetly observed Jiang Yu from the corner of her eye, and upon seeing his gloomy expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If you choose not to eat, shall I enjoy this feast alone?" "Eat? Why not? It would be a waste not to indulge." He directly placed the remaining lobster before himself, determined to feast even to the point of bursting. After a hearty meal, twilight deepened, clouds obscuring the stars above. I must return now. Han Ying had no intention of staying here. Shall I escort you? No need. I'll take a taxi. As Han Ying stepped into the courtyard, she suddenly turned back and called out, Jiang Yu. What is it? Promise me you won't die. Her face was grave. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance of the living room, the dim light casting a glow upon Han Ying's face. He smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I shall not leave you a widow. Surprisingly, Han Ying refrained from retorting, standing quietly in the courtyard for a moment before saying, My aunt and the others will come to witness your duel tomorrow, but I shall not attend. She feared for his life. Terrified that witnessing his demise would haunt her forever, Jiang Yu waved his hand, saying, It is getting late. You should head back. Await my good news tomorrow. If I win, I shall treat you to a meal. Han Ying replied, Let it be at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion. Anywhere is fine, as long as it pleases you. It's a promise. Her voice quivered, and turning away, she dashed off, tears glistening in the night. The clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a myriad of stars. Jiang Yu settled into a grand chair in the courtyard, reclining and gazing at the starry sky, appearing quite at ease. In truth, he was filled with confidence. Xiao Bin was the foremost expert in Tianyan City, his prowess surpassing Wei Xiao, likely a master of martial arts. Even if we were to overestimate him, should Xiao Bin reach the pinnacle of martial arts, Jiang Yu felt equipped to confront him. The impending duel stirred whispers throughout the city. On the eve of the showdown, Lutong Mountain was besieged, bustling with anticipation. However, all paths leading up the mountain were sealed off to provide a venue for Master Chao's decisive battle, leading to the closure of all entertainment establishments on Lutong Mountain. That night, Master Chao took residence at the Lutong Mountain Villa, and those with connections to attend the battle had already secured their lodgings in the villa the night prior. Among them are Zhao's father and son from the Dingxing Group, Han Tianming from the Han Group, Master Wei of the Tianxing Martial Arts School, Du Lang from the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce, and Jin Hu from the Black Tiger Hall, along with other martial arts masters among the top 10. Essentially, none of the residents of Lutong Mountain Villa support Jiang Yu, including Han Tianming. Du Lang of the Tingyan Chamber of Commerce is terrified of Jiang Yu, yet he does not support him. Rather, he hopes for Jiang Yu's demise. As for Jin Hu of the Black Tiger Hall, although he recently forged a brotherly bond with Jiang Yu, he has not declared allegiance to anyone, standing as a neutral party. Tonight, Lutong Mountain Villa hosts a banquet with Xiao Bin as the center of attention, and his supporters gather to raise their glasses in his favor. Meanwhile, the neutrals are fast asleep in their rooms. Early this morning, Lutong Mountain was sealed off, with media reporters barred from entry at the foot of the mountain. They have kept vigil throughout the night, yearning for first-hand news of the impending showdown. Many are live-streaming, speaking into their cameras. Brothers, this is Lutong Mountain in our Tianyan City. Tomorrow, our city's foremost expert will clash with a young contender. Please subscribe, and I will find a way to sneak in and bring you live coverage. The lights of Lutong Mountain Villa burn brightly, with the banquet continuing until the late hours of the night. At the summit of Lutong, there lies an open space surrounded by lush trees. Unbeknownst to all that one individual has been lying in wait here for 4 days. This night, many will find it difficult to sleep. Zhao Shuo, Chao Gang, Sun Yu, and others with grievances against Jiang Yu are all agitated, wishing for time to fly swiftly to the moment of Jiang Yu's demise. Wen Fuyao and Han Ying are also restless, and each time they close their eyes, they envision Jiang Yu's plight. Even Xiao Bin cannot find rest. To be truthful, his confidence is not particularly robust. Although Xiao Bin is not yet 60, the age-old truth remains that youth is feared in combat. Through the insights gained from the Tianxing Martial Arts School, it is understood that Jiang Yu is at least of master-level caliber. Yet, the challenge has been issued, and retreat is not an option. Jiang Yu sleeps soundly, awakening refreshed at dawn. The challenge letter does not specify the time of the duel, so he remains unhurried. Still at home by 9 in the morning, Wen Fuyao, like Han Ying, dreads witnessing Jiang Yu's misfortune, yet she resolves to accompany him. She drives to the estate outside the city and honks the horn. Jiang Yu leisurely exits his home, surprised. Fuyao, what brings you here? When Fuyao replies, I came to see you off. Jiang Yu, brimming with confidence, gets into the car. Let us go and see how I will defeat the foremost expert of Tianyan City. His self-assurance brings a sense of relief to Wen Fuyao. Perhaps, he will not meet the dire fate as rumored. With a heart full of trepidation, they arrive at Lutong Mountain, which is already overflowing with people. When Fuyao's vehicle is stopped, the mountain is sealed today. No unauthorized personnel may enter. Jiang Yu rolls down the window and inquires, "Am I not allowed to enter either?" The guard retorts, "Who do you think you are? Look around. Even the wealthy and powerful are stuck waiting at the foot of the mountain. And you?" The guard does not recognize Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu asks, "Do you know who Master Chao is dueling today?" The guard scoffs, "Of course. Master Chao has challenged the Han family's prospective son-in-law, Jiang Yu. It is common knowledge throughout the city." Jiang Yu proclaimed, "I am Jiang Yu. Do you dare not yield?" The obstructing individual was momentarily taken aback, but just then, another approached, displaying a photograph and scoffing, "Coming to meet your demise yet remaining so arrogant." They cleared the path, their gazes akin to those observing a doomed soul.